Chapter 91. Duh duh duh. The crisp footsteps came from far away, light and cheerful. Sun Quan stared at the three huge planets in the sky that were emitting brilliant light. The three planets almost occupied half of the sky, and the light was unpredictable like the aurora. She felt a little cold all over, as if she was in an ice cellar, cold from the outside to the inside. Isn't it beautiful? Sun Quan came back to her senses, and turned to look. The little girl in a pink skirt stopped. Her ponytails were neatly combed, and her big black eyes were smiling. Don't you recognize me? The little girl waved her hand, and a dark blue cloud appeared behind her. Do you still remember this? Of course, you can call me by my new name in this world, Shirley. Sun Quan took a step back cautiously, and asked uncertainly, Is it you? Is this still my dream? Hee. Shirley laughed, turned around and sighed. You really have forgotten everything. It should be said that it is a dream of both of us. I don't know what you're talking about. Sun Quan slowly retreated to the back, her brown eyes filled with vigilance and caution. Shirley stopped spinning, and the faint blue light on her body became stronger. She floated into the air and said, Do you really not know? Or are you unwilling to accept it? There were three planets in the sky. One was aqua blue, one was bright yellow, and the last one was blood red. The light flowing between them was like a substance flowing to Shirley's small body. She just rose up, and was forced to fall back to the ground. Shirley looked at the three stars in the sky with disgust and muttered, Do I have to be restricted by these three things in my dreams? It's really disappointing. Sun Quan saw the light falling beside her, and stretched out her slender hand to try to catch the real light. The light seemed to have life, and circled around Sun Quan's hand for a few circles, and flew back to the sky. The chill that enveloped Sun Quan's body gradually receded, and the surrounding scenery quickly dissipated and faded away. Shirley tilted her head in annoyance, and then looked at Sun Quan with a sweet smile. We will meet sooner or later, and you can still continue to escape by then, hee. Sun Quan. Xiao Yuan's voice seemed to come from another world, penetrating through layers of barriers, and becoming clear from blurry. Sun Quan used all her strength to follow the direction of the familiar voice, and finally got rid of the dream that had been entangled for a long time, and opened her eyes. Sun Quan. You're awake. Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Quan, who opened her eyes with surprise, and waved his palm in front of her. Sun Quan, do you still recognize me? Sun Quan woke up from the dream, and her mind was stagnant for a moment. When a clear autumn breeze blew past her, she confirmed that she had returned to reality. Sun Quan looked at Xiao Yuan's happy face, and the concerned eyes of the other team members around her, smiled with relief, and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Huh? Xiao Yuan took a long breath and said, You scared me to death just now. No matter how I called you, I couldn't wake up. Yes, Sister Wan. Xi and Mao imitated Xiao Yuan's behavior, grabbed Lin Lang's arms, and began to shake them violently. Sun Quan, don't scare me. Sun Quan. Lin Lang was dizzy from his shaking and laughed. You are done. The boss is not as strong as you are? You almost shook my bones apart. Just when everyone was relieved, they heard Qi Ming's loud voice from afar. Oh no! Something big has happened. Qi Ming ran to the hut, where the female soldiers lived, panting, and almost fell flat on his face. Old Qi, what happened? Xiao Yuan stood up and walked to the door, supporting Qi Ming, who was panting. Tell me slowly if you have anything to say. Qi Ming waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and after taking a few breaths he said, Something big happened in the 8th War Zone where Captain Sheng is located last night. Xiao Yuan's heart tightened when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked, What happened? About 2 hours after we left last night, District 8 encountered a massive attack by the night demons. How many casualties? Xiao Yuan frowned. The war is intense. Why didn't District 8 send a distress signal when facing the second attack of the night demons last night? Qi Ming shook his head and said, The losses are not great. Although the night demons are numerous and powerful, they come and go quickly, but... The second half of his words made Xiao Yuan's heart hang again, and he had a bad premonition. Captain Sheng's team, 1 member was killed, 3 members were unconscious, and Nightmare also disappeared. How could this happen? Liang Lu walked forward quickly. How could Nightmare attack that side again? Last time, after the captain and Sun Quan killed Nightmare, nothing happened the whole night. Xiao Yuan held his forehead with one hand, closed his eyes, and said with mixed feelings, We are all trapped in the inherent thinking mode. The nature of Nightmare's killing last time and Nightmare's retreat may be fundamentally different in their eyes from the nature of Nightmare's capture this time. So what happened last night? Boss, should we go take a look? Xi and Mao asked from the side. Xi and Mao also had a good impression of Shengdong. Yes, I will go there. Xiao Yuan nodded, and said to Sun Wan who wanted to speak, Xiao Yuan, you stay here to rest. Xiao Xian, Lao Qi and I can go. Wang Ruofei watched the three people leave. Seeing that no one was watching him, he took out a large cloth bag from somewhere and quietly left the position. A city center? The once prosperous and expensive downtown area is no longer there. All large shopping malls, supermarkets, shopping centers, etc. are closed. In a quiet alley in the city center, two silver-winged soldiers walked into the alley from outside, talking and laughing. The alley was long, and at the end of the alley, there were a lot of broken furniture piled up. The two turned left and right around the furniture, and walked to a large wardrobe close to the wall. They reached out and looked at the door of the wardrobe. Creaky. After a while, the heavy wardrobe door opened from the inside. A short and sturdy middle-aged man at the door saw the two and smiled warmly. Hey, you two brothers are here today. I have reserved the wine I promised you last time. Hee hee. The two silver-winged soldiers were in their early 30s. Both of them were tall and thin. The one on the left looked fierce, while the one on the right looked better, but his face was slightly pale, and he looked weak from drinking too much. The man on the right laughed and said, Of course we want the best wine. We two brothers have been thinking about you very much recently. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Don't worry, I guarantee you will be satisfied. The two chatted with the middle-aged man for a few more words, then walked into the closet and headed towards the inner end. After entering the closet, there is a different world inside. After walking about 5 or 6 meters in the dark, two small orange lights appeared on the wall, illuminating the road ahead. At the end of the road, there is a heavy iron gate. After passing through the iron gate, the space inside suddenly becomes bright. A bustling bar appeared in the eyes of the two. The entire bar covers an area of about 500 square meters. The decoration is simple and rough. It seems that the space was artificially excavated later. There is no window, and it is illuminated by the gorgeous lights in the bar. The two smiled at each other and walked into this rare little paradise for them in the Doomsday. Chapter 92. The two seemed to be regulars in the bar. After walking into the bar with ease, they walked towards a secluded seat inside. As soon as they sat down, a young waitress ran over to greet them. The girl was not much older than 17 or 18 years old. After the outbreak of the night demon, she had not seen the sun for a long time, which made her skin a little pale. Her facial features were small and cute, and her lowered eyebrows made people feel pity for her. Hee hee, Miss Xiaobei, it's been a long time since we last met. The pale-faced man looked her up and down. You are becoming more and more beautiful. The girl's hand holding the menu clenched unconsciously, and she handed the menu over and said, This is the new menu for this month, Brother Tai Wei, take a look. TSK. Tai Wei took the menu and glanced at the girl's body from time to time. Your brother Wang Shua and I are not wolves. Can we eat you? Tai Wei ordered a few bottles of his favorite liquor and side dishes, and sent the girl to prepare. He stroked his chin and looked at her slender waist as she left, and the fire in his eyes became hotter. Pa! Wang Shua slapped Tai Wei on the shoulder and sneered. What? You can be fascinated by a little girl like Luo Xiaobei? Hee hee. Tai Wei smiled slyly. Brother Wang doesn't understand the fun of this little girl. Watch me later. You can't live without a woman? This silver wing core looks glamorous on the surface, but they live a life like human beings? Tai Wei pointed to the core badge on his chest and grinned. Fighting every day, there is so much money in my pocket with nowhere to spend. I'm going crazy. Tai Wei and Wang Shua were chatting and complaining. Looking around, there were about 50 guests in the bar. Almost all of them were soldiers of the Silver Wings. Before joining the Silver Wings, their lives were full of alcohol, indulgence, and hedonism. The strict military rules and discipline of the Silver Wings and the brutal battles made many people's tense nerves need a place to vent. So, such secret bars began to rise gradually in the alleys of a city. The price of cigarettes and alcohol that were worth more than 10 or 20 a national currency in other places soared to more than 200 a national currency, about 40 federal currency, here. The huge profits attracted many people to take risks. Even with such a high price, many drinks are still in short supply. The outbreak of the Night Devil War has caused many logistics companies to avoid a city, and the inspection of material transportation has become more and more strict. The wine you asked for is here. Luo Xiaobei brought the wine and dishes ordered by Tai Wei on a tray, and his slender arms were trembling slightly. Oh, so fast! Tai Wei glanced at the tray, and the high-heeled glass in the middle was filled with a slowly flowing lavender liquid. Boss, Lu really keeps his word and left my favorite wine, he. Luo Xiaobei carefully put the wine and food in place one by one, and finally picked up the glass of lavender wine, and wanted to put it in front of Tai Wei. Tai Wei smiled and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to catch the wine glass, but in fact, he turned his wrist, and covered Luo Xiaobei's hand directly. The girl's delicate skin made him smile even more. Ah! Luo Xiaobei screamed and tried to retract his hand in panic. The wine glass fell over, and most of the purple wine splashed on Tai Wei's military uniform. Pa! Tai Wei's smile faded, and he slapped the table fiercely and shouted, "How do you do things? You made me smell of alcohol. Do you want me to be discovered and punished when I go back?" The noise from Tai Wei attracted the attention of people in the bar. Some were indignant, some were watching coldly, and most were just watching for fun. As regular customers of the bar, Tai Wei and Wang Zhuo were notorious, especially Wang Zhuo, who looked fierce and was good at boxing. No one wanted to mess with these two for a little girl. I didn't. Luo Xiaobei was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. I didn't mean it. Didn't mean it? Tai Wei narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't intentional, then you don't have to pay compensation, right? If I kill someone and say it wasn't intentional, then I don't have to take responsibility? Just when Luo Xiaobei was at a loss, a middle-aged man with a full smile walked out from behind the bar. He was round like Maitreya Buddha, and his smiling bald head shone under the light. "Hey, brother Tai." He walked forward with a smile and pulled Luo Xiaobei halfway. "It's a pity that brother Tai's glass of good wine was spilled. So, I give you 2 more glasses to make up for it. Xiaobei, go to the back and ask a Xiang to bring 2 more glasses." "Ah? Oh!" Luo Xiaobei finally reacted after the man winked at her, and turned around to escape from here. "Wait!" Tai Wei shouted to stop Luo Xiaobei, who was about to leave, and grinned. "Boss Lu, today's matter is not about a glass of wine. Look at my clothes. Not only will I be discovered when I go back, but when I fight with the night demons, I will attract more than a dozen night demons just by the smell." Puff. Tai Wei's words made the surrounding silver-winged soldiers laugh out loud. Night demons have almost no reaction to smells, and Tai Wei's words are just nonsense. When Boss Lu heard what Tai Wei said, his smile froze on his face. How could he, an ordinary small businessman, know the specific habits of the night demon? Isn't it just what Tai Wei said? Tai Wei was secretly happy to see Boss Lu speechless. He raised his chin slightly and patted his shoulder. "Boss Lu, you'd better not care about this matter, otherwise I can't guarantee that my meaning knife will not cut." Boss Lu looked at the meaning knife under Tai Wei's ribs and swallowed his saliva. He struggled for a while and asked tentatively, "How about this? Our store will cover Brother Tai's drinks for a week. What do you think?" Shwa! Silver light flashed, and the tip of the meaning knife stopped in front of Boss Lu, flashing a sharp cold light. "I gave you face, but you don't want it, right?" Tai Wei finally lost his patience and shouted, "Do you believe that I will chop you right now?" Boss Lu's feet softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Luo Xiaobei on the side supported him, and said with a sob, "Uncle Lu, forget it. I will take responsibility for this matter." "Xiaobei, no." Boss Lu whispered in her ear, his face flushed with anxiety. Just by looking at Tai Wei's eyes towards Luo Xiaobei, he knew what Tai Wei wanted. Luo Xiaobei's life was ruined in his hands. How could he live up to the trust of his deceased friend? Tai Wei put down the meaning knife and looked at Luo Xiaobei, who was crying. Xiaobei is right. She has to do some things herself. Article 8 of the Silver Wing Corps Military Regulations. No harm or threat to civilians by force. Violators will be dealt with according to military discipline, according to the severity of the case. When Tai Wei was very proud, and felt that he had Luo Xiaobei under control, an abrupt voice sounded in the bar. Who is talking there?" When he heard the word military discipline, Tai Wei's arrogance disappeared a little, and he turned his head to look around, wanting to see who was so blind that he was uncomfortable here. An ordinary-looking young man walked out from the corner. He was wearing the same military uniform as Tai Wei, and his eyes were bright under his thick eyebrows. He casually put the big cloth bag in his hand on the table, looked at Tai Wei, who was so arrogant just now, and said, "The night demon is only sensitive to light. I never knew that the night demon can also react to smell. How did you know it? Boy, who are you?" Seeing that Luo Xiaobei had already surrendered, he didn't expect another Cheng Yao Jin to come out halfway. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't meddle in other people's business here." The young man looked at Luo Xiaobei with tears in his eyes, and said word by word, "Wang Ruofei." Chapter 93. Wang Ruofei. Tai Wei repeated, I've never heard of it. I saw it clearly just now, it was you. Wang Ruofei pointed at Tai Wei's hand holding the minging knife. You flirted with this little girl first, and she accidentally spilled the wine on you. Hearing this, Tai Wei's face turned red and he cursed. You're talking nonsense. What's your relationship with this little girl? Why do you stand up for her? Wang Ruofei's face darkened when he heard Tai Wei's words. Since I saw the injustice today, I can't just ignore it. I listened to your fart. Tai Wei's patience finally broke down after Wang Ruofei exposed his lies. He cursed and rushed towards Wang Ruofei. Buzz! With the silver knife in front, he stabbed at Wang Ruofei. Tai Wei's attack was swift and accurate in his anger. Wang Ruofei had rich combat experience. He stepped back several steps to avoid the sharp edge, and pulled off the tablecloth on the table, and threw it at Tai Wei. Swish! Swish! The sound of tableware falling came one after another. Wang Ruofei drew the silver knife from his ribs, and rushed forward slightly sideways. Sizzle! The blade cut through the tablecloth, and Tai Wei's attack followed. Wang Ruofei rushed towards Tai Wei's attack with the knife in his hand. This time he was fighting with real strength. Clang! The crisp sound of the blades hitting each other resounded in the bar. Wang Ruofei roared and pressed Tai Wei to retreat backwards. Bang! Tai Wei's body hit the wall, making a muffled sound. Ah! Tai Wei shouted angrily, and the power in his body surged out. He pushed Wang Ruofei's knife away, and kicked hard. After Wang Ruofei's body was transformed by the genetic potion, his reaction speed and strength were greatly improved. Although his qualifications were average, after the potion and hard training, his strength was already above average in the entire Silver Wing army. When Tai Wei kicked, Wang Ruofei suddenly retracted the minging knife above. Ah! This was beyond everyone's expectations. Many people, including Luo Xiaobei, couldn't help but exclaimed. The blade in Tai Wei's hand slashed straight towards Wang Ruofei's face, almost instantly. Under the gaze of many eyes, Wang Ruofei leaned back at an incredible speed and narrowly avoided the knife. The blade passed by and stuck close to the tip of Wang Ruofei's nose. His left hand moved like lightning and suddenly grabbed Tai Wei's neck. With his blood boiling, Wang Ruofei swung the silver knife in his right hand and chopped at Tai Wei's head. Buzz! Clang! The blade stopped about 10 centimeters away from Tai Wei's cheek. Wang Jue narrowed his eyes and held Wang Ruofei's silver knife with his weapon in his hand. Wang Ruofei. I remember, Silver Moon Squad? Hoo. Wang Ruofei took a few breaths, loosened his grip on Tai Wei's neck, and looked at Wang Jue beside him. Cough cough. Tai Wei coughed violently, pointed at Wang Ruofei and shouted, Do you really want to kill me with one knife? During the Legion competition, I saw your name in the top few teams. Wang Jue looked at Wang Ruofei deeply. Your team is amazing. After that, Wang Jue said nothing else and quickly left the bar with Tai Wei. Tai Wei didn't break free of Wang Jue's hand until they were far away from the bar. He said angrily, Old Wang, what do you mean? It's fine that you didn't help me in the fight just now, but what do you mean by that? Wang Jue's fierce face showed helplessness and said, It's not that I don't help you. Don't you know that Wang Ruofei is in the Silver Moon team? I know, so what's wrong with that? We came here to drink, which is against the rules. What you did just now was seen by him, and Luo Xiaobei is a witness. Wang Jue patted Tai Wei's shoulder and walked out first. If we had joined forces to defeat him just now and angered him, you and I would be happy. He went back and told Xiao Yuan about it, and reported it to the top leaders of the Legion. Would we still have a good life? Tai Wei and Wang Jue seems to be reckless and Tai Wei is shrewd, but in fact, it is just the opposite. In terms of shrewdness and calculation, Tai Wei is far behind Wang Jue. Hey! Tai Wei said angrily, there is still a long time to go. Wang Ruofei and Luo Xiaoya, I will make these two people pay sooner or later. In the bar, the waiter was busy cleaning up the mess made by Wang Ruofei and Tai Wei just now. Boss Lu held Wang Ruofei's hand and kept thanking him. Luo Xiaobei watched with red eyes. She saw that something seemed to be left on the sofa where Tai Wei and Wang Jue sat just now. She thought about it and quietly picked up the thing and hid it in her apron. Wang Ruofei and Luo Xiaobei walked side by side in the alley, turning around and around along the narrow alley towards Luo Xiaobei's residence. The sky outside was clear, and the warm sunshine made Luo Xiaobei couldn't help but raise her little hand, as if she wanted to hold the warm sunshine in her palm. Is your grandma doing well recently? Wang Ruofei thought for a long time, while holding a big cloth bag before coming up with this sentence. Well, grandma is doing much better recently. Luo Xiaoya turned around mischievously and said, The food sent by Brother Wang was a great help, otherwise we would have been hungry last week. Wang Ruofei nodded and smiled on his usually serious face. That's good, I won't be here for a while, take care of yourselves. Ah? Luo Xiaoya's bright face dimmed a little. Are you going to other places to deliver food to everyone? Wang Ruofei didn't dare to look at her clear eyes. After all, there are many people in other areas who need food to survive. I also want to help them. Then, will you come to the tavern often? Luo Xiaobei asked. Yes, I will go there occasionally. Wang Ruofei looked at Luo Xiaobei's expectant eyes, and had to say something against his will. Yeah, then you should come often. The haze on Luo Xiaobei's face dissipated, and he ran forward happily. In the middle of an alley, 2 modeled New Year pictures were posted on the old wooden door. When Wang Ruofei and Luo Xiaobei went in, a gray-haired old lady was sitting at the door doing needlework, and a lazy orange cat was lying beside her. Grandma, look who's here? Luo Xiaobei ran quickly towards the old lady, and pointed at Wang Ruofei and said, The old lady raised her head, looked for a while, and a kind smile appeared on her face. Xiao Wang is here, come quickly, come and sit. Wang Ruofei agreed, closed the wooden door, and walked into the small courtyard full of life. Wang Ruofei's acquaintance with Luo Xiaobei was purely accidental. He knew a long time ago that there were still many poor people who had not moved out in A City. Like Luo Xiaobei, whose parents died in an accident, leaving only a pair of lonely grandparents and grandchildren, and whose grandmother was old and had leg problems, and whose family savings were almost all used for medical treatment, it was very difficult for them to leave A City, where they had lived for many years, and go to other cities. There are many people like them who rely on self-sufficiency to struggle to get by. As the hope of mankind, the Silver Wing Corps has been built with all its financial resources. It has sufficient logistics, and often wastes food. Wang Ruofei used the daytime to collect clean food and sent it to various families with difficult lives. Although his strength was limited, he tried his best. Luo Xiaobei and his grandson met him at that time. Although they have only met 2 or 3 times so far, the old lady has a very good impression of him. Looking at the 2 people living in poverty, an idea began to slowly appear in Wang Ruofei's mind. This idea was like a seed planted deeply in his heart. With the nourishment of wind and rain in the future, it gradually sprouted. Later, when he went to the imperial capital Yanjing in person, this seed finally broke free from the shackles and broke out of the ground. Chapter 94. A City, Combat Command Center. Li Jin sat in a dark room, a picture displayed on the screen in front of him. He stared at the scene above, frowning. In the messy room, blood stained a large area of the ground red, and turned dark brown over time. A young man fell in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, and staring straight ahead, one hand tightly grasping his chest. Jin Zhong, male, 24 years old, from A City. He officially joined the Silver Wing Corps in 2078 AD, and was affiliated with the Shandong Squad of the 1st Corps. He died in the 8th Defense Zone of the City Defense Line on the evening of September 3, 2078 AD. Li Ming stood behind Li Jin, looking at Jin Zhong's pretty face in the photo. Her face turned pale. The cause of death: a sharp object cut the throat, trachea and artery. Sharp object? Li Jin tapped the table with his fingers, making a regular sound. Isn't it the wound caused by the night demon? Yes, after professional identification by Mu Xian and others, the murderer used a dagger. It's a troubled time. Li Jin closed his eyes. Don't let Xiao Xian leak the news about this matter. No, don't start an investigation. Li Ming looked at Li Jin in surprise. The murderer should be a human. Li Jin opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. The war is stalemate. Now we are investigating in a big way and letting everyone in the army know that there is a traitor in our army? I will investigate this matter secretly. Go and ask Deputy Army Commander Jin Chao to come. I have something else to ask him. Li Jin sighed as he looked at the photo on the screen and murmured, What kind of enemy are we facing? In the city, the 9th District Defense Line. Lin Lang was in midair, and the leather round shield in his left hand flexibly blocked his side. Puff! The acid sprayed by the Thunder Beast hit the leather shield, which was blocked by layers of leather and special padding. Bang! Lin Lang fell to the ground, looked into the distance and cursed. These big mouths are really tireless. They spray all night long, don't they get tired? Shua! Xiao Yuan killed the night demon that flew over his face with a knife, and laughed. You kid are still not satisfied? Now the big mouth attacks once every 5 minutes. You will have a hard time when it rains. Bang! 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 3 flares lit up the sky, and a rough voice came from the top of the building. The number of night demons is normal, there is no abnormality. The battle continued day after day. A full month had passed since the night demon attacked A's city. The Silver Wings Corps successfully stabilized its position and stopped the night demon in the city. Xiao Yuan and his men also began to adapt to the battle rhythm of resting at sunrise and fighting at sunset, and began a long tug-of-war with the night demon. For the new army corps, people went from initial curiosity, waiting, and questioning to later understanding and recognition. As the battle data was gradually disclosed, people found that the number of night demons killed by the new army corps in combat was more than the previous wars combined. This discovery gave spiritual sustenance to those who feared the night demon. Starting with the flying photo of Chaobo Shang Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, all photos and videos related to the Silver Wings army emerged on the internet, setting off a new wave of enthusiasm. The attitude of the military leaders towards the new army began to gradually change. After a long period of shelving, the proposal to form a new army on the central defense line of Country A was put on the agenda again. Everything is moving in a better direction, but this development is based on the smooth battle of the new army. Once the Silver Wings army fails in the battle, many hidden crises will erupt instantly like a latent volcano. Swoosh! Bang! Bright red flares bloomed in the air, and the special flares were as dazzling as red flames. Is this an emergency distress signal? Xiao Yuan flew to the top of the building and looked into the distance. Captain, what should we do? Liang Lu came to Xiao Yuan and asked for his opinion. Emergency distress signal, there must be something urgent. Xiao Yuan shouted downstairs, Xiao Wan, Xiao Xi and Lao Wang, come with me. Captain, that location. Liang Lu carefully checked the direction. It seems that there is no defense in that place. Xiao Yuan, who wanted to leave, stopped and said hesitantly, the red signal flare was sent out. I feel uneasy if I don't go to check it out. Lulu, you are responsible for commanding us, and we will come back soon. Liang Lu stood on the roof, watching Xiao Yuan and the other three flying away, and praying that everything would go well. The sky was cloudless, but she always felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Swoosh! 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 Xiao Yuan and the other four shuttled between the buildings and flew all the way to the direction where the distress signal was lit. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Yuan estimated that they should have reached the previous location. In the night in A's city, far away from the battlefield, there was no light. Xiao Yuan could only use the bright moonlight and his excellent night vision to see around. Vacant buildings stood in the city. The cages of tens or hundreds of square meters made of reinforced concrete that once attracted people to them, shouldering the debts of the next few decades and spending their best youth to fight for, became a ridiculous bubble, and the pain of an era after the Night Demon War broke out and people retreated to the rear of the mainland. Boss, something is wrong. Xi and Mao sniffed the air. There are no signs of fighting here, not even the smell of the Night Demon's volatile blood. Yeah, I see. Xiao Yuan trusted Xi and Mao's sense of smell very much. If the Night Demon died or was injured, the unique smell emitted by the body would definitely not be hidden from his nose. Could it be that someone really sent the wrong signal? Xiao Yuan murmured, but who would send a signal here? Sun Wan looked at the dark block in front of her, and a faint blue light flashed in her brown eyes. In her ears, the sounds around her became clear and organized, Xiao Yuan's even breathing and strong heartbeat, the friction of the wind blowing through his hair, Xi and Mao's habitual grinding of teeth, and the desperate cry of a girl far away. She closed her eyes slightly and listened attentively. After a while, she whispered, there is someone not far ahead. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silver lights flashed by Sun Wan's side, and her long hair fluttered from her cloak, and she flew forward suddenly. In an alley about 1 kilometer away from them, a girl screamed and fell to the ground, crying with tears on her face. Please, please let me go. I still have Grandma to take care of. Woo-woo. Let you go. The man in front of the girl slowly approached him, revealing a pale and hideous face. When the kid surnamed Wang helped you today, I didn't see you say a word? Whoa. Tai Wei you. Aren't you afraid of military discipline? The girl sat on the ground in a panic and backed away, tears streaming down her face. I just sent a signal flare to your Silver Wings army. Military discipline? Hee hee. Do you think that if you send a signal flare here, there will really be fools who will come? This is not a defense zone. Who can come here? Tai Wei's ferocious face raised an exaggerated arc, and he grabbed the girl's neck with a lightning-fast move. Luo Xiaobei, I thought I could spare your life after playing with you, but it seems that you want to die? Pa! Pa! Luo Xiaobei's constant struggle made Tai Wei angry. He raised his hand and slapped her twice, and Luo Xiaobei's face became red and swollen. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the world became full of stars in her eyes. Luo Xiaobei's body softened and was pressed under Tai Wei. With a hiss sound of fabric tearing, Luo Xiaobei's washed white shirt was torn, revealing her snow-white skin. Tai Wei looked at Luo Xiaobei, who was almost unconscious, and his eyes almost burst into fire. He laughed strangely and pressed towards the girl like a dark cloud. Luo Xiaobei looked at the moonlit night sky with her eyes blankly and murmured, "I'm sorry, Grandma, I can't go back. I'm sorry, sister, I can't wait for you anymore." After that, she closed her eyes in despair, and tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 95. The sweet fragrance of the girl made Tai Wei take a deep breath and tremble with excitement. He stretched out his big hand, eager to tear off the last piece of clothing on Luo Xiaobei's body and enjoy this delicious thing that was so close. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two sounds of breaking wind came from behind Tai Wei. He froze in excitement and turned his head to look behind him. Bang! In his sight, a slender figure fell from the sky and arrived in an instant. Ah! This kick landed firmly on Tai Wei, and he screamed and fell backwards. Sun Wan landed on the ground steadily. Seeing Luo Xiaobei lying on the ground in dishevel, she casually pulled off the cloak behind her and covered her. "Little girl, you are looking for death." Tai Wei, who was interrupted, was furious and rushed towards Sun Wan with a roar. Tai Wei's skills were more than enough to deal with ordinary silver-winged soldiers, but he was not good enough to meet Sun Wan. When Xiao Yuan and the other two arrived, Tai Wei had been beaten to the ground like a dead dog. Xiao Yuan looked at the girl who stood up with the help of Sun Wan, and then looked at the people on the ground and roughly guessed the whole story. He smiled gently at Luo Xiaobei and said, "Don't be afraid. We are from the 9th Defense Zone of the Silver Wing Corps. We came here after seeing the distress signal. Thank you. Thank you." Luo Xiaobei tightly grasped the dark blue cloak on his body and kept thanking him. "Xiaobei?" Wang Ruofei walked out from behind Xiao Yuan and looked at Luo Xiaobei in disbelief. "Why are you here? Brother Wang?" Luo Xiaobei opened his red and swollen eyes, threw himself into Wang Ruofei's arms, and cried loudly. The surprise and grievance in his heart were vented out without any defense at this moment. Xi and Mao came close to Xiao Yuan, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, "Boss, Brother Wang seems to be a decent person. Why is he secretly hooking up with a little girl? Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Yuan nudged the grinning Xi and Mao with his elbow. "This is called free love." Luo Xiaobei cried for a while, and finally calmed down with the comfort of Wang Ruofei. With red eyes, he slowly explained what happened. Luo Xiaobei worked in a bar during the day, and would go home and lock the door with his grandmother at night. However, the bar's business was so good today that there were suddenly many more customers in the evening. Boss Lu was too busy to handle it, so Luo Xiaobei helped him. When work was over at night, Luo Xiaobei was worried about her grandmother and refused Boss Lu's suggestion to let her stay in the bar, insisting on going home. Unexpectedly, she met Tai Wei halfway through the journey, and she could only run desperately. Fortunately, Tai Wei enjoyed the fun of this cat-and-mouse game and chased Luo Xiaobei for a long time. During the day, Luo Xiaobei picked up something that Wang Shua and Tai Wei left behind in the bar. It was a signal flare from the Silver Wing Corps. Although Luo Xiaobei couldn't tell the meaning of the signal flare, she still fired it based on her intuition, hoping that someone would come and see Tai Wei's evil deeds. As the saying goes, a good thing comes naturally. The signal flare that Luo Xiaobei picked up by accident became the key to her life-saving. It seemed to be destined. How dare this guy do such a thing? Xiao Yuan looked at Tai Wei, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig, and spat. "Report this to the Corps Commander tomorrow morning, and he will be in trouble." Wang Ruofei looked around to estimate the current location and said, "Xiaobei, this place is a bit far from your home now. Come with us to the 9th Defense Zone." Xiao Yuan and the other four had been away from the defense zone for quite some time, and if something happened under such circumstances, no one could afford the consequences. Luo Xiaobei's trust in Wang Ruofei became stronger after what happened just now, and she nodded in agreement after listening to Wang Ruofei's suggestion. Since Luo Xiaobei was too slow, under the advice and encouragement of Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao, Wang Ruofei carried Luo Xiaobei on his back with a red face and hurried on. Luo Xiaobei crossed her thin arms and hugged Wang Ruofei's neck tightly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Silver light flashed, and the scenery around Luo Xiaobei's ears changed rapidly. Whoosh! 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 The strong wind blew across her cheeks, and Luo Xiaobei raised her head slightly and looked forward, feeling like a flying bird. A group of 5 people shuttled between high-rise buildings, flying smoothly under the traction of the anti-gravity maneuvering device. Her eyes were full of yearning, and she murmured, "This is the Silver Wing Legion. Why did it suddenly disappear?" Lianglu looked at the night demons that were gradually retreating and hovering in the sky, and frowned slightly. Something is wrong tonight. Wang Ruoling came over from behind, her face slightly flushed because of the battle just now. "Ruoling, what did you find?" "Tonight's night demon's offensive is much weaker than before, although the number has increased." "Yes, such a big battle was pulled out, but there was no rain." Lianglu habitually gripped the hilt of the knife. "Night demon, what the hell is going on?" "There's something going on ahead." Qi Ming's shouts came from the rooftop, echoing throughout a small block. Lianglu tensed up, exchanged glances with Wang Ruoling, and flew upstairs at the same time. "What's going on?" Lianglu quickly walked to Qi Ming's side, and looked into the distance. "That's..." Lianglu subconsciously held her breath. Under the moonlight, hundreds of people ran toward the defense line, and people fell down from time to time in the surging crowd. Behind them, the night demons chased them like a ferocious beast, and those who fell behind were immediately besieged by a group of night demons, ending up in a bloody mess. Woo wow! Woo wow! The night demons stained with human blood became even more crazy, howling and rushing towards the survivors. The whole scene was no longer like the human world, but a living hell. Lianglu looked at the people getting closer and closer to the defense zone, and doubts gradually arose in her heart. Why did so many civilians suddenly appear? Qi Ming saw the scene and scratched his head anxiously, urging, "Lulu, we can't just stand by and watch them die. Wait a little longer, wait until we get closer." Lianglu clenched her fists, and said with a stiff face, "The distance is too far to see the specific situation. If there is an accident when going out rashly, the defense line may have loopholes." Lianglu suppressed her inner anxiety and guilt and stared at the situation over there. When the crowd approached, a shout suddenly came out. "Help! Save us! Help! Save us!" Someone called for help. Lianglu's tense nerves reacted immediately after hearing the cry for survival. The demons will no longer speak human language. Thinking of this, Lianglu shouted, "Go out, save people." Lianglu gave an order, and Qi Ming, Lin Lang, Wang Ruoling, and the 8 people who were guarding the rooftops on both sides flew down to the ground in front. The closer they got to the crowd, the clearer the cries for help became. The cries for help were like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart, and they couldn't help but speed up. "Help! Help us!" Lianglu, who was about to fall into the crowd, heard the cries for help and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Why did this group of people keep saying the same thing when they were calling for help? Bang! 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 Everyone fell to the ground one after another and looked at the crowd. The running crowd stopped abruptly, and they all raised their heads to look at Lianglu and the others. Their eyes all showed a strange translucent appearance with a few red crystals, and the moment they locked onto everyone, they burst into a bloodthirsty and greedy light. Chapter 96. Ah, ah! A cry resounded through the night sky, marking the beginning of a surging crowd rushing towards Lianglu's group of soldiers. The same scene was played out on the outer defense line. The Silver Wing Legion soldiers, who were eager to save people, were instantly surrounded by the ferocious demons, and the situation was critical. "Defense formation, retreat!" Lianglu shouted loudly, and led the team members to retreat back to the original path. Until this time, she was still puzzled. Why did the night demon speak human language? Qi Ming was at the outermost edge, looking at the demon who looked like an ordinary person except for his eyes, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Shwa! The knife flashed, and a pair of hands that stretched out in front of Qi Ming were cut off by Qi's wrist. "Old Qi, what are you staring at?" Lin Lang wiped the blood splashing on his face, and yelled at Qi Ming. Qi Ming came back to his senses and swallowed his saliva. They seem to be still alive. Lin Lang maintained the formation and retreated, while using his knife to resist the crazy attack of the demon. "Old Qi, don't be stupid. Look carefully, they are no longer human. If we don't kill them today, we will die." "Ah!" Qi Ming looked at another demon that was coming towards him, gritted his teeth and chopped it hard. Poochie! The blade of the Minging knife was still extremely sharp even when facing a demon that had undergone a strengthened mutation. A fishy, sweet, and warm liquid splashed on Qi Ming's face. Qi Ming's cowardly mood gradually dissipated after killing the first demon. In just a short while, 2 people who came out with Lianglu were accidentally dragged into the pile of demons. "Ah! Save me! Ah! Seeing their companions' desperate hands being drowned, Liang Lu and the others could only desperately retreat back to the original path. The location chosen by the demons was very cunning, and there were no buildings nearby that could be used by mobile devices to take off. The night demons wandering in the night sky fell one after another, as the soldiers trapped in the trap were trapped. In an instant, the outer perimeter of the city's defense line was torn into pieces. Facing the attack of the demons and the night demons, many people in the Silver Wing Legion were caught off guard. This group of demons that suddenly appeared were somewhat different from what people knew. They were too agile. Ordinary demons were slightly slow due to physical changes, but the demons that attacked the city tonight ran just like ordinary people, which was too confusing. In addition, this was the first time that the demons had a direct confrontation with the Silver Wing army. Soldiers who were used to fighting the night demons had a complicated mentality when facing them. Are demons human? It is obvious that they have already left the category of humans. However, when facing demons that are no different from humans except for their eyes and inability to speak, many people, like One Voice, found it difficult to overcome the psychological barrier in their hearts. On the battlefield, a little carelessness may lead to the loss of the initiative, or even life. The Silver Wings, which had been in a disadvantageous situation from the beginning, had blue flares for help and shouts of killing from time to time, and the situation was gradually tilted in a direction that was not favorable to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind whistled past my ears, bringing waves of noise and shouts of killing. Xiao Yuan flew in the air anxiously, looking around from time to time. Are those demons? Xiao Yuan looked from behind when he approached the 9th defense zone. The densely packed demons, night demons, and thunder beasts in the middle, the sheer number alone is enough to make one's scalp numb. They should all be unconscious creatures. How could they come here in groups? Wang Ruofei was also shocked when he first saw this scene. Never mind, let's go around and return to the position first. Xiao Yuan led everyone and went around and returned to the position. He found that the front of the position had been completely occupied, and only the sounds from the back of the street were still coming from time to time. Ha! Ling Hu roared, and his body jumped high with a move force-splitting Huashan. Roar! The 3 demons who were besieging Ling Hu were fearless, and rushed forward to meet the blade. The first demon was cut on the neck and fell to the ground, and blood spurted out and splashed on Ling Hu's face. Ling Hu's attack was over, and the demon behind him came again, with his arms bringing strong winds, and attacked Ling Hu's chest fiercely. Bang! Bang! The demon's fists were like 2 heavy hammers. Even though the Silver Wing army had special protective materials on his chest, the huge impact still made Ling Hu's body retreat quickly and sit on the ground. Ling Hu's chest felt stuffy, and he couldn't catch his breath and started coughing violently. Woo! A night demon fell from the sky with its fangs bared, and attacked Ling Hu's face with its sharp fangs. When Ling Hu found out, it was too late. He subconsciously raised his right arm to block in front of him, hoping to block this fatal blow by chance. Swoosh! Puff! The imagined severe pain did not come. Ling Hu moved his arm away in surprise, and saw that the night demon that was originally rushing towards him was being pulled by a taut silver wire. Swoosh! He was pulled to the side by the silver thread. Ling Hu, be careful ahead. The sudden help gave Ling Hu's exhausted body strength again. He rolled over to avoid the heavy blow of the demon in front of him, cut a wound of more than 10 centimeters on his leg with a backhand, and turned to run away. Ling Hu looked up at Xiao Yuan and his men falling from the sky, his eyes sore, and he couldn't help cursing. Where did you run to? Let's get out of here first. Xiao Yuan pulled Ling Hu's clothes and ran quickly to the north. What's the situation now? Where are Lulu and the others? They moved to Yueshio Street first, and they should still be on the way. Ling Hu panted and replied, I and 3 other brothers stayed behind to observe the situation, but we didn't expect to be discovered by those bastards. Xiao Yuan patted Ling Hu's shoulder without saying anything. The brothers he had been with day and night died in front of him in the blink of an eye. It was a feeling that no matter how many words of comfort he said, it would be in vain. Xiao Yuan confirmed the location and rushed along the direction of Yueshio Street. Yueshio Street was the gathering place originally set by Ouyang Ying, just to deal with the current situation. This time, the night demon attacked, and all kinds of electronic equipment failed again without surprise. But with a complete signal flare system, the Silver Wing army was finally no longer as flustered as last time. Let's say that this group of people moved towards their destination. When they were halfway there, they suddenly saw a building on fire, which could be seen clearly even from a distance, indicating that the fire was fierce and amazing. A building that has not been inhabited for a long time can still catch fire? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and he looked at the people behind him, especially Ling Hu, who was covered with scars, and the delicate Luo Xiaobei. After a brief thought, Xiao Yuan said, Xiao Nuan, Xiao Xian, come with me. Lao Wang, Lao Hu, continued to meet up with Lulu and the others. Ling Hu and Wang Ruofei nodded and continued to rush to Yueshio Street, without any hesitation to Xiao Yuan's order. In the long-term battle, they have come to fully trust and obey the captain's decision, and they understand that being decisive in battle is always more important than being hypocritical. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Xi and Mao, and the other two flew to the roof of the building. When they got closer, they saw flames rising into the sky. Many flying night demons were hovering in the sky, and hundreds of demons were surrounding the bottom of the building, howling. There was a figure on the roof shouting something at the top of the building. Xiao Yuan looked carefully and felt that the person seemed familiar, especially the camera in her hand. Jiang Shui? How could it be her? Chapter 97. The fire gradually spread, and the 6-story building was in flames. The flames forced back the eager night demon, and also pulled the girl step by step into the abyss of death. The 2 wings will provide lighting and cover, and I will save people in the middle. Xiao Yuan weighed the situation, and said to Sun Wan and Xi and Mao behind him. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan had already flown to the top of the building with the night wind. 2 flares were launched from behind him, and rose accurately to the top of the building. Bang! Bang! The dazzling light suddenly appeared, and Jiang Shui, who had already fallen into despair, looked at it with surprise and exclaimed, Someone finally came to save her? Ah! Jiang Shui was distracted for a moment, and suddenly felt her waist tighten, and her body instantly flew into the air and flew out of the building. The scenery in her eyes changed, and her feet suddenly became a street dozens of meters above the ground. Jiang Shui was so scared that she tightly grasped the support beside her. The cold night wind slapped on her cheeks, and Jiang Shui could hardly open her eyes. It was the first time for her to fly in the air like this, and she felt her heart pounding until her feet landed on the ground. Thank you. Jiang Shui's pale face regained its color, and she hurriedly looked up to express her gratitude to the person who saved her. Why is it you? She opened her eyes wide and pointed at Xiao Yuan and said, Why are you here? Xiao Yuan looked up and down at Jiang Shui, whose face was black and white from being smoked, and his eyebrows jumped. Aren't you from our Silver Wing Corps? Jiang Shui's face froze when she heard this, and she popped out her well-developed chest in a bluffing manner. What are you talking about? I am a real soldier. So real that I don't have an anti-gravity maneuvering device on my body. So real that I dare not open my eyes when flying in the sky. Xiao Yuan didn't want to bother with her anymore, and looked at the time and said, Time is running out. You go to Yueshio Street with us. Jiang Shui looked at Xiao Yuan angrily, not knowing whether she was angry at him for exposing her, or angry at his stupid head. In the end, Jiang Shui still ran towards Yueshio Street with the 3 of them, and at Sun Wan's strong request, she took Jiang Shui to fly. The defense line in the city, Yueshio Street. Yueshio Street, located at the intersection of the 8th and 9th defense zones. When Xiao Yuan and his 4 companions arrived here, nearly 80 Silver Wing soldiers had gathered here, reinforcing the defense line under the command of Ouyang. Instructor Ouyang. Xiao Yuan walked up quickly to greet him. Ouyang turned around, and the moment she saw Xiao Yuan, a rare warmth and sweet smile appeared on her charming cheeks, and she opened her arms and ran towards him. Xiao Yuan saw her like this. Although he was embarrassed, he still opened his arms to welcome the embrace of this beautiful woman. Xiaoxue, where have you been? Ouyang brushed past Xiao Yuan, hugged Jiang Shui behind him, and said angrily, Do you know that your brother is almost dying of anxiety? Sister Yanong, I'm fine. Jiang Shui stuck out her tongue mischievously. I just wanted to take more photos of the Silver Wings army, but I didn't expect the whole city to suddenly be in chaos tonight. Ouyang said a few more words to her, and saw Xiao Yuan standing awkwardly on the side, laughing in her heart. Ahem. What's the situation now? Xiao Yuan pretended that nothing had happened and asked Ouyang with a smile. The situation is much better than expected. Ouyang pointed to the busy soldiers around and said with relief, With the experience of last time, we designed the gathering place in advance, and everyone is fighting according to the original plan. Boss, you are here. Qi Ming's loud voice sounded in the distance, and he walked quickly towards Xiao Yuan. Behind him, in addition to Lin Lang, Wang Ruofei and others, there was also an acquaintance of Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong. After recuperation, Sheng Dong's face was ruddy and his steps were brisk. On the night when Yemo was rescued, he was in the rear receiving treatment, and he was extremely regretful and angry when he came back. If Sheng Dong was still there that night, perhaps things would have developed in a different direction. In terms of ability, Qin Shishir was still far behind Sheng Dong. Yueshio Street, Temporary Operations Room. Ouyang Ying and Xiao Yuan, the main members of Sheng Dong's team, gathered together to discuss. Ouyang Ying used the light in the cabin to mark on the map and explain the current situation. Yueshio Street, Chongping Street, Wenha Street, Wuyun Street are the core areas of our dozen temporary gathering points. The Night Demon's attack is expected to arrive here soon. Once these 4 areas are breached, the city's defense line will also be lost. Our mission is to ensure that Yueshio Street is not lost before dawn. Ouyang Ying's overall strategy is to defend, distribute superior forces in Yueshio Street, and rely on the terrain to resist the attack of the Night Demon. The advantage of doing this is that it is relatively safe. With the current forces here, the probability of successfully resisting is 70% to 80%. After listening to Ouyang Ying's deployment plan, Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, "Instructor Ouyang, I want to apply for independent action." Ouyang Ying looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise, wondering what tricks he had come up with. "We are Yin Yu, Ling Hu, and Chu Qian's 3 teams under my command." Xiao Yuan looked at Ouyang Ying and explained, "For the Thunder Beast, I have some new strategic ideas." Click. Jiang Shui sat outside the temporary operations room, flipping through the photos on the camera. "This one is the best. It can be used as the cover of this month." She carefully selected a few photos and chose a side view of a female silver-winged soldier standing on the rooftop looking into the distance. "Hey, why is it you again?" Jiang Shui subconsciously hugged the camera tightly and looked up at the person who made the sound. Xian Mao smiled at her, his black eyes full of spirit. "What do you mean it's me again?" Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him. "You little guy is so rude." Hee hee. Xian Mao laughed slyly. "Last time it was a sneak shot, this time it's pretending to be in danger. Tell me, did you deliberately approach our boss?" Puff. Jiang Shui's pretty face flushed, and she almost spit out blood. What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart." Xian Mao hurriedly took a step back and covered his face with both hands. "What? Are you angry and want to attack the beautiful boy?" "Bah!" Jiang Shui was so angry that she jumped up and down. "How can a super blogger like me with millions of fans like him?" "Boy, you are talking nonsense. Be careful or I will tell my brother to deal with you." Xian Mao rolled his eyes and thought he had taken the bait. He pretended to be nervous and asked, "Who is your brother?" "Jiang Shi, the commander of the First Corps. Are you scared?" Jiang Shui put her hands on her waist and looked at Xian Mao with a little pride. Xian Mao nodded and said flatteringly, "You are worthy of being a big blogger on Chubwa. Then, my dear sister, let me see the masterpieces you took, so that I can open my eyes." Jiang Shui usually likes photography the most. When she heard that someone was willing to see her work, she immediately became excited. The two leaned on the porch and chattered at the photos in her camera together. Jiang Shui's photography skills are very good, and her scene selection and space layout are very high level. Xian Mao, a layman, finds her story quite interesting. "Hey, wait a minute." Xian Mao pointed at the camera. "Sister Xiaoxue, please go back to the previous photo." "Ah?" Jiang Shui inexplicably went back to the previous photo and muttered, "What happened to the previous photo?" Xian Mao opened his eyes wide, looked carefully, and pointed to an inconspicuous place in the upper right corner of the photo and said, "Is there a little girl here?" Jiang Shui enlarged the photo. In the upper right corner of the photo, a translucent petite figure was suspended above a rooftop. She was wearing what seemed to be a pink skirt, and her body was emitting a faint blue light, like an elf in the dark night. This scene was recorded by Jiang Shui's camera. Chapter 98. A City 3 a.m. The nights in A City have never been peaceful and tranquil, especially tonight. The demons that suddenly appeared, together with a large number of night demons and thunder beasts, tore through the outer defense line. A bloody and arduous defense battle continued in the cold and murderous night. "Be careful to hide," Ouyang Ying shouted, leaning down and lying behind the sandbag. Boom! Thunder sounded, and dozens of acid flew from the distant blocks and flew over her head. The corrosive power of acid is still terrifying even when it is not a thunderstorm. After a round of attacks, a young man holding a leather shield ran up behind Ouyang Ying. He was panting and had several injuries on his body. He said to Ouyang Ying, "Instructor Ouyang, the pressure on our side is too great. Should we send a signal now?" "No, it's not time yet." Ouyang Ying glanced at the night demon falling from the sky and gritted her teeth and said, "Let everyone continue to hold on. Raise the shield. Meet the enemy." Woo wow! Woo wow! After the Thunder Beast attacked, the Night Demon attacked again, and Ueshio Street became a veritable meat grinder, devouring the lives of both sides. In contrast to the fierce battle on Ueshio Street, Xiaoyuan was very quiet at this time. He lay quietly in the shadows, watching the night demons falling from time to time with a pair of obsidian eyes. Boom boom! The dense thunder sounded, and the fighting in the direction of Ueshio Street became more harsh and intense. The sixth time. Xiaoyuan murmured in an inaudible voice. When it rains, the Thunder Beast sprays once every 5 minutes, with an attack distance of 400 meters. It habitually moves forward more than 10 meters each time it attacks. This is the sixth time, and the time for our attack is getting closer and closer. I hope Ouyang can hold on. For Xiao Yuan's bold plan, Ouyang chose to believe it, and sent General Sheng Dong to assist. We must hold on. Xiao Yuan secretly clenched his fists. If Ueshio Street is lost, no matter how well he and Sheng Dong in the opposite building perform, it will be in vain. Tick tick tick. The water drops from the roof fell in front of Xiaoyuan. He closed his eyes, and waited for that moment to come. Xiaoyuan had never thought that 5 minutes would be so long. The speed of the water drops seemed to have slowed down a lot. Boom! Move! Xiaoyuan opened his eyes suddenly and flew out. A dozen people around him shouted, and flew out of the building almost at the same time. Crash! On the opposite floor, a row of broken glass sounded. Swoosh! Swoosh! Soon Wanren shot 2 arrows that he had prepared in the air towards the ground. The 2 arrows shot towards the roadside on both sides, and the arrowheads ignited flames during the flight, like 2 meteors. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows successfully hit the target, and the oil that had been accumulated on both sides of the road ignited a fierce flame, starting from the center and spreading to both sides. Crossbow! Attack! Xiao Yuanren was still in the air, and the 2 nan in his hand suddenly emitted a strong light with a roar. The soldiers who had been ambushing for a long time in the buildings on both sides activated the nightmare-breaking crossbow. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the mechanism starting up became one, and more than a dozen silver lightning bolts shot out from the building. Buzz! The force of the silver crossbow shot out by the crossbow machine was unimaginable. The Thunder Beast, which was still a long distance away from Ueshio Street, did not seem to expect such a situation to happen. At the moment of the fire, because the attack on Ueshio Street stretched the front line to a very long distance, there were not many night demons guarding the Thunder Beast. Suddenly, the fire broke out, and the night demons on both sides of the Thunder Beast made a commotion and avoided it out of nature. The silver crossbow arrows caught the right time to attack at this time. Swoosh! Puff! The crossbow arrow hit a Thunder Beast in the belly, and the Thunder Beast let out a cry of pain, moo! Moo! And light blue blood flowed from the wound, shining with a strange brilliance in the firelight. The injury of this Thunder Beast kicked off the beginning of the whole war, with a total of 15 crossbows. Except for 3 crossbows that missed, the rest hit the Thunder Beast one after another. Kill the Thunder Beast first. Sheng Dong's eyes showed excitement. Since the Thunder Beast appeared, how many comrades have died under its attack, he can hardly remember. Today, he finally had a chance to kill his enemy. He acted like he was on stimulants. His calmness and elegance were gone. He led his team to kill the Thunder Beast like crazy. Moo! Moo! A Thunder Beast was shot in the neck, and was struggling to break free from the sharp blade of the crossbow. Boom! It saw a man falling from the air. He knew he was powerful with a silver knife in his hand. He opened his mouth and sprayed. Puff! The acid shot out quickly. The man's hand burst into silver light. A shield blocked him, and blocked the fatal blow. Shwa! Xiaoyuan's knife was swift and fierce, and the blade passed through the Thunder Beast's neck, leaving a deep wound. Moo! The Thunder Beast screamed in pain, and its whole body suddenly stood up, grabbing Xiaoyuan with its short and thick front legs. Xiaoyuan had already switched to 2 nan in his left hand, and it turned into a silver knife to block this attack. Clang! 2 nan collided with the Thunder Beast's front legs, making a sound of metal clashing. Xiaoyuan took a closer look and found that although the beast's front legs were short and thick, they had 4 sharp claws on them, which looked like eagle claws. What the hell is this? Seeing that time is running out, Xiaoyuan's silver knife flew out of his right hand and stabbed the Thunder Beast, stabbing 3 times in a row. Poochie! The last stab went straight into the Thunder Beast's ribs, and the severe pain made the Thunder Beast even more manic. It opened its big mouth, and its teeth full of sharp teeth bit Xiaoyuan's arm fiercely. Swoosh! Xiaoyuan's left hand twined and changed again, just before the Thunder Beast was about to bite him. The sharp sword pierced through the Thunder Beast's head, and the sword tip pierced through its mouth and emerged from the back of its head. Xiao Yuan pulled out Tuanan, and saw a layer of light blue light on the originally silver Tuanan, which gradually merged into the world and finally disappeared. Sun Quan, who was beside Xiao Yuan, didn't have Tuanan's help, but with his amazing skills, he still killed a Thunder Beast controlled by a crossbow. For a moment, the screams of the Thunder Beasts being attacked resounded through the night sky. "Boss, look over there!" Xi and Mao exclaimed, pointing to a group of dark night demons that were attacking this side not far away. "Hee hee, you want to come now? It's too late." Xiao Yuan looked at the Thunder Beasts that were already dead and injured, and shouted, "Brothers, retreat." Xiao Yuan waved his hand, and slashed the crossbow arrows on the Thunder Beast, and threw them backwards. His body flew into the air, and flew away with the recovered crossbow arrows. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of figures crossed the night sky, and the cloaks behind them were extremely eye-catching in the moonlight. "Ha ha ha! It's great! It's great!" Sheng Dong's voice rang out in the night sky. "How many lives of our brothers have been destroyed by this Thunder Beast? Today, they finally pay for their blood debt with blood. Ha, there will be many more opportunities like this in the future." Xiao Yuan glanced at Yueshio Street. "Let's go see how Instructor Ouyang is doing first." Hearing this, everyone sped up and flew towards Yueshio Street. Sun Quan flew in the air, and the scenery on both sides passed by quickly. At one moment, she saw a little girl flash past her sight. A little girl with a ponytail and a pink skirt. She once said to herself with a smile that named Shirley. Chapter 99. The battle on Yueshio Street was fierce. The positions bearing the pressure of the night demons' frontal attack were covered with the corpses of demons and silver-winged soldiers. The strong smell of blood spread on the street. If Xiao Yuan and his group were slower, the entire street defense zone would have been completely breached. After the addition of the demons, the opponent's attack intensity became more fierce. Yueshio Street managed to hold on, but it did not mean that other places would be the same. After the news of the fall of Chomping Street, and when Wenha Street came, Ouyang and others realized that the defense line in the city might have been abandoned voluntarily. Without the support of the two defense zones on the left and right, if they continue to hold on, they will most likely be attacked from both sides. When Li Jin was formulating the battle plan for the city's defense line, he had already predicted today's situation. According to his plan, the city's defense line is very likely to be broken through by the Night Demon in an attack method that has never been seen before. When most of the city's defense line is lost, the Silver Wing Army can retreat to the North City defense line, which is also the last line of defense in A City. Before dawn, the Silver Wing Army withdrew from the city in an orderly manner. Because Li Jin had planned the route, and the troops responsible for covering in advance, the entire retreat process was rapid, minimizing casualties. North City defense line, front line. Xiao Yuan sighed, as he looked at the tall buildings in the city defense line. Ouyang came here after a round of inspection. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking dejected, she said, "You killed 10 Thunder Beasts today, you did a good job." Hee. Xiao Yuan smiled, with bitterness in his smile. "What's the use of killing 10 Thunder Beasts? The city defense line is still lost." Ouyang showed a look of understanding, and laughed in his heart. "This kid looks quite smart. Why is he stuck in a dead end here?" Her beautiful eyes followed Xiao Yuan's gaze towards the city, and suddenly asked, "Xiao Yuan, what do you think is the most important thing for us to fight the Night Demon?" "The most important thing?" Xiao Yuan thought for a while, and answered uncertainly, It should be the technology we have mastered, such as the Ming silver knife." "You are partly right." Ouyang took out the silver knife she was wearing, and made a beautiful knife flower in her hand. "But this is not the most important thing." "Not the most important thing?" "Look around you." Ouyang pointed at the resting Silver Wing soldiers around her, and said earnestly, "The most important and precious thing for our Silver Wing Corps is actually soldiers, like you. It doesn't matter if the defense line is lost, as long as people are still there, we can build a line of defense. However, once soldiers like you who are experienced in fighting against the Night Demons die, it will be a huge loss for the Silver Wing Corps." Xiao Yuan carefully thought about Ouyang words, and the haze brought by the loss of the defense line gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath, looking much more relaxed, and said with a smile, "Hey, I'm just annoyed by the endless tricks of the Night Demon. It's too passive to keep defending like this." Hee. Ouyang covered her mouth, and laughed so hard that her body shook. "What? What's wrong with what I said?" Xiao Yuan felt uneasy at Ouyang's laughter, wondering if what he said was so funny. "I am laughing. You and Commander Legion are thinking the same thing. Yang patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Let's go now, and rush to the Combat Command Center. Commander Legion is looking for you. Looking for me? Xiao Yuan's heart moved when he heard this. Could it be that the plan was going to be launched? Besides me, will there be people from other teams going? How should I know? You will know when you get there. Yang smiled and said that she didn't know too much about it. North City, Combat Command Center. Buzz? The big screen hanging on the wall lit up, illuminating the 5 people sitting in front. Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, Zhou Nan, and Yin Pang Fei, the 5 most outstanding team captains of the current Silver Wing Corps, gathered here at the same time. Li Ming stood up and walked to the screen, her pretty face rarely serious. You 5 are the most elite soldiers in our army, and also the most outstanding commanders in wartime. This operation will be fully entrusted to you to carry out alone. Carry out alone? Xiao Yuan frowned slightly after hearing her words. Legion had roughly talked about the nature of this operation before, but did not explain it in detail. From what he said, this mission might be different from the usual operations. North City is our last line of defense, and the basis for carrying out this operation. Li Ming zoomed out the map on the screen. 2/3 of A City had turned red. There were dense red spots and marks distributed throughout the urban area, representing the night demons lurking in the city. After 38 days of fighting, we have basically confirmed that the main force of the night demons are all entrenched in the city and the southern suburbs. For this mission, you will lead your elite teams to go deep behind enemy lines, wait for opportunities, and collect key intelligence about the night demons. Key intelligence? Sheng Dong thought carefully and asked first, the core of this mission is not to destroy the night demons, but to collect intelligence? Yes. Li Ming slid his fingers on the data meter in front of him, and photos appeared on the screen. This is what Professor Shi, an expert in anatomy, found when he dissected the nightmare. Please see. Is this a gill? Even though Sheng Dong is always calm, he was surprised when he saw this photo. We originally thought that the nightmare was a mammal, but later we found out that we were wrong. Li Ming looked at the photo, and couldn't help but feel incredible even though he had seen it many times. This discovery also made the army make adjustments to this operation. Ahem. Legion cleared his throat, and waved to Li Ming, indicating that he would speak next. Seeing Legion stand up, the 5 people below couldn't help but straighten their backs and look at him without blinking. Sheng Dong, do you think our defense line in A City can repel the night demon? Legion Commander, Legion's question made Sheng Dong sweat on his head, and he didn't know how to answer. It doesn't matter, there are no outsiders here, just say what's in your heart. I think it's difficult to repel the night demon by relying on the defense line in the north of the city. Sheng Dong looked at Legion carefully, afraid that what he said would make him unhappy. Yes, it's very difficult. Legion smiled after hearing Sheng Dong's words. Not only Sheng Dong thinks so, you should have similar ideas, right? Captain, I think. Xiao Yuan looked around and said, I think everything depends on human efforts. Legion's smile became more sincere after hearing this, and he praised, what a great saying. In this operation, your task is actually very difficult. Legion pointed to the vast land outside A City. The night demon has too many secrets, and his methods are endless, and we are often passive. This time, we will use A City to bring almost all the main forces of the night demons here, providing conditions for your 5 teams to go out after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I want you to do your best to collect intelligence on the night demons and find their weaknesses. If you can find their key points, you should make a comprehensive judgment and act. It is best to destroy their key points and make them suffer. If conditions do not allow, you must save your strength and look for opportunities to return to A City. During the entire operation, the satellite navigation system in the vast area occupied by the night demons will fail, and you will become an isolated force. And during your operation, all members of the Silver Wings Corps, including me, will stay at the North City defense line and wait for your return, and live and die with North City. Legion's last words made the 5 people feel excited, and Zhou Nan was so excited that he trembled secretly, because the opportunity he had been waiting for finally came. Chapter 100. September 20th, 2078, the Mid-Autumn Festival in Country A. A City, North City defense line. A bright full moon hangs in the night sky. Xiao Yuan, Zhu Xian, Ling Hu 3 teams gathered together. In front of them were 3 action vehicles provided by the Combat Command Center. Xiao Yuan took a deep look at the defense line ahead, and took a deep breath. In the defense line, Yang Ying's figure was on a tall building, watching their gathering figures, clenching her fists tightly. Let's go! Xiao Yuan waved his hand and turned to walk into the car. Buzz! The 3 combat vehicles made a slight buzzing sound and drove northward in the night. Can they succeed? The 3 vehicles in Ouyang Ying's sight gradually disappeared into the night. Don't you believe in my senior brother? A young man slowly walked out from behind Ouyang Ying, wearing a beige baseball cap on his head. It was Mu Xian with a smile on his face. Humph! Ouyang Ying snorted. If he was really so predictable, Falcon would not have only survived a few hundred people. Are you still blaming him? Mu Xian blew on her hands to warm them up. My senior brother escaped death and took on the responsibility of building a new army. He was very hard. Mu Xian walked to Ouyang Ying and stopped smiling. She whispered, Sister Yang Yang, he always wanted to talk to you. Xiao Xian. Ouyang Ying's voice suddenly rose. I never blamed him. I just don't want to think about the past anymore. Give me some time. Mu Xian looked at Ouyang Ying's back helplessly, shrugged, and said to himself, when will you be able to cross this hurdle? Hey! Quack! Inside the Silver Moon team's car, a fat duck quacked twice and flew onto Sun Wan's lap. Hey! What are you looking at, you poor boy? Have you ever seen such a handsome duck? Lord Yuga shook his head and shouted at Qi Ming, who was looking over here. Ouch! This duck can talk? Qi Ming was startled by Lord Yuga. My lord, I can not only talk, I can also hit people. Lord Yuga flapped his wings and challenged Qi Ming. Come here. I will beat your pig head. Qi Ming had never encountered such a thing before. He was stunned and didn't say a word for a long time. Xiao Yuan knew that this fat duck had been idle in the RV recently, and would talk nonsense endlessly, so he quickly interrupted it. Master Yuga, why are you here? Xiao Yuan touched the skeleton doll hanging on the side with his fingers to tease her. Hey, I'm worried about my wife, right? Master Yuga rubbed Sun Wan's arm, his green beam-like eyes shining. Our operation this time is very dangerous. Can you handle it with your small body? Xiao Yuan looked up and down at Master Yuga's 2 tails of meat, revealing a questioning look. TSK. Lord Yuga glanced at Xiao Yuan. Do you think you can complete this mission by yourself? My lord is afraid that you will sacrifice my wife, so I rushed over to help you. Don't worry, although my lord looks like a mess now, my mind is still there. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan knew that although Lord Yuga refused to say it, he was still concerned about the safety of himself and Sun Wan. Lord Yuga, this duck full of secrets, although his combat power is insufficient, he seems to be knowledgeable and often surprising. Wang Ruofei is an excellent driver, sitting in the front seat and concentrating on driving, while Lin Lang, who is responsible for vigilance, is in the passenger seat. The others sit in the back, surrounding the talkative Lord Yuga and asking questions non-stop. The car is driving smoothly, and Wang Ruoling spreads a map on the table, marking the area where Xiao Yuan's team is going. Xiao Yuan, Shundong, and Yan, Zhou Nan, Pang Fei, 5 teams with a total of more than 100 people go to 5 areas respectively and conduct investigations in their respective areas. In addition, after experiencing the baptism of war, Xiao Yuan and the other 5 were promoted to company commanders. Due to the special nature of this mission, each of them temporarily leads 3 teams. After completing this mission, those who have made outstanding contributions to the Silver Wing Corps will become candidates for the Corps and fill the vacancies of Deputy Corps Commanders in various Corps. The reason why Zhou Nan was so excited after hearing about the mission was that he knew the reward of this mission in advance from some channels. As long as he can complete this mission well, it will be like a step to heaven. With the current performance of the Silver Wing Corps, the expansion of the army is almost a foregone conclusion, and the power held by the Deputy Corps Commander will be further enhanced by then. Zhou Nan is capable and ambitious. He will do his best to do things that involve his own interests. It was because of this that Li Jin chose Zhou Nan as one of the 5 teams. At our current speed, we can reach the outskirts of the south suburbs camp before dawn. Wang Ruoling analyzed at the table. We plan to enter the outer forest first and investigate the south suburbs camp during the day. Everyone, take a look at the ground pictures taken by the satellite before. Xiao Yuan distributed the photos in his hand to everyone. Satellites cannot capture the southern suburbs camp area now, so we can only rely on experience and luck this time. Liang Lu frowned slightly, obviously worried about this operation. There's something going on ahead. Lin Lang, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, shouted to the back, interrupting everyone's conversation. The Silver Moon team's car slowly stopped, and Xiao Yuan walked to the front. He saw a slightly fluorescent object lying on the ground a few hundred meters ahead of him, trembling slightly. Let everyone be careful, Xiao Yuan said, and got out of the car first. The temperature was surprisingly low in the wild at night. Xiao Yuan's exhaled breath turned into a breath, which was extremely conspicuous. Everyone filed out. Xiao Yuan walked in the front and relied on his excellent night vision to look at the object in front of him. Under the moonlight, a small creature with black fur curled up there. Judging from the ears, it should be a cat. When it heard Xiao Yuan's approaching footsteps, the little creature moved slightly and showed its head. After seeing its appearance, Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a small black cat. Its eyes were like two obsidians, its pink nose sniffed the air, and its motionless body stood up. Meow! Meow! The little black cat walked towards Xiao Yuan with cat steps, as if it had met its long-lost master. Except for the fluorescence all over its body, the little black cat was no different from an ordinary kitten. It ran to Xiao Yuan's feet, and rubbed his trouser legs like a spoiled child. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but lean down and touch the kitten's head. Lord Yuga stood in front of the car window, staring at the black kitten with his mung bean-like eyes. It shook its duckbill uneasily and whispered, "What is coming will come, and it can't be avoided, quack." Inside Xiao Yuan's close-fitting inner pocket, a badge that had been through countless years appeared on the surface, with the same fluorescence as the kitten. On the badge, the exquisitely carved flames and dragons were vivid against the light, especially the dragon, which seemed to be alive at any time. Chapter 101. The mountains in the southern suburbs are rolling. The forest was dark and silent in the night. After the three teams of Xiao Yuan arrived at the designated location, they immediately set about setting up a temporary camp. They used the prepared color-changing materials to build the camp, and after completion, they perfectly enclosed the three vehicles. From the outside, this place is almost the same as an ordinary forest. It is difficult to discover the mystery without walking up to it. In the temporary camp, Wang Ruoling held up a small notebook that she often used and said, "It is about 30 minutes from here to the southern suburbs camp. Most of the way is forest, and the rest is plain. Everyone take a break for an hour. Lin Lang, Xiao Xian, He Zhong, and Lu Mao will be on guard at the periphery. I will lead the team to investigate in an hour." Xiao Yuan thought for a while, and assigned the tasks. He added, "Be extra careful when using lights, and be careful not to be exposed." "Yes, Captain, boss." The four agreed and set off to fly to the periphery. This damn weather is terrible. Ling Hu rubbed his hands, and came over to complain. "It's good if it doesn't rain. If it rains, the pressure on the north city of Ace will be very great." Xiao Yuan raised the silver-white gloves on his hands, and clenched them slightly. "We must speed up a bit." Ling Hu scratched his head, as if he didn't expect Xiao Yuan to go so far, and laughed. "You always have a good brain. I will do whatever you say." "Ha." Ling Hu's appearance amused Xiao Yuan. He patted Ling Hu on the shoulder and said, "Go and have a good rest first, and take the good players in the team out later. Drink some hot water." Seeing Ling Hu leave, Sun Wan, who was waiting on the side, handed a cup of hot water to Xiao Yuan. "Warm yourself up." The warmth in his hand made Xiao Yuan feel more relaxed. He and Sun Wan walked side by side to the edge of the camp, and looked up to admire the bright moon in the sky. "Shan Wan, do you think we can succeed this time?" Xiao Yuan stroked the water cup, and suddenly asked in a low voice. "Are you worried about this mission?" Sun Wan looked at his handsome profile, as if she had discovered a new world. "You said so confidently at the mobilization meeting, I thought you were sure." Hee. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly, and took a sip of the hot water in the cup. "What else can I do, if I don't say that? If I show no confidence, everyone will lose confidence even more." I felt strange from the beginning. The decision of the Legion commander seemed strange. Xiao Yuan frowned and said, "Too risky." He turned around and looked at Sun Wan's beautiful brown eyes in the night. "Is it really reliable to pin our hopes on the 5 teams? Isn't this bet too big?" Sun Wan blinked her eyes and asked, "Do you think the whole thing is wrong?" I was always confused before, but now I can probably understand his thoughts. As the first army dedicated to fighting the Night Demon, the entire Silver Wing Corps is probably a test subject or a sacrifice in his eyes. "Ah?" Sun Wan was stunned by his words. This is impossible." I don't mean that he doesn't care about the Silver Wing Corps." Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand, and pinched Sun Wan's pink face. "Humans really know too little about the Night Demon. Before the battle in A City started, he should have anticipated the outcome. But his strategic goal may never be to defend A City." "What would that be?" Sun Wan asked curiously, holding Xiao Yuan's magic hand that was pinching her face. "Intelligence. While delaying the Night Demon as much as possible, get more real and effective intelligence about the Night Demon. Xiao Yuan showed a look of enlightenment, and his voice suddenly increased. It must be like this. He won't tell anyone about this idea, because he wants the Silver Wing Legion to fight bravely. This also explains why he sent 5 of the most elite teams to go deep behind enemy lines to collect intelligence. After listening to Xiao Yuan, Sun Quan asked, the commander is now fighting against the night demons with everyone. Since the Silver Wings are the sacrifices, why did he choose to stick to it? Does he want to sacrifice together? This is the most admirable thing about him. Xiao Yuan saw the elegant and gentle man in front of him and said, in his eyes, as long as it is beneficial to the night demon war, even sacrificing himself is worth it. Sun Quan looked at Xiao Yuan's admiring look and poked him in the face. What? Do you want to learn from him? Me? Xiao Yuan seemed to think carefully for a while, and said, I can't do it. I can't have the awareness of sacrificing my life for justice. I have to live well and protect you. A city, Nanju Camp. Since the withdrawal of the Silver Wing Army, Nanju Camp has gradually become deserted. The huge camp, at night, is silent, just like a scene in a horror movie. Not far from Nanju Camp, a group of people are walking in the wild grass that is almost as tall as a person. Xiao Yuan, Sun Quan, Qi Ming, Ling Hu, Feng Yueyin, and Wei Yan raised their bodies from time to time to look into the distance. Sha sha sha. The night wind blew the weeds and made a series of noises. Xiao Yuan walked at the front, listening carefully to the sounds coming from afar. The closer he got to the South Suburbs camp, the more cautious he became. The pitch-black South Suburbs camp always gave him an unfathomable feeling. Squeak! Suddenly, a cry came from the front. Schwa! 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 The sound of the silver sword coming out of its sheath became continuous. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and whispered, It's okay, just a mouse. Boss, are there really night demons here? Qi Ming asked in a low voice. Satellites cannot take photos of this area, so there may be something strange. Xiao Yuan signaled Qi Ming to keep quiet, and continued to move forward. The 6 people leaned against the wall, outside the South Suburb camp, and waited quietly for a while, until they heard no unusual sounds. Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming stood up at the same time, took 2 steps back and jumped lightly, grabbed the wall with both hands, and climbed over the high wall lightly. The whole action was smooth and flowing. After Xiao Yuan's body was strengthened by the RV's strengthening device, his night vision was enhanced. With the help of the full moon's moonlight, he could see the surrounding situation clearly. There were 5 buildings, and 2 training grounds distributed around. The training ground facilities that had been unattended for a long time made a slight creak sound from time to time in the night wind. Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming walked briskly towards the 2 nearest buildings, and Sun Quan and the other 4 climbed over the wall behind them. Xiao Yuan walked to the bottom of the building on the left, stuck his head out, and looked carefully ahead. A small piece of green land. Although it was autumn, the branches and leaves were still lush, and there should be a few buildings behind the green land, but the shadows were not clear. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand and made a safe gesture. Qi Ming on the other side also sent a message to indicate that there was nothing unusual. Captain Xiao, the South Suburb camp seems to be fine. Wei Yan looked around. Should we continue to explore? Don't worry, continue to explore. There may be traces of the night demon left here. Keep checking. Wei Yan listened to Xiao Yuan's words, looked at Xiao Yuan deeply, and stopped talking. He silently followed the others to continue exploring. After searching 3 buildings in a row without finding anything, the 6 people came to the last and largest building. This building is 12 stories high, and was once used as a dormitory for recruits of the Silver Wing Corps. Now it is deserted and increasingly desolate. Creaky. Carefully pushing open the door on the first floor, everyone filed in, and the building was still silent. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment, and said to Ling Hu, Let's split up. You go west, and I go east to check quickly. If there is anything, return to the lobby on the first floor to gather. Understood. Ling Hu agreed and led Feng Yueyin and Wei into the west stairs. Huh? Xiao Yuan exhaled and walked towards the east stairs. The shockproof military boots on Xiao Yuan and the other 2 people's feet came in handy at this time. The sound of walking on the ground, and whoever was walking on it was very subtle. Xiao Yuan looked around vigilantly. When he walked to the 3rd floor, his body suddenly stopped and stared at the 5 black shadows jumping not far in front of him. Others could not see clearly, but Xiao Yuan's eyes saw it clearly, with the help of the moonlight through the window panes. Those 5 black shadows were none other than the night demons, who had killed countless humans. Chapter 102. The moment he saw the night demon, Xiao Yuan tensed up and gestured to the 2 people behind him. Having fought together for a long time, Sun Quan and Qi Ming naturally understood Xiao Yuan's signals. When Xiao Yuan rushed out, the two of them raised their silver swords and rushed towards the night demon. The sound of running was heard far away in the silent corridor. The ears of the 5 jumping night demons moved, and they immediately determined the location of Xiao Yuan and the other two. Swoosh! Xiao Yuan raised his left hand, and Tu Nan turned into a silver light. Puff! The tip of the silver claw pierced into the night demon's brain, and the strong impact force sent its body flying far away. The tragic death of their companions made the night demons extremely angry. One of the night demons flapped its wings and jumped up suddenly, opening its mouth wide and rushing toward Xiao Yuan. Woo! Before the night demon could scream, Xiao Yuan took advantage of Tu Nan's impact and accelerated his body suddenly, and cut the night demon's neck with a knife. Puff! The blade pierced into the flesh, and the night demon was killed with a clean and neat blow. After the other 2 night demons that flew over were killed by Sun Quan and Qi Ming, the last one saw that something was wrong and turned around and ran away. She opened her mouth wide while running, wanting to make a sound. The special sound of the night demon can be heard from a long distance. If it sends a signal, the exploration of the southern suburbs camp may be interrupted. After killing a night demon, Sun Quan noticed its intention. She took down the longbow behind her, drew the bow and shot the arrow in one go. Swoosh! The ice blue feather arrow cut through the air and accurately shot the back of the night demon's head. The night demon, who was jumping into the air, froze, and then turned into blood-colored mist and dissipated in the corridor. Qi Ming looked at Sun Wan's longbow that turned pure black at night, smacked his lips. This bow and arrow is so powerful, can you make me one too? I can make one. Xiao Yuan took back Tu Nan and whispered, but the bow and arrow are not suitable for you, the mace is more suitable. Hee hee. Qi Ming smiled. My old cheese fingers are as thick as carrots, and it is indeed more suitable to use a mace. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Yuan walked forward carefully. Where there are night demons guarding, there will be nothing. Be careful. The doors of the rooms on both sides were tightly closed. As a former recruit, Xiao Yuan was naturally very familiar with the internal structure. Click! The door handle made a slight sound in his hand. Squeak! Contrary to Xiao Yuan's expectation, the door was easily opened. Xiao Yuan looked inside, but found that there was nothing special inside. There were 4 single beds, a simple wardrobe, and a table, nothing else. Xiao Yuan's guarded heart fell, and he was a little disappointed. He thought that there would be something worth exploring here with the night demon patrolling. After opening the doors of the dorms one after another, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. When Xiao Yuan walked to a door at the end of the middle corridor, he suddenly found that the door could not be opened. He raised his eyebrows. Someone locked the door? Qi Ming stood behind Xiao Yuan, looked up at the sign above the door, and read, Training Summary Room. This is the place for weekly training summaries. During the training of new recruits, the Silver Wing Corps must evaluate and summarize the training progress and results every week. Especially after the introduction of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, it has become more necessary to exchange experiences and feedback the skills and problems encountered during use. The training summary room is essentially an informal experience exchange meeting, so it is held in the recruit dormitory. Click, click, click. After several consecutive failures, Xiao Yuan put his ear to the door and listened quietly for a long time, but did not hear anything unusual. Is it really locked when retreating? Xiao Yuan murmured. Boss, let me do it. Qi Ming smiled when he saw the door was locked, and took out 2 things similar to ear picks from his inner pocket. Qi Ming leaned over and fiddled with the door for a while, and suddenly heard a click, and the door lock was opened directly by him. Seeing Xiao Yuan gave him a thumbs up, Qi Ming patted his chest proudly, opened the door and looked inside. Swish! Qi Ming felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a sharp thing with barbs suddenly hit his face. Too fast! The whole process happened the moment Qi Ming opened the door, and before he could react, the thing was already in front of him. Ah! Clang! A crashing sound was heard, and Sun Quan took advantage of the situation to pull Qi Ming back. In front of where Qi Ming was originally standing, a silver shield blocked the attack of that thing. After Xiao Yuan instinctively saved Qi Ming's life, he couldn't help but secretly say that it was a close call. He looked closely and found that what attacked Qi Ming was a tentacle-like thing, with a black light at the tip, covered with a layer of cuticle and barbs on both sides, and it was extremely powerful. Shwa! Shwa! Xiao Yuan swung the silver knife in his right hand and chopped at the tentacle, and Sun Quan behind him also launched an attack at the same time. Although the tip of the tentacle was sharp, the back should be very vulnerable. After dodging Xiao Yuan's attack, it was cut by Sun Wan's knife, and blue liquid flowed out of it. The tentacle shrank after being injured and quickly retreated in Xiao Yuan's sight. Buzz! Tu Nan made a buzzing sound, and the entire surface of the shield emitted a strong light, illuminating the scene in the room clearly. In the middle of the huge conference room, there was a strange plant growing in a small pool of water. The pool was 4 square meters in size, and seemed to be built later. The roots of the plant were clearly visible. A large purple flower bud grew on the part exposed above the water, with 2 tentacles extending from the middle of the bud, one of which was shrinking back with blue liquid. Thick curtains were hung around the house, and there should be something standing behind the curtains. Xiao Yuan didn't have time to care about the curtains. Seeing the appearance of the plant, he knew it was not something easy to deal with, so he rushed up with the Ming knife. Snap! Another uninjured tentacle swung in the air with a crisp sound, and suddenly pulled toward Xiao Yuan. Come on! Xiao Yuan shouted, and rushed towards the tentacle. Relying on the gloves transformed by Tu Nan, he grabbed the tentacle. He felt his palms numb after the shock. Even with Tu Nan's cushioning, if an ordinary person was hit by it, his bones would be broken. The tentacle twisted and struggled desperately, causing Xiao Yuan's body to shake. You bastard! How dare you trick me? Qi Ming recovered from the shock and rushed towards this side, like a gust of wind. Swish! Qi Ming swung a knife, but was dodged by the tentacle. The last knife fell, and almost hit Xiao Yuan. Sun Wan was entangled by another tentacle, and was fighting fiercely. Seeing this scene, she hurriedly shouted, Brother Qi Flower. Attack that flower. Qi Ming responded. Seeing Qi Ming, the tentacle ran towards the flower, and seemed to have consciousness, trying desperately to get rid of Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan's entanglement. As the elite of the Silver Wing Corps, how could these 2 people be easy to deal with? No matter how it struggled, it was still held back by the 2. Qi Ming rushed to the front of the flower and swung the silver knife in his hand, cutting it down with one knife. Swish! 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 With 3 consecutive slashes, Qi Ming chopped the flower bud into pieces. After the flower bud was destroyed, the 2 tentacles, which were originally extremely powerful, twitched for a while, and the power contained in them retreated rapidly, and finally fell to the ground and withered quickly. Hoo hoo hoo! Xiao Yuan panted and sat on the ground. The tentacle was incredibly powerful, and it took him a lot of effort to pull it. Boss, are you okay? Qi Ming hurried over to help Xiao Yuan up. It's okay. Fortunately, this thing has a weakness. Xiao Yuan shook his head and looked at Sun Wan. Seeing her smile at him to show that she was okay, he was relieved. After confirming that the tentacle flower was dead, Xiao Yuan picked up the Ming knife on the ground and walked towards the curtain. When he pulled open the heavy curtain, even though he had seen too many incredible things, he still couldn't help but exclaimed, Ah! Chapter 103. Behind the crimson curtain stood 3 rows of people with peaceful faces and closed eyes. Xiao Yuan roughly estimated that there were more than 60 people. He approached the person in the front carefully to see whether they were dead or alive. Hoo hoo hoo! The even breathing sound came from the nose of the man in the front, which sounded like the sound of a person in sleep. They are still alive. Xiao Yuan explained in a low voice. These people are still alive. Why are they here? Sun Wan reached out and touched a girl's cheek. The body temperature is different from that of the demons, so they should be in a dormant state. Dormant state? Yes. Sun Wan pointed to the people in the room with their eyes closed and said, or to put it another way, they are all living dead. What do the night demons want to do? Qi Ming scratched his head with an unpleasant expression and shuddered. Who knows? Let me try to wake them up, Xiao Yuan said as he stretched out his hand to the person in front of him. Woo wow! Woo wow! The sharp and unique cry of the night demon startled Xiao Yuan and the other 2. Oh no! Something happened to Tiger. Xiao Yuan shouted and ran downstairs first. When Xiao Yuan and the other 2 arrived on the first floor, they happened to meet Linghu and others running from the other side. Hurry! Hurry up! Linghu only had time to shout at this side, and ran out of the building quickly. Awah! Awah! The dense footsteps and roars, like beasts from upstairs, made Xiao Yuan dare not stay. Everyone ran out of the building first, and heard the night demons screaming from the camp in the distance. Turning around and bypassing the dormitory building, the 6 people rushed all the way to the forest. After seeing the forest not far away, Xiao Yuan's heart finally fell. The Silver Wings Corps, which is used to relying on anti-gravity maneuvers, will be greatly weakened in the plains. Once surrounded, they will fall into an extremely passive situation. The 6 people entered the forest one after another, and finally stopped to take a breath. Xiao Yuan leaned against a big tree and panted, and asked Ling Hu, "Tiger, what happened over there just now?" Ling Hu unscrewed the kettle, took a few gulps of water and sighed. "Today is really a ghost. What's going on?" "We heard the screams of the night demons on the other side." "That's not the screams of the night demons." Ling Hu wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth and said, "That's a person. It's a sound made by a person." "People?" Xiao Yuan was surprised. "You mean that sound is?" Ling Hu slapped his head and sighed. "Hey, we met a team of 5 night demons over there, and it didn't take much effort to deal with them. But in a summary meeting room there is a strange flower with tentacles." "Huh?" Ling Hu looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. You also encountered that thing?" "Not only that, there are also half a room of people standing motionless behind the curtains." Thinking of that scene, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Unlike the real battle with the night demon, the unknown and weird living dead made people feel cold in their hearts. "Yes, those are the people," Ling Hu responded loudly. "We saw the plant and wanted to investigate, but we didn't expect." Ling Hu's face turned pale at that moment. They all woke up suddenly, and made the kind of sounds that only night demons can make. "Woke up?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and stopped walking towards the temporary camp. "But the people we saw were always asleep." "Oh!" Ling Hu heard this, and described the process of entering the house in detail. After listening, Xiao Yuan did not find any difference. The final guess was that the living dead would wake up within a period of time after the death of the strange flower. If Xiao Yuan and the other 2 stayed a little longer, they would have waited until the group of people in the house woke up. Temporary camp. Xiao Yuan, Ling Hu, and Chu Xian sat around a small stove and summarized the process of today's operation. After listening, Chu Xian slapped his thigh and sighed. "I didn't expect that there were so many ghosts in the south suburbs camp. I must take me with me next time." Xiao Yuan was amused when he heard this. "Brother Chu, aren't you afraid?" Chu Xian poked his tendon muscles and grinned. "I am not afraid of fighting, but I am afraid of being idle. Don't let me stay in the camp next time you act." "Ha." Xiao Yuan was touched by Chu Xian's optimism and felt relieved. "Don't worry, Brother Chu. I have a task for you." "Oh, just tell me. I take care of it." "I need Brother Chu to lead a team to guard the southern periphery of the Nanju camp and keep an eye on its movements." Xiao Yuan drew a simple topographic map on the ground and pointed to the Nanju camp in the middle. "I will lead the team to the north of the Nanju camp to keep an eye on its movements. Tiger will stay at the camp and be ready at all times. If something happens on both sides, and we need support, you must leave immediately." Ling Hu saw Xiao Yuan's serious words and realized that this was not the time to argue about who should go out, so he nodded to show that he understood. "Captain, how long do we have to stay here?" Liang Lu asked. "The search area is still very large. If we delay too long, I'm afraid." 5 days. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and said, "We will use 5 days to look for clues. If there is no progress after 5 days, we will evacuate immediately. There are many secrets hidden in the Nanju camp, but with their current strength, they can't break through them at all." After the first action was discovered, the night demons became alert, and it was very irrational to enter Mao County again. After fighting with the night demons, Xiao Yuan had already treated them as intelligent creatures. Any negligence and recklessness would bring devastating disasters to the entire team. A city, North City defense line. The battle continued, and the surging night demons attacked in waves. The entire North City defense line was bathed in blood and fire. The sound of the anti-gravity maneuvering device starting, the screams of the night demons descending from high altitude, the humming of the blades cutting through the air, the roar of humans fighting. On such a bright moon night, an infinite cycle of life and death was staged. Facing the crazy attack of the night demon, the casualties of the Silver Wings Corps, who held the last line of defense, were also increasing. A city, Combat Command Center. Legion held the battle report data of the past few days. His face was calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. "Captain, the first batch of technicians have begun to move." Li Ming stood beside him and said softly, "Well, let the logistics department speed up the process and make sure all technicians are sent away within 3 days, and..." Legion paused and said, "Transfer the personnel who are training the anti-gravity maneuvering device, along with the training data of the Silver Wing Corps over the past few months." Li Ming wrote down Legion's words one by one, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. "Brother Jin, can we not win?" Legion raised his head and looked at Li Ming, as if he was talking to himself, but also to Li Ming. Muttered, "We will win, Even if we lose this time, sooner or later, we will win. Chapter 104. At noon, the sun shines into the forest through the dense leaves. The group walked quietly in the forest, and the only sound they could hear was the rustling of fallen leaves. And Yin and Bai Lu walked in the middle of the team, stopping from time to compare the map and adjust the direction of advance. Brethren, we are already very deep in the mountains. Bai Lu followed in Yin and looked around from time to time. Well, we should be able to reach the designated location before dark. The area we are responsible for is mostly forests. I really don't know what the Legion commander thinks. Bai Lu complained dissatisfiedly. What valuable things can there be in this deep mountain? Haha, are you anxious? Seeing Bai Lu looking like she had suffered a loss, and Yin comforted her. Before the satellite failed, an abnormality was found in this area. The Corps commander will not give us a meaningless task. Bai Lu said coquettishly. Her voice was so soft that it made people's bones weak. Of course I know, but I am a little anxious after marching for 2 consecutive days. The two of them walked and talked, and suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from the front. Brethren, there is something going on ahead. A young man with a flat head and small eyes ran from the front of the team in a hurry. What happened? Xiaolu, tell me slowly. Wang Yu and I have been exploring the way and on guard, and we found some strange things in the pond not far ahead. Strange things? Yes. Xiaolu nodded vigorously, making an exaggerated arc with his hands. A bull head as big as half my body stretched out from the pond and took the rabbit by the pond in one bite. It was very fast, and the bull had horns on its head. And Yin started to listen carefully, and the more he listened, the more he found something wrong. He grabbed Shiliu's arm, interrupted his endless chatter, and asked, Wait a minute, you said a bull lives in a pond and can take away a rabbit? Brethren, didn't you see that it's not an ordinary cow, it has horns on its head? It has horns on its head? Bai Lu was amused by Xiaolu's anxious explanation. Xiaolu is so anxious that he is confused. How can it be a strange thing for a cow to have horns? Xiaolu stretched his hands to the top of his head and gestured with his 5 fingers open. No, that cow has strange horns on its head, which are like deer horns. Deer horns? And Yin felt something was wrong when he heard it. A cow's head and deer horns? Isn't this similar to the thunder beast in Ace City? Thinking of this, and Yin waved to everyone and ran forward. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream from the front, mixed with the faint roar of a cow. Damn! In a hurry, and Yin activated the anti-gravity maneuvering device under his body. He took off suddenly with the help of the traction force, shuttled between the trees, and soon arrived at the pool of water that Xiaolu mentioned. When Yin arrived at the pool of water, he saw Wang Yu struggling by the side of the pool and about to enter it with his whole body. Seeing this, Yin was extremely anxious. He flew at the maximum speed and flashed towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who had already fallen into despair and looked like a dead man, saw Yin coming, and a ray of hope rose in his eyes. He stretched out a hand and shouted at Yin with blood in his mouth, Save me! Swish! Yin was in midair, and he had already drawn his sword and grabbed Wang Yu with his left hand. Moo! Splash! A low roar of a cow sounded in the pool, and then the water in the pool seemed to boil, and the water splashed. Just as Yin stretched out his hand to grab Wang Yu's body was suddenly pulled down by a huge force. Ah! Wang Yu screamed and sank into the pool. Gulyalu! And Yin roared at the bubbles that emerged, and the titanium alloy claw suddenly shot into the water, causing a series of splashes. And Yin's angry attack obviously did not work. When the water gradually calmed down, a shadow suddenly flashed under the deep pool. He only had time to see it once, and the shadow disappeared in the deep pool. Through the water waves, the palm-sized black scales appeared completely in Yin's eyes. Dang! The retracted alloy claw hit the rocks on the shore, awakening Yin from his daze. Brethren, are you okay? Bai Lu looked at the blood color in the pool, which was gradually becoming thinner, and frowned slightly. I'm fine. And Yin picked up the minging knife that fell on the ground, which was still stained with Wang Yu's blood. Bai Lu and others were a step slower than Yin, so they naturally didn't see the scene just now. Bai Lan took a few steps forward and looked into the pool. The bottom of the deep pool under the sunlight was still invisible. The deeper you go, the deeper and darker it is, like a bottomless abyss. Wang Yu just said he would stay here and watch, but I didn't expect that he would actually. Xiaolu stuttered, with sweat on his forehead. If it was him who stayed here and Wang Yu who went to report the news, then the one who died would be. Thinking of this, Xiaolu secretly shuddered and reminded himself to be extremely careful. Let everyone camp in the forest over there. And Yin held the blood-stained Minging knife and looked at the pool with cold eyes. Today I will have a good fight with this beast. Bai Lu looked at the people who were following orders and said worriedly, Brethren, what did you see just now? Is it really like what Xiao Lu said? Ah. And Yin sighed. I was a step slower and failed to save Xiao Lu. Just now in the pool, I really think I saw it. And Yin looked around and said in a low voice, Dragon. Dragon? Bai Lu covered her mouth in surprise, calmed down and asked, Could it be that you are dazzled? How can there really be dragons in this world? It shouldn't be. That thing looks very different from the thunder beast. It's covered with black scales and has a long body. I think it's a dragon. But, Bai Lu couldn't come up with a reason after a long time. For the people of Country A, the dragon is a magical creature from ancient times and recorded in history books. With the development of the times and the popularization of science, the dragon, as the spiritual totem of the people of Country A, has been portrayed as a fantasy creature that people have actively added and depicted. In modern times, there have been several famous dragon falling and dragon seeing incidents, which have also been brought to TV and online programs, and forcibly explained as a farce caused by various coincidences and visual errors in the name of science. Over time, even the people of Country A no longer believed in the existence of dragons, and the magical creatures and spiritual totems that had been passed down for thousands of years gradually faded. Before the outbreak of the night demon, not many people believed that dragons really appeared in the world. The real dragons, Jialong, Yinglong, and other mythical beasts active in ancient mythology can only appear occasionally in novels and live in a virtual and imaginary world. And Yin firmly believed that his eyes were not wrong, and he came back to his senses from the initial shock. An unprecedented excitement and curiosity surged in his heart, causing his hands to tremble slightly. If he could find and capture a living dragon, then this discovery would shock the entire Country A. Chapter 105. The wind blew at night, rustling the long grass in the wild. In the long grass that was almost as tall as a person, a few little heads occasionally appeared and looked into the distance. This was the third day that Xiao Yuan arranged the surveillance mission. For 3 days, he led the Silver Moon team to lurk on the north side of the south suburb camp, monitoring day and night. However, after the hustle and bustle at night, there was no movement in the south suburb camp. The dark camp was like a lurking giant beast, waiting for the curious humans, who could not wait to fall into its trap. Captain, today is already the 3rd day. Liang Lu lay beside Xiao Yuan, peering through the gaps in the grass with her almond-shaped eyes. If there is no progress on the 5th day, do we really have to retreat? Wait a little longer. Xiao Yuan replied casually, If there is no progress on the 5th day, I will personally lead the team to the south suburbs camp again. I disagree. Liang Lu objected while monitoring the front. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you, how can we continue the operation of the entire team? Seeing Liang Lu was not willing to give in, Xiao Yuan had no choice but to say, I just make a proposal first. We still have 2.5 days to discuss it. Anyway, I just don't agree. Liang Lu said angrily, Captain is too stubborn. We can't let you do what you want this time. Right, Xiao Yuan. Sun Wan, who was lying on the other side of Xiao Yuan, looked at Liang Lu's expectant eyes, then looked at Xiao Yuan, bit her teeth, and said softly, I go with you. Puff. Xian Mao was sitting in the back drinking water. He spit out a mouthful of water while listening to the conversation between the three of them. He squatted on the ground and laughed until his stomach hurt. You? Liang Lu turned her face away in anger and whispered, I shouldn't have asked you, damn girl. Xiao Yuan's intention was very clear. He was monitoring the south and north sides of the outer perimeter of the Nanju camp. According to the intelligence obtained in the first operation, the Nanju camp should have become a gathering point for the night demons. The Silver Wing Legion blocked the night demons head-on and tied up most of the main forces. The 20 or so people in Xiao Yuan's hands could not break through the Nanju camp at all. The risk of rashly going out was too great. Xiao Yuan adopted a conservative strategy, hoping that the night demons in the camp would come out on their own initiative, and the 3 teams would be able to find an opportunity to learn more about the situation inside at this time. Sha. Is someone coming? Lin Lang stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. It's me! The dusty Lu Ziliang shouted in a low voice, and walked quickly to Xiao Yuan and others. Captain, there is something going on at the south gate of the south suburb camp. South gate? Tell me the details. About half an hour ago, we changed shifts to monitor the south gate as usual. Lu Ziliang took a deep breath and said, We found that some strange creatures were queuing up from the south and pouring into the south gate. Where is Brother Chu now? Xiao Yuan asked hurriedly, fearing that Chu Xian would act impulsively. Brother Chu, leave the people to stay where they are. Let me and Yao Yao inform you and Captain Linghu. Well done. Xiao Yuan patted Lu Ziliang on the shoulder and praised. Everyone, set off immediately and head towards the south gate of the Nanju camp. Xiao Yuan called out and took the lead to walk forward. The group moved very fast. On the way, Lu Ziliang gave a general description of the creature. According to his description, the creature was not tall, about the same size as a rural pastoral dog, with short hair all over the body, and the color of the hair could not be seen clearly at night. The body was very wide, especially the back was flat, with 4 paws on the ground, and a round object on its back. The thing ran slowly but steadily, and entered the southern suburbs camp in a flash. It seemed to be continuing. When Xiao Yuan led the Silver Moon team to this side, Chu Xian and Ling Hu squatted behind the grass, staring at the scene in front of them. What's the situation? Xiao Yuan lowered his body and looked into the distance. Under the night sky, he saw a long line of strange creatures carrying round balls and running towards the southern suburbs camp. It has been in this state for a long time, and there is no sign of interruption. Chu Xian pointed to the creature in front of him, his tone full of surprise. What on earth is this thing? Whatever it is, we can catch a few and see what happens. Ling Hu slapped his head and rushed forward. Xiao Yuan stared at those strange creatures that looked like jackals but had broad and flat backs, and suddenly asked, do these creatures' collective actions look like humans carrying things? Carrying things? Indeed, they look like humans. Sun Wan said softly, for example, food? Food? Xiao Yuan seemed to have grasped that point from the thousands of tangled threads. Yes, it's food. Xiao Yuan pointed at the group of creatures and whispered, we have always overlooked one thing, that is the food of the night demon. The night demons. Food? Ling Hu and Chu Xian looked at each other, a little confused by Xiao Yuan's words. Aren't humans the food of the night demon? Shinmo thought of the humans who died on the battlefield after being sucked blood by the night demon, and couldn't help grinning. Captain, what you said makes sense. Liang Lu reacted the fastest and immediately understood what Xiao Yuan meant. We have always believed that the night demon kills humans in order to hunt prey. This is a fixed idea that is deeply rooted in people's minds. That's right. Xiao Yuan snapped his fingers and continued. If we jump out of that limited thinking, what if the night demons don't actually need humans as food? In that case, they need other channels to get food. But this is all speculation. Liang Lu frowned and said, what if those creatures look like this? Xiao Yuan looked towards the deep mountains where they came from, his eyes fixed. We need to go and see for ourselves. Under Xiao Yuan's command, the entire team was divided into 2, and 6 people returned to the temporary camp to save the data currently obtained. In this way, even if an accident occurs, when the Silver Wing Corps finds these cars again, they can pass on the valuable information they have obtained. At the same time, 3 cars were driven to the foot of the mountain in the south for use in retreat. The remaining 18 people followed Xiao Yuan and followed the team of those creatures, tracking their source in the opposite direction and entering the deep mountains. Looking at the rolling mountains, Xiao Yuan took a deep breath to calm his mood. Since the new army competition, Xiao Yuan has not entered the mountains for a long time. The mountains that once brought him glory and talent have become a maze full of unknowns and dangers. Xiao Yuan and Ling Hu walked at the front of the team, lowering their heads in the grass and moving slowly. In the distance, a row of creatures were running happily in small steps. Now that they were closer, Xiao Yuan could see the true appearance of those creatures. Their fur was extremely shiny, shining with silvery white light, which was very beautiful under the moonlight. The round object on its back trembled slightly, and it was carried steadily on its back without any effort. The round object was translucent, and it felt a bit like the colloid made by humans, but it was very different when you looked closely. A faint blue light was faintly visible inside. Chapter 106. The mountain wind howled, chilling people to the bone through their clothes. Xiao Yuan crouched behind the bushes, looking anxiously at the pack wolves that kept coming out of the cave. The pack wolves, strange creatures named after everyone's research, were now lining up to come out of the cave, as if there was no end. Occasionally, 2 pack wolves would fight and quarrel, making sharp and piercing sounds, like the heart-wrenching cries of birds. Finally, in the eyes of Xiao Yuan and the others, the number of pack wolves gradually decreased until they disappeared. Huh? Looking at the dark cave entrance, where no creatures appeared anymore, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It had been 2 hours since they had traveled through mountains and rivers to find this cave hidden in a remote place on the mountainside, and the pack wolves had stopped appearing in the cave. It was hard to imagine where so many pack wolves came from. Strange creatures that had never appeared on the Blue Star before began to emerge gradually after the night demons broke out. Night demons, flying night demons, nightmares, thunder beasts, tentacle flowers, and now the pack wolves. People's cognition has been constantly refreshed. How many secrets are there in this world? No one could answer. After all, the time humans have existed on Blue Planet is just a drop in the ocean compared to the age of Blue Planet itself. I'm in front, Tiger is in the middle, and Brother Chu is in the rear. Xiao Yuan simply assigned the formation, and headed into the cave with Lin Lang and Wang Ruofei. The entrance of the cave was quite spacious, and it was not difficult for an adult to walk in upright. It seemed to be a naturally formed cave. Once inside, the light dimmed instantly. Xiao Yuan, Lin Lang, and the people behind them turned on several flashlights to illuminate the road ahead. Sun Wan was the most sensitive person in the whole team. She followed Xiao Yuan, and had to stop every once in a while. Everyone waited for her to listen to the sound and confirm that there was no danger before continuing to move forward. In this way, they moved forward safely for about 5 minutes. Sun Wan suddenly raised her hand and whispered, "There is something running over in front. There should be only one of them." Shwa! 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 As soon as Sun Wan finished speaking, several people around her drew their silver swords and made a gesture to each other. Xiao Yuan, Lin Lang, Wang Ruofei, Qi Ming, these 4 people walked forward lightly, and the people behind them kept quiet to avoid making too much noise. Patta, patta, patta. There were slight footsteps coming from the front, as if the feet were stained with water, making a clear sound. Xiao Yuan stared at the corner in front of him, and his eyes could still see clearly in the almost dark. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment the shadow at the corner just appeared, he felt 2 strong winds shooting out from his side, and Xiao Yuan jumped out like a tiger with the alloy claws. The moment Xiao Yuan rushed forward, the people around him were not slow either. Due to the terrain of the cave, only Lin Lang, who was the fastest, rushed forward with him. Lin Lang was good at using the maneuvering device flexibly, and both of his alloy claws were nailed to the shadow. Ah! The pack wolf, with half of its body exposed, howled, but its voice died down as soon as it started. Shwa! With a clean and sharp knife, Xiao Yuan killed the pack wolf in 2 with 1 knife to prevent alerting the enemy. After the pack wolf died, the blue blood from the wound evaporated, and its originally vigorous body seemed to be sucked dry in an instant and shrank. "Captain, look at this thing." Lin Lang pointed at the colloidal sphere on the pack wolf's back. The round sphere of Suge's pack wolf was also slowly shrinking after its death, but at a much slower speed. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan decisively swung his knife to cut the sphere. Puff! After a slight sound, the colloid in the sphere flowed out, accompanied by a faint blue light. Xiao Yuan took the small bottle from Liang Lu's hand, put the colloid in it, and handed it to Liang Lu for safekeeping. The air was filled with a strange fragrance, very much like the carefully prepared hee incense, mixed with a strong fishy sweetness. Ugh! A dry retching sound suddenly came from the middle of the team. "Xiaoan, are you okay?" Xiao Yu patted Wei Yan's back, who was retching beside him, and asked with concern. "What's the matter?" Xiao Yuan heard the voices here, and walked over quickly. "No. It's okay. I feel a little nauseous when I smell this." Wei Yan waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. "Hey, kid." Ling Hu scratched his head. "Your family makes spices. Why do you feel nauseous about this stuff?" Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "It's okay." Before leaving, he looked at Wei Yan deeply and said nothing. Wei Yan clenched his fists tightly, and slowly loosened them after Xiao Yuan left. Xiao Yuan's look made him feel strange. Could it be that he had discovered something? After this episode, Xiao Yuan and his group continued to move forward, and soon they found the reason why the pack wolf's feet were full of water. A small river flows through the belly of the mountain. The river water is clear and cold, no more than 6 or 7 meters wide, and there are many smooth rocks in the river. Qi Ming, who was holding the body of the pack wolf, was delighted when he saw it. According to Xiao Yuan's idea, the body of the pack wolf must be destroyed at an opportunity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qi Ming threw the pack wolf into the stream and let it be washed away by the river, saving a lot of trouble. A small stream was naturally a piece of cake. After everyone passed through, another difficult problem was placed in front of everyone. The land on the other side of the river was flat, and there were 3 caves of almost the same size on the stone wall. Which one should we enter? Why don't we split up? Ling Hu looked at the dark cave inside and suggested after thinking for a while. Liang Lu rolled her eyes after hearing Ling Hu's words. So you came up with such a brilliant idea after thinking for so long? It's not a good idea to divide the troops. It's too risky. Xiao Yuan waved his hand. We don't have enough manpower. If we divide the troops rashly, we won't be able to take care of each other. Chu Xian bent down and carefully checked the land on the 3 caves. He shook his head. This is all stone structure. It's impossible to find the traces of pack wolves through footprints. Just when everyone was at a loss in the face of this situation, Xian Mao rolled his eyes and said, Why don't you let me try? Xiao Yuan thought of Shinmo's ability, and his eyes lit up. You want to find out by smell? The boss still understands me. Shinmo smiled and walked to the front of the team to look at each cave. He first walked to the cave on the left and sniffed the air. Then, he lay on the ground and sniffed carefully, and finally sniffed the wall. How is it? What did you find? Xiao Yuan walked to Shinmo and felt that there was a subtle breeze blowing from the cave entrance. Fish smell. Shinmo stood up and thought carefully for a while, and said, There is a strong fish smell here. There must be fish creatures that are used to going in and out. Fish creatures appear in the cave? Feng Yuyan, the deputy captain of the Chuxian team, smiled coquettishly. Little brother, do you think that the fish can get ashore if it has legs? Xian Mao shrugged and smiled. I tell the truth, I will say what I can smell. In the eyes of everyone, Xian Mao sniffed the second and third caves in the same way. Xian Mao did not find anything special in the third cave, but smelled the smell of pack wolf in the second cave in the middle, and it was very strong. Xian Mao's discovery pointed the way for the team, and everyone looked at this short boy who always liked to follow Xiao Yuan with new eyes. Just as Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang stepped into the middle cave and walked more than 500 meters, a loud and sharp cry suddenly came from the dark cave in front of them. Then, hundreds of pairs of small eyes with green light appeared in front of them. Chapter 107. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the light shone, hundreds of bats suddenly jumped out of the dark cave and rushed towards this side. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Yuan stood in the front and slashed the leading bat with several knives, but there were too many of them. How could he resist? Bang! The flare flew into the group of bats, illuminating the situation ahead, and everyone fought back with the light. This group of people were well trained. After stabilizing their position, they assisted each other to kill the attacking bats one by one. Among the members of Chu Qian's team, a tall and thin young man had sharp eyes. He saw that the bats were getting fewer and fewer, and there was something shining slightly on the ground in front of him. He danced the dark silver knife in his hand tightly and walked towards there, wanting to see what it was. The young man walked while being on guard. After he walked closer, he found that the shining thing suddenly disappeared, and then the rocks on the ground began to wriggle. Squeak! 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 3 sharp and piercing screams appeared almost at the same time, and the rocks on both sides of the ground in front of the young man and above his head squirmed for a while, and bounced up one after another. Suddenly, they were in front of him. Xiao Yuan, who was busy dealing with a little bat, saw something flash in his peripheral vision. He looked back and shouted, Be careful! When the young man realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The 3 black shadows were very fast, and were in front of him in an instant. Ah! The young man exclaimed and subconsciously raised his knife to block. When the black shadows rushed in front of him, the young man could see their appearance clearly. Their fur was like rocks, and their bodies were like calves. They were really big bats. The most bizarre thing is that this bat only has one eye in the middle of its head. The light he saw before was the light from the bat's single eye. Crack, crack. The bat opened its mouth wide, and bit the silver knife with its white teeth. The other 2 bats rushed forward from the left and right, and before Xiao Yuan and others could lend a hand, they bit the young man's ribs fiercely. The huge bat has an amazing biting ability. With 2 bites, the young man's ribs were torn into a bloody mess. The whole process was over in a few seconds. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xiao was the closest, and the motorized device under his body was activated, and the alloy claw shot directly at the bat biting the young man's silver knife. Squeak! The big bat was huge, but very agile. Seeing the attack coming, it loosened its mouth and barely avoided the attack. Chu Xian saw his brother, who had been through life and death with him, being fatally attacked and fell to the ground, breathing more than inhaling, and rushed forward with a roar. Chu Xian was very strong, and he ran on the ground with a bang. He took a few steps to the front of the 3 bats and swung his knife to chop. The big bats squeaked excitedly when they saw Chu Xian running over. Tasting fresh flesh and blood, they were aroused and their eyes were slightly red. Shwa! Dang! Something unexpected happened. The Minging knife, which had always been invincible on the battlefield, was blocked by the wings of the bat. Chu Xian was stunned for a moment, and the big bat opened its big mouth and attacked his vitals. Ga. Stupid, attack their stomachs and heads. The vitals are in the stomach and head. Lord Yuga hovered behind and shouted loudly. Ah! When Chu Xian came to his senses, the bat was already in front of him. He could clearly see the short hair on the bat's face and the bloodshot eye. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from behind Chu Xian. The bloodthirsty face of the bat hit a silver-white shield that suddenly appeared. The strong impact made Chu Xian's body retreat several steps before he stabilized. After Xiao Yuan blocked this fatal blow, the people behind him rushed over and rushed to the big bat with their weapons. Seeing that the situation was not good, the three bats hurriedly flew to escape. The last one ran slower, and was locked by the alloy claw and pulled back. Chu Xian was angry and rushed forward to stab the bat's single eye. The bat was stabbed in the vitals, but strangely it did not make any sound. It struggled for a while and died. Xiao Yuan squatted in front of the young man, who was bitten by the bat before, and wiped his wide-open eyes. After killing the bat, Chu Xian walked over here quickly. Seeing the young man who had died, his eyes turned red, and the silver knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Xiao Yuan stood up and patted Chu Xian's shoulder, whispering, "Brother Chu, I'm sorry." I know. Chu Xian tried to hold back the tears that were about to fall, and reached out to take off the military badge from the young man's neck. Shang Fei's sacrifice will not be in vain. Chu Xian gritted his teeth, tidied up Shang Fei's military uniform, and set out on the journey ahead again with Xiao Yuan. Not long after they left, Shang Fei's body, which had already lost its breath, was shrouded in a layer of hazy light, and suddenly his fingers trembled slightly. After the two big bats rushed into the cave in front, there was no trace of them anymore. Relying on Xin Mao's amazing sense of smell, the group moved forward in the cave with many twists and turns. Xiao Yuan paid special attention to it. Now the terrain they were moving on was getting lower and lower. The concept of time in the cave became vague. Half an hour later, Xiao Yuan and his group came to a pond. The location of this pond was very interesting. The entire circular cave was the pond. There was a row of rock roads in the middle that led directly to the other side. The light in the cave was dim. When you shine your light into the pond, you could only see the deep pond with unknown depth. With the lesson just now, everyone dared not act rashly. Xiao Yuan waved to Xinmo and asked, "Xiao Xian, are you sure the pack wolf has passed by here?" Xian Mao leaned down and sniffed carefully around, nodded. "Boss, pack wolves have indeed passed by here, and there are a lot of them." After getting Xian Mao's confirmation, Xiao Yuan walked to the front of the pond and took a deep breath. "Lin Lang and I will go first, and everyone will support us from behind." Chu Xian walked to Xiao Yuan's side, his eyes firm. "This time, Brother Xiao, and I will go first." Xiao Yuan naturally understood Chu Xian's thoughts, and he felt guilty about Shang Fei's tragic death. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan no longer said anything, nodded to signal Lin Lang to retreat to the back, and walked up the rocky path with Lin Lang. The narrow path under the rocks was particularly slippery due to long-term moisture contamination, and the military boots still slipped from time to time. Xiao Yuan changed the left hand into a shield shape, and held the Minging knife in his right hand carefully. Pa pa pa! Drops of water fell from the top of the head into the pond from time to time, and the sound was clearly audible in the cave. Xiao Yuan and Chu Xian's nerves were already tense when they stepped onto the rocky path, and they even held their breath subconsciously. The deep ponds on both sides became sometimes clear, and sometimes dim under the illumination of the lights. When Xiao Yuan and Chu Xian reached the middle of the rocky road, their hearts were in their throats. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Xiao Yuan felt that he could hear his own heartbeat at that moment. However, nothing happened until halfway through the rocky road. Could it be that we really thought too much? Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other side of the river with a light from Tunin. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Continuous bubbles were generated at this moment, and the ponds on both sides of the rocky road seemed to be boiling, with bubbles constantly coming out. Not good. These two words popped up in Xiao Yuan's mind, and he shouted to Chu Xian, "Brother Chu, run to the other side." Splash. 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 Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, dozens of slender shadows suddenly jumped out of the surrounding ponds, as agile as snakes, and attacked Xiao Yuan and Chu Xian. Xiao Yuan looked back, and felt that he was half scared out of his wits. That shadow was not a snake at all. It was clearly the strange tentacle that he had seen in the new army camp. Chapter 108. The tentacle emerged from the water, making a crisp sound in the air. The sharp shining armor splashed water, and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Yuan and Chu Xian, who were standing in the middle of the pond. Swish! Xiao Yuan swung his knife and chopped the top of the tentacle. The armor on the top of the tentacle was extremely hard, and the two collided, making a metallic collision sound in the dim cave. Xiao Yuan held the handle of the knife tightly, dissolving the huge force transmitted from the knife. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two tentacles instantly came to the side of Xiao Yuan, who had just held the knife. The silver light flashed from Xiao Yuan's left hand, barely blocking the attack of the tentacles. The rocky path was slippery and narrow, and Xiao Yuan's feet staggered after the attack, and he fell into the pond. Chu Xian, who was behind Xiao Yuan, saw this scene after blocking two tentacles. In a hurry, Chu Xian ignored the attack and reached out to grab Xiao Yuan. The people on the shore naturally saw the dangerous situation of Xiao Yuan and Chu Xian. When the tentacles flew out of the water, Sun Wan rushed into the direction of the pond first. Sun Wan was holding a bow and arrow. When she saw Chu Xian was in danger, she pulled the ice blue bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh! The arrow with an ice blue light pierced the tentacles behind Chu Xian's head. Puff! The front part of the tentacles was protected by armor, but the back was not so hard. After the arrow penetrated the tentacles, it shot towards the other side with the tentacles, and finally nailed to the ground with its tail feathers still shaking. Lin Lang behind Sun Wan was only a little slower than her. The moment the arrow was shot, Lin Lang also reached the edge of the pond. Plop! In the middle of the pond, Chu Xian was still a step too slow, and Xiao Yuan fell into the water. This scene made Sun Wan and the others scream. Everyone could see how powerful the tentacles were. How could Xiao Yuan survive if he fell into them? Ling Hu on the shore was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Liang Lu saw that the rocky path was too narrow to move. Liang Lu's mind raced, and she shouted to everyone around her, "Put flares in the water, and use the alloy claws on both sides to try to contain them." Several flares were launched into the water, illuminating the scene inside. Liang Lu stepped forward and looked into the water, and saw dozens of strange flowers appearing in the originally calm pond. The tentacles were visible, like living things, swimming around in the water. Two tentacles stretched out from the large purple flower buds, and the part that stretched out of the water was madly besieging Xiao Yuan and the others. After Xiao Yuan entered the water, he felt that the water in the pool was icy cold, and he felt drowsy the moment he fell in. No, there's something wrong with this water. Xiao Yuan bit his tongue hard, which made him more sober. 3 tentacles stretched out from his body and instantly wrapped around his waist. Xiao Yuan used the light of the flare to cut off a tentacle with a silver knife. After cutting off one, he fell to the bottom of the water under the huge pulling force of the tentacles, and several tentacles stabbed at the vital parts of Xiao Yuan's body. Xiao Yuan's left hand turned into a shield, Tunan, and emitted a burst of light. Tunan turned into a glove, and suddenly shot out a silver light. Silver light cut through the water and penetrated deeply into the rock wall. Xiao Yuan used the traction of Tunan to narrowly avoid the attack of the tentacles on his vitals. The moment he left the water, Xiao Yuan vaguely saw a mottled stone wall at the bottom of the pond. The stone wall was eroded by water, and the details were no longer clear. Only the flame totem could be seen faintly. In a hurry, Xiao Yuan rushed out of the water without seeing the real person. The moment Xiao Yuan rushed out, several bags of special materials flew over his head. The moment they touched the water surface, they exploded directly, and streams of dark liquid spread all over the middle of the pond. Swish! Swish! Xiao Yuan was in the air, and Sun Wan on the side swung the ice blue longbow in his hand, and the sharp blade at the end of the longbow cut off the tentacles wrapped around him. With the help of Sun Wan, Lin Lang, and the people on the other side, Xiao Yuan finally got out of the body. He was soaked, and his shoulders and arms were covered with wounds from the tentacles' barbs. He exuded a strange smell of oil. Several people stood on the rocky path to fight against the tentacles that attacked from time to time, and the situation became more and more difficult. On the shore, Liang Lu shouted to Xiao Yuan and others, "Captain, be careful of the fire." As Liang Lu finished speaking, several people behind her threw the fire into the pond. Whoosh! 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 Several flames ignited from the pond at the same time, illuminating the entire surface of the pond. The tentacles that had been attacking Xiao Yuan and others with great vigor retreated quickly after coming into contact with the flames. With the help of this flame, Xiao Yuan and the people on the shore quickly passed through. When the last person passed through the rocky path, everyone let go of their worries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Yuan panted and looked at Sun Wan, who was covered in water stains beside him. "Xiao Yuan, are you okay?" You're injured. Sun Quan reached out to touch Xiao Yuan's wound, but was afraid to hurt him. It's just a minor injury, it's okay. Xiao Yuan smiled indifferently and said to Liang Lu, thanks to your fire just now, otherwise. Before Liang Lu could speak, Lord Yuga, who was lying on Xian Mao's shoulder, quacked, otherwise, you would have sunk into the pond to feed the big flower bud. Thanks to Lord Yuga this time, otherwise I wouldn't have known to use fire to deal with that weird thing. Liang Lu poked Lord Yuga's fat body, wondering how this duck could have so many tricks. Xiao Yuan praised Lord Yuga again, and the fat duck was very proud. After everyone rested for a while, they continued to move forward to the cave in front. And Yan closed his eyes and sat quietly in the bushes. He only heard the rustling sound of leaves in the wind. Bai Lan raised his body slightly and looked at the deep pool not far away. He rubbed his cold hands and whispered, Brethren, we have been waiting for several days and still haven't seen that thing, right? The deep pool was still quiet. 7 or 8 meters away from the edge of the pool, a goat lay quietly there with a rope tied around its neck. And Yen opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Wait a little longer, wait for the last night. Since he saw one use tragic death that day, and Yen set up traps around the deep pool, hoping to catch the strange beast in one fell swoop, but he didn't see it for several days. Now it has been a week since he left A City, and he hasn't found any clues yet, so Yen can't help but feel a little anxious. Me. The goat, which had been quiet all the time, suddenly cried, stood up restlessly, and dug its hooves into the ground to break free from the rope. Golyulu. Golyulu. In the calm deep pool, a churring sound suddenly came out. The churring sound went from weak to strong, and a series of bubbles kept pouring out. The goat's mood became more and more anxious, the rope around its neck was stretched straight, and its big eyes stared at the deep pool. It shook its head, and its pupils suddenly shrank, the water in the deep pool rolled, and a strange beast suddenly emerged from the water. Its appearance could be clearly seen in the moonlight. It had a head like a cow, a pair of orange-yellow eyes, a single horn on its head, black scales all over its body, white patterns on its neck, and a protruding piece of flesh crossed on the upper eyebrow between its eyes. It stretched out its body about 2 meters from the deep pool, opened its mouth, kicked the ground with a pair of claws under its body, and pounced on the goat. Puff! Wherever the fangs passed, a stream of blood spurted out. Chapter 109. The goat wailed as it was bitten into 2 pieces by the strange beast, blood splattered everywhere. Crack! When it fell to the ground, there was a sound of wood being compressed. And Yen, who was hiding behind the bushes, saw the strange beast that he had been waiting for a long time appear, and shouted, Go! Pa! Pa! As Yen gave the order, 2 light sounds came from above the deep pool. The dense branches and leaves on the deep pool fell down with a bang, and 2 fences with fine wooden sticks on the tips blocked the path of the strange beast retreating to the pool. Moo! The strange beast let out a deep roar, and its orange eyes looked around vigilantly. Boom! When the strange beast was in doubt, it heard a rumble in its ear, and the ground it was standing on collapsed. The strange beast, who was concentrating on checking the surroundings, never thought that it would do this. Its huge body fell straight into the pit, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiaolan did a good job. And Yen couldn't help but praise, this trap mechanism is just right. Hee, I didn't expect that the little gadgets I usually research could come in handy. Brethren, what on earth is this? A thin young man walked outside by side with Bai Lan and walked towards the trap. It seems to be different from the dragon in the written records. And Yen drew out his sword, walked towards the trap head-on, and said, looking at its appearance, it should be a Jiao. Jiao? Yes, Jiao. And Yen signaled everyone around to be careful and gathered around the trap. It has 2 claws on its body, white patterns on its neck, 1 horn or no horn, it is most likely a Jiao. I have heard about Jiao from the old man. Bai Lu said casually, Jiao is usually in lakes and rivers, but I have never heard of it in deep pools. Be careful. Someone screamed in surprise. When Yen came to his senses, a figure over 4 meters long suddenly appeared in front of him, jumping high from the front. The black dragon's figure fell heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, it also came out with a preset escape mechanism in the pit. After a short silence, the 24 people on Yan's side were in an uproar. And Yen came to his senses first and shouted loudly, Team 2, Team 3, defend, Team 1, follow me to attack. Swish. 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 The 7 people behind Yen drew their swords and rushed towards the black dragon. The charge of the 8 people in Yan's team was very particular, with 4 on the left and 4 on the right, leaving a space in the middle. The black dragon saw Yan's team rushing over, and rushed towards the 8 people with its black scales. The black dragon only had 2 claws, which were located a little below the chest, and its strength was amazing. The claws grabbed the ground, leaving 2 deep scratches on it, and the body rushed forward. It is difficult for people who have not experienced it personally to understand how much psychological pressure you have to face when a black dragon with a body length of more than 4 meters attacks you. And Yan was at the front of the team. Seeing the black dragon coming fiercely, he dodged slightly to avoid the black dragon's ferocious head. The silver knife slashed towards the dragon's body with a side skill, and the blade made a sharp friction sound when it scratched the scales. And Yan's knife, which he used all his strength, barely broke a layer of scales and didn't even hurt the black dragon's body. Seeing this, Yan was dumbfounded. They were used to relying on the silver knife and had a kind of inertia of thinking. They thought that the silver knife could easily break all defenses, but they didn't expect that there would be today. Whoosh! The moment Yan put away his knife, something attacked from the side, and he instinctively raised his knife to block it. Bang! A huge impact force came from above, and Yan's body flew into the air and fell backwards. And Yan saw the thing that knocked him away, which turned out to be a thick tail, also covered with black scales. The black dragon passed through the formation and turned Yan's 8-man team upside down. The only thing that made it unhappy was that the scales on its body were cut, which had never happened before. The black dragon was about to leave when suddenly 8 people appeared in front of it, each holding a silver knife and a leather shield. Moo! Seeing this, the black dragon roared, with impatience and anger in his voice. It grabbed the ground and rushed forward, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While the black dragon was flying in the air, several silver lights flew out from the front and shot straight into the black dragon's eyes and mouth. The black dragon subconsciously closed his eyelids, and a titanium alloy claw hit his eyelids accurately. The intense pain made the black dragon furious. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises sounded. The 2 people standing in the front were tall, and their arms were as thick as other people's calves. Even so, the black dragon's hateful collision still caused a sharp pain in their arms, and they fell backwards. All this happened in a very short time. And Yan lay on the ground and felt his head buzzing. It took a while for his vision to return to normal. He lay on the ground and looked at the black dragon flying in the air. Suddenly, he found that there was a white line about half a meter long between the belly of the black dragon. White line? No! That's the exposed skin of the dragon. And Yan got up in surprise, and felt that the pain in his body was relieved a little. Attack the white line under the belly of the black dragon. And Yan yelled while pulling his neck, and led the people to rush up again. After knocking away the 2 strong men, the black dragon's power did not decrease, and knocked the last young man who had no time to dodge to the ground. The dragon's body was quite flexible, and it grabbed the young man's waist while walking and moving, and bit off his neck in one bite amid the young man's screams of fear. Blood gushed out, flowing down the corners of the black dragon's fangs and mouth, dyeing its chin black and red. The tragic death of their companions made the others angry, and after hearing Yan's words, they all rushed forward desperately. The smell of blood made the black dragon more excited, and it was murderous. But it was not in the water, and the dragon's combat power was greatly limited. It used the same trick again and jumped high, trying to hurt people again. Taking this opportunity, Yan shouted and flew up, holding the knife in his hand high, and slashed towards the belly of the black dragon. And Yan took a very risky move. There was only a narrow white line under the belly of the black dragon, which was the gap between the 2 scales. If he missed the attack, he would be crushed and follow the footsteps of the young man who died tragically. Swish! Swish! And Yan's desperate attack was finally not in vain. The sharp blade of the minging knife accurately cut the white line. The black dragon, which was originally invulnerable to swords and guns, was cut by Yan's attack, leaving a deep wound under its body. It cried out in pain and fell to the ground, quickly running towards the distant forest. Seeing that the black dragon had been killed and injured, how could the people who were so angry that they wanted to kill it give up? Everyone chased the black dragon with all their strength. The black dragon in their hands could not return to the deep pool, and could only run into the mountains and forests. One ran, and a group chased. The black dragon was injured after all, and its speed slowed down after a long time. And Yan and his people were greatly encouraged by this. If they could catch the black dragon, it would be worth the hard work and risking their lives. Moo! A cry came from the front, which seemed a little weaker than the first time. And Yan and others followed all the way, and fired another flare into the night sky. Bang! Flares illuminated the forest, and the black dragon circled not far ahead for a while, then suddenly entered a cave and disappeared. Seeing victory in sight, and Yin was anxious and angry, and rushed to the cave. He saw that the cave was hidden behind layers of vines, and was quite spacious. And Yin and his men turned on the lights and looked inside. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, they entered one after another and chased after the black dragon. Chapter 110. Moo! A long roar of a bull echoed in the cave, causing Xiao Yuan to stop. Boss, this sound seems to be from a thunder beast. Xin Mao looked around nervously, fearing that it would shoot acid at any time. Listen carefully, it's a little different. Xiao Yuan patted Xin Mao on the shoulder to signal him not to panic. The sound of a thunder beast is lower, accompanied by a small hoarse sound. Don't worry about other sounds. Just follow the sound of the pack wolf. Xiao Yuan said this, and the tunin in his left hand still changed into a silver-white shield, always on guard. In this cave full of secrets, it is always good to be careful. The group walked along the narrow cave for 7 or 8 minutes. When Xiao Yuan was a little confused about whether they were moving forward, the passage ahead suddenly became clear. Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao walked in front. He raised his shield to protect Xin Mao behind him, and carefully stuck his head out. A huge cave with a height of dozens of meters appeared in Xiao Yuan's eyes. The top of the cave was scattered with glowing unknown stones, which were as beautiful as stars. If it weren't for the secret of the night demon hidden here, it would be a beautiful scenery, Xiao Yuan thought, and walked into the cave first. Under the cave ceiling that was emitting light, there was a sea of flowers interwoven with blue and purple and white. Sun Wan looked at the sea of flowers growing in the cave, and was absent-minded for a moment. She murmured, orange stems. Behind the two of them, Qi Ming fired a flare into the sea of flowers. The light that lit up instantly illuminated the entire sea of flowers. In the middle of the sea of flowers stood a statue, which was not clear from a distance. How can Platycodon grow in a cave? Liang Lu looked at the beautiful and gorgeous sea of flowers in front of her and was quite surprised. Without light and a suitable environment, how can Platycodon bloom? It's a bit strange, boss. What should we do? Lin Lang asked beside Xiao Yuan. Should we continue along the road, or? Xiao Yuan looked at the statue from a distance, and his curiosity aroused. He said, well, Xiao Nuan, Lao Qi, Xiao Xian and I will go over to check, and everyone will follow behind and be alert. After the lesson at the pond last time, Xiao Yuan didn't dare to take a few people alone to take risks again. The 4 of them explored the way, and the back was ready to support at any time. It was safest. Xiao Yuan walked in the front, followed by Sun Wan, Xian Mao, and Qi Ming. The moment he stepped into the sea of flowers, Xiao Yuan felt that the ground under his feet was a little strange. The hard rock turned into soft soil. It turned out that someone brought the soil here. So who brought the soil here? Night demons. Are they so bored? They have to grow flowers and grass while fighting with humans? Xiao Yuan rejected this idea, and all kinds of strange thoughts came out of his mind. After a while, Xiao Yuan and his 4 companions were almost in front of the statue. He took a closer look at the statue with his night eyes. The statue was made in a 1-to-1 ratio of human size. It stood on a stone platform with strange symbols and complicated patterns carved around it. Looking up, the statue depicted a slender and graceful girl wearing a classical robe with her hands in front of her body in a praying posture. Each finger was carved so lifelike that it looked like a real person who had been petrified by magic. Looking at her face, the girl closed her eyes and looked pious. Her pure and beautiful features added a sense of solemnity under the dim lights around her. When Xiao Yuan saw the statue clearly, the blood in his body froze instantly. He seemed to have seen the most incredible scene in the world and stayed where he was. Xiao Yuan stopped, causing Sun Wan and the other 2 behind him to stop as well. Xian Mao curiously walked around Sun Wan and walked forward. He said, boss, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan was shocked when he heard his voice and shouted, don't come over. Xian Mao was so frightened by Xiao Yuan's harsh voice that he stood there. In his impression, Xiao Yuan had never spoken to him so harshly. Shua! Xiao Yuan's left hand changed from a shield to a dark silver knife, and at the same time, it shone brightly. The dazzling light made the people behind him cover their eyes subconsciously, and took a few steps back. Bang! Bang! Xiao Yuan swung his long knife and chopped the statue's cheek with 2 consecutive cuts. After confirming that the statue's face was completely invisible, he breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, are you okay? Xian Mao asked worriedly when he saw Xiao Yuan slashing at the statue like crazy. You kid. If I hadn't been quick, you would have been in trouble, you know? Xiao Yuan's face was full of gloom, but the moment he turned around, it turned into his signature smile. Xiao Yuan punched Xi and Mao on the head and scolded. Just now, there was something strange on the face of this statue. It seemed to be able to confuse people. I barely got rid of it with the help of 2 Nian, but you rashly ran up to me. Ouch. Boss, I know I was wrong. Xi and Mao, who was held under Xiao Yuan's armpit, begged for mercy. I will pay attention next time, pay attention. The two of them laughed and joked for a while, and after lightly passing over what happened just now, Liang Lu and others behind them also rushed over. Everyone surrounded the statue and looked at it. Wang Ruoling didn't think much of Xiao Yuan destroying the face of the statue, but was very interested in the patterns and strange symbols around the stone platform. Under her strong request, Xiao Yuan had to agree to give her a few minutes to copy those symbols and keep them. Wang Ruoling came to the front of the statue, and there were 2 obviously emphasized symbols carved in the front of the stone platform. She looked at the 2 symbols and said with great yearning, "These 2 words should be the name of the sculptor, right?" Sun Wan, who had been quietly looking at the statue, suddenly said, "Goddess." "What?" Shan Wan, "What did you say just now?" Wang Ruoling was shocked by what Sun Wan said suddenly. You know these 2 words? Goddess, these 2 words mean goddess. Sun Wan's eyes showed a confused look, and said, "I don't know why I know it. It seems that I have seen these 2 words somewhere before. It should be in the Lihua Museum." Xiao Yuan came over and gently held Sun Wan's hand, which was colder than usual. There are similar records in the Lihua Museum. The warmth of Xiao Yuan's hand gradually made Sun Wan's blurred brown eyes regain clarity. She listened to Xiao Yuan's words without refutation, but subconsciously tightened her hand. If this statue is really a goddess, does it mean that the group that erected the statue all took her as a spiritual belief? Liang Lu slowly analyzed on the side, but looking at this statue standing here, could it be carved by the night demon? Sister Lulu, your idea is too scary. Xi and Mao scratched his head. Will the night demon actively worship a human? Liang Lu bit her pink lips, thought about it, and shook her head and said, "It is indeed unlikely. After all, the night demon has been killing people all the time. Let's not talk about the discussion between the 2. After Wang Ruoling finished rubbing all the symbols and patterns, Xiao Yuan and his group left the Sea of Flowers and walked onto the rocky road, continuing to move forward towards the cave in front. Xiao Yuan walked at the end of the team and took a deep look at the goddess statue that he had destroyed. No one really saw the appearance of the statue, except him. In the dim light, the statue in Xiao Yuan's eyes clearly looked like the second Sun Wan. Not long after Xiao Yuan and his group left, the Sea of Flowers that was originally full of blooming flowers, centered on the goddess statue, lost their vitality until they withered and died. Chapter 111. The cave was dark, and no one knew where it led to. With Xinmao leading the way, Xiao Yuan and his group barely managed to move forward in the cave. It had been more than 10 minutes since they'd passed the Sea of Flowers. Xiao Yuan was at the front of the group, listening to the sounds ahead. In order to hide their tracks, everyone turned off their lights and moved forward in almost complete darkness. Xiao Yuan stopped moving forward and stood there to listen carefully for a while. He whispered to the people behind him, "There is the sound of flowing water ahead. Everyone be careful." Sun Wan followed Xiao Yuan. Her hearing was always better than that of an ordinary person, so she naturally heard the strange noise. She added softly, "There is not only flowing water, but also a lot of creatures in it." Sun Wan's words made everyone alert. The closer they got to the inside of the cave, the more dangerous it was. No one dared to joke with their lives. Hua, hua, hua. Xiao Yuan followed the sound of water, and the sounds in his ears became louder and louder. They were mixed with the familiar cries of the night demon, and it sounded like there were quite a few of them. He pressed his body tightly against the stone wall, and looked towards the end of the cave with half of his head sticking out. A space half the size of a football field came into view, with natural luminous fluorite inlaid in the surrounding rock walls, making the entire cave quite bright. In the middle of the cave, there was a naturally formed pool, with a waterway connecting each side. The waterway was not wide enough to accommodate 1 or 2 adults. Around the pool, there were hundreds of hideous night demons, screaming. When Xiao Yuan looked up at the waterway, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. A young girl was scratching the round meat ball. She had long flowing hair, and a pair of beautiful fox eyes. Her fingers were sharp and shining with black light. With a light scratch, liquid flowed out of the meatball. The meatball transported by the pack wolf, the colloid liquid inside fell into the water, and dissolved in the water in an instant. A magical thing happened. After the colloid fell into the pool, the clear water in the pool turned into a psychedelic light purple. There was also a young girl standing in the downstream waterway. When the water in the pool turned light purple, her slender white arm picked up a smooth rectangular stone slab from the side. Boom! She lifted the stone slab, which weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms, with one arm and inserted it into the entrance of the downstream waterway. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath when he saw her calm look. This little girl looked weak, but she was actually quite strong. Chu Xiao was probably only this strong. Splash! 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 Xiao Yuan was still thinking about how to deal with the two little girls, when suddenly a commotion broke out in the pool, and the calm surface of the pool seemed to boil. Hundreds of pale-faced demons with lifeless eyes, and a few fiery red crystals emerged from the pool. Gulp, gulp, gulp. These demons stood in the pool, drinking the light purple water in front of them, just like people who have been deprived of water in the desert for a long time, and saw a water source. The appearance of hundreds of demons made Xiao Yuan's heart covered with a layer of haze. Hundreds of night demons in the cave are already difficult to deal with, and with these demons, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass this level today. Roar! Roar! The demons lowered their heads and drank wildly. The color of the water in the pool gradually returned to normal. The demons who had not drunk enough roared at the girl on the shore. The girl's skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade. Xiao Yuan always felt that her skin was unreal. Sun Wan's skin was the best among all the girls he had seen, but it was a little worse than hers, as if her skin was not the perfect skin that humans should have. The girl looked at the group of demons with interest, with a hint of ridicule and pride in her eyes. She turned around and walked towards a cave behind her. The moment the girl turned around, Xiao Yuan and the people who were quietly looking out behind him couldn't help but gasp. On her originally smooth and white back skin, there was actually a pair of small flesh wings. These flesh wings were the same as those of the night demon, but they looked much smaller, and they were pink and shiny, totally unlike the scales of the night demon. Is this still a human? This was the first question that came to Xiao Yuan's mind. Then Xiao Yuan realized that the cave the girl entered should be the final destination he was looking for. Since seeing the pack wolf, Xiao Yuan had an idea in his mind that became clearer and clearer. Now that he saw the demon drinking the pool water like a madman, he could probably confirm it. Both demons and night demons need to eat. Night demons like to suck blood when fighting with humans, giving everyone the illusion that night demons feed on human blood. In fact, they always need some kind of food, or the things in the meatballs transported by pack wolves to replenish their body substances. Just like humans need to supplement some vitamins, night demons may also need this supplement to maintain body functions. After confirming this, Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement, staring at the dark cave entrance, thinking about how to break into it. The girl walked out of the cave with light steps and slowly walked towards the pool. When the group of demons saw what she was holding, they all roared excitedly, and they looked no different from the livestock in the pen. Xiao Yuan felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this. After all, they looked the same as humans. Seeing them like this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of mutual dependence. After cutting the meatball and putting it into the pool, the demon drank the water, perhaps because he was too full. Their bodies began to shake, and finally they fell into the water peacefully, slowly floating to the surface. Rumble. The short-haired girl in the downstream waterway picked up the stone slab at the outlet and threw it on the ground. The demons floating on the water surface followed the water flow and flowed out from the downstream of the outlet one by one. Huh? The long-haired girl stretched her body, and her exquisite curves were visible. Finally, the mission is completed. She walked towards the girl at the downstream waterway and said. The voice was crisp, with the unique youthfulness and breath of a girl, but the pronunciation and punctuation were strange, like the language spoken by a foreigner who had not been exposed to country A for a long time. Hee hee. The short-haired girl laughed out loud after hearing this. After this group is sent away, it should be almost over. That group of people can't hold on for long. The short-haired girl's pronunciation is very standard. If it weren't for the pair of small flesh wings on her back, she would be almost the same as a human. Snap! A light sound came from not far away. The short-haired girl looked towards the location where Xiao Yuan and others were, and shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a small head appearing there, and then quickly retracted. Humans? The girl let out a sharp whiz sound, and 50 or 60 night demons rushed out from behind her, following her footsteps and running out. There are humans breaking in. I go deal with them, you hold on here. The short-haired girl left a sentence, and led many night demons to run away. When she chased out, she saw a group of people running desperately outside, and the one at the end was tall and strong. It was Chu Xian, The girl showed a grim smile on her face, and a pair of flesh wings behind her flapped slightly, and she chased after Chu Xian quickly. Chapter 112. The short-haired girl took the night demon away for a while, and the cave gradually became quiet. The long-haired girl with fox eyes stood quietly by the pool, looking back at her reflection in the water. She stroked her cheek infatuatedly and murmured, "Who am I?" No one responded to her, only the occasional whirring sound of the wind, and the cry of the night demon in her ears. The girl sighed, raised her arm, and looked at the bracelet on her wrist, wondering what she was thinking. Swoosh! While her eyes were blurred, a silver light shot straight at the girl's vitals from a distance. The timing of this attack was very tricky. When the girl reacted, the silver light was already in front of her. The girl reacted extremely quickly, and waved her hands to block the attack. Clang! The silver light was so powerful that it made the girl's arms numb. She took a few steps back, and looked in the direction of the attack. Bang! 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 3 flares rose into the air, illuminating the dim cave. Xiao Yuan rushed to the front. Tunan's sudden attack was blocked. He had roughly understood the opponent's strength. We don't know what's going on in the cave yet. We may face great danger. We have limited manpower, and must act immediately. The fox-eyed girl is quite powerful. Among his group, only Sun Wan can compete with her. Xiao Yuan's mind raced, and he shouted, "Tiger, you lead the team to help Xiao Yuan stay here. You and the others follow me to rush inside." Xiao Yuan gave an order, and the group that was originally rushing forward split into 2. One group rushed to meet the girl, and the other group followed Xiao Yuan to rush to the other side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the alloy claw breaking through the wind resounded in the cave. The long-haired girl who wanted to stop Xiao Yuan had not walked far when a silver knife slashed at her vitals from behind. Sun Wan used a knife differently from Ling Hu and Chu Xian. She had great strength, but was flexible and agile. A dark silver knife danced in her hand, emitting silver light, forcing the fox-eyed girl to withdraw to deal with her attack. The fox-eyed girl had no other weapons on her body, only a pair of palms and sharp nails. Compared with before, her nails became sharper, emitting a sharp glow, and she still did not lose to the diluted silver weapon. She crossed her hands, tightly clamped the silver knife in Sun Wan's hand, looked at Sun Wan with curiosity, and whispered, "Are you the master's friend?" Sun Wan's weapon was restrained, and the anti-gravity motor under her ribs suddenly started, and 2 titanium alloy claws shot towards the girl's waist. At such a close distance, it was almost impossible to dodge, and the result was the same as Sun Wan thought, and it did hit the girl. Hiss! The clothes on both sides of the girl's waist shattered, and the expected blood did not appear. Sun Wan looked at the skin on the girl's waist. Where the snow-white skin should have been, fine scales actually grew, and the scales reflected colorful brilliance under the flickering light of the lamp. The alloy claws, after touching the fine scales, only scratched the outer scales. The fox-eyed girl felt the attack on her waist, and looked down blankly. When she saw the scales on her waist, her blurred eyes gradually became clear, and a red light slowly rose in her eyes, and finally turned into tiny ruby-like crystals that merged into her eyes. She murmured, "Yes, I am no longer human, never again." After the words fell, the girl's strength suddenly became stronger, and she forcibly blocked the Minging knife in Sun Wan's hand. Woo wow! A sharp roar appeared in the girl's throat, almost the same as the night demon. A hideous night demon mark appeared on the originally fair skin on her back, with a bloody mouth and a weird look in her eyes. Clang! 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 The fox-eyed girl's attack suddenly became happy, and every claw she swung out must be accompanied by a strong wind. Sun Wan dodged several attacks with her flexible body, and finally took 3 claws from the fox-eyed girl. The girl's strange strength almost made the silver knife in Sun Wan's hand slip out of her hand. When the girl tried to rush forward again, she fired 2 attacks from the side. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claws attacked the girl's flesh wings on her back. The girl snorted coldly, and turned around to block it. She looked up, and saw a young man rushing towards her with a silver knife. Wei In. This young man, who had no sense of existence, and even vomited when he smelled the gelatin in the meatball, came to support Sun Wan when he saw that the battle was tight. Ling Hu's team, including Sun Wan, had 9 members in total. If they were in a city with tall buildings and other objects, it would not be a big deal to face the fox-eyed girl and more than 50 night demons. However, the maneuverability of the mobile device in the cave was weakened, which seriously affected their combat effectiveness. Ling Hu commanded the team members to fight with the night demons, and the titanium alloy claws flew out from time to time. The combat effectiveness of the night demons here was obviously higher than that of Ace City. Whether it was strength or reaction speed, it was incomparable to ordinary combat night demons. The shouts and cries of people, the screams of the night demon, and the sound of the silver knife waving and cutting through the night wind intertwined together. For a while, the two sides fought hard. Wei Yan's skills were far inferior to Sun Wan's. Sun Wan saw him rushing towards the girl and couldn't help shouting, "Be careful!" Whoosh! The fox-eyed girl rushed towards Wei Yan at an incredibly fast speed. Wei Yan only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a sharp pain rushed to his chest. Bang! The powerful impact hit his chest, causing Wei Yan's body to fly into the air. If it weren't for the special protective material on the front of the Silver Wing military uniform, his chest would have been gouged out with a bloody hole. Even so, when he was in the air, he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The girl jumped up, her eyes glowed red, and her sharp nails attacked Wei Yan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The girl's body was in the air, and she saw two ice-blue lights piercing through the darkness and attacking her vitals. Ah! She was startled, and her body barely adjusted in the air to avoid the two attacks. The ice-blue feather arrow brushed past her ear, bringing a chill. The girl fell to the ground and silently touched her face. Two streaks of blood flowed from the small wound on her face. The girl raised her finger, looked at the faint golden blood in the deep red, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, ha ha. Her neurotic laughter seemed even more weird in this scene. Sun Wan didn't know what she was laughing at, so she took this opportunity to run to Wei Yan and helped him up to protect him behind her. Wei Yan endured the severe pain in his chest, raised the minging knife, and looked at the girl, who was laughing louder and louder not far in front of him, secretly tightening the handle of the knife. Sun Wan stood in front of him, and the mint fragrance from her hair made Wei Yan a little absent-minded. The girl put her blood-stained finger into her mouth, closed her eyes, and moved her red lips slightly, as if she was tasting her own blood. Roar! The girl's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a roar came out of her mouth. The flesh wings that were once very pink in Xiao Yuan's eyes had undergone a change. Hiss! Hiss! The pair of flesh wings suddenly grew wildly. The sound of skin tearing and bones growing continued, and blood splashed, dyeing the girl's originally white jade back into a strange blood red. When the flesh wings stopped growing, they had become 1-meter-long wings. Looking at the girl again, her appearance was still beautiful, but in this situation, she looked like a demon girl from hell. Whoosh! The flesh wings flapped, and the girl suddenly attacked Sun Wan and Wei Yan. Chapter 113. After the girl's wings transformed, her speed increased, and she was in front of Sun Wan and the others in an instant. Swish! Swish! Sun Wan and Wei Yan drew their swords, trying to block the girl's attack with their swords. The girl's already sharp nails stretched a little longer, and the moment they collided with the silver sword, a sharp collision sound broke out. The powerful impact made Sun Wan and Wei Yan retreat several meters before stopping. The moment Sun Wan stopped, he kicked hard and rushed towards the fox-eyed girl. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mechanical device was activated, and the titanium alloy claws flew out, one of which shot at the girl's cheek, and the other flew into the air. The girl snorted coldly, waved her hand to block the titanium alloy claws, flapped her wings and moved her center of gravity forward, and rushed towards Sun Wan like a tiger. Whoosh! At the moment when she was about to hit Sun Wan's body flew into the air and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Roar! The attack missed, and her eyes glowed red. She raised her head and looked up. The titanium alloy claws were firmly nailed between a rock crevice, pulling Sun Wan up to the cave. There are very few places like this in the entire cave, and Sun Wan was lucky to find this place. Seeing Sun Wan's body pressed against the rock wall, the girl roared, gathered strength and flapped her wings, and suddenly soared into the sky. Bang! Her feet kicked the ground with a muffled sound, which shows how strong she is. The girl flew into the air with this strength, her long hair fluttering, and a bloodthirsty smile burst out on her beautiful face, which was completely different from the ignorant before the transformation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind behind her made the girl frown impatiently. She still reacted quickly in the air. When two alloy claws shot by Wei Yan flew over from below, she flapped her wings to avoid one of them. Clang! The other alloy claw was blocked by her hand, and the girl glared fiercely at the bottom with red eyes. Just as she turned her head to deal with the attack behind her and came to her senses, she found that Sun Wan, who was on the rock wall, had taken the bow and arrow behind her without knowing when. The longbow was fully drawn, and an ice-blue feather arrow was ready to be fired on the bowstring. Bang! Whoosh! Sun Wan shot an arrow, and the refined bowstring shot the ice blue feather arrow fiercely. The strengthened girl was obviously very confident in herself. Seeing that she could not dodge the arrow, she raised her hands to take the blow. At the moment when the arrow was shot, Sun Quan fell from the top of the cave, like a flying bird with a longbow. The longbow was cleverly designed, and the lower end was polished to be extremely sharp, so it could be used as a close combat weapon in war. After the fox-eyed girl transformed, her hands were covered with a layer of thin and undetectable scales. Ah! The girl screamed in pain. The scale shattered at the moment she took the ice blue feather arrow, and a touch of blood suddenly appeared on her right hand. Paw! The ice blue feather arrow was shot away by her with hatred, and after it spun and fell below, Sun Wan's attack came again. Sun Wan's attack came quickly and quickly. With the power of falling from a high altitude, Sun Quan used the longbow as a knife and chopped the girl's head with the blade. Schwa! Swish! Swish! 3 consecutive strikes. Sun Quan used all his strength in each strike. Even if the girl endured the pain in her hands and forcibly caught these 3 strikes, her body still couldn't stop falling down. Sun Wan's longbow attack power, using special materials provided by the RV, is several levels better than the Minging knife in terms of damage to the night demon. Bang! 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 The girl took 3 hits head-on, and blood flowed from her hands. Ow! How could she, who had the upper hand, give up like this? The red light between her eyes became brighter, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a faint golden hue. After the blood soaked into her arms, a sudden light shone. The girl's face turned pale, and it was obvious that this move had caused great damage to her. In the light, the girl's hands healed almost instantly, and the thin scales on them became tough, bringing a gust of wind and killing Sun Quan again. Clang! Clang! The girl used both hands to hit the longbow, but she was not at a disadvantage. Sun Quan felt that the huge force coming from the longbow was stronger and stronger. Finally, she loosened her hands, and a barely perceptible silver light flashed on the longbow, and then flew out of Sun Wan's hand and fell down. Seeing this, the girl excitedly rushed towards the falling Sun Quan. When her sharp nails were about to touch Sun Wan's white neck, she could almost imagine Sun Wan's blood splattering. Sun Quan had a triumphant smile on his face, and an ice blue light flashed in his brown eyes. Ice blue light? The girl suddenly woke up. It wasn't her eyes that glowed, but a light that shone from midair. When the girl reacted, it was too late. She only had time to move her body a few inches. Puff! 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 3 sharp sounds of a weapon piercing into flesh were heard. She looked at Sun Quan in disbelief, and used all her strength to strike at Sun Quan with hatred. Crack! Sun Quan blocked the attack with her only silver knife, but still suffered a strong impact. A sweet and fishy feeling surged in her stomach, and she fell downwards. An ice blue arrow was stuck in the girl's back, and her 2 wings were also pierced by arrows. The light golden blood almost dyed her into a bloody person. Ah! She let out a shrill cry that echoed throughout the cave. Black smoke came out from the place where the ice blue feather arrows touched her back. She endured the pain that burned her soul, and pulled out the 3 feather arrows one by one with great effort. Seeing Sun Wan's body being caught by another girl in the air and falling down, she wanted to take revenge, but only felt weak, and even had difficulty standing still. Knowing that it was the side effect of the force strength increased just now, she let out a sharp and rhythmic cry in desperation. Then she jumped high into the pool where the demon was, and disappeared in an instant along the downstream waterway exit. Hearing her cry, the night demon attacked Sun Quan like crazy, regardless of his life. Fortunately, with the help and cover of Qian Yu and Wei Yan, Sun Quan, who had experienced a fierce battle, was not taken advantage of. Sun Wan's fighting method has never been to rely on brute force. Her martial arts skills are top-notch in the Silver Wings Corps, and her fighting style is more personal. She makes plans before taking action, and she keeps attacking continuously. Relying on her outstanding personal strength and advantages, she finds the most suitable position for herself in the complex battlefield, launches continuous attacks, and does not give her opponent any chance. She flies into the air to create distance, shoots the last ice blue feather arrow, and launches subsequent attacks while the girl is resisting. Of course, all these attacks are to pave the way for the final attack. 3 arrows fired at once. The ice blue feather arrow that Sun Quan activated at the end is her killer. The feather arrows that had never been used before finally shone at this moment. The girl who had been fighting with him did not notice the feather arrows coming back, which was the reason for his victory. Even so, the last blow from the fox-eyed girl still injured her internal organs, which was very uncomfortable. Boom, boom! Sun Quan supported Qiao Yanyi's shoulders, and just as she retracted the longbow and feather arrows one by one, she suddenly heard a roar coming from the cave that Xiao Yuan and others had just entered. The whole cave began to shake, as if the whole mountain began to move. Ling Hu and others who had just dealt with a group of night demons panicked when they saw it and ran towards the cave. When they saw the scene in the cave, they couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 114. The entire cave is not big, with only about 100 square meters of space inside. When Ling Hu led the way in and turned on the lights, everyone, including Sun Quan, was dumbfounded, because everything in such a limited space could be seen in a glance. And Xiao Yuan and others who entered the cave first disappeared. 7 living people, without any signs, just disappeared like this. Ling Hu walked quickly to the wall inside, scratching his head anxiously. What's going on? Where are brothers Xiao Yuan and the others? Qiao Yanyi supported the weak Sun Quan and walked behind him, saying, Captain, don't worry, is there any hidden passage here? The booming sound that everyone heard just now is likely the sound of a passage being closed. Ling Hu was so anxious that he suddenly reacted when he thought of this. Oh! Right. Ling Hu slapped his head and shouted loudly, Quick! Look for it quickly, don't miss any place. At Ling Hu's order, the whole team started to get busy, knocking from the ground to the wall, and even the top of the small cave, but no abnormality was found on the rock wall. The entire cave was seamless, without even a crack. There was nothing unusual except for 2 meatballs placed in a rock groove in the corner. After the investigation results came out, the group didn't know what to do. Xiao Yuan, the commander-in-chief of the operation, came to the cave to investigate in person, but the last team disappeared, leaving Ling Hu in a dilemma. He frowned and walked to Sun Quan, saying, Sister Sun Quan, now what do you think? Sun Wan's face was a little pale, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. Don't worry, Brother Ling, there must be a way here. I don't believe the captain will disappear out of thin air. Ling Hu grinned secretly after hearing Sun Wan's words. He naturally knew the relationship between Sun Quan and Xiao Yuan, but Sun Quan was obviously lying. It's such a small place. Where is there a way? Sun Quan gently pushed away Qiao Yanyi's arm, and walked to the stone wall facing the door. Sun Quan stretched out her hand, and touched the stone wall gently. The stone wall here was different from what she had seen before. It exuded a faint warmth, a bit like Xiao Yuan's 2 Nan. She closed her eyes, gently put her ear against the stone wall, and listened carefully in the surprised eyes of others. After a while, Sun Quan turned around and looked at Ling Hu, saying word by word, The stone wall here seems to breathe. Boss, why is it so hot and stuffy here? Xi and Mao wiped the sweat from his face, and felt that the moisture in his mouth was evaporating rapidly, and it was dry. You also found it? The 2 Nan in Xiao Yuan's hand emitted a soft light, illuminating the surrounding scenery clearly. Captain, I always feel something is wrong. Wang Ruofei looked around vigilantly and said, Is this too smooth? Xiao Yuan led the 6 people into the cave, and after entering the narrow passage in the cave, they went forward without any obstacles. Everything was too smooth, even smooth. It made people a little uneasy. A secret base of the night demon, the most core part actually has no defense. Xiao Yuan murmured, It's really weird. The group quickened their pace and walked forward. After walking about 100 meters, the whole space suddenly opened up. A stone cave of about 500 or 600 square meters appeared in front of the 7 people. Xiao Yuan walked into it, and found a strange depression in the middle of the stone cave. The shape of the depression was very interesting, showing a spiral shape, and was completely natural, without any traces of artificial carving. Qi Ming was amused and bent down to touch it, saying, Is this naturally formed? It's amazing. Qi Ming couldn't help but reach out to the middle, and poke it hard, just as he was talking to Xiao Yuan and others. Suddenly, I felt a strong suction force coming from my fingers, pulling my fingers down. Ah! Qi Ming screamed, and his body fell down involuntarily. Xiao Yuan and Xi and Mao, beside Qi Ming, were quick to grab Qi Ming's back, and quickly pulled him out. Qi Ming looked at the center of the spiral rock pattern in the center with a shudder, and suddenly, the whole cave began to shake violently. From the direction they came from, there were bursts of roars, some of which sounded like the sound caused by the movement and compression of the stone wall. Before Xiao Yuan could think about what happened on the way back, the rocks on the ground began to slowly wriggle, with the spiral stone pattern in the middle of the cave as the center. It started like water waves, and then the rocks on the ground in the entire cave began to move more and more violently. Xiao Yuan's heart sank when he saw this. He thought about the sound coming from the other side of the road he just came from, and gritted his teeth, defense formation, keep moving inside. The situation is unclear now. The sound just now may have triggered some kind of mechanism. Judging from the sound of the way back, it is very likely that the way back has been blocked. Crash! Crash! The rocks broke apart, and when Xiao Yuan and others were about to leave the cave, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt something tight under his feet. He looked down, and saw that his military boots were wrapped by a layer of colloid under the rock, and he was being pulled down fiercely. Swish! The silver knife was unsheathed, and slashed at the colloid fiercely. Swish! 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 Xiao Yuan swung his knife several times in a row, cutting off most of the colloid under his feet, and then he got away. On the other side, Wang Ruoling leaned against the wall, but she didn't expect the wall behind her to suddenly break, revealing the colloid hidden in it. Huh? The ends of Wang Ruoling's long hair were sucked in. She couldn't help but scream in pain, and her whole body sank into the wall. Lian Lu, who was beside Wang Ruoling, heard her scream. She rushed forward and grabbed Wang Ruoling's hair. Seeing Wang Ruoling sinking deeper and deeper, and about to be dragged in, Lian Lu gritted her teeth. The silver knife under her ribs flashed with a cold light, and swish! Wang Ruoling's long hair was cut off and turned into short hair. Lian Lu threw down a bunch of black hair, pulled Wang Ruoling up, and ran towards the passage ahead. Xiao Yuan and his group of 7 finally left the cave, and were surprised to find that the entire cave seemed to come alive with the spiral of the cave as the center. The surrounding rock walls peeled off, and the colloids under the rock walls began to emerge from the feet to the side. These colloids were similar to the colloids carried by the pack wolves before, but they looked much lighter in color. In any case, it showed that the direction of the Silver Moon team was right. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan called Lin Lang and shouted, "Old Lin, you and I will lead the way in front, and everyone should take care of each other." Lin Lang responded and walked side by side with Xiao Yuan. The rock wall behind them broke layer by layer, spreading inside with the footsteps of everyone. Xiao Yuan felt like he was being chased by a giant beast, as if he would be swallowed up by the legendary beast if he took a step late. However, the current situation should be similar. If he was unfortunately dragged into the colloid, he would probably suffocate to death. It was chilling to think about dying in that situation. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang were running at the front of the entire team. There was light not far ahead, and it seemed to be an open and spacious space. Lin Lang was delighted when he saw it, and he quickened his pace and ran forward. Snap! 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 Suddenly Lin Lang's shoulder was wet, and water dripped on his shoulder. Lin Lang subconsciously looked up, and saw a big black mouth with water dripping coming towards him. Chapter 115. The big mouth appeared silently from the rock wall, and bit Lin Lang's vitals. Seeing this, Lin Lang lowered his body and rushed forward. Bang! The big mouth missed and hit the ground. Xiao Yuan and others behind him also saw the appearance of the thing. The big mouth that emerged from the rock wall was very similar to the man-eating plant that appeared in film and television works, except that the original plant material was replaced with colloid. The big mouth was full of sharp teeth. After the attack missed, it quickly rose and attacked Xiao Yuan again. With preparation, Xiao Yuan was naturally not afraid of the attack of the big mouth. He held the shield in one hand and waved the sword in the other hand to resist the attack of the big mouth. Bang! That thing was very strong. Xiao Yuan shook the shield in his left hand and swung the silver sword in his right hand to cut the front of the big mouth. Puff! The silver sword fell into the big mouth and was tightly wrapped by the colloid. Waves of suction force came from above, making the silver sword in Xiao Yuan's hand unable to move. Xian Mao was quick-witted and quick-witted. Seeing that Xiao Yuan's weapon was restrained by the mechanical device under his ribs, 2 cold lights passed Xiao Yuan and attacked the big mouth. As mentioned before, this thing looks like a man-eating plant hanging upside down on the rock wall, with very thin roots. Xian Mao's attack accurately hit the thin root connected to the big mouth, and the root made a slight sound at the moment of impact. Then, a transparent liquid flowed out of it, and the big mouth that was restraining Xiao Yuan's weapon loosened and began to twitch. In the astonished eyes of Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang, the big mouth shook twice and grew another head, becoming a double head with dense sharp teeth and a sinister look. Ah! Everyone was shocked by this change. Just when Xiao Yuan turned Tu Nan into a long sword and rushed forward, Wang Ruofei's shout came from the back of the team. "Captain, there are 2 of these things behind us." Xiao Yuan swung his long sword, and the weapon transformed by Tunan was effective against the big mouth, but he could not kill it. Seeing that this thing appeared behind him, Xiao Yuan took advantage of the gap between the 2 big mouths being chopped by the sword continuously, and led everyone to run forward quickly. Haha. I remembered. Lord Yuga, who was lying in Liang Lu's arms, suddenly shouted, "This thing can't be killed. As long as their core exists, they will continue to live." "Lord, do you know this thing?" Xiao Yuan asked while running. "Why didn't you say it just now?" "Ha ha ha, do you think I'm an encyclopedia?" Lord Yuga shook his head with an unfathomable look. "My lord, my memory is incomplete. It's good enough that I can remember it." Okay, it's my fault, it's my fault." Xiao Yuan apologized quickly and asked, "Please tell me quickly, how can we solve those things behind?" As he said, Xiao Yuan looked back and saw that in the empty cave passage, big mouths appeared one after another, and the number was still increasing. This thing is called Migo. It cannot be destroyed directly by weapons alone. Only by finding their mother, the Migo core, can it be completely destroyed, but before Lord Yuga finished speaking, Xiao Yuan had already led everyone through this long cave with countless Migos, and came to an open cave. Huh? The whistling wind came from the middle of the cave. Xiao Yuan looked closely, and saw a translucent six-petal flower in the middle, opening and closing to breathe. The reason why it is called breathing is that there are gusts of wind spreading around when the flower opens and closes. Xiao Yuan looked at the core of the thing with nothing around it, and asked in confusion, "Is this the Migo core? It looks like it's easy to handle." Lord Yuga spread his wings and flapped twice, flying into the air. "You won't say that in a while. There will be many Migo guards around the Migo core. Be careful." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Lord Yuga finished speaking, the ground around the Migo core began to tremble. Boom! Boom! With two loud noises, two creatures as tall as 1 meter emerged from the rock. This creature, called Migo Guard by Lord Yuga, was pale pink and strange in appearance. There were 3 pairs of appendages on the carapace-like body, and a pair of large membranous wings flapped behind them like bats. The most peculiar thing was their heads. In the place where the head should have been, there was no head growing. Instead, there was an elliptical ring composed of pyramids and a fleshy ring, and it was covered with a layer of purple strange substance that looked like an antenna. Boom! 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 3 more loud noises, and 3 identical creatures emerged from the ground, standing side by side in front of Xiao Yuan and the others. Squeak! 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 The Migo guards made a harsh insect sound and rushed toward Xiao Yuan at the same time. With the flapping of the large membrane wings behind them, the Migo guards were as fast as a gust of wind, and they were in front of Xiao Yuan in an instant. The one who attacked him was the largest Migo guard, waving its sharp appendages toward Xiao Yuan, bringing with it a strange and weird fragrance. Clang! The silver knife collided with the appendage, sparks flew. The hardness of the appendage was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectation. He swung several knives at the appendage of the Migo guard, but not only did he fail to cut it off, but he also aroused its ferocity. Squeak! After a sharp and high-pitched cry came from its abdomen, the Migo guard's large membrane wings flapped violently. Whoosh! Its body speed increased in an instant, avoiding the blade swung by Xiao Yuan. Bang! The Migo guard turned sideways. The antenna material on its head was covered with dim light, and it rushed straight toward Xiao Yuan's chest. Xiao Yuan was caught off guard, and could only use the shield transformed by Tunnen to block the collision. Xiao Yuan's arm went numb, and then his body flew into the air and fell backwards. The impact of the Migo guard was beyond his imagination. While in the air, Xiao Yuan was still conscious. He saw that the Migo guard turned into a gust of wind and wanted to attack him when he was exposed, so he snorted coldly. The double alloy claws under his ribs shot out and shot at the strange head of the Migo guard. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Migo guard rushed forward and was hit by the alloy claws. The titanium alloy naturally could not break its shell, but the strange antenna-like thing on its head became a flaw at this time. The alloy claw guide was activated, locking the Migo guard's head. The sudden attack made the Migo guard a little flustered, and the body stopped rushing forward, and the appendages on the front chest began to fiddle with the alloy claw on the head. Click! Click! After 2 crisp sounds, Xiao Yuan raised a smile and shouted, "Come here!" The Migo guard also obeyed, and at the moment Xiao Yuan said it, its body flew toward Xiao Yuan, who fell to the ground under the traction of the metal wire. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes, and rushed over to meet it the moment it flew towards him. The tunin in his hand flashed, and turned into a long sword. He slashed at the flying Migo guard with one sword and one sword. Clang! Snap! The Minging sword blocked the attack of the Migo guard, and the long sword slashed at its abdomen. Xiao Yuan heard a crisp sound in his ears, and the carapace on the Migo guard's abdomen was pierced, and the whole body stiffened. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Migo guard with a pierced abdomen let out a trembling cry, and the antenna on its head suddenly sprayed a light purple mist. Xiao Yuan had already won the game, but the unexpected mist sprayed on his face. He quickly took out the tunin and stepped back. Squeak! The Migo guard made a final cry and fell to the ground. Xiao Yuan looked back at the people who were fighting with other Migo guards. Although they were a little embarrassed, they were still able to hold on. He thought for a moment and rushed towards the Migo core. He would destroy that thing first, and then deal with the Migo guards. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan rushed to the Migo core in the middle of the cave, raised his long sword and stabbed the six-petal flower that was breathing in and out. Chapter 116. The long sword was sharp, piercing the center of the six-petal flower. A gentle resistance appeared at the tip of the sword, as if trying to hinder Xiao Yuan's attack, but it instantly disintegrated under Tunin's sharp attack. Crack! With a crisp sound, the pistol in the center of the six-petal flower broke like glass. The moment the pistol shattered, Xiao Yuan heard a faint cry. Growing around the pistol, the six huge translucent petals stagnated, stopped opening and closing, and gradually turned into wisps of flying ash and dissipated. Is it over? Xiao Yuan asked, smelling a strange fragrance between his nose. He turned around and looked behind him, wanting to see how the battle was going. Xiao Yuan turned around and found that the battle behind him had become silent at some point. The pupils of Xiao Yuan's obsidian-like eyes shrank. Liang Lu, Xian Mao, Qi Ming, Lin Lang, Wang Ruofei, and Wang Ruoling all fell in a pool of blood. Liang Lu opened her eyes wide, her raised face was bloodless, and she was looking straight at herself. Xian Mao's body was covered in blood, and his cheeks were covered with scars and blood. He lowered his head, and blood dripped from his chin. Lulu, Xiaoxin Laowang. You? Xiao Yuan wanted to run over, but found that his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. Ah! Xiao Yuan screamed in pain, his heart felt like it was about to explode. All the comrades, who had fought side by side with him, were killed here. The strong grief made Xiao Yuan almost unable to think, and tears fell from his eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiao Yuan heard another burst of chirping in his ears, and the rustling sound came from the shadows in front. He looked up, and saw a Migo guard as tall as 5 or 6 meters in his sight. Its hideous appendages were covered with blood and flesh. Even on its lowest appendage, there was a military badge belonging to the Silver Wing Army. On its strange head, the purple antenna-like substance became brighter and brighter, emitting a psychedelic glow. Ah! Xiao Yuan roared, waving the 2 Nan and Ming Yin Dao in his hands, and killing the giant Migo guard. Snap, snap, snap. The military booth stepped on the ground covered with the blood of comrades, making Xiao Yuan's eyes bloodshot. He had only one thought at this time, that is, to kill it. Kill it, swish. Swish. With a knife and a sword, Xiao Yuan flew high under the traction of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, and attacked the softest part of the Migo guard's abdomen. Clang. Clang. Unlike what Xiao Yuan imagined, the Migo guard's abdomen was not cut by Tunin, but instead, there were 2 metallic collision sounds. Xiao Yuan fell back due to the recoil force. He stared at the abdomen in a daze, muttering, "How could this happen?" Puff! A sharp pain came from his heart. Xiao Yuan looked at the sharp appendage piercing his chest, revealing a look of relief. In the end, will I still fall here? Since I can't avenge everyone, I will stay here to accompany everyone. An unprecedented negative emotion began to spread in Xiao Yuan's heart. He felt that his eyes were getting heavier and heavier. He just wanted to have a good sleep. It seemed that as long as he closed his eyes and fell asleep, all the pain would disappear. Blood continued to flow out of his body, and Xiao Yuan felt that the temperature of his body dropped rapidly. Xiao Yuan closed his eyes. The sounds around him became weaker and weaker, and the light in the world gradually dissipated, and finally only complete darkness was left. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. A familiar soft voice came, which made Xiao Yuan, who was almost falling into the endless darkness, feel moved. Is this Xiao Yuan's voice? Xiao Yuan's consciousness, which was about to be completely lost, began to tremble. If I just left like this, what would she do? The girl who has always been by my side. If I leave, how will she live? Xiao Yuan thought so, trying to get rid of the gradually falling asleep state, but the boundless fatigue and negative emotions were devouring his will and consciousness. Just as Xiao Yuan was struggling between the 2 states, a foul smell appeared between his nostrils. This smell was worse than anything Xiao Yuan had smelled before, causing him to feel a strong nausea from body to soul. Ugh! Xiao Yuan couldn't help but retching violently, and his tightly closed eyes finally opened suddenly at this moment. Huh? There were bursts of fighting sounds in his ears, and Xiao Yuan stood in front of the 6 petals in a daze, holding the tunin in his hand high, but not dropping it. Xiao Yuan woke up as if from a dream, and suddenly turned around to see Liang Lu, Xinmao, and the others fighting hard with the remaining 4 Mi-Go guards. Lord Yuga's anxious voice came from above Xiao Yuan's head. Gaga, Xiao Yuan, you big fool. Hurry up and destroy the Mi-Go core. The master's hot shit can't last too long. Xiao Yuan heard Lord Yuga's shout, came back to his senses, and ignored the stench lingering on his body, picked up tunin and swung his sword. Swish! The sword cut through the air, and shattered the pistol in the middle of the 6-petal flower. Snap! Snap! After the pistol shattered, the petals also shattered, but they did not turn into ashes as Xiao Yuan imagined, but turned into tiny fragments and withered. Whoosh! The air around him was drawn in, and at that moment the air seemed to freeze. This state lasted for a few seconds, and then a strong airflow erupted with the petals as the center. Xiao Yuan was closest to the airflow, and felt that he was swept up by the huge force and flew backwards behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The whistling airflows stirred back and forth in the entire cave. After the Mi-Go guards, who were originally in a fierce battle, were hit by the airflow, their bodies quickly shrank and fell to the ground, and in an instant they became a specimen that had lost all moisture. The bodies of the 4 Mi-Go guards fell to the ground at the same time, while the rest of the Silver Moon team retreated under the impact of the airflow. Xiao Yuan fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. Xinmao was the fastest. After seeing the death of those strange-looking guards, he rolled and crawled to Xiao Yuan's side in the turbulent airflow. Boss, are you okay? Xinmao helped Xiao Yuan up and said loudly. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw Xinmao's dusty face. He hugged Xinmao tightly and patted his back. It's okay. I'm glad everyone is okay. Ha ha ha. Xi and Mao's back smacked by Xiao Yuan's pats. He didn't know what happened to Xiao Yuan. He was always smiling and gentle. How could he suddenly become so cheerful? Xi and Mao naturally couldn't understand Xiao Yuan's joy of regaining what he had lost. He suddenly sniffed, broke away from Xiao Yuan, and stepped back a few steps. Boss, why do you stink so much? What is that? The wind in the cave slowly died down, and Lord Yuga also flew down from the sky and landed on Xi and Mao, making a weird noise. Of course it's my shit, Lord. Xiao Yuan barely cleaned up the bird droppings on his shoulder, and said with a smile, thanks to Lord Yuga's help, otherwise I would have died here today. Liang Lu covered her nose and frowned, and asked curiously, Captain, what happened just now? Didn't you have a smooth journey? Xiao Yuan heard what he had just experienced and briefly described it, shocking everyone to gasp. Qi Ming smacked his lips after listening and exclaimed, no wonder there are only 5 Mi-Go guards defending here. It turns out that anyone who approaches there will fall into an illusion. It's really amazing. Lord Yuga combed his feathers with his mouth. He added, not only that, if a person who falls into an illusion dies in the illusion and believes that he is dead, then he is really dead. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but feel scared after hearing this. He walked in front of Lord Yuga, and the others who were stinking all over retreated and hid far away. Xi and Mao held his breath with a look of despair, watching Xiao Yuan reach out and touch Lord Yuga's feathers, and said, today is really thanks to Lord Yuga, otherwise I'm afraid. Lord Yuga curled his lips, and said arrogantly, don't come here. Lord, I'm afraid that my wife will be sad if you die, otherwise who will care about you? Chapter 117. Xi and Mao protested with a bitter face. Master Yuga, can't you use other methods to save the boss? This smell is too strong. Master Yuga raised his head and said, do you think that Mi-Go flour is made of paper? Anyone within 20 meters of it will be confused to death. Master, I took so much effort to squeeze out this hot shit, you little brat, don't you know? Quack! Xi and Mao shrank his head after being scolded by Master Yuga, and dared not complain anymore to avoid making this arrogant duck unhappy. Xiao Yuan found it quite funny to see its appearance. He looked around and saw that the entire passage had come to an end here, and there was no other way. Xiao Yuan walked to the broken strange 6-petal flower and said, could this flower be the source of the continuous production of meatballs in the entire cave? Speaking of this, Xiao Yuan turned his head to look at Lord Yuga to hear his opinion. Lord Yuga was busy combing his feathers. Seeing Xiao Yuan's eyes drifting towards him, he shook his head and said, don't ask me, my memory is incomplete, and I really don't know the origin of the meatballs. Liang Lu bent down in front of the shattered remains of the pistol in the middle of the 6-petal flower, and carefully examined it. After standing up, she said softly. Captain, I think this flower is very likely the source of the meatball. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and nodded to signal her to continue. Liang Lu pointed to the passage where everyone encountered the big mouth of the man-eating plant and said, as we walked along, whether it was the ground or the things on the rock wall, they were essentially a kind of colloid. She took out a tube of colloid that she had extracted from the meatball from the small box she carried with her. The colloid was placed in a small special hardened glass tube. The original colloid has become liquid, and the only thing that remains unchanged is the blue light in it. Liang Lu pointed at the liquid in the bottle and explained slowly, the colloid in the meatball is very similar to the colloid in the stone wall, and the smell of this migo flower is somewhat similar to that of the meatball. She carefully put the glass tube back into the small box and continued, so, I think this flower is the source of the meatball. Liang Lu's words made the others look happy. If this is true, they have completed their mission and can return to A City. Leaving A City and carrying out the mission in the mountains is a great test for each of them. Not only do they have to guard against attacks that may come at any time, but they also have to carefully investigate every clue. People can't stand being in this mental state for a long time. After listening to Liang Lu's analysis, Xiao Yuan nodded and fell into deep thought. Is everything really as Liang Lu said? From a personal emotional point of view, Xiao Yuan absolutely supports Liang Lu's speculation, and I'm afraid most people in the team have the same attitude. But from a rational point of view, now that they have come to this point, if the Night Demon really has hidden secrets, and they miss the opportunity that is so close due to negligence, the consequences will be extremely serious. Xiao Yuan can imagine the situation in A City. The Night Demon and the Silver Wing Legion are in a difficult tug-of-war, and both sides are persisting in the bloody battle. Whoever can hold on can finally win the battle for the Ace defense line. The three teams led by Xiao Yuan are now deep in the rear of the Night Demon. Every decision they make may affect the final outcome of this war. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan looked around at everyone's expectant eyes and said softly, I agree with Lulu's analysis, but... Xiao Yuan pointed to a wall behind him and said, we need to carefully check this wall and the ground before we can confirm the evacuation. After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the other 6 people immediately took action. Xinmao moved the fastest. He always believed in Xiao Yuan's decision the most. Although he felt that it was unnecessary, he still walked towards the wall swiftly. For a moment, the sound of silver knives hitting the stone wall echoed throughout the cave. Wang Ruoling had been slightly injured in the battle before, with a bloody scratch on her arm, and her long hair turned short. Xiao Yuan walked to her side, bent down to check the stone wall, and asked casually, Ruoling, are you okay? Wang Ruoling's face was covered with dirt from running all the way, and it was white and black. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, she subconsciously wiped the dust off her face and said, it's okay, Sister Lulu has bandaged it for me. Xiao Yuan nodded, and pressed his palm against the rock to feel the temperature. He could not help but frown at the warmth on his palm. The tunan in his hand turned into a long knife. Xiao Yuan gently pushed Wang Ruoling away and said, be careful, and stabbed the long knife straight into the stone wall. Swish! The silver-white long knife was sharp and instantly pierced through the stone wall. Xiao Yuan exerted force on his hand and directly scratched a deep dent on the stone wall. The stone wall without the effect of the migo flower returned to normal, except for some warm breath. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Ruoling and Liang Lu were busy collecting some specimens of the migo flower, and they were very busy. The others knocked on the stone wall with weapons in hand, checking every detail in every corner, but found nothing abnormal. After checking everything, Xiao Yuan finally felt relieved when he looked at the empty stone cave. He finally looked back at the stone cave he had come to with great difficulty, and said softly, retreat. When this order came out, Xiao Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This mission should be considered successfully completed, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and walked out briskly. Moo! 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 When everyone was about to leave the cave, a deep roar of a bull came from the stone wall they had just checked. This roar was somewhat different from that of the thunder beast, more rapid and high-pitched, mixed with anger and anxiety. What's going on? Xiao Yuan's body stagnated, and he subconsciously stopped. He turned around uncertainly and listened carefully. When he confirmed that the sound was indeed coming from that side, he rushed to the stone wall like the wind. Moo! The roar of the bull continued for 2 more times before it stopped. Xiao Yuan took 2 steps back, looked at the stone wall, gritted his teeth, and said, Old Qi, prepare to blow up the stone wall. Qi Ming agreed, and he and Lin Lang took out the micro-explosives from their backpacks and set them up in front of the stone wall. Liang Lu walked to Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Captain, we didn't bring much explosives this time, so we can break the stone wall and go back." The mountain was shaking before, and the friction sound of the rocks coming from the way was fierce, so Liang Lu had a plan in mind. After seeing the colloid coming out of the stone wall, she could probably imagine that the way to go might be closed by the stone wall assimilated by the Migo flower. Liang Lu used the remaining explosives to break the stone wall. She was really worried about the 7 of them. They didn't even have a last resort. Xiao Yuan understood Liang Lu's worries. He said to her in a barely audible voice, "Lulu, I understand your worries, but we have a mission to accomplish. Any potential hidden dangers cannot be overlooked, so..." Seeing Xiao Yuan's embarrassment, Liang Lu nodded in understanding and smiled sweetly. "Well, you are the captain. Since you have made the decision, I choose to support you." Xiao Yuan nodded to her gratefully. Every decision he made was related to the life and death of the whole team. It would be a lie to say that he had no pressure in his heart. Liang Lu's support at this time was too important for his psychological comfort. Liang Lu has always been a smart girl. She is rational and calm and always thinks about the safety of the Silver Moon team. When she sees that there are hidden dangers in a matter, she will take the initiative to give Xiao Yuan suggestions. And when Xiao Yuan is really determined to make a decision, she will support him unswervingly. It is really a pleasant thing to work with her. While the two were talking, Qi Ming and Lin Lang had already installed the explosive device skillfully and were ready to start the blasting. Chapter 118. The blasting device equipped by the Silver Wings Corps uses the most advanced technology. In addition to automatically measuring the installation location, its power is several times that of traditional explosives. Qi Ming, Lin Lang and the others finished installing it, and everyone hid far away together. With a strong roar, the stone wall was shattered by the blasting device, revealing the hole behind. Xiao Yuan walked in front, and only felt a gust of cold wind blowing from it, mixed with the same strange aroma as meatballs. Xiao Yuan made a gesture behind him. Lin Lang walked quickly to his side, and the rest of the people deployed in turn according to the defensive formation. Moo! Moo! Just as they stepped into the cave, 2 more roars were heard, and Xiao Yuan followed the sound and walked inside. This cave was hidden in the stone wall. Xiao Yuan and others walked along the road for about 700 to 800 meters, and the whole space suddenly became clear. A cave twice as large as the one where Magoa was just now appeared in front of everyone, and there were more than 50 huge pools distributed in the cave. When everyone approached, they found that in each pool there was a creature that looked like a small truck. This creature had no scales on its body, its black eyes were small and squinting, and its fat body resembled a seal. On its bald head, there were 2 pointed ears, which moved from time to time when it heard footsteps from afar. At this time, more than 50 fat seals were lazily lying in the pool, and at their tails, there were round balls of flesh. When Xiao Yuan walked up to the seal, it hummed and raised its tail, and a round ball of flesh was born in the water. Its cry was very interesting, like the sound of a strong wind blowing through a cave. The strange animal with a ball of flesh hummed comfortably, and its big head lay on the shore. Its eyes seemed to have degenerated, and it could not see Xiao Yuan, who was walking in front of it. Xiao Yuan approached it cautiously. After confirming that there was no danger, he hesitated for a moment and whispered to the people behind him, "Kill! Don't spare any." Xi and Mao stared at the harmless animal and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Boss, are you going to kill all of them? But they don't look dangerous." There was a gust of cold wind in the cave. Xiao Yuan looked up at the caves around the cave, drew out the mean knife, and walked towards the strange beast in front of him. "We don't have much time. The thing that made the bull roar before may be nearby. Follow the order." "Yes, Captain." Xi and Mao was a young man after all. Seeing these strange beasts were so cute and threatening, he felt sorry for them. Xiao Yuan didn't have so many burdens in his heart. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. The meatballs produced by these strange beasts are most likely the base responsible for the supply of the entire Night Demon army. Xiao Yuan raised the minging knife high in his hand. Shwa! With a clean and sharp knife, the blade cut through the air and pierced into the head of the strange beast. The strange beast's small eyes opened and a high-pitched cry came out of its mouth. The cry was extremely harsh, accompanied by the strange beast's desperate efforts before death, and instantly broke through the entire cave. Xiao Yuan pulled out the silver knife in his hand, and the blue blood on it dripped along the blade and evaporated the moment it touched the ground. Moo! 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 Soon after the beast let out its dying roar, a roar came from a cave on his left. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan raised the silver knife and rushed towards the beast on the other side, shouting, "Speed up! Get ready to meet the enemy!" Boom, boom! There were bursts of roars coming from the cave in the air, like the sound of a huge monster rubbing against the stone wall. When Xiao Yuan just killed the fourth beast, he suddenly heard a bang beside him. Boom! A black shadow flew out from the cave next to him and rushed straight toward Xiao Yuan. It was covered with black scales, nearly 7 meters long, with a single horn on its head like a cow, and a white and purple pattern on its neck. A cross-shaped piece of flesh bulged between its eyebrows. Its eyes were orange and fierce, and its mouth was full of white fangs. The moment he saw this creature, a word suddenly emerged in Xiao Yuan's mind. Dragon. This thing looked too much like the legendary dragon, but then he realized that the legendary dragon had 2 horns. So why did this thing only have 1 horn? Moo! The beast roared, perhaps because it saw that most of the creatures producing meatballs in the cave had been killed. It suddenly jumped toward Xiao Yuan. When it pounced, Xiao Yuan found that this guy had 2 feet under his abdomen that looked like eagle claws. Seeing the beast pounce, Xiao Yuan did not dare to fight head-on, and dodged to the side. Boom! The beast's scales were extremely hard, and it crashed into the rocks beside the pool, causing a burst of rocks to fly. Xiao Yuan dodged the attack narrowly, and shouted to the people rushing around, "Guard against the enemy, and find a chance to retreat from that cave." Huh? As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the beast attacked again, even faster than before, and opened its huge mouth to bite Xiao Yuan's waist. Xiao Yuan was not standing firmly, so he was forced to use the anti-gravity maneuvering device to fly into the sky. Others looked back in the air, and were shocked to see that the beast that passed by him in the air had a tail that looked like a fish tail, thick and covered with scales. The huge fish tail made a bang in the air and hit Xiao Yuan's back. Xiao Yuan had to draw out the main knife to meet the heavy blow. There was a loud noise in his ear, and then his body tilted and fell to the other side. Fortunately, Qi Ming and Wang Ruofei arrived in time and caught Xiao Yuan's flying body steadily. Even so, the huge impact force still made the 3 people roll into a ball, and they stopped after 5 or 6 meters. Xiao Yuan's arms were numb, as if he was electrocuted. Only then did he realize that the beast guarding this place was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the luck that it wasn't in the cave before, how could they kill so many small-eyed monsters? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan knew it would be difficult to deal with it, and said, "Cover, retreat." The members of the Silver Moon team have been together for a long time, and they are very proficient in various formations and strategies. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Lang and Qi Ming walked to the front at the same time. The beast saw that it didn't kill Xiao Yuan with 1 blow, so it turned around and rushed towards them. Wang Ruoling and Liang Lu were at the back of the team. They took out 4 flares from their backpacks, and threw them at the same time when the beast came. Whoosh! Bang! The signal flare exploded between the 2 sides. Xiao Yuan and the others consciously closed their eyes, but the beast still pounced forward without knowing what was going on. When the signal flare exploded, they felt a strong light coming, and their big orange eyes were stung. Moo! The beast cried out in pain, and its eyelids closed. These 4 powerful flash bombs were specially approved by the Silver Wings Corps' equipment department before departure, just to deal with unbeatable opponents. When the effect of the flash bombs weakened, Xiao Yuan opened his eyes slightly despite the stinging pain in his eyes, and saw that the beast was flopping on the ground, and it was obvious that it was also extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan led the others to run towards the cave where the beast came out. The gusts of cold wind from it proved that this place must be connected to the outside world. As long as they successfully ran in, they would have room to maneuver based on the terrain. The 7 people ran quickly towards the cave entrance. When Xiao Yuan was less than 10 meters away from the cave entrance, he suddenly heard a roar behind him. The beast actually used its 2 limbs to fly into the air and rush straight towards the cave entrance. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to stop and watch the huge body of the beast fall in front of him and block the cave entrance. Moo! The beast turned around and roared, and opened its eyes. The originally orange eyes somehow turned blood red. Chapter 119. Boom! The beast's huge body fell to the ground, completely blocking the way ahead. Its eyes, as big as footballs, were bloodshot, staring at Xiao Yuan and the others. Huh? The beast didn't give Xiao Yuan and the others much time, and suddenly pounced into the crowd. Its power was so great that no one could withstand the blow by their own strength, so everyone had no choice but to disperse and dodge. Master Yuga, who flew into the air in the chaos, shouted in a hoarse voice, "The weak point of this dragon is in the abdomen. Attack the abdomen, Jiaolong!" Are there really such creatures as Jialong in this world? Xiao Yuan was surprised by Lord Yuga's words, and took the opportunity to look at the Jialong's belly when it took off. The Jialong's whole body was covered with a layer of black scales, including its belly, but a thin white line was exposed in the middle and upper part of its belly. The white line was nothing else but a gap in the skin left by the growth of scales on both sides. If Lord Yuga hadn't reminded him, it would have been difficult to be discovered in the fierce battle. Everyone dodged the dragon's angry pounce, and Xian Mao, who was on the edge, was accidentally caught by the dragon's tail. The power of the dragon's tail should not be underestimated. Xian Mao's thin body was swept away and hit the stone wall beside him. Fortunately, he was agile and twisted his waist at the moment of collision to avoid the vital part. Bang! Even so, Xian Mao still felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Xian Mao, who was struggling to stand up, had not yet recovered from this breath, and the dragon's attack came again, with a pair of eagle claws raised high, shining with cold light and grabbing Xian Mao. Seeing this, Xian Mao was frightened. The pair of eagle claws under the dragon's body could break gold and shatter stones. How could his flesh and blood resist? The dragon was too fast. Xian Mao only had time to run a few steps back. The eagle claws, which were a circle larger than his head, had reached his back and were about to tear him apart. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two strong winds came and hit the dragon's two claws accurately. Buzz! Buzz! The anti-gravity maneuvering device retracted its spring, and the two titanium alloy claws pulled the dragon's two claws outward for a distance, brushing against Xian Mao's clothes. Moo! Seeing that its attempt to kill Xian Mao failed, the dragon roared in anger and pulled hard with its claws. Wang Ruofei and Qi Ming on the other side were almost knocked down by the huge force, and finally managed to stabilize their bodies. Wang Ruoling and Liang Lu behind them repeated the same trick, took out two more flares from their backpacks, and threw them at the dragon. The dragon had just been injured in the eyes by the strong light, so it naturally knew how powerful this thing was, and subconsciously closed its eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang suddenly shot out their titanium alloy claws, and flew into the air, like two strange birds rushing towards the dragon with its eyes closed. Bang! 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 The flare exploded in midair, emitting a blue light, but it was not the flash bomb used just now. Taking advantage of this precious moment, Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang had already arrived in front of the dragon. Swish! Swish! The silver knife flashed with cold light, and slashed towards the white gap under the dragon's claws. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds were heard, and Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang's attacks were blocked by the waving eagle claws. Xiao Yuan was surprised and looked up. The dragon stared at the two with its blood-red eyes, and a playful light appeared in them. Xiao Yuan's heart tightened. This dragon must have deliberately lured them here. You cunning beast! No matter how much he cursed in his heart, it was useless. The dragon, which was already close, roared loudly and bit Xiao Yuan's head with its huge head. His attack was blocked. He and Lin Lang were both in midair. This attack was really impossible to dodge. At this moment, Xiao Yuan and the dragon were so close that he could almost smell the fishy smell and a strange fragrance coming from its mouth. Dang! The white fangs in the dragon's mouth did not bite off the bones and flesh of the tiny creature in front of it as it wished, but hit a silver-white shield. Bang! Xiao Yuan's body flew backwards with the force of the shock, and he stretched out his hand to pull the cloak behind Lin Lang. Pain. Even though the body had been transformed by the RV reinforcement device, it was still difficult to resist the pain in the arm under continuous injuries. Xiao Yuan bit his tongue and forced himself to concentrate. The tunin on his arm instantly turned into a glove, and a silver light shot out from it. This attack was more unexpected to the dragon than the silver-white shield. The silver light hit the dragon's belly in an instant. Puff! Tunin pierced the white line of the dragon's abdomen, but the scales on both sides grew too close together. The tip of Tunin only penetrated about 3 centimeters, and could not go any deeper. Whoosh! Xiao Yuan took back Tunin and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" This attack could not kill the dragon, and the dragon would have a slim chance of defense. Xiao Yuan did not have time to complain about the dead duck Yuga's strategy of shaking half a bucket of water, and dragged Lin Lang beside him, and ran towards the cave. Moo! Roar! After the dragon roared, it let out a strange roar that had never been heard before. The wound on its abdomen was bleeding golden blood, which made it completely furious. It kicked hard with its claws, leaving a deep dent on the rocky ground. Whoosh! Its huge body soared into the air and pounced on the people who were retreating to the cave. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang were running at the back. They knew something was wrong when they heard the sound behind them. They tried their best and used all their strength. When they were still 3 or 4 meters away from the cave, Xiao Yuan looked behind him and saw a huge monster coming in an instant, about to knock them down and tear them into pieces. Seeing that time was running out, Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, pushed Lin Lang into the cave with his right arm, and dodged to the side. Boom! The dragon fell down, turned around and bit Xiao Yuan, who fell to the side. Before the others who had just entered the cave could react, Lin Lang was thrown in by Xiao Yuan. Then everything went black, and a huge body blocked the entrance. Wang Ruoling saw it clearly from behind, and when she saw Xiao Yuan dodging to the side, she shouted anxiously, "Captain, the captain is still outside." Ah! Wang Ruoling's words awakened the others from their dreams. Xi and Mao picked up the minging knife and chopped at the dragon's body, blocking the cave entrance like crazy. Clang! 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 The hard black scales on the dragon's body were difficult to break even with the minging knife. No matter how Xi and Mao and others roared and chopped, it was useless. Xiao Yuan dodged and fell to the ground in a daze. The long-term high-intensity combat and injuries made it difficult for his brain to react. Moo! The dragon roared and its huge head suddenly attacked Xiao Yuan. Bang! The silver-white shield protected him in front of him. Xiao Yuan felt a sharp pain in his arms, and the shield almost fell out of his hand. The dragon narrowed its eyes slightly, as if it was deliberately suppressing its strength, and did not intend to kill Xiao Yuan immediately. Bang! Another heavy blow. The tunan in Xiao Yuan's hand fell out of his hand, and he felt as if his arms were about to lose consciousness, and could not feel any pain. Roar! The dragon roared to the sky, causing Xiao Yuan's eardrums to hurt, and then suddenly lowered its head and opened its big mouth to bite Xiao Yuan. Chapter 120. Is it over? Xiao Yuan looked at the attacking giant mouth and reluctantly activated the motor device, shooting 2 alloy claws at the dragon. Unfortunately, the direction deviated and only hit its chin. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly. He recalled the scene of the family having dinner together at his aunt's house on Moss End Road. He really wanted to see them again. Bang! Bang! Just when Xiao Yuan had closed his eyes and waited for death to come, 2 explosions came from his side. The dragon was attracted by the sudden sound and turned to look at the source of the sound. Whoosh! An ice blue feather arrow passed through the flare that was releasing light and shot towards the dragon. Moo! The dragon did not expect that something unexpected would happen at this time, and it turned its head to avoid the feather arrow shot at its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a feather arrow passed, 2 sounds of breaking wind came. The 3 feather arrows followed different trajectories, as if they had determined the direction of the dragon's movement in advance. The last feather arrow brushed past the dragon's eye, leaving a shallow wound. Moo! The dragon was covered in scales, but had no protection. The arrow hurt it so much that it rolled over. With the help of 3 arrows, Xiao Yuan struggled to run away from the rolling dragon. His body was covered with scratches and wounds from the battle. He looked miserable. As soon as Xiao Yuan picked up Tu Nian, he saw a figure falling from the air. Sun Wan landed beside him. Huh? Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After escaping death, he saw Sun Wan's eyes were red, and he wanted to say something. He waved his hand and said first, "Go into the cave and leave first." The dragon rolled over, turning the cave upside down. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Ling Hu and others ran into the cave together. Sun Wan's 3 ice blue feather arrows were used more and more skillfully. The prediction and several arrows of the 3 arrows just now were almost perfect. After Sun Wan took back the 3 feather arrows, he followed Xiao Yuan into the cave to meet up with the rest of the Silver Moon team. The team members who thought Xiao Yuan had died here and were ready to fight the dragon were naturally surprised to see the scene. Xiao Yuan took advantage of the time when the dragon's eyes were injured, and with the help of Sun Wan, he and everyone else quickly moved forward along the cave. Sun Wan briefly recounted what happened after they defeated the Fox-Eye Girl, and Xiao Yuan finally understood the whole story. When Sun Wan, Ling Hu and his team found out that Xiao Yuan and his team had disappeared, they were also very anxious. However, after checking the entire cave, they still couldn't find any entrance. This was a difficult situation for them. Sun Wan suggested blowing up the entire stone wall, but the blasting equipment carried by Ling Hu's team was not enough. If they couldn't locate it accurately, this precious opportunity would be wasted. While everyone was having a headache about this, the whole wall suddenly seemed to come alive and began to wriggle. Xiao Yuan thought about it and realized that it should be the moment when Qi Ming touched the spiral stone pattern, and the whole cave was moving under the influence of the Migo flower. On the wriggling stone wall, something like a man-eating plant appeared. Fortunately, they could deal with it even if there were not many of them. After a battle, the endless man-eating plants on the stone wall disappeared, and the abnormal wriggling of the front wall stopped. Finally, a crack only a few centimeters wide appeared in the middle of the stone wall, and Sun Quan and others used the only blasting device in their hands to blow it open. After a lot of effort, I followed the path that Xiao Yuan and others had taken to get here. As a result, I saw Xiao Yuan in danger just after I arrived here. If it was at night, I might have seen Xiao Yuan's cold body at this time. After listening to Sun Wan's narration, Xiao Yuan said with lingering fear, "This time it's really thanks to you guys coming in time. This thing is really amazing." Sun Wan thought of the huge creature outside the cave and asked curiously, "What kind of creature is that?" Ling Hu scratched his head and sighed. "It looks a bit like a dragon. It's exactly the same as the story my grandma often told me in my hometown." Liang Lu walked in front of Xiao Yuan with a lantern in her hand. Hearing Ling Hu's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Ling, there is a difference between a jiaolong and a dragon." "Jiao?" Ling Hu recalled the 7-meter-long beast he had just seen. No matter how he looked at it, he thought it was a dragon. Seeing this, Liang Lu nodded to the top of her head and explained, "The situation was urgent just now, so it's normal that you didn't notice it. The jiao had a single horn and a pattern on its neck. The most important thing is..." Liang Lu saw Ling Hu's anxious eyes and smiled slightly. "The jiaolong only has 2 claws similar to those of an eagle." After listening to Liang Lu's explanation, Ling Hu looked like he had learned something new and muttered, "This world is really strange. Things that have never been seen before have emerged, and demons are dancing wildly." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Xiao Yuan listened to Ling Hu's words and suddenly said to Lord Yuga, "Lord Yuga, do you think these creatures really exist on Blue Star? Or were they brought into this world after the night demons broke out?" Lord Yuga, who was dozing in Wang Ruoling's arms, was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he answered without opening his eyes, "Don't you have many records of dragons and jiao in country A on your Blue Star? Why are you asking me?" Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "After all, they are just a few words recorded in history books. The modern dragon sightings are ambiguous, and we don't know whether they are true or false." Lord Yuga cackled twice and said sarcastically, "I see. You humans attribute the real things your ancestors saw to ignorance and think that their records are biased?" Xiao Yuan, Lord Yuga opened his small green bean-like eyes and said, "You always think that the development of science and technology is arrogant. You think that what our ancestors saw and heard is all lies. Isn't such subjective conjecture contrary to the science you advocate?" Master Yuga's words choked Xiao Yuan for a long time. Just when he was about to continue to criticize humans and show off his erudition, he suddenly heard a loud noise behind him. Then, the whole cave began to hear a series of friction sounds. Xiao Yuan's face changed and he shouted, "Oh no! That beast is catching up! Moo! Moo!" The low roar of the cow came from far away and came along the long cave. The moment everyone heard the sound, they hurriedly accelerated and ran forward, about 1,000 meters forward. The sound of the dragon chasing behind them gradually approached, and Xiao Yuan and others entered a large cave. There was a huge pool of water in the middle of the cave, and on the other side of the pool was a dark cave passage. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan's mind turned quickly, and he talked to the people around him in a hurry. The dragon shuttled through the cave, stirring up waves of gravel and noise, which spread far away. "It's right, I was full of golden blood, and the wound caused by the ice blue feather arrow on it stopped bleeding in a very short time. But for the dragon, being injured in the vitals by the tiny human in its eyes was undoubtedly a deep shame." The dragon's claws danced like flying, and its body shuttled quickly in the cave. When a light appeared in front of him, the dragon kicked its claws and flew out, swish. Just as it flew out of the cave and entered the wide cave, a silver light flashed instantly. Chapter 121. The dragon's head was huge, almost as big as half of the cave entrance. When the silver light flashed, it naturally closed its eyes to avoid eye injuries. Clang! Xiao Yuan hit the dragon's eyelids with a knife. Seeing that the silver knife failed to break its defense, he secretly said it was a pity, turned back, and left his body and flew into the air. The dragon's body was huge and had a strong impact. When Xiao Yuan retreated, 2 alloy metal wires appeared from the top and bottom of the cave entrance, just blocking the entire cave entrance. Bang! 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 The titanium alloy wire was instantly tightened by the impact of the dragon, and Ling Hu, Lin Lang, Qi Ming, and Wang Ruofei, who were distributed on both sides of the cave entrance, held the mechanical device under their ribs tightly. At the stone pillars not far from both sides of the cave entrance, Lin Lang and the other 4 tied the alloy hooks to the opposite stone pillars, and they wrapped the silk thread around the stone pillars on their side. Even so, the impact brought by the dragon's rapid movement still made the 4 people almost unable to hold on. The anti-gravity mechanical device under the ribs made a creaking sound, which made several people secretly worry whether the device would collapse at some point. When the dragon's impact was blocked, Sun Quan, who was in front, raised his ice blue longbow and fired 3 arrows in a row. Sun Quan's longbow can turn black as he wishes, making it easier to fight in stealth at night. When the longbow changes back to its original color, its power will reach its maximum. The 3 ice blue feather arrows shot by Sun Quan almost formed a straight line. Swoosh! 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 The 3 feather arrows whistled and shot towards the dragon's already injured eyes. Roar! Roar! The dragon was temporarily trapped, and before it could react, Sun Quan's attack was already in front of it. Helplessly, it could only close its eyes and take the attack. After the first feather arrow hit the dragon, it roared, and the pain from its already injured eyes made it even more angry. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the first feather arrow hit the dragon, a scene that shocked everyone around appeared. The next 2 feather arrows hit the tail of the previous feather arrow in succession. The 3 arrows combined caused the dragon's injured eyeball to rupture again, and blood mixed with gold flowed out of its tightly closed eyes. Moo! The dragon let out a long roar, desperately grasping the ground with its claws, and twisting its body, banging against the surrounding rock walls. Just as it was about to break free from the 4 titanium wires at the entrance, its eyes opened. Now! Xiao Yuan shouted, and his body was pulled by the alloy claws. After missing the first strike, Xiao Yuan, who had been hiding above the entrance, kicked his feet hard. Huh? Xiao Yuan flew backwards, and the long sword transformed by Tunin pierced the right eye of the dragon, which was full of blood, at the moment when the dragon opened its eyes. Puff! At the moment when Tunin pierced the dragon's eye, a ray of light flowed between the dragon's eye and Tunin. Then, with the connection between Tuanan and Longyan as the center, accompanied by the huge roar of the dragon that resounded through the cave, a strong airflow rushed up to the sky. It spread out in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan was in the air, and when he barely opened his eyes, he saw that the surface of Tuanan in his hand was shining with the same golden red light as the dragon's blood. He tried his best to shoot out the alloy claws, and grabbed the stone pillar beside him to avoid falling into the pool. Whoosh! 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 After a while, the airflow stopped surging, and a red-gold dragon's eye appeared near the top of the originally silver-white sword of Tuanan in Xiao Yuan's hand, shining brightly. Roar! The dragon that lost its right eye had a fierce light in its only remaining eye, and its body finally broke free from the restraints and escaped from the cave. As its huge body landed on the ground, it soared into the air and bit Xiao Yuan, who was dangling in the air. The dragon, which was more than 7 meters long, gave Xiao Yuan the illusion that it could fly in the clouds. The dragon's right eye had become shriveled after the flash of light just now, with only a layer of drooping eyelids covering it. Xiao Yuan came back to his senses from Tunan's changes, and his body flew upwards with attraction, just avoiding the dragon's attack. After Xiao Yuan dodged the attack, he called out to the people around him, and they covered each other and ran to the other side of the exit. However, the dragon that lost one eye went crazy and chased Xiao Yuan's body, turning the cave upside down and rubble flying. Roar! 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 If the previous dragon was a headache, the current dragon was even more terrifying, using a completely desperate attack method. A young man named Du Chun in the Linghu team was unable to dodge, and was hit in the chest by the dragon's head. With a crisp crack sound, he instantly flew out of the ground and fell into the pool in the middle. Linghu saw this and called out, leading people to rescue him, and the whole cave was in chaos in an instant. Boom! Boom! When Xiao Yuan, as the main target of the dragon, jumped up and down and ran around, Linghu anxiously led a few people to rescue Du Chun, and the rest of the people helped Xiao Yuan. Several fierce noises came from above the stone cave, as if something was hitting the rocks. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive rapid crashes, the rock wall above shattered. Under the gaze of Xiao Yuan and others, a black dragon fell from above, but its body was only more than 4 meters, much smaller than the one chasing Xiao Yuan. In addition, the pattern on its neck was all white without purple, and the single horn on its head was also much smaller. When the little black dragon fell, the black dragon chasing behind Xiao Yuan also pulled away and ran towards it. The big black dragon jumped up and caught the little black dragon firmly. Finally, the two beasts fell into the deep pool, causing a splash of water. Then, a figure flew out from the broken rock above and landed on the shore, shouting, "Today I see where you can escape, you beast!" The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, broad shoulders and back, a loud and powerful voice, and wore a silver-winged military uniform with a fluttering cape behind him. Who else could it be but Yin? Seeing Yin excitedly landing, Xiao Yuan took a few steps forward and looked up. "Brethren, how did you get here?" Yin was too excited just now, and was also surprised when he noticed Xiao Yuan. He looked around at the dusty people, and was stunned. "Brother Xiao Yuan?" Speaking of Yin's team, they were really lucky. The little black dragon they encountered was only 4 meters long. This kind of dragon has a strange growth. From birth to 4 meters, it grows very fast. When the body reaches 4 meters, the growth rate begins to slow down. It is considered fast to grow 10 centimeters every year. Of course, these things were explained by Lord Yuga later. Now Yin still despises dragons, and wants to catch a black dragon alive. The little black dragon was a juvenile, and its ability was not strong, and its strength was much smaller. After being forced into a cave by Yin and his team, it was almost chased and beaten by the 3 teams of Yin. After running and stopping along the way, they finally came to a cave with no way forward. They thought it was waiting to die, but the little black dragon hit the stone wall like crazy. Finally, it fell here from the gap in the stone wall. After listening to what Yin said, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Brethren, let's retreat quickly." Yin called out to the team members who fell above and said, "Retreat? Why? With so many of us, it's easy to catch a beast, isn't it?" Xiao Yuan was about to speak when he heard a loud noise from the pool. In Yin's unbelievable eyes, a dragon more than 7 meters long broke out of the water, like a real dragon descending to the world. Chapter 122. Bai Lan, who had just fallen from the rock wall, had not yet stood firm when he saw the dragon leap up, and could not help but screaming, "Oh my god, it's so big!" Boom! The black scales on the dragon's body shook and rustled after it reappeared in the water. Xiao Yuan saw the dragon reappear, and seemed to be even more ferocious after coming into contact with the water. He had already made up his mind, and said to Yin, "Brethren, let's work together to find an opportunity to get out from the stone wall above." Yin looked at the big black dragon with some hesitation. After all, he had seen the ability of the small black dragon, and he still wanted to capture them. Xiao Yuan didn't know what he was thinking. He saw the black dragon turn over and flew straight towards him. He greeted, and went to meet the black dragon from the side. Among the members of Yin's team, 2 strong young men had previously captured the small black dragon. Seeing the big black dragon attacking, they felt contempt in their hearts. They attacked from the left and right. Xiao Yuan saw this scene and shouted, "Be careful!" Roar! The black dragon roared, and the big head with only one eye left hit hard. There was only a slight crack sound in his ear. I don't know how many ribs of the young man on the left were broken. "Ah!" He screamed and fell to the side, hitting the stone pillar, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, and it was obvious that he was dying because he was breathing out more than breathing in. The young man on the right was full of confidence, relying on the sharpness of the Minging knife to resist, but when his companion was knocked away, he was shocked and wanted to withdraw his body, but it was too late. Clang! The Minging knife was slashing on the black scales on the dragon's head. The black scales became more shiny after encountering water, and the Minging knife didn't leave even a trace. Swish! The dragon's eagle claws flicked under its belly, and the Minging knife in the young man's hand slipped out, and then the dragon bit his waist. Moo! The dragon was holding the struggling young man in its mouth, and it could still roar. The young man waved his hands desperately, and cried out for help to Yin. "Captain, save me! Save me!" Ah! Before the young man could finish speaking, the dragon flipped over and fell into the water, taking the young man's body with it. Soon, bright red blood floated in the deep pool, which was extremely dazzling. 2 capable team members, one died, and the other was injured in an instant, and the injured one looked like he would not survive soon. Yin suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that this big black dragon was so powerful. These 2 people were Yin's capable team members. With their abilities, they would not have been so miserable. Unfortunately, the little black dragon gave them too many illusions. The 2 were careless for a moment, and lost their lives in vain. Yin's eyes instantly turned red, and he wanted to fight the 2 black dragons. Yin was a generous person with a strong sense of loyalty, but this was precisely his weakness. Bringing too much personal feelings and emotions to the battlefield is fatal. Bang! The huge fishtail hit the water surface, splashing water. Xiao Yuan sighed as he watched the black dragon flying out of the water again, and Yin drawing his weapon. Xiao Yuan asked Ling Hu to find a chance to cover the wounded and the girl in the team, and fly to the gap in the rock wall above, while the others acted cautiously to help Yin. Originally, Xiao Yuan's plan was to bypass the pool and enter the cave on the opposite side to find a way out. The appearance of Yin and others provided a completely feasible and safe way out. Not only that, they could also get rid of the entanglement and pursuit of the black dragon. After a night of fierce fighting, everyone was already exhausted. Being in the core nest behind the night demon, they were in danger of being wiped out at any time. He didn't want to delay any longer. Regardless of what happened to Ling Hu and others behind him, Xiao Yuan led Sun Wan, Qi Ming, Lin Lang, and Wang Ruofei to meet them. Moo! The blood-drinking black dragon had red eyes and a scarlet fang. It struck at Yin, and Yin nimbly dodged the black dragon's body, and his cheek was scratched by the gravel. He gritted his teeth and howled, and with the help of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, he flew up and stabbed at the black dragon's single eye. At the same time as Yin launched the attack, the other 3 members of Yan's team also launched attacks from other directions. 2 of them attacked the white line under the belly of the black dragon. Clang! And Yan's silver knife was stabbing the black dragon's eyelid, and it was rebounded as expected. Before he could stand firm after landing, he heard another black shadow flying out of the pool beside him, staring at him with a pair of orange eyes. From those eyes, Yin saw the emotions that humans originally had: resentment, revenge, and viciousness. Splash! The splashing water fell on Yin, making his mind clear. Yin rolled to the side, and just as he left the spot, the attack of the small black dragon arrived. Boom! This hateful blow was so powerful that it made a roar when it hit the ground. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have become a pool of meat paste. The 3 people who attacked the big black dragon were not in a good situation either. One of them failed to break the scales of the black dragon and bounced back. The 2 who wanted to attack the black dragon's abdomen were forced back by the big black dragon's claws. One of them had a deep wound on his shoulder that reached the bone, and his face turned pale with pain. Yin took advantage of the situation to get up from the ground. Seeing this situation, he knew in his heart that today would not end well. The flame of revenge in his mind, wanting to help his brother, was immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water, and his head was buzzing. Bang! Bang! When Yin was a little confused, someone in the air set off 2 flares, illuminating the cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! A slender figure soared into the air, and reached the gap in the stone wall above in an instant. Lianglu climbed onto the broken stone wall, looked around and didn't see anything unusual. She stretched her little head, and shouted to Ling Hu and others below, "Everything is normal." Seeing this, Ling Hu immediately organized the wounded in the team to move first. After all, Xiao Yuan and others could not resist the black dragon for too long. If they delay for a moment now, they may lose a life in a moment. Swish! When Xiao Yuan and his 5 companions arrived, Yin just avoided the attack of the small black dragon. Bai Lu and Bai Lan, the 2 siblings, protected Yin and resisted the attack of the small black dragon. The rest of them were in a difficult situation with the big black dragon. After Xiao Yuan approached, he found that the dragon that had lost one eye had some changes in its originally shriveled eyes, as if something new had emerged in it. In a hurry, Xiao Yuan didn't have time to pay attention to those things. He shouted to Yin, "Brethren, quickly organize the brothers to retreat. These 2 dragons are by the pool, we can't beat them." Yin looked at the team members who were struggling with the one-eyed dragon, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" Yin's order was issued. How could it not be a relief for the team members he led? The one-eyed dragon was originally injured, but after contacting the pool here, its strength became stronger in a short period of time. If the fight continued, everyone would not be enough for it to kill. After hearing Yin's words, everyone began to change formations and shrink the defense line. Xiao Yuan was naturally very familiar with this formation and tactics commonly used by the Silver Wings. He and Sun Wan took the initiative to walk to the front to resist the attack of the one-eyed black dragon with Yin and others. With Tu Nan's assistance, he managed to hold on even though the fight was difficult. Liang Lu stretched out her hand, pulled the last wounded person to the top, and shouted to Xiao Yuan, who was fighting fiercely below, "Captain, come up quickly." Xiao Yuan heard Liang Lu's voice and looked up, seeing Liang Lu sticking out her little head and waving her hands towards him. He held up his shield with both hands to block the dragon's claw attack and shouted, "Retreat!" Zai Yuziwen and the other 5 members of Yan's team left at the same time. shooting out titanium alloy claws and flying upwards. Moo! Moo! The one-eyed black dragon shook its body and suddenly jumped up to bite Xiaoyuan in the air. Among all the people, it hated the human who destroyed its eyes the most. Xiaoyuan was in the air and saw the black dragon attacking him and blocked a heavy blow with the 2 nan in his hand. Bang! Xiaoyuan's body flew upwards faster. He roared, and 2 nan transformed into a long sword, slashing at the black dragon with all his strength. The dragon eye on 2 nan sword emitted a faint golden light, and where the sword pointed, there was a sound of scales breaking. The long sword left a deep sword mark on the black dragon's cheek. Golden blood splashed wantonly. Chapter 123. Roar! The one-eyed black dragon's black scale shattered, and it stared at the tunan in Xiaoyuan's hand in disbelief. Even Xiaoyuan himself did not react. The one-eyed black dragon's body reached the highest point and fell downwards, while Xiaoyuan rose higher and higher. He looked at the gradual swelling of the black dragon's right eye socket, and always felt that something was about to come out in the next second. Splash! The black dragon fell into the water and disappeared in the deep pool in an instant. Xiaoyuan also reached the stone cave on the upper level with the help of everyone. Clang! The silver knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he sat on the ground gasping for breath. He could not feel anything in the fierce battle between life and death, but when the tense nerves relaxed, the muscles all over his body began to ache. Sun Quan helped Xiaoyuan up with heartache and helped him to tidy up his damaged military uniform. And Yin walked to Xiaoyuan with a bitter face and said, "Brother Xiaoyuan, I underestimated the enemy this time." The success of the capture of the little black dragon gave Yin too much confidence, and blind confidence led to reckless actions later. And Yin recalled that he ignored Xiaoyuan's obstruction, and his heart felt like being fried in oil. Those brothers who followed him through life and death lost 3 people in such a short time, and they couldn't even bring their bodies back home. Thinking of this, and Yin, a grown man, couldn't help but have red eyes and choked up. Xiaoyuan coughed, patted Yan's shoulder and comforted him. "Brethren, the battlefield changes rapidly. You and I are human, not gods. These are inevitable." He took a breath and continued, "The most important thing for us now is to leave here immediately." And Yin calmed down and nodded. "Brother Xiao is right. Everyone hold on. We will set off immediately." As he said, and Yin took the lead and walked in the direction they came in. The 2 teams walked and told their experiences. The cave trip of Xiaoyuan and his group was extremely dangerous, and what they saw and heard were unimaginable for ordinary people. When he heard about the Migo flower, and Yin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How can there be such a strange flower in the world? It's more than a strange flower, it's a deadly flower. Xiaoyuan shook his head self-deprecatingly. Lulu and Ruoling also collected the remains of the Migo flower, and handed them over to the Research Institute when they returned. "So, if there hadn't been that bull roar, you might have returned the same way?" "That's true." Xiaoyuan carefully recalled the situation at that time, his eyes lit up. "I understand what happened at that time." "Huh?" "Logically speaking, the one-eyed black dragon should be responsible for guarding the group of strange beasts that produce meatballs, but it was not there at the time, and I have always been very surprised." "Brethren, you said that you surrounded and chased the little black dragon all the way, so I thought." Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes and smiled. "It should be that you surrounded and chased the little black dragon, which made the little black dragon make a noise, and the big black dragon responded by making a noise, and went to support, so that's why you found the hidden nest?" And Yin scratched his head and laughed. This is really too coincidental." Whether it was a coincidence or a plan in the dark, Xiaoyuan didn't know. But what they were doing here now did have an extremely important impact on the entire battle situation. A city, North City defense line. Li Jin stood on the roof of the combat command center, his body covered in blood, his right hand holding the Mingyin knife almost frozen. The Night Demon's offensive has been getting more and more crazy since 3 days ago, and the Silver Wing Corps is defending the last North City defense line and resisting desperately. The originally small North City has become a meat grinder, devouring the lives of the Night Demons and soldiers. In the Silver Wing Corps, from ordinary soldiers to Legion commanders, all participated in the fierce battle. The remaining Silver Wing soldiers gathered at the last line of defense one after another, and used their flesh and blood to protect the command center, where the Silver Wing army flag stood tall. Legion looked at the dark cloud of night demons coming over the horizon again, and then looked at the soldiers around him, who had fought to their limit, and many of them could hardly stand. He held up the dark silver knife, and the Silver Wing army flag beside him fluttered in the wind, and shouted loudly, "Today, our Silver Wing army will live and die with Ace City. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Kill! The shouts and cries that resounded through the night sky ignited the flames of war again. Li Jin looked at the tens of thousands of night demons in the distance and murmured, "I'm sorry, Mu Shi. I can never go back." Huh? He pulled off the cape on his back and raised the silver sword to fight the falling night demon. Li Jin is a professional soldier. Although he is gentle and refined in daily life, he is like a tiger on the battlefield. Swish! 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 The silver sword seemed to have a soul in his hands, and he killed several night demons with his left and right slashes. Woo wow! A sharp scream suddenly came from behind Li Jin, and he subconsciously lowered his body to avoid the attack of the night demon. Hiss! The night demon's sharp claws tore the back of his clothes, leaving a deep wound on Li Jin's back. Humph! Li Jin groaned and took 2 steps back. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard a loud shout from the side. Jin Chao waved his weapon and killed the night demon in an instant. He came to Li Jin with a heavy breath and supported Li Jin. "Are you okay?" Li Jin shook his head and looked at Jin Chao, who had at least 4 or 5 wounds on his body, and smiled bitterly. "Old Jin, I'm afraid we will die for our country today." Jin Chao's face, which was always serious, showed a smile, and he said word by word, "It's an honor." Ha ha ha! Li Jin suddenly laughed out loud and shouted, "What an honor!" He waved the Minging knife tirelessly against the night demon in the sky, fighting side by side with Jin Chao. I don't know how long it took, when Li Jin was almost unconscious and chopped by instinct. Suddenly someone shouted, as if shouting, "The night demon retreated." The night demon retreated? Li Jin's brain was shocked, and he looked up at the sky. The originally densely packed flying night demon seemed to have received some kind of instructions, and flew away in pairs. But it was still a few hours before dawn. Why did they retreat? Could it be the 5 teams sent out? Did they really do it? The sudden surprise made Li Jin couldn't help but shout loudly, "Brothers! The night demons retreated! The night demons retreated!" He rushed to the edge of the roof and shouted to the thousands of soldiers below, "Our surprise attack team worked wonders. We won! We won!" Did we really win? Li Jin felt a little regretful when he shouted this. He couldn't be sure whether the night demons retreated completely or temporarily. But the joy of surviving the disaster was so great that even a steady person like him could not help but cheer and temporarily lost his mind. As Li Jin cheered, the cheers of "We won!" resounded throughout the entire North City. The surviving Silver Wing officers and soldiers raised their silver swords and cheered loudly under the night sky. Almost none of them were not injured. Even so, they still chose to stick to the last line of defense to defend their homes until the last moment. Many residents who did not evacuate and hid in the corners carefully opened the windows or the corners of the doors and looked outside. Listening to the cheers of the Silver Wing Corps, they were surprised and doubtful. Did the Silver Wing Corps really win the battle to defend a city that lasted for more than 2 months? If it was true, the name of the Silver Wing Corps would be forever remembered in the history of the A-Country Army and become the most dazzling stroke. Chapter 124. Duh duh duh. In the deep cave, footsteps came from far away. Xiao Yuan walked in front, and the tunin on his left hand turned into a silver-white glove, and a lifelike dragon eye appeared on the palm. There were waves of heat coming from the dragon eye, which made Xiao Yuan's exhausted body recover a lot. At least it was no longer as sore as at the beginning. Balu walked behind, looked around and said, "It will be a little while ahead, and we should be close to the exit." Xiao Yuan nodded to show that he knew. It had been nearly half an hour since they left the pool. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon did not chase them again. It was not known whether it was seriously injured or unable to climb to the higher cave. The longbow behind Sun Wan was extremely conspicuous in the cave. Bai Lan looked at it quietly for a long time and finally couldn't help asking, "Su, Deputy Captain Su, can you lend me your longbow?" Sun Wan lowered his eyes, and when he heard the words, his beautiful brown eyes turned to look at Bai Lan. Bai Lan looked at Sun Wan for a moment, and felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up. He lowered his head, and dared not look at her again. Just as Bai Lan was secretly wondering if his words had upset Sun Wan, a pair of tender white and slender hands handed the longbow to him. Bai Lan was stunned for a few seconds, looked up at Sun Wan with a gentle smile in her eyes, and hurriedly took the longbow. Sun Wan's ice blue longbow was made of a special material, and was very light. When Bai Lan touched it with both hands, he found that the longbow was faintly warm. Bai Lan is good at mechanical engineering, and has dabbled in various cold weapons and materials, but he has never seen this kind of material. The material is light, and its toughness and strength seem to be surprisingly high. It is not cold like ordinary metals, but gives off a warm feeling. Bai Lan couldn't help but rub the longbow a few times, and simply couldn't let it go. He reluctantly returned the longbow to Sun Quan and asked, "Deputy Captain Su, what is this longbow made of? I have never seen it before." Sun Wan's face flushed slightly when she heard this. "Just call me Sun Quan. No need to call me Deputy Captain." Bai Lu, who was walking in front and busy checking the position, heard Bai Lan's question and raised her eyebrows. She shouted, "Xiao Lan, why do you have so many questions?" Bai Lan was frightened by Bai Lu's loud voice and shrank her neck. She said awkwardly, "Sister, I'm just a little curious about the material of this longbow." Bai Lu sighed and wanted to scold Bai Lan again. Sun Wan's bow and arrows were obviously made of good craftsmanship and materials. It was obviously inappropriate to ask about such core secrets. When interacting with people, it is best not to talk about deep things with superficial friends. Bai Lu stopped him in time, because she was afraid of causing misunderstandings between Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan. Xiao Yuan smiled and stopped Bai Lu, who was about to continue talking, saying, "Nothing special, but a master from my hometown helped me make the bow and arrow using the materials passed down from my family." Bai Lan wanted to get to the bottom of it, but under the threat of Bai Lu's eyes, he swallowed the rest of his words. Woo woo woo. Turning a corner, there was a whistling sound of wind in front of Xiao Yuan, and the air became clear. "We're here." Xiao Yuan was delighted and quickened his pace. A narrow cave appeared in front of him, and the moonlight fell into the cave from outside, illuminating the scattered gravel and weeds at the cave entrance. Huh? Xiao Yuan was the first to walk out of the cave and let out a long breath. Outside the cave, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the breeze was gentle. How long has it been since I last enjoyed this feeling? Although it was only a short night, Xiao Yuan felt as if a century had passed. Everyone walked out of the cave, and Xiao Yuan flew up to the sky to look around, wanting to see where he was. He found that the exit of this cave was only about 2 kilometers away from the place where they entered the Night Demon Cave halfway up the mountain. Xiao Yuan was worried about Chu Qian's team, so he discussed with An Yin to send a team of elite soldiers to investigate. An Yin agreed very much. After a while, the two decided that Xiao Yuan, An Yin, Sun Quan, Bai Lu, Bai Lan, and Liang Lu would go together. The rest of the people would rest here and take care of the wounded. They would leave the secret base of the Night Demon when everyone returned. Xiao Yuan and the other 6 were very fast, and they were like elves in the night when they walked through the forest. When they reached about 500 meters outside the cave, they flew down from the trees and slowly walked towards the cave. The cave hidden behind the vines is extremely difficult to find if you don't know this place in advance. And Yin was amazed at the meticulousness of the Night Demon. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the panting of a man and a woman in front of him. And Yan's first reaction was, "Is there a couple in this wilderness looking for excitement here?" Xiao Yuan's hearing is not inferior to An Yin. He and An Yin looked at each other and saw a hint of vulgarity and a little excitement in each other's eyes. After walking a few steps forward, Xiao Yuan frowned and found that the voice was a little wrong. The man's voice seemed to be strangled by someone, and it became weaker and weaker. Not good. Xiao Yuan's heart jumped, and he didn't care about hiding his tracks anymore, and ran forward quickly. Not far away, Xiao Yuan saw a figure with twin ponytails riding on a person, and the person under her kept struggling, kicking his legs in vain. Seeing the girl's hairstyle and the silver-winged cloak behind her, Xiao Yuan already knew her identity and shouted, "Yao Yao." Hearing the voice behind her, the girl didn't even turn her head, and her arms were still pinching the neck of the person under her, making bursts of panting sounds. Xiao Yuan rushed to Lu Mingyao, and saw that the young man, who was almost suffocated by her neck, was Lu Ziliang, a member of the Chu Qian team. Lu Ziliang, whose face was flushed and eyes were bloodshot due to suffocation, saw Xiao Yuan and burst into a strong desire to survive. He desperately called for help from Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan saw this and grabbed Lu Mingyao's arms, trying to pry her arms apart. Who knew that Lu Mingyao, who was usually weak and frail with thin arms and legs, was surprisingly strong at this time. Xiao Yuan's first attempt failed to pry her arms apart. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to slowly pry Lu Mingyao's arms apart. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Mingyao's slender arms made a series of joint sounds, which made Xiao Yuan dare not continue to use force for fear of hurting her bones. Fortunately, An Yin, Sun Quan and others came and helped Xiao Yuan control Lu Mingyao. Ah! Lu Mingyao, who had nothing between her hands, had dull eyes and screamed, and rushed toward Xiao Yuan in front of her like a madman. Fortunately, Bai Lan and Yin held her back, so she didn't succeed. She screamed heartbreakingly, You lowly creatures. Sooner or later you will die. Sooner or later. Her crazy look was no different from that of a patient in a mental hospital. Cough cough. Lu Ziyang, who had escaped death, covered his neck as if he had seen a ghost, and walked a few steps away from Lu Mingyao, saying intermittently, She seems to have lost her mind. Xiao Yuan supported Lu Ziyang, who was unable to stand steadily, patted his back, and said, Ziyang, what happened after you left the cave? Hearing this, Lu Ziyang's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help crying, saying, We were hunted by that evil woman, and many brothers died. Where's Brother Chu? Brother Chu also. No. The captain was separated from us in order to cover us, and we don't know what's going on with him now. Looking at Lu Ziyang crying, Xiao Yuan felt depressed. He had experienced the methods of the two girls, and Chu Xian might have. Chapter 125. Chu Xian ran alone in the forest, feeling his steps getting heavier, but he dared not stop. The two brothers who led the enemy away with him died tragically one after another, and Chu Xian fought desperately to make a way out of the encirclement. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Xian ran in a direction away from the cave. The strength of the short-haired girl in the cave was beyond his imagination. Chu Xian had fought with Sun Wan in training before, and the girl's strength gave him a feeling of a cruel and ruthless version of Sun Wan after blackening. The attack was fierce and continuous. The pair of flesh wings on his back could actually grow and unfold. The people he led were killed or injured. Finally, Chu Xian made up his mind and took the initiative to act as bait to lure them away, hoping to save the lives of more team members. Ha ha ha. Chu Xian's tired body made heavy gasps. His lungs were like old bellows, and every time they worked, they had to work very hard. Plop! Chu Xian stepped on a piece of gravel, and his whole body lost its center of gravity and fell forward directly, falling heavily to the ground. He groaned, and didn't get up for a long time. He simply lay on the ground to rest. The sore muscles all over his body, and the injuries made Chu Xian's mind a little fuzzy. Bang! With a light sound, something fell in front of Chu Xian and rolled towards him. Chu Xian shuddered after hearing the sound, and supported his body with his arms and sat up. He looked up and saw a round object rolling under the moonlight, and finally fell 2 meters away from him. When the object stopped rolling, under the moonlight, a pale, desperate and bloody face appeared in front of Chu Xian. It turned out to be a round human head. Ah! Chu Xian cried out in pain. This person was none other than Zhang Hong, a member of the team that had been separated from him before. Chu Xian had already guessed that he had died, but seeing his death in this way, a string in his heart suddenly broke. Chu Xian rolled and crawled to Zhang Hong's head, held up his head with trembling hands, and couldn't help crying. He was filled with grief and anger, and roared to the surroundings, Come out! Come out! Even if I die today, I will drag you down to be buried with me. Duh duh duh. Soft footsteps sounded from behind a tree, and a short-haired girl in cool clothes walked out from behind the tree, looking at Chu Xian with a smile on her face. Bang! Chu Xian punched the ground, stood up suddenly, and stared at the girl with bloodshot eyes. Seeing him like this, the short-haired girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hee hee hee. What? Are you not satisfied with my work? Chu Xian slowly pulled out the silver knife from his ribs, pointed the tip of the knife at the short-haired girl, and said with gritted teeth, Which? I will kill you today. The girl showed a look of regret and said slowly, You are so stubborn. I helped his soul get rid of the pain in this world. Why don't you understand? Hey! Chu Xian's mind was full of thoughts of revenge. How could he listen to so much? His exhausted body suddenly burst out with strength, and rushed towards the girl. Swish! 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 Chu Xian made 3 consecutive cuts, each one aimed at the girl's vitals, and his speed exceeded his previous limit. Clang! Clang! The girl stretched out her hands, and her sharp black nails blocked Chu Xian's 2 attacks. She dodged the last one by slightly turning her body. The girl looked at the slight white scratches on her nails and licked her red lips. Not bad, you can make so much progress in a short period of time. Your soul must be very delicious. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chu Xian's 3 swords were broken, and the mechanical device under his ribs was activated as soon as the attack ended. 2 cold lights shot out and attacked the girl's abdomen. There was almost no reaction time at such a close distance. Seeing this, the girl cried out and flapped her wings behind her and jumped up, narrowly avoiding the attack. Hiss! The small boots under the girl's feet were cut by the sharp blade on the side of the alloy hook, leaving a long gap. She fell back to the ground and looked at her boots. Her eyes glowed red, and the original playful expression disappeared, leaving only bloodthirstiness and cruelty. Wow! The girl screamed, and her body accelerated suddenly as her wings flapped. Bang! Chu Xian subconsciously raised his knife to block, and when the girl hit him, his arms were numb, and he flew backwards and fell to the ground. Swish! The silver knife in Chu Xian's hand was kicked away by the girl, and it fell to the side in a spin. Huh? Chu Xian looked at the girl, who looked weak but was actually as strong as a monster, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to flee anymore. The expression on his face made the girl frown slightly. Aren't you afraid? Chu Xian stretched out his left hand and tightly grasped the military badge on his chest, saying word by word, "Sooner or later, you will die in the hands of our Silver Wing army." The girl was stunned for a few seconds after hearing Chu Xian's words, and then burst into laughter, laughing until tears came out. She stepped on Chu Xian's arm, and her pretty face suddenly became ferocious. "I will die in the hands of you humans? Now, I will send you to see the Lord God." Swish! The girl swung her arm and slashed at Chu Xian's neck. Chu Xian closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of death, just when his body and head were about to be separated. A blue flare shot up into the sky and exploded above the two people's heads, followed by a continuous sound of breaking wind in the night sky. More than a dozen figures flew over from not far away. At first, the one with bright and handsome features was Sheng Dong, who was familiar with Xiao Yuan. Whoosh! 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 The alloy claws under Sheng Dong's ribs shot out and attacked the girl directly. She lowered her body to avoid the claws and killed Chu Xian first, but the other side had too many people, and the alloy claws were madly hitting her body. Knowing that it would be difficult to get away once she was entangled by this thing, the girl had no choice but to jump away. The girl looked at Chu Xian, who was dying on the ground, and thought to herself what a pity. Seeing Chu Xian open his eyes and walk towards her, the girl smiled charmingly and said softly, "Remember, my name is Qinya. One day I will take your soul away." After that, the girl laughed and flapped her wings behind her, and disappeared into the night in a few seconds. Sheng Dong and the people behind him fell down one after another. He walked quickly to Chu Xian and helped him up, saying, "Chu Xian? Why are you here?" Chu Xian escaped from death and felt that there was no place on his body that didn't hurt. He smiled bitterly and said this. It's a long story. Chu Xian told how Xiao Yuan found the pack wolf, followed the pack wolf to find the cave, and what happened after entering the cave, until everyone split up, and he was responsible for leading the girl Qinya away. Only then did Sheng Dong and others understand the whole story. After listening, Sheng Dong thought for a while, and said to Chu Xian, "You ran so far away from the cave, can you still find it?" Chu Xian said firmly, "Yes. I remember the location very well, and I will definitely find it." After hearing what he said, Sheng Dong simply waved to the people behind him, and immediately set off there. As for Chu Xian, he was carried on the back of a giant man who was nearly 2 meters tall, and he moved forward effortlessly. Along the way, Chu Xian roughly understood why they were here after hearing Sheng Dong's narration. The areas that Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong were responsible for exploring were adjacent to each other. When Sheng Dong and his 3 teams were exploring, they found many traces left by night demons. Following those traces, they found a deep cave, where many night demons with strong hind limbs lived. Combat night demons have weak hind limbs and strong front limbs. These night demons were not strong in combat, and they lived in caves and produced a strange light blue liquid, which was put into containers, as if ready to be transported away at any time. Sheng Dong led 3 teams, and easily repelled a group of night demons, and made them flee. Except for the sample liquid that was taken, the rest was destroyed. They followed the traces of the fleeing night demons, and came to this area. Who knew that they met Chu Xian in the end, and saved his life. Chapter 126. The two talked as they hurried along, and finally arrived at the cave before dawn. Chu Xian still didn't know whether Xiao Yuan and the others were safe. Sheng Dong took the lead and walked to the cave, pushed aside a thick curtain and said with emotion, "These guys are really good at finding a place." Swish, swish. When Chu Xian finished saying this, there was a sudden noise from the bushes on the side. Swish, swish, swish. The noise immediately made everyone tense, and they looked nervously at the bushes that made the noise. "Captain Sheng. It's me, Lin Lang." Lin Lang and Xian Mao rushed out from the bushes, looking so dusty that Sheng Dong almost didn't recognize them. Lin Lang. Chu Xian walked forward quickly with the help of the people around him, Captain, are they all okay? Brother Chu? Lin Lang looked at Chu Xian in surprise, rushed forward and hugged him tightly, excited and a little incoherent. I thought you. You know, the captain and the others are so worried. They are still searching for you all around. I know. Chu Xian's eyes turned red, and he choked up and said, quick, send a signal to the captain and the others. We have to leave here. Yes. You see, I'm so anxious. Lin Lang slapped his forehead, pulled out a flare and fired it into the sky. Whoosh. Bang. The light of the flare illuminated a small piece of sky, and Xiao Yuan and others who were searching around came one after another after seeing it. When Xiao Yuan saw Chu Xian, his eyes were sore, and he grabbed Chu Xian's hand. He didn't know what to say for a while, and kept saying that it was okay. Sheng Dong and Chu Xian only realized how many dangers Xiao Yuan and his group had experienced after listening to Lin Lang and Xian Mao's vivid narration. Sheng Dong looked around and said softly, Brother Xiao Yuan, let's leave here first. It's not too late to rest when we get to a safe place. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, then, let's go back to the temporary camp. There are supplies and medical supplies there. Let's rest for a while. Under the leadership of Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong, the group marched towards the temporary camp of the Silver Moon team. When they arrived at the temporary camp, there was only 1 hour left until dawn. Gurgle. The hot water in the kettle beside him was boiling, and the rising steam was drifting in the temporary camp. Xiao Yuan squinted slightly, and kept breathing in the cold air. He took off his outer coat, and unbuttoned most of his shirt. Sun Quan beside him was carefully helping him clean his wounds. Xiao Yuan had many wounds on his body, but the most serious ones were the wounds on his left abdomen and back. The wound on his back was scratched by the dragon's claws during the battle with the dragon. Although it was protected by the inner material of the military uniform, it still left 2 very deep wounds. Xiao Yuan had been fighting all night, and had been enduring the pain. He only started to treat the wound after returning to the camp. Sun Quan was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up, and she didn't say a word to him. Sheng Dong sat on the wooden stake, looked at Xiao Yuan with his teeth bared, and said with a smile, Brother Xiao Yuan, I think I have seen the pack wolf you mentioned. Oh! Xiao Yuan opened his eyes, and became energetic. Brother Sheng, please tell me in detail. At that time, our team rushed into the cave, and defeated the engineer night demon inside. There were several strange animals mixed in, and they ran very fast with flat backs. But I didn't take it seriously at the time, and I was always chasing after the engineer night devil. So, the things in that cave also need to be transported by pack wolves? It's very likely. Sheng Dong stroked his chin and analyzed. If it's true as you guessed, the night devil needs to replenish some elements, then the place I destroyed may be a sub-processing factory. Sub-processing factory? Xiao Yuan was amused by Sheng Dong's metaphor. This metaphor is good. Put the sub-processing factory somewhere else, so that even if it is discovered, it will not implicate the headquarters. What a cunning night devil. Yeah, so cunning. Sheng Dong took the cup of hot water handed by Lian Lu, nodded and said, thank you. Lian Lu smiled generously and said, you're welcome, thanks to your brother Chu I'm fine. Speaking of Chu Xian, Xiao Yuan asked with concern, how is brother Chu now? Lian Lu picked up another cup of hot water and handed it to Xiao Yuan, sighing softly. Brother Chu's injuries are all minor, but this time their team suffered heavy losses. Chu Xian's team was originally a team of 8 people. Except for Lu Ziliang, who was pretty good, Feng Yueyin was seriously injured and unconscious, and kept talking nonsense after being found. Lu Mingyao seemed to be mentally stimulated and went mad. The other 4 were all killed, and now even their bodies could not be found. How could Chu Xian not feel sad? Lian Lu looked at Xiao Yuan's sad face, and comforted him. Brother Chu just took some tranquilizers, and went to bed. Captain, don't be sad. Huh? Xiao Yuan exhaled a foul breath, and smiled bitterly. It was the decision I made that caused the casualties of Brother Chu and others. I just feel a little guilty. Sheng Dong took a sip of hot water, and after hearing Xiao Yuan's words, he patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, we hit it off right away. I didn't treat you as an outsider, so I just say a few more words. Seeing Xiao Yuan nod, Sheng Dong sighed and said, you are smart and resourceful. With these 2 qualities, you are definitely a qualified leader, but... He pointed to the people who were resting around him and continued, you are a human, not a god. It is impossible to save everyone, and it is impossible to guarantee that every battle will be foolproof. The more you want to save everyone, the more likely you are to end up not being able to save anyone. Don't let this emotion affect your judgment. Shang Dong's words, every word, deeply hit Xiao Yuan's soft spot. There is nothing wrong with wanting to do your best to protect everyone, but in a battlefield that changes rapidly, if you are still affected by this emotion, your judgment will be affected. The result is likely to be that no one can be saved, and many innocent lives will be lost in vain. Xiao Yuan is kind, and has always been, and this runs through his entire career in the Silver Wing Corps. However, Xiao Yuan has always kept Shingdong's words in mind today, and tried his best to plan the most brilliant strategy to ensure everyone's safety and victory in the battle. As for death and separation in war, one can only do his best, and leave it to fate. After this, Xiao Yuan truly realized the flaws in his original character, and moved towards becoming a qualified commander. "Boss, look over there." Xin Mao suddenly ran in from outside the camp, shouting breathlessly, Night Demon seems to have retreated." "What?" Xiao Yuan stood up suddenly, ignoring the wound he was treating, and ran out. Dawn was approaching, and the night demons that should have been lurking in A City in the past were flying towards the south in a blanket. Woo wow! The screams were so loud that even Xiao Yuan and others could hear them clearly. "This is..." Shang Dong couldn't believe his eyes. The night demons retreated? Retreating from A City. "We won! Woo! Win!" Cheers erupted in the small camp. The 2-month battle to defend A City, which resulted in countless casualties, finally ended with the retreat of the Night Demon. This group of recruits, who were not optimistic about the outcome, actually won. Xiao Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up, raised his hands, and hugged Sun Wan behind him, shouting, "Sun Wan, we won! We won!" Sun Wan felt the warmth from Xiao Yuan's body and smiled sweetly. "Well, we won." She lay on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, her almond-shaped eyes looking at the night demon in the sky in the distance, and the purest blue in her eyes flashed. Chapter 127. On October 5, 2078, a piece of news from the official of Country A swept the entire social media. The Silver Wing Corps, after more than 2 months of hard fighting, finally won the victory in the defense of the Ace Line. The defense of the Ace Line was the first direct confrontation since the outbreak of the Night Demon War that humans defeated the Night Demon. The significance of this battle is extraordinary. It not only proves the necessity of establishing a new army, but also proves to the world that the Night Demon is not invincible. When the Silver Wings were first established, there were many voices of opposition in the entire society of Country A. Apart from the opposition from the upper class due to factions and conflicts of interest, the ordinary people have never stopped questioning the Silver Wings. People's doubts are, can the Silver Wings, which has spent a lot of money and resources and used the taxes of countless taxpayers to arm the army, really bring the dawn of victory? Since the Night Demon's attack in early September, the Silver Wings have retreated again and again after the South Suburb Camp, the South City Defense Line, and the City Defense Line were lost. Once, the Silver Wings, which had caused a sensation due to a flying sky chasing the moon, a picture taken by Jiang Shui when Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan first sniped Nightmare, were once again caught in the whirlpool of public opinion. Silver Wings? I'm afraid even their wings have been broken. So the army we spent so much money to arm is like this. Your Majesty, we have been defeated in many battles, but we keep fighting. You are starting to be sarcastic, right? They haven't lost yet. Please give the Silver Wings some support and care. Do they need your care? They have good benefits. Why are you eating instant noodles while caring about people with millions of dollars? The keyboard warriors are here, let's run. If you can do it, go ahead. What's the point of talking nonsense here? I won't do it, I just talk nonsense. Such remarks spread on various online platforms, from Country A's super blog to Zeus headlines, from official announcements to self-media articles. The debate between the two groups intensified, and finally even reached the point of being incompatible. The two groups basically represented the attitude of the public towards the Silver Wings. This trend reached its peak as the Silver Wings continued to retreat. Some people nicknamed the Silver Wings on the internet running group, meaning that they were good for nothing except running away. Of course, Li Jun and the people in the Silver Wings naturally had no way of knowing these things. In the late stage of the Ace Guard War, the soldiers and commanders who were on the verge of life and death almost every day, how could they have the energy to browse social software? The imperial capital Yanjing Medical University. Xingzi ran happily on the campus. She was dressed in sportswear and looked youthful and lively like a cute elf. At the main entrance of the university, a blue stone with the school motto healing the wounded and saving the world, respecting virtue and cultivating knowledge stands. In front of the school motto stone, a grand signing ceremony is being held, and a silver-winged flag made by students spontaneously flutters in the wind. There is an endless stream of students coming to sign to express their gratitude. A pretty girl in the crowd waved to Xing Ziyu. Come here. She had light makeup on her face, and her pretty cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. She grabbed Xing Ziyu's arm and said, I've been waiting for you for a while. Why are you so slow? Xing Ziyu shook the briefing in her hand and smiled. You are not the president yet, but you insisted on dragging me to send the briefing. The pretty girl curled her lips. Huh? He is so thick-skinned that he is always pestering me. Xing Ziyu smiled helplessly. Okay, Wei, let's go sign it quickly. I heard that it will be sent to A City overnight. The pretty girl named Wei became excited when she heard it, and pulled Xing Ziyu to squeeze into the crowd, muttering, Isn't your brother in the Silver Wing Army? Maybe he can see your signature too. Xing Ziyu was pulled forward by Wei, looking into the distance, muttering, Brother Xiaoyuan, are you okay now? A City, North City defense line. After the night demons retreated, the North City was in ruins and devastated. Li Jun and Jin Chao walked on the street together, with Jiang Shi and Lei Yin to check the post-war situation. Jiang Shi's left arm was wrapped in gauze, no longer as elegant as before. Our losses this time are really too great. Jiang Shi said softly, as he looked at the Silver Wing Army coming and going to clean up the battlefield. Yes, if the commander hadn't insisted on sending 5 elite teams, we probably wouldn't have won this battle. Are there any news about them now? Li Jun asked Li Ming behind him with a concerned look on his face when he mentioned the 5 teams. Satellite communications in other areas are gradually recovering, but we haven't contacted them yet. Li Jun's heart sank. The 5 teams went deep behind enemy lines, which was a life-threatening mission. Could it be that they have already? Keep sending signals to contact them, and send out a search team if necessary. Yes, Commander. At first, the commander's plan really scared me. Lei Yin said with a big grin, It's really a risky pursuit to win such a big victory. It's worth it. Jiang Shi was amused by Lei Yan's look and joked. Didn't you, Lei, strongly oppose it and resolutely refuse to follow it? Hee. Lei Yin scratched his head awkwardly. I was afraid that the flame of our Silver Wing Legion would be extinguished here? Why do you still mention those things? Old Lei is right to worry. This time I am the one who is taking a gamble. Li Jun walked in front and said, I am taking the lives of all the soldiers to gamble. If there is any mistake, I will be a sinner for all eternity. Jiang Shi and Lei Yin looked at each other and winked. It was Jiang Shi who took the initiative to continue the conversation. The pressure in Yanjing is too great. We are betting everything. There is nothing we can do. Hee. Li Jun sneered. Carnivores are despicable. We fight hard on the front line, but are still constrained by the back. However, since we won this time, things will go smoothly later. Li Jun changed the subject. This morning, there was news from Elder Wu that the resolution to build a new army in the Central Theater has been passed. Also, we have been approved for expansion, and the number of main combat soldiers in the Legion will reach 12,000. The news Li Jun said surprised Jiangxi and Lei Yin. The initial number of the Silver Wing Legion was 8,000. This number sounds like a lot, but in actual combat, it was found that it was not the case at all. Take the defense of the Ace Line as an example. The 8,000-man Silver Wing Corps was divided into 2 groups. Ningbo and Taizhou each had 2,000 troops, and Ace City had 4,000 troops. They almost lost in the face of the fierce attack of the Night Demon. In the final analysis, the Federal Command Center of Country A did not invest enough in the new Army Corps at the beginning, and did not have enough trust. Most things in the world are like this. What kind of persuasiveness can empty words have? Only when you really make achievements, many original problems will be solved. Previously, the establishment of the new army in Chang'an, Changcheng, and Bianliang in the Central Theater had been pending. Now that A City has won a great victory, the resolution has been passed at an incredible speed. This is also the reason. Captain, there's news. Li Ming walked a few steps from behind to Li Jun and said anxiously, Xiaoyuan and the others sent news. Where are they now? On their way back to A City. Good. I'm glad they're back. The stone that had been hanging in Li Jun's heart finally fell, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at the rising sun in the sky, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and sighed. This night is finally over. Chapter 128. A City, First Hospital Inpatient Department. Xiaoyuan took off his hospital gown and obediently asked the nurse to change his dressing. Only then did he feel the wound on his back was much cooler. The wound left by the dragon was not felt during the journey. When he returned to A City, the whole wound began to feel burning and healed very slowly. Helplessly, Xiao Yuan met with Li Jun and others in a hurry, and was sent to the first hospital for treatment, and was ordered to take good care of his injuries. After the nurse changed Xiao Yuan's dressing skillfully, she glanced at him from time to time with a red face, and was reluctant to leave. Xiao Yuan buttoned up his clothes, and seeing her like this, he smiled and asked, is there something wrong? Ah? The little girl didn't expect Xiao Yuan to speak suddenly. Her face became even redder, and she said hesitantly, well, are you the person in the Chaobo photo? As she said that, she made a gesture of flying into the sky with one hand stretched upwards in an exaggerated manner. You? Xiao Yuan was amused by the little girl's action and nodded. If you were talking about the photo taken secretly by the unscrupulous blogger on Chaobo, it was me. Hearing his personal admission, the little nurse almost jumped up and down. She lowered her voice and whispered, Then can you take a photo with me? Huh? Xiao Yuan didn't expect her to make such a request, and didn't know how to answer for a while. I'm sorry, little sister. We have a rule in the Silver Wing Army that personal information cannot be disclosed at will, including clear personal photos. Ah! The nurse shuddered and almost dropped her half-pulled cell phone. Xiao Nuan. Lulu. Xiao Yuan looked over the nurse's body, and saw Sun Wan and Liang Lu standing at the door of the ward, looking at him with a smile. Did we come at the wrong time? Liang Lu hugged her shoulders and joked when she saw the nurse running out of the ward. You came just in time. I'm almost bored to death. Xiao Yuan slapped his forehead and complained. Xiao Nuan, talk to the Legion commander to let me leave. My injury is not serious. You just stay here and be at ease. You can't take Jialong's injury lightly. Sun Wan walked to the bedside, gently tapped Xiao Yuan's forehead, and said half coquettishly and half dissatisfiedly, You have a cute nurse to accompany you every day. How can you be bored? It's unfair. I'm really righteous. Xiao Nuan, you understand me the best. Hee. Sun Wan was amused by Xiao Yuan's aggrieved look and laughed, saying, Okay, of course I trust you the most. Look who's here. Huh? Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of her finger, and saw a slender figure Li Ming slowly walking out of the ward. Li Ming walked into the ward with a smile on her face, holding two exquisite metal boxes in her hands. When Xiao Yuan saw the two boxes, his heart moved, thinking that they were ready so quickly. Why don't you welcome me? No, I just didn't expect you to come in person. Now that A City has experienced a war and everything is in ruins, as one of Li Jin's most capable assistants, Li Ming actually had time to visit him in person. Xiao Yuan felt a little surprised. You are now a celebrity in our Silver Wing Army. What's wrong with me coming in person? Why do you sound like you're bullying me? Xiao Yuan scratched his head and smiled at Li Ming, saying, Okay, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. We are so familiar with each other. Talking to smart people is just a lot easier. Li Ming was not polite either, sitting on the chair in front of the bed, and handing the two metal boxes in her hands to Xiao Yuan. First of all, the two things you need are already prepared. So fast? Xiao Yuan took the metal box and found that it was engraved with exquisite patterns, and in the middle was the emblem of the Silver Wing Legion, shining brightly under the light. Click, click. With two soft sounds, the metal boxes were opened one after another. In the first metal box, there were 10 strange translucent stones cut into squares, which emitted a soft white light under the light. From time to time, there was a glow flowing inside, circling around its core and running back and forth. Fluorite? Liang Lu couldn't help but shout out when she saw the fluorite in the box. Fluorite is very familiar to the Silver Wing Army. As the core energy source for driving the anti-gravity maneuvering device, fluorite is priceless. A standard piece of fluorite is enough for a Silver Wing soldier to train for a year. Even though she was from a wealthy family, she had never seen so many fluorites appear at the same time. In the second metal box, there were two sharp teeth, wolf teeth. Xiao Yuan played with the two wolf teeth in his hands, and felt like he couldn't let them go. With these two things, the RV can be upgraded and unlock new functions. Please thank the Legion commander for me. These two things are really important to me. Come on, why weren't you so polite when the lion opened its mouth? Li Ming rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuan and said, Okay, let's get down to business now. Xiao Yuan subconsciously straightened up when he heard Li Ming's words. He knew that Li Ming didn't come here to give him anything, and there must be something else important to say. First of all, the information and samples you brought back have finally made a breakthrough after being analyzed day and night in the laboratory. Xiao Yuan and others went deep into the cave and collected 2 samples in total, one of which was the juice flowing out of the meatball carried by the pack wolf. The second is the remains of the migo flower. As for the bodies of the Migo guards, they were not brought back because the situation was urgent at the time. The liquid in that tube contains many material elements that have never been seen before, and there are also several elements and substances from the ocean. Ocean? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, do you mean the night demon comes from the ocean? It's just a possibility, but it's not certain yet. Li Ming shook his head and said, gills were found in the body of the nightmare you captured, and marine substances were found in the liquid that maintains the activity of the night demon, so this speculation is very likely to be true. But the northwest region is inland and has no ocean, so why did the night demon also break out? Yes, so I said this speculation may be true. Li Ming smiled helplessly, empathizing with Sun Wan's doubts. What about Magoa? Have you found any results? No, we are currently sending more people to study it, and I don't know when the results will be released. If the night demon really comes from the sea, what should we do? Xiao Yuan thought of this and had a headache. I am most afraid of water. You, don't be so ambitious. Li Ming laughed when she saw Xiao Yuan thinking so far ahead. Just stay here and recuperate. When the holiday is over, attend the promotion ceremony and the meeting to formulate the next plan. Promotion? Xiao Yuan chuckled. That's so embarrassing. This time, you will be promoted to company commander with the other 5 people, and you will also be one of the candidates for deputy corps commander. By the way, when you said the next plan you meant, Xiao Yuan came back to his senses from the excitement of the promotion and noticed the key point in Li Ming's words. Of course, it is the plan to take advantage of the situation to go south and recapture Sierra City. Chapter 129. Xiao Yuan repeated the word Sierra City several times and asked softly, isn't this too risky? The Silver Wing army suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. Li Ming took out a poster template from the folder with a smile and handed it to Xiao Yuan. Don't worry, the commander knows what's going on. Take a look at the new recruitment poster. Recruiting new soldiers again? Xiao Yuan had a general understanding of the Silver Wing army's losses, but he was not sure. He asked, how many people are there in the army now? Li Ming sighed, with a sad look in his eyes. There are 8,000 Silver Wing soldiers. In the battle to defend the Ace line, a total of 2,166 people from Ace City, Taizhou, and Ningbo died, and the number of injured is countless. Xiao Yuan felt bad when he heard this. The battle with the Night Demon was extremely cruel. What Li Ming said was only the casualties of the Silver Wings. The number of casualties of the garrison troops that cooperated with the Silver Wings was estimated to be around 7,000. The loss of nearly 10,000 people in 2 months was enough to show the ferocity and cunning of the Night Demon. But all these sacrifices were worth it. Using flesh and blood to stop the Night Demon in Ace City and repelling it for the first time greatly increased Country A's confidence in the Night Demon War. The proposal to expand the Silver Wing Corps has been blocked for a long time. If the number of troops was larger when the Corps was first established, Legion would not have taken the risk of defending the North City. Now, all the problems have been solved with a great victory, and it can be said that the hard work has paid off. Li Ming talked with Xiao Yuan about the recruitment in the hospital, and said goodbye after a while. After sending her away, Sun Wan and Liang Lu sat in front of Xiao Yuan's bed and started to mutter. Liang Lu was very lively in private after experiencing the fusion of alien spirits, and she kept talking. Lu Mingyu's condition improved after hospitalization, and Lin Lang ran to her ward every day, more diligently than when he came to Xiao Yuan. The war in the northwest was intense, and it was said that the battle was difficult to resolve. The war in Ace City had just ended, and a water monster appeared in the city. It was said that many people who lived in Ace City and had not moved away saw its traces. When talking about the Silver Wings army at the end, Liang Lu looked unhappy. Seeing her puffed up cheeks as if she had suffered a great loss, Xiao Yuan teased her. What? Did the army deduct Lu Lu's salary? Liang Lu shouted angrily. No. It's that Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan? Xiao Yuan didn't have a very good impression of Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan's failure to save him during the Ace Defense War still bothered him. Among the 5 teams, the one Xiao Yuan couldn't understand the most was Zhou Nan's team. How could he rely on such a selfish person? During the mission to go deep behind enemy lines, Xiao Yuan met in Yin and Sheng Dong successively, but he had little contact with Zhou Nan and Pang Fei, and he didn't know their situation. Liang Lu obviously had a bad impression of Zhou Nan, and said, I heard from Xiao Fang beside the Corps Commander that Zhou Nan also made a contribution this time, and he will be promoted to Company Commander in the next meeting. Xiao Yuan could imagine this, and smiled and comforted. He went through life and death and made contributions, and it is reasonable to be promoted. Liang Lu heard this, like a deflated ball, and said in a low voice, I know, but I feel uncomfortable in my heart. In my heart? Ha ha. Xiao Yuan was amused by her appearance, and said to Sun Wan, Shan Wan, bring me my coat. Sun Wan handed the coat to Xiao Yuan, blinked her big eyes and asked, Do you want to go out for a walk? I get the wheelchair. Xiao Yuan put on his coat and scratched his head, and couldn't help laughing. I'm not a disabled person, I'm not that delicate. As he said that, Xiao Yuan shook the metal box in his hand, and said with some expectation, Let's go. We should unlock the RV. RV? Unlock? Liang Lu was dizzy by Xiao Yuan's words. It's not like she hasn't seen Xiao Yuan's RV before, an ordinary, and even shabby RV. The RV that has become the residence of Lord Yuga and the little black cat. Could there be some secret inside? A City First Hospital, parking lot. Xiao Yuan's RV was parked quietly in a corner. Xiao Yuan came to the side of the RV and placed his palm on the side door touch area. Buzz! The RV door opened automatically, revealing the space inside. Jie! Lord Yuga was lying on the table drinking tea, and he let out a strange cry when he saw someone coming. The little black cat snuggled up to it and jumped off the table. Meow meow meow. The little black cat seemed to have seen a relative, rubbing against Xiao Yuan's trouser legs, making a purring sound, which was very cute. Master Yuga shook his body, glanced at the metal box in Xiao Yuan's hand, and said, It's gathered so quickly. It's really good to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade, huh? Xiao Yuan saw Master Yuga's eyes glanced at Liang Lu, and smiled and said, Lulu is one of us, so I brought her here, hee. Xiao Yuan knew very well that the secret of the RV was very important to him. His two Nan, Sun Wan's longbow and feather arrows all came from the RV. The comrades who had been with him day and night had already noticed this. And Yen, Sheng Dong and others had also seen it. Of course, and Yen and Sheng Dong had no problem with their character, but that didn't mean that others didn't care about the treasures on them. Xiao Yuan brought Liang Lu here because Liang Lu had been with them through thick and thin, and secondly, to solve her doubts. Liang Lu was rational by nature, and had a strong curiosity. She had asked Tu Nen many times in private. It would have been fine if Xiao Yuan didn't say it once or twice, but he felt bad for evading it every time, so he finally decided to bring Liang Lu to the RV. Lord Yuga saw Xiao Yuan's playful face, so he didn't say anything more. He fluttered his wings and flew into Sun Wan's arms, saying happily, Okay, let's get started. Xiao Yuan walked to the back of the car, and put the prepared materials into the storage box behind the RV one by one. After putting in 10 kilograms of gold, 1 kilogram of fluorite, 2 wolf teeth, and a large bag of soil, Xiao Yuan suddenly heard a slight sound in his head. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 2. Transformation progress, 4%. Current task, 1. Defeat 509 demons, completed 2. Collect 10 kilograms of gold, completed 3. Collect 2 wolf teeth, completed 4. Collect 1 kilogram of fluorite, completed 5. Collect 10 kilograms of soil, completed. Task reward, unlock the first stage of the RV planting system. Hidden reward, get the third quota for bees taming transformation. Afterwards, Xiao Yuan received the information that the planting room was unlocked, and an additional option had appeared on the metal door next to the smart dining pot. After activating the button with the 4-leaf clover logo, the metal door opened and Xiao Yuan entered a space of about 500 square meters. In the entire space, 3 long strips of land were planned, and the rest of the space was metal ground. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw that there was a blue sky above the room, and the sunlight shining on his body gave him a warm and comfortable feeling. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched it. Unfortunately, it was a hard material, and not the real sky. Gaga gaga. Lord Yuga screamed twice when he saw Xiao Yuan's appearance and said, It looks like the real thing, right? Don't worry, the light source here is enough for plants to grow. Liang Lu, who was following behind, could fit an egg in her mouth at this time. She looked out the door, and then at the sky, and exclaimed this. This is simply magic. Chapter 130. Liang Lu simply couldn't describe her current mood in words. The RV that looked shabby on the outside turned out to be a different world. A metal door appeared on the side wall of the RV. After unlocking it, a space of several hundred square meters appeared. What's the difference between this kind of thing happening around us and magic? Lord Yuga turned over comfortably in Sun Wan's arms and said, You ignorant human, you call this magic? Xiao Yuan secretly rolled his eyes at Lord Yuga, still smiling, and said, Lord Yuga, you are knowledgeable, but we have never seen it. Let's see. Lianlu took a few quick steps excitedly, leaned down, and poked the soil with her hand, and asked uncertainly, what kind of plants can be grown here? Master Yuga raised his little head proudly and said, no matter what kind of plant it is, it can grow 5 times faster here. 5 times? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Before he could say anything, Master Yuga continued, it's more amazing than that. Master Yuga flew to the ground and looked around. Seeing that Sun Wan was wearing a little bear hairpin on her head, he smacked his lips and said, Nuan Nuan, plant the hairpin on your head in the ground. Today I will let you open your eyes. Sun Wan touched the small hairpin on her hair and asked hesitantly, you mean, to plant my hairpin in the ground? Yes. Okay then. Sun Wan took off the little bear hairpin on her hair, walked to the land in front of her, and buried the little bear hairpin in the soil. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Xiao Yuan stared at the soil there without blinking, and after a long while, seeing no movement, Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. Lord Yuga, why? Is there no reaction? Oh my god! What's going on? Lord Yuga's pair of green bean eyes turned around, waved his wings, and walked to the soil, walked back and forth twice, and then lowered his head to smell the soil. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan looked at Lord Yuga with a teasing face and said, it's okay, sir, you are not a god, it's normal to make mistakes. What are you talking about? Lord Yuga couldn't help but hear the ridicule in Xiao Yuan's words, and he was a little embarrassed. This is affected by your world, you have to wait for a while. Okay, whatever you say is fine. It was rare to catch this arrogant duck's handle to tease it. Xiao Yuan turned around and left in a good mood. We've finished watching, let's go out first. Xiao Yuan and the other two left one after another, and Lord Yuga muttered a few words and left with them. When the metal door of the planting room was closed, the soil buried by Sun Wan's hairpin suddenly moved, and a faint light flashed by. After seeing the planting room, Xiao Yuan began to explore the animal taming quota in the RV. The animal taming room is only more than 20 square meters. There is an instrument placed in the middle of the animal taming room, which is about the same size as the zoo's cocoon cabin that Xiao Yuan has seen. This device can tame and transform wild animals with great potential into partners, who can assist you in combat. Tame, transform? Xiao Yuan pondered the two words carefully and asked, can ordinary animals, after transformation, reach the strength to fight against night demons? Well, at least they can match the combined combat power of 3 or 5 night demons. Only the combat power of 3 or 5 night demons. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Sir, isn't this reward too small? Haha, you are getting more and more greedy. Lord Yug jumped onto the device and fell into it with a flutter. Lord Yug, what are you doing? Boy, help me press the red button on the side, sir. I can finally recover some strength. Okay. Seeing Lord Yug turning over like a dead duck, Xiao Yuan pressed the button on the side without hesitation. Buzz. The cocoon slowly closed, sealing Lord Yug inside. No one could see what was happening outside, but only the iconic weird cry of the Yugda people could be heard from inside from time to time. After the entire cocoon cabin had been running for about 10 minutes, it suddenly shook. Wow! The door of the cocoon cabin opened, and a white mist rose up, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Hua la la! After the white mist dissipated, a shadow flapped its wings and flew out of it at a very fast speed. Xiao Yuan looked closely, and saw that Lord Yuga's once dark silver feathers had become much whiter. Dozens of slightly longer tail feathers grew on the bear duck tail, and a circle of fiery red gold appeared on the feathers on the tips of the wings. Quack, how are you now, Lord? Lord Yuga circled in a circle and landed on the ground with great pride. Looks much better than before. Xiao Yuan looked Lord Yuga up and down, pointed at his tail and said, at least compared to before, the tail is not bald. Ha ha, this is just the beginning. There will be many more places for me to show off in the future. Xiao Yuan just thought Lord Yuga was bragging, and never thought that Lord Yuga would play a crucial role in the near future. A city, combat command center. In the lounge, Li Jun leaned on the sofa with his eyes half closed, and there was a photo between his slender fingers. The girl in the photo had a bright smile. Her skin was as white as cream, elegant and generous. Her big black and white eyes were full of spirit, and behind her was a fluttering flag. The emblem of the Silver Wings Army on the flag shone brightly in the sun, and next to the flag stood a blue stone with 8 big characters healing the wounds and saving the world, respecting virtue, and cultivating knowledge written on it. Li Jun turned the photo over and wrote a line of words in his beautiful handwriting. seeing you is like meeting you. Autumn and winter are meaningless. Huh? The days of running around and toiling were dissipated a lot when he saw this line of words. On the third day after the night demons left, the entire A city began to gradually recover. The affairs of the Legion were one after another, so Legion had not slept well for 3 days. Squeak! The door of the lounge was pushed open, and Li Ming walked in quietly. Seeing Legion holding a photo in deep thought, she smiled secretly. She coughed and whispered, "Leader, the assessment team from Yanjing has arrived." Legion frowned and looked up at Li Ming. "Why is it so fast this time?" Li Ming pouted and complained, "Those guys are so annoying. No one was seen during the war, but now that the Silver Wing Legion has won a great victory, they are running fast." Humph! Hey! Legion stood up and held his forehead helplessly. He took a few deep breaths and stood up. He said with energy, "Let's go and meet them. What is coming will come." Li Ming pointed at the photo in Legion's hand and reminded him, "Captain, you don't want to take this photo of Sister Mushi with you?" Legion was stunned for a moment and carefully put the photo into his pocket. Seeing Li Ming looking at him with a sly smile, he pretended to be serious and said, "Don't go out and talk nonsense." Hee hee. Li Ming followed Legion and whispered, "Don't worry, Commander, I will keep my mouth shut." Legion and his companion walked out of the building, and 5 cars with Yanjing characteristics arrived downstairs of the Combat Command Center building. After the car stopped, several people got off one after another. The first one was a middle-aged man, with a full forehead and a handsome appearance. Although he was old, he was still very charming. After seeing Legion, the middle-aged man laughed loudly and said loudly, "Brother Legion, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Chapter 131. A hint of surprise flashed across Legion's eyes. He greeted him warmly and said with a smile, "Brother Tianqing, long time no see." Zhang Tianqing, a man privately called Smiling Tiger by many people, is affiliated with the General Staff Headquarters of the Greater China Federal Command Center. Legion and Zhang Tianqing did not have much interaction. Legion, who had survived the Falcon operation and survived a near-death experience, met him a few times during treatment in the imperial capital. Afterwards, Legion went to A City to form a new army corps and never saw him again. However, Xiaoling, who was beside Wu Lao, had mentioned this person several times, saying that this person was deep-minded, smiling but hiding a knife, and was not a good person. The two of them exchanged greetings warmly, and people who didn't know the truth thought that the two were close friends for many years, but in fact, it was not the case at all. Legion and Zhang Tianqing walked into the command center building side by side, and went straight to the reception room. Zhang Tianqing looked around the interior decoration, shaking his head slightly from time to time, and nodding from time to time. Legion looked at his reaction calmly and said, "Brother Tianqing, do you think there is anything wrong with the installation in this building?" Zhang Tianqing retracted his gaze and laughed heartily. "No, absolutely not. It's just..." He looked up and down at Legion and continued, "I was moved by the decoration inside this building." "Oh, what's your feeling, brother?" "Everywhere I go, the offices and residences of the chiefs are almost all magnificent, but your place is simple and plain, which makes people feel comfortable. Brother, you are too kind. We are all soldiers who have fought on the battlefield and don't understand these things." "Good. Very good. This shows that the money of our Silver Wing army is spent on the right things, unlike other places where people are corrupt and abuse the law and misuse the money of the army." "Here he comes." Legion's heart tightened. Zhang Tianqing turned around and turned out to be waiting for him here. "Of course not." Legion's face became serious and said, "Every expenditure of the Silver Wing army is recorded in the book, and there are traces to follow. There is absolutely no such situation." "Haha, that's good, that's good," Zhang Tianqing said with a smile, and followed Legion into the reception room, not knowing what he was thinking. After everyone entered the reception room, they sat down one by one. Legion discovered that Zhang Tianqing was accompanied by a fair and handsome young man, about 24 or 25 years old, with a pair of sharp and deep eyes that scanned the surroundings from time to time. On the side, the waiter brought tea to the table for several people to drink, and Zhang Tianqing took the teacup and took a sip. The moment he drank it, Zhang Tianqing raised his eyebrows and cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem. Brotherly, let's talk about business first. Tea tasting is not about the moment." Legion laughed in his heart. Zhang Tianqing was born in the Zhang family in the imperial capital, and was pampered since childhood. Usually a cup of tea is enough for ordinary people to live for a long time. How could this ordinary tea be in his eyes? Seeing Zhang Tianqing clearing his throat, He controlled his expression and said seriously, "Since Brother Tianqing said so, let's talk about business first." Zhang Tianqing straightened his body and said, "Captain Li Jun, on behalf of the General Staff of the Greater China Federal Command Center, I officially come to the First Corps of the new army to start a 3-day assessment and investigation. I hope you can help and cooperate." When they officially talked about business, the address between the two became official. Li Jun smiled and said, "Please rest assured, Deputy Chief of Staff Zhang, our department will fully cooperate with the assessment work and complete the task excellently." Li Jun, Li Meng, Zhang Tianqing, and the sharp-eyed young man named Ling Yun beside him talked in the reception room for nearly 2 hours. Among them, they had a detailed understanding of the current personnel composition and combat power of the Silver Wing Army, as well as the cooperation between the Silver Wing Army and the garrison troops in the Battle of A City. The meeting ended at sunset, and Zhang Tianqing, Ling Yun and others went to the arranged residence under the guidance of the waiter. Their Shang Weigua would receive them, but Li Jun had to continue to deal with the affairs of the army, and could not go with them. After seeing them off, Li Jun sat down on a chair as if he had lost all his strength, not wanting to move at all. Squeak! Li Ming walked in from outside the reception room, holding a cup of steaming hot coffee. Li Jun took the coffee, took a sip, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Are they gone?" "Yes, they went to their residence for dinner." "This Zhang Tianqing is not easy to deal with. Captain, what exactly is he trying to say today?" Flaws? Yes, he is looking for our flaws." Li Jun stared at the water cup in his hand and said softly, "One of the senior officials who oppose the establishment of the new army corps is Mr. Kong, who is far away in the imperial capital. And Zhang Tianqing is his favorite student. Tell me, what does Zhang Tianqing want to do this time?" But we just won a victory," Li Ming exclaimed in a low voice. "Victory? Ha." Li Jun shook his head. In their eyes, victory is never the first priority. The first priority is always their own interests. Li Ming said dejectedly after hearing this. No wonder he said something about the plain decoration and misappropriation of money. It's really weird. Ha. Li Jun stood up and patted Li Ming's head. "I'm not angry. Why are you angry? It's time to go to the south suburb camp. Sheer City downtown." La 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 la. A brisk humming sound came from the top of a tall building, and a small figure sat at the top of the high-rise, overlooking the scenery below. The little girl with twin ponytails was enjoying the night breeze, her legs hanging outside and shaking from time to time. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of wind sounded behind her, and the little girl said casually without turning her head, "Are you back?" The short-haired girl with cool clothes and a tall figure was none other than Qian Yi, who was chasing Chu Xian and his group. She responded carefully, "Yes, master." Beside Qian Yi, the fox-eyed girl lowered her head and whispered, "Master Qianling, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Whoosh! The little girl sitting on the edge of the top floor suddenly flew up, her whole body floating in the air. She slowly approached Qianya and Qianling, emitting a faint blue light. Plop! Qianling's feet softened, and she knelt on the ground, and Qianya trembled all over like chaff. Surely, the little girl who came like an angel at first and saved their lives, was actually a real devil inside. Moody and mysterious, this was Qianya's only impression of her. A fear from the depths of their souls made the two unable to move. Hee. When Shirley was almost touching Qianling's cheek, she suddenly laughed, which was particularly strange on the cold rooftop. She touched the center of Qianling's forehead with her finger, and instantly stirred up a circle of trembling ripples. Qianling only felt a chill on her forehead, and a consciousness flowed through her mind, searching, and finally stopped at the time in the cave. Shirley opened her slightly closed eyes and murmured, "Finally, I see you again, Master Shabu." Hee. Her smile was very simple and beautiful, just like the comfortable weather in May. Shirley seemed to be in a very good mood, waving her hands at the two of them. "Get up, you did a good job this time, very good." Qianya and Qianling looked at each other, and they both saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. How can it be said that they did a good job when they failed to defend the cave and caused the entire battle in A City to fail? Even so, the two of them still stood up respectfully and bowed their heads and said, "Thank you, master." Shirley's milky white face showed a sweet smile, and she whispered, "The game is getting more and more interesting." Chapter 132. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked slowly on the tree-lined road. The evening breeze was gentle and extraordinarily gentle. After being discharged from the first hospital of A City, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan went to the park near Mosnan Road for a walk. A City, where the night demons have retreated, has become more lively in its dilapidated state. The poor citizens hidden in every corner of the city no longer have to live in fear. Even in the dark, they can occasionally walk out of the house and do some of their own things. Taverns, grocery stores, logistics stations, and other small shops with small storefronts have appeared in every corner of the city. Where there are people, there is life. People who cannot live without food, clothing, housing and transportation will naturally lead to the rise of a series of small businesses. Except for the three main battle areas of the South City Defense Line, the City Defense Line, and the North City Defense Line, which are in ruins, the rest of the Silver Wings Corps' undefended areas are almost undamaged. If it weren't for the fact that there were only a few people on the streets, it would be no different from an ordinary city. The second phase of the Silver Wings Corps' recruitment to repel the Night Demon will be carried out in various places in Country A, and it is expected that about 7,000 people will be selected from all applicants. These 7,000 people will become the second phase recruits of the Silver Wing Corps and join the war against the Night Demons. With a previous solid foundation, the combat effectiveness of the Silver Wing Corps will be qualitatively improved. Before the defense of Ace City, all the recruits had never participated in the battle against the Night Demons. After experiencing bloody battles, the veterans who survived were all elites, and their combat experience and psychological quality had reached a new level. With them as the cornerstone, the Silver Wing Corps can recover its combat effectiveness in the shortest time to deal with the war, with veterans leading the recruits. No matter how the outside world praises the Silver Wing Army, those things have nothing to do with Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan. Away from the battlefield of life and death, they just want to spend time together. Since arriving in Ace City, Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan have been busy with military training, and have almost no time to spend time together, let alone go on a date. Hua la la. The small river in the park is gurgling, and the two walk side by the river, taking a walk under the bright moonlight. Xiao Yuan stretched his body, took a long breath, and said, "I have been in the hospital for so long, I feel like my whole body is rusting." Sun Quan patted him gently and said angrily, "The doctor told you not to make too big movements for the time being. Be careful of the wound on your back." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lord Yuga's feathers are very useful, the wound has healed." The wound scratched by the dragon heals very slowly, and the burning sensation makes people unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, the omnipotent Lord Yuga plucked the feathers on his belly unwillingly. The ashes of the burned feathers were applied to the back injury, and the burning sensation that had been bothering Xiao Yuan subsided. With the recovery ability of his strengthened body, Xiao Yuan stayed in the hospital for another 5 days, but he couldn't stay any longer. He ignored the advice of Observe for another 2 days from behind him, and decisively went through the discharge procedures. After showing that he was fine, Xiao Yuan turned around and came to Sun Quan. He gently took Sun Wan's hand and whispered, "Actually, Xiao Yuan, I prepared a gift for you." As he said that, he took out a square gift box from his pocket and put it in Sun Wan's hand. Sun Quan blinked curiously and asked, "What is this?" "Open it, and you know after you see it." "Okay." Sun Quan held the gift box with both hands and opened the buckle from one side. "This is a necklace." A delicate necklace appeared in front of Sun Quan. At the bottom of the necklace was a pendant in the shape of a blue water drop, crystal clear. At the core of it, a ball of light was slowly floating, emitting a little light in the night. Xiao Yuan pointed at the light spot and said ostentatiously, "This is a good thing I asked Uncle Tubin to buy from Bianliang. Do you like it?" Sun Quan picked up the necklace, her almond eyes turned into crescents, and she said cheerfully, "I like it. I like anything you give me." Sun Quan, under the moonlight, her face revealed a smile and the innocence of a girl, which made Xiao Yuan distracted. He coughed softly and slowly approached Sun Wan's cheek. The warm breath hit Sun Wan's face, making her pretty face hot, red like a ripe apple. Sun Quan watched Xiao Yuan getting closer and closer, subconsciously closed her eyes, and nervously clenched her fists. The fragrance from her body mixed with a faint mint smell made Xiao Yuan's breathing heavier. Her pink lips trembled slightly, emitting an intoxicating luster. Xiao Yuan lowered his head slightly and gently greeted her. The softness was accompanied by a slightly cold sweetness. He couldn't help but gently embrace the girl in front of him and continue to taste her fragrance. Sun Wan's whole body was tense, like a wooden man, no longer heroic on the battlefield. When she felt dizzy and weak all over, as if she was about to faint, she suddenly heard a strange movement in her ears. Splash. Splash. The sound of water splashing came from far away. Sun Wan's 6 senses were extremely sharp, and even the faintest sound could not escape her ears. Sun Quan raised her hand and slapped Xiao Yuan's body twice. Seeing that he did not respond, he continued to kiss her. She pinched the soft flesh on his waist with shame and anger. Ouch! Xiao Yuan was pinched and shuddered. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Sun Wan winking at him. Is there something going on? They were too familiar with each other. Xiao Yuan understood what she meant with just one glance. Following the direction of Sun Wan's finger, a flexible shadow was swimming up and down in the clear stream. The figure was swimming very fast, as flexible as a fish. But something surprising happened. The figure flipped into the air and flew out of the water. In front of Xiao Yuan, a head without hair appeared, with a bulge in the middle of the top of the head. The bulge extended to a little above the forehead, and looking down, the creature had a human face. The human face was covered with a layer of oily luster, and under the luster were fine and small scales. The creature just jumped up, fell into the water, stirred up a splash, and continued to swim. The picture in Xiao Yuan's mind stayed at that moment, and he was a little slow to react. Fishtail? Mermaid? The creature emerged from the water, and the place where the legs should be turned into a fishtail. Xiao Yuan recalled what Li Ming said when she came to see him. Could it be that this is the water monster in Li Ming's mouth? Splash. The water monster seemed to be interested, and kept swimming in the stream. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan cautiously walked forward, wanting to see the water monster more clearly. Crack! Xiao Yuan accidentally stepped on a branch and shuddered, thinking to himself that something was wrong. Sure enough, even the slightest sound was still heard by the water monster. The water monster glanced at Xiao Yuan, blinked its big black eyes, and plunged into the stream with a splash and disappeared. Without the help of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, Xiao Yuan's maneuverability was greatly reduced, and he could only watch the water monster swim away. Somehow, Xiao Yuan always felt that he had seen those eyes before. He looked at Sun Wan, who was also surprised, and suddenly said, "How about we continue?" "Pa!" Sun Wan blushed and hit him lightly, saying, "You are not allowed to be so careless." Xiao Yuan thought it was a pity in his heart, but he still said, "Sun Wan, do you think that we have seen those eyes before?" "Somewhere before." Sun Wan recalled the scene just now, and suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. "Specimen." "Specimen?" Xiao Yuan was a little confused by her words. "What specimen?" "There is a mermaid specimen in the Lihua Museum." "Yes. I remember it now." Xiao Yuan slapped his head and said, "The eyes of the water monster just now are too similar to the specimen in the Lihua Museum." Remembering that before the war, Qing Yan and Qing Yuan had come to find him, Xiao Yuan vaguely felt that the water monster that appeared here should have some connection with them. Qing Yan asked him to find him after the victory of the war, but he didn't know if he was still in A City now. After all, A City is at the forefront. With his wealth, there is no need to stay in A City and risk his life, right? Chapter 133. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Yuan woke up from his sleep, and the warm sunlight shone through the window, slightly dazzling. He got out of bed in a daze and walked downstairs. The Xing residence had been idle for 2 months, and it was not until Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan returned that it became more popular. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the kitchen on the first floor, there was a faint sound of hot oil. Xiao Yuan walked to the kitchen lightly and looked inside. A lavender dress outlined her slender figure perfectly. She was wearing an apron that her aunt often wore, and the fried eggs in the pan exuded a fragrance. The sun shone on her, making Sun Wan's whole body seem to have a magical halo. "Boss, are you okay?" An inappropriate voice came from the side. Xiao Yuan heard Xian Mao's voice, and subconsciously looked towards the living room. "Captain, good morning." Wang Ruofei sat next to Xian Mao, and said with a smile, "Ahem, you guys, you came so early." Xiao Yuan coughed twice, unnaturally, to demonstrate his embarrassment. "Xiao Yuan, are you awake?" Sun Wan, who had been concentrating on making breakfast, only noticed Xiao Yuan when she heard the voice behind her. "Hurry up and wash up. We have to go to Xiaobei's store after dinner." "Okay." Xiao Yuan agreed, yawning and walking towards the bathroom. "Why are you two here so early?" Xiao Yuan couldn't help muttering. Hee. Xin Mao leaned against the bathroom door, looking at Xiao Yuan, who picked up the toothbrush and smiled. "Boss, aren't we afraid that you will oversleep?" "Go away, when have I ever overslept?" Actually, it was Brother Wang who was anxious and dragged me out of the dormitory early in the morning. "Old Wang." Xiao Yuan stopped brushing his teeth and asked, "What is the relationship between old Wang and that girl?" "It's just a simple helping relationship, right? You know that Brother Wang is always willing to give some food to the poor in this city. The reason why Wang Ruofei and Xian Mao came to Xing's house so early was simple. Luo Xiaobei's grocery store was about to open. The city of Ace, which was in need of reconstruction, began to recover gradually under the leadership of Li Jun. Among them, helping the residents in the city solve the problem of daily necessities is the first priority. For this reason, the Silver Wing Corps helped the residents in the city open small shops, such as grocery stores. Then, through the logistics company that provides supplies to the Silver Wing Army, civilian daily necessities are delivered to small shops to maintain the basic living security of residents. As for the core personnel of the Ace City branch of the Federal Operations Command Center, they have evacuated Ace City after the fall of the South Suburb Camp. In name, they are remotely commanding, but in fact they retreat to the rear because they are afraid of death. Now Ace City has won a great victory. Those core personnel will return to Ace City soon to help the Silver Wing Army continue to fight against the Night Demon. Their actions make people angry and hateful. Li Jun is even more disgusted with these people who are just sitting there doing nothing. But as the Supreme Commander of the Silver Wing Army, he had to handle the relationship between the Silver Wing Army and the Ace City branch of the Federal Command Center. The re-involvement of the Federal Command Center has planted a potential hidden danger for the subsequent counterattack plan of the Silver Wing Army. The Silver Wing Army, including the Storm Army in the north, is a very special existence. The two newly born new Army Corps are nominally controlled by the local branches of the Federal Command Center. The core power organization of the Federal Command Center is the Federal Committee. The Parliament of Country A also gave it a great deal of autonomy to facilitate its combat needs. The Parliament of Country A, as the highest institution in Country A, has never stopped fighting with the Federal Command Center. Li Jun understood this, so he did not express his opinion on the withdrawal of the entire command center from Ace City. It was even in line with his wishes. Without a group of people who were in the way of command, he could do whatever he wanted. Now, the return of the Federal Committee of Ace City headed by Secretary General Liu made Li Jun a little uneasy. Of course, these high-level games have nothing to do with Luo Xiaobei, a small civilian. Luo Xiaobei was in a good mood, humming an unknown ballad while busy cleaning the window in front of the store. Luo Xiaobei's grocery store is located in a small store near the city center. It is divided into two floors. The first floor is the grocery store, and the second floor is the residence. A half-person high fence is used outside the store to enclose a small area. A sign stands at the entrance of the fence, Xiaobei Grocery Store. Luo Xiaobei's grandmother sat in a rocking chair basking in the sun. She was not very flexible, and half closed her eyes, with a lazy orange cat lying in her arms. Xiaobei, take a break. You've been busy all morning. Grandma looked at the swallow-like Luo Xiaobei happily, feeling a little sorry for her. It's okay, Grandma, don't worry. Luo Xiaobei knocked on the glass window, and looked carefully to see that there was no dirt before she felt relieved. When the grandparents and grandchildren were chatting, a military jeep drove from a distance and stopped on the road opposite the grocery store. The car door opened wide, and Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Wang Ruofei, and Xin Mao got out of the car one after another and walked towards Luo Xiaobei's house. After everyone met, Luo Xiaobei greeted the four people happily and introduced his four friends to his grandmother one by one. Luo Xiaobei's grandmother had heard her granddaughter talk about the Silver Wings many times, and she saw the four energetic young people. She smiled nonstop, and even the wrinkles on her face were scattered a little, and she kept thanking them. Luo Xiaobei couldn't wait to lead the four people into the grocery store for a tour and introduce the interior decoration one by one. The first floor of Xiaobei Grocery Store is more than 30 square meters, and there are only 2 rows of shelves, which are filled with some daily necessities. According to the plan, the remaining population in Ace City will gradually move to the surrounding areas, with the city center as the origin. The prime location that was once so expensive that Luo Xiaobei dared not even think about it is now like cabbage. As long as you take the initiative to register with the Silver Wing Corps, it will be provided free of charge to poor people like Luo Xiaobei. When the Night Demon War came, people suddenly found that the reinforced concrete blocks that were once regarded as treasures were worthless in an instant. Well, Xiaobei's sister chose a good place. Xiao Yuan nodded secretly and praised her vision. Hee. Brother Wang helped me choose these. How could I know all this? Oh, I see. Xiao Yuan deliberately stretched out his tone and winked at Wang Ruofei, saying, Not bad, Wang, you are willing to help others, haha. I just helped a little. Wang Ruofei blushed and stammered in defense. Why are you blushing? I was just talking casually. Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao looked at each other and teased maliciously. After all, you are known throughout the team for being willing to help others, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xi and Mao also laughed out loud, and Wang Ruofei could see his tonsils when his mouth was open. Wang Ruofei was old-fashioned and serious, and was not good at speaking. Xiao Yuan and Xian Mao kept talking to each other, and his face turned red. He didn't know how to fight back. Just then, a clear voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Bei. I'm here to see you." Xiao Yuan and others stopped laughing and walked to the door. A young man in his early 20s was standing outside the small fence, holding a flower basket in his hand. Brother Qifeng. Luo Xiaobei ran out and opened the door for the young man to welcome him in. "Brother Wang?" The young man's eyes wandered around and finally fell on Wang Ruofei. "Long time no see." "Yes, long time no see." Wang Ruofei greeted him indifferently and introduced. "These are our comrades in the Silver Wing Army." "Hello, my name is Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yuan saw that Wang Ruofei and the young man seemed to be very familiar with each other, so he took the initiative to greet them. "Hello, Chen Qifeng." The young man greeted Xiao Yuan politely, and suddenly frowned. You are Xiao Yuan? Well, it's the real deal." Then, the young man's calm face showed a trace of struggle, and finally seemed to make up his mind. "Can you please give me an autograph? My sister likes you very much." Chapter 134. Xiao Yuan never expected that Chen Qifeng, who looked serious and cool, would make such a request. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Of course. Of course you can." Luo Xiaobei covered her mouth and giggled. "Brother Qifeng mentioned this before. I thought he was joking." Chen Qifeng's fair face turned red, showing embarrassment. I'm not doing this for Qinghuan." As he said this, Chen Qifeng fumbled in his pocket for a while and muttered, "No, I obviously brought paper and pen." Wang Ruofei was familiar with Chen Qifeng. Seeing Chen Qifeng standing at the door with a flower basket in his hand, he said, "Come in first. There are papers and pens in the house." "Yes, Brother Qifeng. Come in first and take a look inside." Luo Xiaobei pulled Chen Qifeng into the house. "There is no rush to sign. Brother Xiao Yuan and the others still have to eat lunch here." Everyone went up to the second floor and sat down in the living room to chat. With Wang Ruofei's introduction, Xiao Yuan gradually got to know Chen Qifeng. Chen Qifeng lived in Linan City since he was a child, and later came to A City. His parents died early, and now he depends on his sister. His younger sister Chen Qinghuan is now a freshman at Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of Commerce in Linan. Chen Qifeng loves and cares for his younger sister. He will remember all the requests his younger sister makes and do them for her. This is why Chen Qifeng, who looks cold, can't hold back when he sees Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan saw the proud look on Chen Qifeng's face when he talked about his younger sister. Xiao Yuan could understand the hardship of being a brother and a father. In his heart, he couldn't help but have a better impression of Chen Qifeng. People who can take responsibility can be trusted and close to people invisibly. Xiao Yuan signed his name on the postcard and handed it to Chen Qifeng. He thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Chen, I have something to ask you." Chen Qifeng took the postcard, carefully put it in his jacket pocket, and said hurriedly, "Please tell me, I will answer everything I know. I'm just a soldier. How did your sister know me?" "Well, don't you guys watch the news media? To be honest, we were busy with the war and then went to the hospital, so we were very isolated from the news." Xiao Yuan shook his head and explained with a wry smile. "Oh, that's no wonder." Chen Qifeng nodded in understanding. He had heard about the tragic battle for A City. Xiao Yuan and others who were busy fighting for life and death every day could still read Chubwa every day in the early stage of the war. As the war became more intense, the night demons' attack became stronger day by day. The Silver Wing Army had limited energy, so how could they go to Chubwa? Initially, your photo appeared in the photography work of a blogger on Chubwa. For Snow? Yes, it was her picture of flying to the moon. But I remember that our identities were not marked in the first picture. Indeed, your names appeared after the great victory in A City. Chen Qifeng pulled out the page of a blogger named First Snow from his mobile phone and handed it to Xiao Yuan and others. "Is this my photo?" Xiao Yuan looked at the photo carefully and felt a headache. In the photo, Xiao Yuan was standing in the sunset and looking towards the south, with his cloak fluttering in the wind. His side face was dyed a layer of golden red by the sunset, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and one hand tightly grasped the silver knife under his ribs. Sun Wan and Xian Mao stood beside Xiao Yuan, looking into the distance with him. If he hadn't seen it now, he wouldn't have realized that his expression was so solemn when facing the approaching night demon. Jiang Shui. This damn girl. Xiao Yuan held his forehead and remembered this incident in his heart. In the past, Jiang Shui was caught by him for secretly taking pictures and was taught a lesson. The defense line was lost, Jiang Shui was trapped on the roof, and he had saved her life before, but he didn't expect this girl to repay kindness with hatred. She is really persistent, Sun Wan said softly, with a smile on her lips. We didn't even notice her secretly taking pictures at that time. Boss, look. I'm on camera too. Xi and Mao pointed at the data with tens of millions of views excitedly. Pa! Xiao Yuan patted Xi and Mao on the head and scolded him with a smile. You kids still want to be famous, right? Hee hee. Xi and Mao laughed twice and covered his head. This is the first time I'm on the Chaobua hot search. I'm a little excited. Now it's not just the A country Chaobua. All media are reporting on the news of the victory in A city. Some people say that your team played a key role in this battle. So now all universities and the public are very fond of and curious about you. My sister likes you very much too. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said, I understand that, but I'm just curious about who spread the news? Captain, what do you mean? Wang Ruofei was a little overwhelmed by Xiao Yuan's sudden change of topic. The military stipulates that all details of the late stage of the Ace Defense War cannot be disclosed at will. How long have we submitted our summary files? Now the media knows about it? This is a bit strange, but it's not a bad thing, right? Wang Ruofei thought for a while and said, It's not a bad thing, but it also shows that the army commander is not a monolithic group. Maybe he is worried about this matter at this moment. The few people chatted for a while on the second floor. Seeing that it was almost noon, Luo Xiaobei went to the kitchen with Sun Wan to cook. Xi and Mao was honored to be drafted by Sun Wan and dragged into the kitchen to help cook. In the living room, Xiao Yuan and the other two were left in a blink of an eye. Xiao Yuan put down the teacup in his hand and said to Wang Ruofei, Old Wang, how did you and Brother Chen know each other? Pa! Wang Ruofei's hand holding the teacup shook, causing a lot of tea in it to splash out. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Yuan's eyes, then immediately avoided him and said calmly, We met when we were helping Xiaobei. Xiao Yuan patted Wang Ruofei's shoulder and smiled. Old Wang, do you know that you have a habit? When you lie to your own people, you avoid looking at them. Ah? Wang Ruofei looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise, and when he saw the cunning light flashing in his eyes, he realized that he had been fooled. Wang Ruofei looked at Xiao Yuan, then at Chen Qifeng, and mustered up the courage to say, Actually, we. Civilians Association. Before Wang Ruofei could finish his words, Chen Qifeng stood up and said these three words word by word. I belong to the Civilians Association, the A City Branch Organization. Civilians Association? Xiao Yuan recalled for a while, and then remembered where he had heard this name. When Xiao Yuan and Wang Ruofei first met, wasn't Wang Ruofei being beaten by a group of guys who called themselves the Civilian Association? Captain, I know what you want to say. Wang Ruofei saw Xiao Yuan looking at him and explained, The Duan guy has nothing to do with the Civilian Association. Oh! Then please explain, Brother Chen, what kind of organization is your Civilian Association? As he said this, Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Qifeng with a sharp gaze like a knife. Captain Xiao, I think you have some misunderstandings about our Civilian Association. Xiao Yuan's gaze was so sharp that his heart beat faster. Misunderstanding? Ha. Xiao Yuan turned his left hand slightly. With a gentle smile on his face, on the way from Sierra City to A City, I saw a group of people burning, killing and looting. Their name is the Black Gang. As far as I know, the Black Gang is an organization under your Civilian Association. Huh? As Xiao Yuan finished speaking, his left hand was suddenly covered by a silver light, and the golden red dragon eye glowed faintly, which instantly raised the temperature in the living room. Chapter 135. Xiao Yuan had always had a bad impression of the civilian society. When he first met Wang Ruofei and the Black Clothes Gang, he instinctively disliked the civilian society. At this time, Xiao Yuan still didn't know that Yin and Bai Lu also belonged to the civilian society. If he knew, he didn't know what he would think. Chen Qifeng, who was sitting opposite Xiao Yuan, was hit the hardest. The skin on his face was stinging from the heat, and a substantial pressure came from the front. Tu Nian, who had merged with the dragon's eyeball, released a powerful pressure for the first time, which was unexpected for Xiao Yuan. Captain Qifeng, the civilians will not be what you think. Wang Ruofei hurriedly explained when he saw the state of the two. Wang Ruofei, who had experienced the Ace defense battle, knew how powerful Xiao Yuan was. Tu Nian was weird and cruel, and Yin was not immune, let alone Chen Qifeng. Captain Xiao, I think you have some misunderstandings about Pingming. Please give me some time to explain. After Chen Qifeng said this, he felt the pressure around him suddenly reduced, and the scorching temperature dissipated from all around. Huh? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his clothes on his back were soaked with cold sweat. Xiao Yuan's strength is unexpectedly strong. I'm afraid he is not much different from the middle-level backbones in the meeting. Go ahead, tell me about your civilian association. Xiao Yuan looked at Wang Ruofei meaningfully. Old Wang, have you joined this organization? Qin Shi Feng calmed down and slowly said, everything starts from the outbreak of the Night Demon. Before 2078 AD, the people of Blue Star had been living a relatively stable life. Why is it relatively stable? There were occasional riots in the region and constant friction between countries, but they were still restrained. In Country A, people are struggling to make a living in the face of sky-high housing prices, and ordinary people are living a life of subsistence and mediocrity. How to live in peace and make more money has become the main theme of the entire society, and people are running towards this goal regardless of everything. After experiencing the collapse of one doomsday prophecy after another, mankind has entered a new era. No one thought that in this year, the Night Demon appeared. There were 15 Night Demons that broke out simultaneously on Blue Star, with a huge number, and their destructive power and combat power exceeded human cognition. Immunity to thermal weapons, shielding radar detection, interrupting electronic signals, infecting demons. Endless means have caused humanity to retreat step by step. Land was lost, the army suffered heavy losses, and major cities fell one after another. The once prosperous city turned into ruins in an instant. The reinforced concrete frames purchased with heavy debts became an inseparable burden when the Night Demons came. More and more people left their homes, and as refugees migrated, more and more social problems were exposed. The Civilian Association came into being in this context. Seek survival for the common people, seek fairness for survival. This sentence is the creed of the original founder of the Civilian Association. The Civilian Association has a very strict membership examination. Character, purpose, family background, etc. are all within the scope of investigation. What they pursue is to find a way out for the common people in troubled times. The members of the Civilian Association are quite diverse, with people from all walks of life, especially in the past year. The power of the Civilian Association in the coastal area gradually grew with the outbreak of the Night Demon. Wang Ruofei met Qin Shi Feng when he was rescuing the poor. Wang Ruofei had always sympathized with the common people. After learning about Qin Shi Feng's identity and ideas, they hit it off and had a great conversation. So that's how it is. Xiao Yuan nodded and asked, what about the Black Gang? The Black Gang claimed to be a subordinate gang of the Common People's Association. It had a bad reputation in the coastal areas. They bullied the weak and feared the strong, and did all kinds of bad things. The Black Gang does have close ties with our association. The president is dealing with this matter recently. The villains in the Black Gang have done all kinds of bad things. We are also anxious to purge the treacherous villains among them. So, the evil deeds of the Black Clothes Gang have little to do with your club? Of course. Qin Shi Feng answered decisively. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan chuckled and said, it seems that we had some misunderstandings before. I was a little rude just now. I hope Brother Qin doesn't take it to heart. No, Brother Wang had a similar reaction when he first knew my identity, haha. At that time, we almost fought over this matter. Wang Ruofei saw that the atmosphere eased, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On one side was a comrade in arms, who fought side by side, and on the other side was a close friend. If these two people started fighting, he didn't know what to do, and the most important thing was, he couldn't beat Xiao Yuan. After that, Xiao Yuan and the other two chatted about some things about the Civilian Association. Qin Shi Feng spoke very skillfully, and he didn't leak any of the core secrets. Xiao Yuan tried to probe, and when he saw that there was no chance, he changed the topic and chatted about other things. After having lunch at Xiaobei grocery store, Xiao Yuan and the others said goodbye and left by car to return to Xing's house. Mossnan Road, Xing's residence. Xiao Yuan and Wang Ruofei stood on the second-floor balcony silent. Xiao Yuan stroked Tunan and finally broke the silence. Brother Wang, have you? Wang Ruofei's hand on the stone railing moved slightly, and he clenched it subconsciously. Captain, I want to join them. Is that true? Xiao Yuan sighed softly and said, just call me by my name in private, you know I always regard you as my brother. Wang Ruofei has been fighting for others since the day Xiao Yuan met him. He is a proud man who is not afraid of power and wealth. Xiao Yuan admires him, and agrees with him from the bottom of his heart. However, Wang Ruofei's character is too stubborn and inflexible. It is difficult for others to change what he has determined. Xiao Yuan is particularly worried about him. Why do you want to join them? This world is unfair. I have seen too many examples since I was a child. Poor people are very hardworking. They are busy all year round, and have almost no time to rest. But what is the result? Xiao Yuan, you and I are both from ordinary families. Can you understand this feeling? They work hard, diligently and steadily, but most of the value they create is taken by others. I don't accept it. Why is the world like this? I want to change it. Change this world. Xiao Yuan listened quietly to Wang Ruofei's words and murmured, have you really thought about this path? Brother Wang, you have always been a person with ideas. Xiao Yuan patted Wang Ruofei's shoulder and sighed. I don't want you to join the civilian association in my heart. Their nature is special, and you are in the army. If these two identities are mixed together, I'm afraid that one day it will backfire on you. Xiao Yuan's words are not groundless. The civilian association is just a civilian group. The war situation is tight now, and the civilian association can still survive. If the night demon stops one day, how will they cope? By then, even if Wang Ruofei wants to withdraw, he may not be able to do so. Xi Yuan, how can I not know what you mean? Wang Ruofei smiled gratefully at Xiao Yuan. I just don't want to live in vain in this world. I will think about this matter carefully. No matter what the result is, I have something to ask of you. If I have something to do one day, you have to help me take care of Ruoling. I have always regarded Ruoling as my own sister. This is natural. Xiao Yuan knew what Wang Ruofei had decided after listening to her. Xiao Yuan turned around, looked at Wang Ruofei seriously, and said, you have to be well all the time. Let's take care of her together. Wang Ruofei was stunned for a few seconds. Her eyes suddenly felt sore, and she turned her head away and replied, yes. Chapter 136. A City, Lihua Museum. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan stood in front of the Lihua Museum, looking up at the monster-shaped museum. The night demon attacked A City, and people evacuated one after another, revealing depression and decline everywhere. The last time I came to the Lihua Museum, people came and went. This time when I came to the Lihua Museum, it was deserted. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Yuan knocked on the door and shouted loudly, is anyone there? Director Qing Yan? After a long while, there was still no sound from inside. Xiao Yuan knocked on the door again, took a few steps back, and looked around. After confirming that no one was there, he walked to the heavy door of the museum and tried to push it. The dusty door creaked, and as Xiao Yuan pushed, the sound of chains colliding behind the door came. Clang! Locked from the inside? Xiao Yuan's left hand flashed, turned into a long knife, and passed through the gap. Crack! The chain broke and fell to the floor. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan looked at each other and pushed the door open. In the long corridor, sunlight poured in from several small windows, illuminating the dark corridor. In the dim light, Xiao Yuan looked at the end of the corridor and suddenly smelled a fishy smell. Where did the fishy smell come from? Xiao Yuan held Tuan in his hand and walked to the end of the corridor. Sun Wan followed him and whispered, Xiao Yuan, there is a fishy smell here. Xiao Yuan walked in front and said without looking back, the museum is locked from the inside, and there is still a fishy smell in a building that has been unmanned for a long time. It's very strange. There are 3 exhibition rooms on both sides of the corridor. Xiao Yuan walked through each exhibition room without even looking at them, and went straight to a specimen row at the end. Whoosh! Pulling off the heavy black cloth, the mermaid specimen that once shocked Xiao Yuan appeared again. Just like the last time they met, the life state of the mermaid was permanently frozen at that moment. The huge black eyeballs squeaked and stared forward, the scales on the body were smooth, and the texture of the webbed fingers on both hands was clearly visible under the light. The appearance of the mermaid reminded Xiao Yuan of the creature he saw in the park, a miniature version of the mermaid. Does the creature we saw that night look like it? Xiao Yuan reached out and knocked on the glass. It should be said that they are the same creature. Sun Wan approached the glass and pointed at the mermaid's tail. The creature that night also had a tail, eyes, and head. They are exactly the same. Hee hee. Remember when my teacher told mermaids when I was a kid, if all mermaids looked like this, would the prince still like her? Maybe. Maybe mermaids and mermaids are 2 different creatures? Sun Wan protested against Xiao Yuan's slander of her childhood story. Xiao Yuan wanted to make a few more jokes, but he saw a small head sticking out from the corner of the wall in the reflection of the glass, staring at the 2 of them with a sneaky look. He winked at Sun Wan calmly, still talking and laughing. Buzz! Tu Nin suddenly burst out a strong light, and rushed back like a cheetah. With the light, Xiao Yuan saw the appearance of the small head. The small head was bald, the skin was pale, and the big eyes were rolling. It turned out to be a boy of 7 or 8 years old. Wow! The child screamed and turned around and ran. Swish! Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were extremely fast, especially Sun Wan, who arrived at the corner first. The little boy ran forward with his head down, and was about to be caught by Sun Wan. He lowered his body slightly, and when Sun Wan reached out to grab him, he felt his hand slip. Whoosh! The hand that was clearly grasping the boy's back lapel slipped out of his hand. The slippery feeling coming from his hand reminded Sun Wan of the touch of catching a live fish. Chuck! The little boy chuckled, his clear voice carrying the sound of a child's baby voice. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan chased the little boy all the way, from the first floor to the second floor, and finally caught the little guy in a room. Wow! Wow! The little boy opened his mouth and shouted twice, and his body twisted wildly when he was held by Xiao Yuan. This child can't speak? Xiao Yuan looked at him and whispered, "What's your name?" Wow! The little boy was stunned for a moment when he heard Xiao Yuan's words, and screamed again. Bang, bang, bang. When the little boy's voice fell, the wardrobe next to him suddenly shook. Bang! A tall figure rushed out of the wardrobe, shouting, "Yu Zheng! Yu Zheng!" The figure rushed out of the wardrobe and saw Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan holding the boy down, thinking that the two wanted to commit a crime. She shouted, waving the wooden stick in her hand, and rushed over to Xiao Yuan, shouting, "Let my brother go!" Bang! Xiao Yuan caught the wooden stick that the girl was swinging with all her strength with one hand and said, "Miss Qing, I am Xiao Yuan." Ah! The girl with the fangs and claws was none other than Qing Yuan, who had come to look for her with the young curator. Qing Yuan patted the boy's face shyly and said, "I'm really sorry, my brother is a little naughty." Xiao Yuan waved his hand and smiled gently. "It's okay, after all, we were abrupt." Sun Wan sat next to Xiao Yuan, looked around, and asked curiously, "Have you been living in this secret room all this time?" Who would have thought that there was a large secret room hidden in an ordinary wardrobe, which was fully equipped with all kinds of items? Qing Yuan hugged the little boy, rubbed his hands to warm them, and said, "Yes, we have been living here to avoid the night demon for a while. I didn't understand why Grandpa insisted on staying here, but I didn't expect you to really be able to repel the night demon. Why don't I see Director Qing? Are there only 2 of you here now? Grandpa is in the basement. He stays there for several hours every day. Can the old director come out now?" Xiao Yuan felt anxious. The secrets of the Fire Country had troubled him for a long time. Xiao Yuan had a hunch that the Lihua Nation and the Night Demon must have a deep connection. "Grandpa should be out in half an hour. Can you wait a little longer?" "Of course. Is your brother okay?" Xiao Yuan asked the little boy, who was getting paler and paler. "No, it's okay." Qing Yuan forced a smile and hugged his brother tighter, wanting to give him more warmth. "Wow!" Qing Yuan was whimpering, with a look of pain on his face. Sun Wan sat aside and hesitated for a while, then stretched out her hand and placed it on the little boy's hand. Cold. Sun Wan's hand seemed to touch a piece of ice, and the cold air passed through their hands to their bodies, causing Sun Wan to frown slightly. A touch of pure blue flashed in Sun Wan's eyes, and the coldness that spread to her body was instantly dispelled. The boy's face was already as pale as paper, and the warmth from his hand made the pain in his eyes retreat, and the temperature of his whole body began to return to normal. Qing Yuan was surprised to find that the coldness of her brother in her arms had faded, and he actually fell asleep in her arms. "What's going on?" Qing Yuan looked at Sun Wan in disbelief, and was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. "Miss Su, how did you do it?" My brother, who was cold for several hours every day and looked pale as if he was about to die, actually became warmer after coming into contact with Sun Wan. Grandpa had tried countless ways, but none of them worked. How could it be? Qing Yuan began to believe what Grandpa said. Perhaps the 2 people in front of him would be the opportunity to lift the 1,000-year curse of the Qing family. Chapter 137. Tick, tick, tick. In the corner of the room, the water drop timer made a uniform ticking sound. Qing Yan was dressed in gray, and the tall hat on his head looked a little abrupt in the room. He carefully checked Qing Yuzhen's physical condition, and his extremely dark eyes were wondering what he was thinking. Huh? Qing Yan breathed a sigh of relief, holding Qing Yuzhen's little hand in his hand to express his gratitude to Sun Wan. "Director Qing, what's wrong with Yuzhen's body?" Xiao Yuan saw the changes in Qing Yuzhen's body in a short period of time. He was so young, but his speed was comparable to that of an adult. Xiao Yuan saw all the signs and thought that Xiao Yuzhen must have some secrets. You really want to know?" "Of course I want to know." "Of course, it's okay if you don't want to tell me." "No problem." I'm waiting for today. Qingyan sat up straight, looked at Xiao Yuan and said, do you know how old Xiaozheng is now? How old? Xiao Yuan glanced at the child lying in Qing Yuan's arms, and asked tentatively, 8 years old. Or 9 years old. Qingyan's shiny face showed a helpless smile. Xiaozheng is just 18 years old this year. Ah? Xiao Yuan stood up in surprise, and was speechless for a long time. Zai Yuziwen, please sit down and listen to me slowly. We have a lot of time today. Qingyan held Qing Yuzheng's little hand and said, have you heard of the mermaids? Xiao Yuan's eyes jumped, and he leaned forward and said, of course, I have heard of the mermaids, but only in myths and legends. Haha, haven't you seen a real mermaid? A real mermaid? Xiao Yuan thought to himself. Sure enough, the mermaid in the park is related to Qingyan. The mermaid you saw in the park is actually Xiaoeng. Xiaoeng? No, that's not right. The mermaid we saw that day had a fish tail, but... Qingyan heard this, and gently rolled up Qing Yuzheng's trouser legs to reveal his calves. Ah! After seeing Qing Yuzheng's calves, Sun Wan couldn't help but exclaim softly, and covered her mouth. Qing Yuzheng's calves, which should have been smooth and white, were covered with green scales, which glowed green under the orange light. The scales floated up and down with Qing Yuzheng's breathing, as if they had life. Xiao Zheng's condition has become more and more serious since the night demon outbreak last year. Qingyan pulled down Qing Yuzheng's trouser legs, carefully tidied them for him, and said, in the past month, he has begun to transform into a mermaid. Transformed into a mermaid? It's the mermaid you saw in the park. After Xiao Zheng transformed into a mermaid, he often escaped from Xiao Ran and my supervision and sneaked out by himself. Transformation into a mermaid. What you said is too incredible. I have to slow down. Qingyan's words once again broke Xiao Yuan's cognition. Can a human transform into a mermaid? This world is really crazy. Since the outbreak of the night demon, such things have become more and more common. Can you not adapt to it? Hey, Director Qing, stop teasing me. Xiao Yuan knocked his aching head and laughed. How did Xiaozheng become like this? Was he infected by the night demon? Qingyan shook his head and slowly uttered 2 words. Curse. Curse. Another word that was very far away from Xiao Yuan echoed in his mind. Xiaozheng is carrying a curse from the ancient night demon. Not only him, but also me, Xiaoran and their deceased parents are all cursed. And this curse originated from Liwa country thousands of years ago. Liwa country. Sure enough, everything about the night demon is related to Liwa country. Director Qing, what exactly is the curse you are talking about? How much do you know about Liwa country? Qingyan stood up and waved to Xiao Yuan, then stood up and opened the small wooden door beside him. Come with me downstairs to take a look. After the small wooden door opened, Qingyan, Xiao Yuan, and Sun Wan went down the narrow stairs to the room below the secret room. The lower room was much more spacious than the upper room, and there were many strange objects inside. A skull in a glass cover, a dagger with blood on the blade, a fruit with a black skin and a human face protruding from it. Xiao Yuan looked left and right along the way. His eyes were almost not enough, and he followed Qingyan into the innermost part of the room. Qingyan stopped, and in front of him was a heavy-looking wooden box with a combination lock on it. After entering a complex password, the combination lock clicked and opened. Qingyan searched inside, and took out a hand-drawn map and a small book. Xiao Yuan and the other 2 came to a table, and spread out the hand-drawn map. Qingyan began to explain the map to Xiao Yuan. Under the light, the map depicted a long mountain range, and a red mark was marked in the middle of the mountain range. Director Qing, this is an ancient map that has been passed down from generation to generation in our Qing family. The secret of the origin of the night demon is hidden here. The source of the night demon. Xiao Yuan repeated these 4 words in his mind and asked, where is this mountain? The approximate location of this mountain should be in the northeast of country A, and the specific location cannot be confirmed. Cannot be confirmed? Xiao Yuan picked up the map and looked at it carefully. How could he not find it? Seeing Xiao Yuan's doubts, Qingyan sighed. This map has been in our Qing family for thousands of years, and generations of Qing family members have kept it. Before last year, according to the ancestral precepts, the Qing family never thought of looking for the secrets hidden in the mountain, until the night demon broke out. After thousands of years of changes, how can it be so easy to find a mountain range? Yu Ran and Yu Zheng's parents traveled across mountains and rivers to the northeast to look for them at the beginning of this year, but there is still no news. Speaking of Qing Yu Ran and Qing Yu Zheng's parents, Qing Yang closed his eyes and shook his head sadly. As for this booklet, It is a copy passed down from our ancestors. You can take a look. Is this Lahun? Xiao Yuan opened it, and saw the words that looked like ghostly scribbles, and he was overwhelmed. No one knows the words on it now. I have studied it for many years, but have made no progress. Sun Quan took the booklet handed by Xiao Yuan, and looked at the first line of words. A memory suddenly appeared in her mind, as if the knowledge from her previous life kept coming out. Lihua. The handwriting of the historian Qingji? Sun Quan curiously read out the words on the title page. Was the person who recorded this handwriting the historian? Girl, you know the Lihua text? Qingyan looked at Sun Quan in surprise, his eyes wide open. I recognize some of it, but not the rest. How could it be? Have you ever learned Lihua's script? Impossible, impossible. Qingyan kept muttering impossible. How could Sun Quan understand Lihua's script, which he could not decipher no matter how much information he looked up? There are only a few written records about Lihua country in the history books of country A, and many people have not even noticed this country. The once prosperous Lihua country declined and perished very quickly, disappearing and being destroyed in a very short time. Since then, Lihua country has become a lost country. To this day, on the history forum of country A few posts about Lihua country are still being debated. There are no unearthed cultural relics, no specific written records, and only word of mouth passed down by people in later dynasties. Did Lihua country really exist? It has always been an unsolved mystery. Chapter 138. Sun Quan has too many secrets, whether it is amazing skills, sharp sixth senses, or proficiency in Lihua's scripture. All of these happen to a little girl, which makes people doubt her origin. Sun Quan's memory is incomplete. Sun Quan only occasionally has fragments of memories of her childhood. Shanghai City, a city that has been lost for a long time, carries Sun Quan's childhood memories. Perhaps, when Shanghai City is recaptured one day, the mystery of her identity will be completely solved. Xiao Yuan saw all the extraordinary things about Sun Quan. He never asked her about it, but his long-term companionship and trust made Xiao Yuan understand her. She seemed to be quiet and gentle all day long, but in fact, she was strong and opinionated. She would speak when she wanted to, and if she didn't want to, Xiao Yuan wouldn't force her. The trust and feelings between the two people continued to deepen over a long period of time, becoming a bond that could not be broken for a lifetime. Under Qingyan's urgent questioning, Sun Quan began to translate the Lihua document in the notebook word by word. This notebook is similar to a diary written by modern people. At the beginning, it only records some daily miscellaneous feelings. It was not until the second half of the notebook that the major events in Lihua country began to appear. The owner of the notebook, Qingji, called the monarch of Lihua country a lord. This is the same as the murals that Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan saw in the cave that they accidentally entered during the recruit competition. The murals at that time also called the tall matchstick man who performed the sacrifice a lord. The lord was sacrificing on the high platform, and the divine fire suddenly fell. The divine fire stretched for miles, day and night. The duke was moved, so he led his ministers to pray. The divine fire gave birth to a dragon, and the duke ordered Sitian to sacrifice it alive. The mountains were mined to smelt iron, and the dragon fire was used to forge divine weapons. So he conquered the four directions, and all the countries returned to the fire of Li. The duke became more and more arrogant, and he only offered sacrifices to the gods. The gods were furious, and 3 abysses appeared inside. Strange beasts appeared frequently, and the casualties among the border people were heavy. The duke raised his troops, and conquered the 4 directions of the abyss. The words recorded in the notebook were obscure, and Sun Quan had some difficulty reading and translating at the same time. With her translation, Xiao Yuan and Qingyan roughly understood some important events that happened in Lihua country at that time. In Lihua country, the highest monarch was called Ju. During Ju's routine sacrifice, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and a huge fire fell from the sky, day and night. It was common for ancient monarchs to sacrifice to heaven and earth and pray for a good year. Facing the power of nature, the ancients had awe, and this sacrifice became a very important ritual in the ancient dynasty. During Ju's sacrifice, a huge fire fell from the sky, causing panic in the country. Why? People thought it was a warning from heaven, which sounds a bit ridiculous now. How can a simple weather phenomenon be called a warning? However, from the perspective of the ancients, they relied on the weather for their livelihood in that era and believed in the gods and ghosts. The fire continued to spread, and a few days later, a dragon appeared from the fire. The dragon flew into the sky and could spit out dragon fire from its mouth. Ju ordered the Sishianjian in the court to prepare a new round of sacrifices. Live sacrifices were more common in the early dynasties of country A. Later, with the prosperity of Confucianism and the gradual enlightenment of the people, this barbaric method was eliminated. In the various ancient tombs unearthed in recent years, the remains of the accompanying personnel, who were buried with the dead, can occasionally be found. The dragon was worshipped and took the initiative to spit out dragon fire to help the Lihua kingdom forge the divine weapons. According to Qingyan's analysis, the so-called divine weapons should be harder cold weapons forged under high flames. The ancients called them divine weapons, and it was inevitable to exaggerate. Of course, the appearance of this batch of cold weapons was no different from divine weapons at that time. The Lihua kingdom, whose armaments were greatly improved, was led by the generals Fu Li and Quan Er under the order of Zhu. Wherever the army passed, it was invincible in attacking cities and strongholds. The 4 countries around Lihua country were quickly annexed by its troops. The complacent Zhu became increasingly arrogant, and even climbed up the Buxian mountain. He became even more complacent. Finally, one day, he stopped the living sacrifice to the dragon. Zhu's arrogant decision angered the gods, and Lihua country was covered by thick dark clouds. Afterwards, 3 huge abysses appeared on the 3 borders of Lihua country. In his notes, Qingji used bottomless and gloomy winds, sometimes evil ghosts wailing like hell, to describe the 3 abysses. As a civil servant, Qingji could not go to the abyss in person. What he recorded was just what he heard from the people who reported it. Imagine that in ancient times, 3 unfathomable abysses suddenly appeared in a country, and heart-wrenching wails were heard from time to time. In modern times, it would be difficult for normal people to feel at ease. Not to mention that after the abyss appeared, strange beasts frequently appeared in it. Xiao Yuan sometimes admired the wisdom of the ancestors of country A, and sometimes felt a headache for the subtle and profound classical Chinese. Strange beast. Please at least describe its appearance, so that we can have some reference. When the strange beast appeared, the people of Lihua country were harassed by it, and countless people were killed and injured. The Duke ordered the army to split into 3 groups, and go to the abyss to deal with the strange beast, and the content after that came to an abrupt end, and was not recorded. The whole thing was at a critical moment, but it stopped at this time, which made Xiao Yuan and Qingyan a little unacceptable. The old curator Qingyan, who was old and didn't care about his identity, came to Sun Wan and said anxiously, "Girl, are you sure there is no more behind?" Sun Wan flipped through the next few pages, but they were all blank. She said with regret, "Director Qing, there are really no more records." Plop! Qingyan felt dizzy when he heard this, and sat down on the ground. The knot and confusion that had accumulated in his heart for many years were about to be revealed, but he didn't expect that the records in the notebook were incomplete. Extreme joy and extreme sorrow are the most harmful to the body. Xiao Yuan hurriedly stretched out his hands to help him up and comforted him. "Director Qing, don't worry, don't you already know so much information now?" Qingyan felt a suffocation in his heart, which could neither go up nor down. He closed his eyes, and tried to calm down for a while. When the dizziness in his head gradually dissipated, he smiled bitterly and said, I know, I just waited too long, and I didn't expect this result now." Sun Wan's big brown eyes turned, and suddenly said, "Director Qing, you are too concerned. Isn't there a key piece of information in what I just said?" "Oh!" Qingyan looked at Sun Wan in confusion, his lips trembling slightly. Sun Wan smiled slightly, and slowly uttered 3 words. "Buxian Mountain. Buxian Mountain." Qingyan heard these 3 words, and his eyes gradually became clear. People are sometimes like this, too concerned about the results, often ignoring the most critical points in the process. Sun Wan just mentioned that Zhu once climbed Buxian Mountain after conquering the surrounding countries. Buxian Mountain, isn't it the Changbai Mountain in the northeast of country A today? Qingyan thought of this, and a light of hope rose in his eyes. He held Sun Wan with his gloved hands, and kept bowing his head to thank him. It can be seen that Qingyan was excited from the bottom of his heart. No one knew how many years he had waited for this day, and how many descendants of the Qing family had been sent away. It was so long that he thought that the Qing family would be completely cut off in his hands. Who knew that the situation would take a turn, and everything seemed to be arranged by fate? A girl who knew Lahuan suddenly appeared, bringing hope to him, who had already lost hope. Chapter 139. Changbai Mountain, formerly known as Buxian Mountain. The earliest record of Buxian Mountain comes from the classic of mountains and seas, which states, "There is a mountain in the wilderness, named Buxian, in the country of Su's Hin." The Changbai mountain range covers a vast area, and is rarely visited by people. It is very difficult to find a location in the vast mountains with a map. The map provided by Qingyan was drawn thousands of years ago, and the topography has changed a lot over the long years. After discussion, Qingyan accepted Xiao Yuan's suggestion. The copied map was given to Xiao Yuan to take away, and he used the Silver Wing Core's technology to find the location on the map. In any case, the endless wait for many years finally paid off. Qingyan seemed very happy, and even his steps became lighter. Xiao Yuan followed him upstairs and asked a question that had troubled him for a long time. How old is Qingyan? Xiao Yuan was very interested in this when they first met. Qingyan's demeanor and language habits clearly showed that he was an old man, but his face looked like he was in his 40s. When Xiao Yuan asked this question, he smiled and said with a face full of reminiscence, I am 98 years old this year. Puff! Xiao Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood and said, Old Director Qing, please don't make fun of me. Qingyan pushed open the small wooden door and walked out of the lower secret room first, smiling. I am old, why would I scare you? Xiao Yuan looked at Qingyan up and down in disbelief. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't look like a man who was almost 100 years old. In the upper secret room, Qing Yuan was holding Qingyu and leaning against the stove to keep warm. Qingyu's pale face gradually regained its color, but he still frowned from time to time in his sleep, and slept very uneasy. Qingyan saw this, and his voice suddenly became a little low. The men in our Qing family are cursed, all of them are like this. The men of each generation have a long life and slow aging. The longest lived of our ancestors died at the age of 205. Isn't this a gift? How can it be called a curse? Gift? Qingyan shook his head and slowly took off the white gloves on his hands. You will understand after looking at this. Qingyan took off his white gloves, revealing his hands. No, it should be said that he had claws. The nails on the tips of his hands were sharp and protruding, covered with transparent and dense scales, and the blood vessels under the scales were dark blue, beating from time to time. Our Qing family has a lifespan several times that of ordinary people, but the body will mutate at the end of life. The ancestor who lived for 205 years began to gradually change into a merman when he was over 190 years old, and he had completely changed into a merman when he died. You mean Xiaoeng is going through this kind of change? Xiao Yuan glanced at the sleeping Qing Yuzhen and said in surprise, but he is only 20 years old. After the night demon erupted, Xiaoxing's merman transformation speed was surprisingly advanced. He began to be unable to speak, and could only make simple calls. Qingyan bent down and touched Qing Yuzhen's little face. What used to happen to the Qing family in their later years happened to Xiaoeng. He has an attack 2 or 3 times a month. After the merman transformation, he becomes a normal person and his body becomes cold, and no matter how warm he is, it is useless. That's why Xiaoxing's parents rushed to the northeast to look for him, and we don't know whether he is alive or dead yet. Xiao Yuan, I trouble you to find the location on the map. Qingyan bowed deeply to Xiao Yuan. After you find it, I will follow you through fire and water with my old bones. Director Qing, you are too kind. Xiao Yuan hurriedly helped Qingyan up and said, aren't you shortening my life? Besides, we are also looking for the secret of the night demon. Anyway, I have to thank you. Qingyan said with red eyes. You don't know how it feels when I thought that the Qing family was going to be destroyed in my hands. Qingyu was sobbing in her sister's arms, as if she was disturbed by Qingyan's voice. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan lowered his voice and said to Qingyan, Director Qing, we will take our leave first. I will inform you at any time if there is any progress. The two chatted for a few more words, and Zhu Yunfeng took Sun Wan away. Qingyan sent the two out of the small side door of the museum, where they usually went in and out, and watched them leave. He rubbed his unusually cold hands and murmured, I hope it will be faster, my time is running out. A city, the rooftop of the Combat Command Center. Li Jin stood quietly on the rooftop, the cool night wind brushing his cheeks from time to time. Zhang Tianqing walked up to him with a smile and praised, Brother Li is really a leader in the army. He can build a new army in a short time. Zhang Tianqing's words were absolutely from the heart. In 3 days, Zhang Tianqing led Ling Yuan and his men to visit the Silver Wing Army. Anti-gravity maneuvering device, nightmare-breaking crossbow car, dark silver knife, flare system. All these, Li Jin completed in just a few months, and trained the Silver Wing Army to be decent, which is indeed extraordinary. The Silver Wing Army, which had experienced the Ace Defense War, was like a tiger that had shed its childishness and revealed its fangs, showing its murderous spirit. Li Jin smiled slightly when he heard this and said, Brother Tianqing, you are too kind. All this depends on the strong support of the A country parliament and the Federal Command Center. Oh! Zhang Tianqing raised his eyebrows, and his smile remained unchanged. Of course, of course. Does the A country parliament support Li Jin? Of course they support it, but the Federal Command Center may not be the case. The new Army Corps is independent of the organization and is composed entirely of native people from a country. This is an uncontrollable force for the Federal Command Center. The Federal Command Center has many constraints on the construction of the new army, otherwise the initial establishment of the Silver Wing Army would not be as small as 8,000 people. Li Jin changed the subject and suddenly sighed. Tomorrow, Brother Tianqing will leave and return to the imperial capital. What do you think of the situation of the Silver Wing Army? Finally, you can't hold your temper? Zhang Tianqing smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. Li Jin certainly can't rest assured about this vague answer. The results of Zhang Tianqing's research and investigation will directly affect the subsequent investment in military funds. He smiled a little less and said, You know what I mean, I want an accurate answer. Zhang Tianqing smiled even more and said, Actually, overall it's unexpectedly good, but the new army has a lot of people. I need a full profile of all the people. Full profile of all the people? Li Jin turned around and looked at Zhang Tianqing, wondering what he was thinking. What use would a full profile of all the people in the Silver Wing Army be to him? Seeing Li Jin hesitate, Zhang Tianqing continued, Ensuring the absolute loyalty of everyone in the new army is one of the indicators for measuring the safety of the new army. Like the Storm Army in the north, the Silver Wing Army conducts its own personnel assessment, and the personnel information in the recruitment system is kept strictly confidential. In the case that the personnel information systems are not interoperable, Zhang Tianqing's request is very intriguing. After thinking for a while, Li Jin couldn't figure out what Zhang Tianqing's purpose was. He waited again and said this. Of course there is no problem. The Silver Wing Army personnel information can be handed over to you. But don't worry about this. Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. The results of this inspection will definitely satisfy everyone. Thank you, Brother Tianqing. Li Jin looked at the night sky in the distance and smiled. I'm waiting for your good news. Chapter 140. The weather in mid-October was clear and crisp. Sun Wan sat on the small swing in the courtyard of the Xing residence with a bright smile, and her skirt was slightly lifted by the breeze, delicate and lovely like a painting. Xiao Yuan stood behind the swing, gently pushing it, and the black cat at his feet stood up from time to time and waved its little claws to grab the skirt. The little black cat had no color on its body, and its big black eyes were full of spirit. Since Xiao Yuan picked up this little black cat from the wild, it officially lived in the RV and hung out with Lord Yuga. As time went by, the kitten started to get familiar with other people, always running around and playing with people. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were on vacation. After driving the RV back to Xing's house, the little black cat also came back with the RV. Early in the morning, Lord Yuga spread his wings and flew to somewhere to play, leaving the little black cat playing in the yard. Sun Wan's long hair fluttered in the air, and she laughed like a silver bell from time to time. Xiao Yuan looked at her smile and felt happy in his heart. Xiao Yuan sometimes felt that Sun Wan was like a dream of his. It is easy to wake up from a beautiful dream, but it is difficult to last long, especially after being exposed to the secrets of the Liwa country. Why does Sun Wan know Li Huowen? What secrets are hidden in her identity? Humans' fear of the unknown is far greater than the danger in front of them. Sun Wan, like a mist, is right in front of them, but so far away. Awu! Awu! The roar of a wild beast came from not far away, awakening Xiao Yuan from his wild thoughts. He looked up and couldn't help laughing. Xian Mao held the leash tightly in his hand, and was staggered by the pet in front of him, and almost fell flat on his face. Behind Xian Mao, Qi Ming, Lin Lang, and Wang Ruoling laughed with evil intentions, laughing unscrupulously. Meow. The little black cat meowed a few times, and jumped onto Xiao Yuan's shoulder with a whoosh, grabbing his shirt with its little claws, as if facing a great enemy. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Xiao Yuan saw his embarrassed look and teased. Why did you let Hunyo take you away? Oh boss, you are still making sarcastic remarks. Xian Mao followed the little tiger into the Xing's courtyard, and wiped the sweat off his head. After receiving your message, I rushed here with Hunyo, and I didn't even have time to eat the sweet and sour pork in the cafeteria. Hey Xiao Xian, you are lying. Qi Ming grinned and said, I obviously eat more than anyone else. Okay, stop joking. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said, Get in the car and get down to business. Qi Ming and others only heard about Xiao Yuan's RV from Liang Lu. Liang Lu gave a general account of the RV's situation at Xiao Yuan's instruction. In the expedition plan a few months later, Xiao Yuan will take the RV on the road. Sooner or later, the Silver Moon team will know the secrets of the RV, so let them get familiar with it in advance. After seeing the metal door and entering the beast taming room, Qi Ming walked back and forth from inside to outside and back and forth several times. He knocked on the metal on the wall inside. Isn't this the legendary, the mustard seed? Wang Ruoling reminded quietly. Mustard seed Sumeru. Yes. Qi Ming slapped his head and said loudly, Mustard seed Sumeru. A thin wall with several metal doors, each with its own space and function. Isn't this what Buddhists often say? Lin Lang was as surprised as Qi Ming. He walked around inside and said, with such a place, we will have a life-saving talisman in the future. Xiao Yuan patted Lin Lang on the shoulder and said, I hope we won't have that time. If, as Lin Lang said, they need to use the RV to hide themselves and hide in the hidden space. The battle situation may have reached a point where it cannot be saved. Even if they hide inside, how long can they survive? Xiao Xian, bring Hunyou here. Okay, Hunyou, come here quickly. Xian Mao heard Xiao Yuan's call and pushed Hunyou to the beast control device. With the help of Qi Ming, he put the confused little tiger into the beast control device and activated the button. Boss, will Hunyou be okay? Xian Mao saw the cocoon cabin door slowly closing, isolating the little tiger from his sight, and was a little worried. Don't worry, Lord Yuga said it's okay, and that fat duck is very reliable in this regard. Although Lord Yuga is lazy and unforgiving, he often hits the nail on the head when it comes to serious matters. In the entire team, Lord Yuga gradually became a technical consultant. No matter what strange questions there are, he can answer one or two. When encountering such difficult questions, this fat guy will turn his head and mutter irrelevant words such as incomplete memory and suppressed by this world. Buzz. After the cocoon cabin closed, it began to emit a soft buzzing sound, and the entire surface of the cocoon cabin emitted a faint white glow. Perhaps the cocoon cabin's airtight environment was too good, and the little tiger didn't make any sound throughout the whole process. Xian Mao endured the light and stared at the cocoon cabin's movements without blinking, fearing that something might happen to the little tiger. The little tiger named Hunyou was a little beast he met during the recruit competition. After being brought back to the new army by Xian Mao, it was Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan who came forward to apply, and Li Jin specially approved Hunyou to stay in the camp. After the entire cocoon cabin ran for more than 10 minutes, it slowly stopped. After the cocoon cabin was opened, a tiger's roar came from inside. Awooh! Xian Mao couldn't wait to get to the front, but was instantly knocked to the ground by a shadow. Plop! After the transformation device, Hunyou looked bigger, and her fur was shining. After Hunyou knocked Xian Mao to the ground, she stretched out her tongue and licked his face fiercely. Then her big head came to him, rubbing here and there in a very intimate way. Xiao Yuan noticed that Hunyou's fur was not only changed in color and texture, but also the color of its claws turned dark gold. There were 2 slight bulges on both shoulders, and there seemed to be something inside. Seeing that Hunyou was fine, Xiao Yuan was relieved and picked up the little black cat on his shoulder and put it into the beast taming device. The little black cat was not originally within the scope of Xiao Yuan's transformation plan. The reason was obvious. No matter how powerful a little black cat could be, how powerful could it be? It would be more cost-effective to transform it into a ferocious big dog than to transform it to help in battle. However, Lord Yuga insisted on adding it to the transformation plan. When asked the reason, the fat duck was mysterious and refused to tell the reason. The little black cat was quite smart. After being put into the cocoon cabin by Xiao Yuan, it turned around twice, looked at Xiao Yuan and meowed twice. When the cocoon cabin door slowly closed, Xiao Yuan saw the little black cat tilted and looked at him with a silly face. Buzz! The cocoon cabin started again. This time the transformation took longer than the last time, and it took half an hour. Whoosh! The cocoon cabin door opened. Xiao Yuan waved his hand to disperse the white mist, and looked inside the cocoon cabin. 3 bright rays of light swept across the interior of the cocoon cabin. Meow! The little black cat cried, and jumped out suddenly. Xiao Yuan clearly saw that there was an amber-like crystal eye on the little black cat's forehead. Chapter 141. The black cat's third eye was lively, and it glowed with a psychedelic glow from time to time. Xiao Yuan stared at it for a while, and a wave of sleepiness and fatigue surged from his mind, making him want to sleep comfortably. Xiao Yuan shuddered and looked away and stopped staring. Sure enough, the feeling just now gradually disappeared. Xiao Yuan reached out and picked up the little black cat, muttering, Lord Yuga never said it would be like this. The 3-eyed kitten is too conspicuous. Meow! The little black cat seemed to understand Xiao Yuan's words, and stretched out its small tongue covered with barbs to lick his hand. It shook its head twice, and the third eye on its forehead slowly closed. Finally, it was completely hidden under the fur on the top of its head, revealing a gap that could not be noticed if one did not pay attention. Captain, this kitten's eyes have a kind of hypnotic and mental effect on us. Wang Ruoling reached out and touched the chin of the little black cat, reminding him. Indeed, I felt it after staring at it for a while just now. When Lord Yuga comes back, I will ask it in detail. If this ability of the kitten can be used well, it can be a trump card. Xiao Yuan put the little black cat in Wang Ruoling's arms and walked out of the beast taming room. How is the recruitment of new soldiers in the army going? Hearing Xiao Yuan's question, Qi Ming seemed very excited and rushed to say, it's going well. I heard that the preliminary screening of various places in Country A has begun. So fast? The speed of the Silver Wing Army is faster than Xiao Yuan imagined. It started recruiting soldiers less than half a month after the war ended. Qi Ming followed Xiao Yuan out of the RV and sat down at the small table in the courtyard of Xing's house, still talking non-stop. The first batch of soldiers of the Silver Wing Corps came from the local area of Ace City and made great contributions in the defense of Ace. The Silver Wing Corps also suffered heavy losses in the fierce battle in Ace City for more than 2 months. The number of soldiers who died in battle and those who were seriously injured and retired totaled nearly 3,500, and half of the Corps' combat effectiveness was completely lost. The brilliant record made the Silver Wing Corps famous and became a heroic corps in Country A. Along with it, people's enthusiasm for joining the Silver Wing Corps increased. The treatment of the new Army Corps is already generous and attractive. The victory of the Ace Defense War has made many people who have doubts decide to join the Army. The second round of recruits will be launched nationwide, and the actual number of recruits will be 7,500. Together with the remaining 4,500 veterans, they will form a 12,000-man Silver Wing Corps. In just 2 days, the number of participants in the recruitment of new soldiers exceeded 30,000. There is still a long time before the primary election, and many people estimate that the number of people in this primary election will be around 100,000. Soldiers suitable for the Silver Wing Army were selected from 100,000 people, and then they were retested and assessed in the Zeus Cocoon cabin, and the best of the best were selected. The strength and quality of the second phase recruits of the Silver Wing Army are actually much higher than those of the first phase recruits. After listening to Qi Ming's crackling narration of the whole thing, Xiao Yuan rubbed his fingers and asked, did the Ace City Federal Command Center intervene in this matter? Huh? Qi Ming scratched his head when he heard this question. This. How do I know this? Wang Ruoling was smart, and naturally understood what Xiao Yuan meant. She covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, the people in the Federal Command Center in Ace City will not return to the city until next week to take charge of the work, and they are not involved in the recruitment. So that's it. Xiao Yuan didn't have a good impression of the top leaders of the Federal Command Center. During the war, they left the front line of Ace City, as a whole, and hid in the back to remotely command. Who would not understand their thoughts if they were told, afraid of death, cowardly rats. Xiao Yuan remembered what a respected literary master in Country A said after hearing the news. As the nominal supreme leader of Ace City, facing the fierce attack of the Night Demon, he chose to retreat. How can he not be criticized? Xiao Yuan sneered and said, you are really thick-skinned. You dare to come back? Wang Ruoling said helplessly. Secretary Liu has been operating in Ace City for decades, and the Liu family is deeply rooted in the southeast. There is nothing we can do about it. Xiao Yuan was angry, but he didn't know what to say. He just felt that he was very depressed, and had nowhere to vent. The Silver Wing Legion shed blood and sacrificed in the front to defend Ace City. The top leaders of the Federal Command Center, led by Lu Zhua, withdrew to Linen City in the rear and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Anyone would be dissatisfied. But both Li Jun and Jin Chao chose to compromise and remain silent on this matter, because they knew that Ace City would become the bridgehead for the Silver Wing Corps' counterattack. Without Lu Zhua's coordination and help, it would be even more difficult to recapture Shir and Shanhai. Lu Zhua's complicated relationships and interest entanglements in the southeast region forced Li Jun to compromise. Li Jun believed that temporary compromise was to win a greater victory later. Before the dawn, all contradictions could be put in a secondary position. This is also his wisdom and brilliance. A series of events that happened later also proved that Li Jun was right. Imperial capital Yanqing, Yanqing Medical University. Xing Ziyu sat in a coffee shop, with steam coming out of the coffee in her hand. She secretly looked up at Xing Zixin, who was sitting opposite her, and whispered, Sister, are you still angry with me? Xing Zixin was dressed in a professional outfit, neat and tidy, with no expression on her face with light makeup. Hearing this, she took a deep breath to calm down the anger in her heart for the time being, and said, "Have you told Mom about this?" Xing Ziyu's hand holding the coffee cup trembled, and she said in a muffled voice, I haven't. Pa! Xing Zixin slapped the table with a slap, and her voice rose a few degrees. "You dead girl, you have grown up, haven't you? You didn't discuss this matter with your family?" Xing Ziyu chose clinical medicine, and Xing Zixin knew that if her sister was interested in medicine, she would naturally support her. However, one thing was beyond Xing Zixin's expectations. Xing Zixin was an excellent student of economics with outstanding abilities. Due to the outbreak of the Night Demon, she applied for graduation from school in advance and entered the economic department of the Federal Command Center. Those who can enter the economic department at the age of more than 20 are the elite among the elites. No matter how arrogant and willful Xing Zixin is in private, her ability is absolutely unquestionable. Xing Zixin has many classmates serving in the headquarters of the Federal Operations Command Center. In the cooperation plan with various colleges and universities, a person named Xing Ziyu was found. The plan that Xing Ziyu participated in is called the New Army Corps Medical Assistance Plan. As the name suggests, those who participate in this plan will be assigned to work in the Silver Wing Corps first. These medical staff will go to the front line with the Silver Wing Army. Needless to say, they will be well paid, but they will also be in danger. Xing Zixin also heard about the battle report of the Silver Wing Army. More than 3,000 people died in just 2 months. Can a little girl like Xing Ziyu bear the cruelty of the Night Demon and the danger of the battlefield? After hearing the news, Xing Zixin rushed to Yanjing Medical University and found Xing Ziyu, wanting to see what kind of madness this girl had. Xing Ziyu was startled by Xing Zixin's sudden anger. Her heart was pounding, and she said, "Sister, this is my own choice." Chapter 142. Your own choice? Xing Zixin saw the determination on her sister's face. Her eyes reddened. "You little girl. Do you know how dangerous the Silver Wing Army is? With so many grown men, a city was almost lost, and you, a little girl, went to the front line." "Sister, I know everything." Xing Ziyu stood up and walked to her sister. "Before joining the program, these counselors told us in detail. Then you still..." Xing Zixin held Xing Ziyu's hand tightly and said, "If something happens to you, how sad will your parents be?" "Sister." Xing Ziyu squatted down and held her cold hands. "I'm not a child anymore. I know what kind of life I want." Xing Ziyu's eyes were bright and clear, and she looked at Xing Zixin like that, slowly telling her thoughts. "Brother Xiao Yuan is right. I should choose the lifestyle I like and live for myself." Xiao Yuan. Speaking of Xiao Yuan, Xing Zixin was full of anger. "Don't mention the guy, he is a disaster." At the beginning, when Xiao Yuan helped Xing Ziyu to persuade Wen Aixiang, she was not at home. If she was at home, how could she let the guy succeed? "I really don't know why my parents like him so much." "Sister, Brother Xiao Yuan has made contributions in the Silver Wing Corps. Don't say that about him. He is just a little luckier." Xing Zixin wanted to say something else to refute, but in the end, she could only use this sentence to cover up the embarrassment. As a staff member of the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Federation Command Center, she naturally heard the most about Xiao Yuan's contributions and deeds. Together with the pretty and quiet girl beside him, he killed the first nightmare. The Thunder Beast suddenly attacked and rescued his comrades in a critical moment. Later, he went deep behind the enemy and played a key role in repelling the Night Demon. One thing after another was intertwined, making Xiao Yuan's name gradually known to people. Xing Zixin naturally felt uncomfortable when she heard it. A boy who was once looked down upon and hated by himself, unexpectedly rose to fame overnight, and was recognized and praised by many people. The gap can be imagined. "Huh?" Xing Zixin exhaled and said, "Xiao Yu, have you really thought about this?" Xing Ziyu nodded firmly. "Sister, I have considered it for a long time before making this decision." As a sister, Xing Ziyu's personality is best understood. The girl who looks well-behaved and obedient is actually the most opinionated. Xing Zixin touched Xing Ziyu's little face and sighed. You always make me worry." Knowing that she couldn't change Xing Ziyu's choice, she could only remind her, "Tell me about your medical plan every month in the future, and don't be lazy." "Ha!" Seeing her sister finally give in, Xing Ziyu was overjoyed and said quickly, "Yes. I will report to you every month." She suddenly remembered something and continued, "Sister, do you know who is responsible for coordinating the medical projects in our school?" "Hmm?" Xing Zixin curiously tapped her nose and said, "You dare to keep it a secret from me? Tell me." Xing Ziyu coquettishly hugged Xing Ziyu and said with a smile, It's our famous talented senior, Wu Mushi from our medical school. Wu Mushi. How could it be her? Xing Zixin's heart skipped a beat when she heard the name. My sister didn't know who Wu Mushi was, but Xing Ziyu had heard her name many times. Not only was Wu Mushi born in the Wu family, a noble family in Yanjing, but her stunning beauty and talent were even more amazing. People often said privately that among the noble girls in Beijing of this generation, Wu Mushi was undoubtedly the most dazzling pearl. Humans always like gossip, regardless of gender, age or status. Wu Mushi is so talented and beautiful that there are so many talented people who come to her house to ask for marriage. But she doesn't like any of them, and countless young talents and nobles have been rejected. Her story has also become a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Of course, it is only a private talk. The Wu family has been rooted in the imperial capital for many years, and its power is huge and complicated. The head of this generation, Wu Zhou, is an extremely powerful person with extraordinary brains and skills. The power of the Wu family in Yanjing is as solid as a rock. No one will make themselves uncomfortable and pay attention to Wu Zhou's jewel in the palm. Xing Zixin felt relieved when she heard that Wu Mushi was also involved in the plan. With such a gifted girl joining the plan, Xiao Yu's safety should be guaranteed, right? She became interested and asked Xing Ziyu about the details of the whole plan. A City, Combat Command Center. After the vacation, Xiao Yuan and his group officially received the commendation meeting in the small auditorium. Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, Pang Fei, and Yin, and Zhou Nen were awarded the position of company commander. In the subsequent combat process, in addition to his own team, he will lead the other 5 teams to fight. After summarizing the battlefield situation many times, the Silver Wing Army found that the company consisting of 6 teams of 48 people was more flexible on the battlefield and suitable for the Night Demon War. Therefore, the number of people under the command of the company commander of the Silver Wing Army was also adjusted. Zhou Nan was arrogant and showed his frank dissatisfaction with Xiao Yuan's sudden rise. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. Xiao Yuan was busy talking to Sheng Dong and An Yin and didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. This kind of person is like a snake. If you give him a stick, he will climb up by himself and finally make himself smell fishy. Sheng Dong laughed and patted Xiao Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Brother Xiao Yuan did a great job. I am not as good as you, haha." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan said awkwardly, "Brother Sheng is too kind to me. I feel bad." Sheng Dong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You risked your life to get this. What's wrong with that? Some people are jealous." As he said this, he glanced at Zhou Nan who was standing aside. She remembered clearly that Zhou Nan had watched someone die without rescuing him on the battlefield. If Zhangzhe had not come across Xiao Yuan when he asked for help, everyone in his team would have died there. Sheng Dong was not a mean person, but he also had a clear distinction between love and hate. He would not let go of a mean person like Zhou Nan if he got a chance to ridicule him. Zhou Nan glared at this side with a gloomy face and was about to speak. He heard Li Ming shout, "Xiao Yuan, come here." "Okay." Xiao Yuan simply agreed, said goodbye to Sheng Dong, and walked towards Li Ming. Xiao Yuan was wearing the standard black and white dress of the Silver Wings Corps today, and he looked very energetic. Li Ming took him to the backstage, pulled him and whispered, "What are you doing? Do you have to see Commander Shang?" Shang Weigua, as the highest commander of the Guard Corps, holds the same position as Li Zhen. Both of them are corps commanders, and are of the same rank. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, I have some things I want to ask in person, but Commander Shang won't see me?" Li Ming rolled her eyes, stretched out her little fist, and punched Xiao Yuan in the ribs, complaining, "Commander Shang is so busy, and now he has to take time to see you. How can you be so embarrassed?" Hee hee. Xiao Yuan was hit by a punch that didn't hurt him at all, and said shamelessly, "I see he has something very important to ask." Li Ming saw that Xiao Yuan was as thick-skinned as a city wall, so she stopped chatting with him, and led Xiao Yuan to Shang Weigua's office. Shang Weigua's office was on the same floor as Li Zhen's. After Li Ming took him to the door, she knocked softly. After someone said come in, Li Ming and Xiao Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Shang Weigua's office was very simple, with no special decorations. There was a map of a city hanging on the wall. It was covered with various markers, and its original appearance could not be seen. There was a bookcase on one side, which was filled with military books. At the back of the room, a middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting, with a stern and serious face. "Captain Shang, Xiao Yuan is here." Li Ming walked to the table and said softly, "Well, you have worked hard." Shang Weigua raised his head and looked at Xiao Yuan saying, I heard from Xiaoli that you wanted to see me. Yes, I want to talk to you. Xiao Yuan bowed to Xiang Wei and stood up straight. Chat with me. Xiang Wei's serious face showed curiosity. In his impression, he and Xiao Yuan had not met many times. What did he want to talk to him about? I want to talk to you about the night when Sierra City retreated. Xiao Yuan looked at Xiang Wei with burning eyes and said word by word. Snap! The pen in Xiang Wei's hand fell to the ground, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 143. Xiao Yuan will never forget that scene, the day he first met Xiang Wei. On the road from Sierra City to A City, the sunset was like blood, and Xiang Wei, with a resolute and cold face, issued an order to block the highway. As night fell, tens of thousands of civilians had no choice but to return to Sierra City. Many people never saw the sun tomorrow and died in the mouth of the night demon. After joining the Silver Wing Legion, Xiao Yuan saw Xiang Wei from afar several times. He was the commander of the Garrison Legion, and Xiao Yuan was an ordinary Silver Wing recruit. There was no chance for the two to communicate. Now, Xiao Yuan was promoted to company commander, and finally got the chance to talk to him. Xiao Yuan continued, as if he didn't see Xiang Wei's gloomy face. Do you know how many people died because of the decision to block the highway that day? Li Ming was stunned to the side, her face flushed with anxiety when she heard this. What's wrong with Xiao Yuan? Is he crazy? Questioning the corps commander in person. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and coughed twice to remind Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan ignored Li Ming's reminder and continued, set up checkpoints to let the rich pass through first, and block the road when there is not enough time to evacuate. Who made this decision? Under Xiao Yuan's continuous questioning, Xiang Wei's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He opened his mouth to say something, closed his eyes for a while, and said softly, you were also there that day. The final retreat of Sierra City has always been a lingering feeling in his heart. Is Xiang Wei uncomfortable? Of course he is uncomfortable. As the highest commander of the garrison, he is responsible for protecting the people. However, what he did that day was contrary to his beliefs. The heavy sense of guilt would linger in his heart almost every day, making him unable to sleep or eat. Seeing Xiang Wei's appearance, Xiao Yuan nodded and said, that day, I happened to be one of the people evacuated. As for Xiang Wei, Xiao Yuan had never met him, and only learned a little from him indirectly. Xiang Wei was a typical soldier of Country A. Serious, upright, and meticulous. Would such a person really do something hateful? Xiao Yuan was confused for a long time. He wanted to know what the truth was that day, so that's it. Xiang Wei had guessed it when he saw Xiao Yuan coming to question him. He sighed deeply and said, if you didn't come to ask me today, I would have buried this matter in my heart and never mentioned it again. Xiang Wei's narration was like his style, brief and straightforward, but clear and orderly, allowing Xiao Yuan to understand the situation at that time. The fall of Sierra City was very sudden. When the outer defense line was breached and the night demon was rampant, Xiang Wei was assigned by the A City Federal Command Center to go to the northern suburbs of Sierra City. The A City Garrison Corps and the Sierra City Garrison Corps worked together to see how to resist the attack trend of the night demon. At that time, the new recruits had not yet appeared, and the hardship of humans fighting the night demon with hot weapons can be imagined. The situation was critical, and Sierra City began a large-scale evacuation. It was an impossible task to evacuate everyone in one day. Under the instruction of the Federal Command Center in A City, the Garrison Corps set up a checkpoint. The purpose of the checkpoint is clear, to let the rich and foreigners evacuate first. Foreigners? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, why was such an order issued? Xiang Wei opened his eyes and said earnestly, Xiao Yuan, do you know the Federal Army? The Federal Army, as the name suggests, belongs to the Federal Command Center. Throughout the Blue Star, wherever there is a Federal Command Center, there will be Federal troops. The duty of the Federal forces is to help coordinate and manage the Night Devil war affairs in various war zones. There are not many people, and their leaders are directly appointed by the headquarters. In A City, the head of the Federal forces is named Von Sanchez, and he is also one of the main persons in charge when the evacuation plan is formulated. Lu Zhua, Secretary General of the Federal Command Center, the highest person in charge. In addition to the original evacuation plan, foreigners were given priority to evacuate. As a coastal city, there are many foreigners living in Sierra City, and the same is true for A City. In order to build a consulate for a country called Zimbabwe, which came from nowhere, the orphanage where Xinmao lived was demolished. More than a dozen orphans were homeless, and relied on Xinmao's money to make a living. In order to take revenge on the guy who deceived the orphanage to be demolished, Shinma sneaked into his house and stole it, and then he met Xiao Yuan. Hearing such news again, his brows wrinkled into a small lump and said, "We are all human beings. Just because some are rich and some are foreigners, they can leave first." Xiang Weigua heard this and smiled bitterly. "I strongly opposed this plan at that time, but the garrison troops and daily security troops were all under the control of Lu Chao. I couldn't do anything." Xiang Weigua made a vow to protect the people from the day he joined the army. On the battlefield, he never flinched in fear when facing the brutal night demons. This has always been Xiang Weigua's belief. However, he had to face reality. Lu Chao was the highest person in charge of a city. He was a soldier and had to obey. Xiang Weigua, who was caught between faith and reality, was in great torment. Xiang Weigua stood up, his face solemn. He bowed slowly to Xiao Yuan and said, "I'm so sorry for that night in Sierra City." Xiang Weigua's apology shocked Xiao Yuan, and he lowered his body and said, "Commander Xiang, please don't say that." After learning the whole story, Xiao Yuan could see the guilt and self-blame in Xiang Weigua's heart. "This was not your intention. You should blame the two people who made the plan." Xiang Weigua, who had spoken out all the words that had been pent up in his heart, felt relieved. A smile appeared on his serious face, and he said, "Actually, I should thank you. This matter has been on my mind for too long." Xiang Weigua looked at the silver-winged military emblem on Xiao Yuan's uniform and sighed. "If I were not old, I would also like to join your silver-wing corps. Comfortable and free." Xiao Yuan understood what Xiang Weigua meant. The Silver-Wing Corps was a new army. It was a unique existence that existed independently outside the entire system, and even the Federal Operations Command Center did not have complete control over it. In name, the new Army Corps is only responsible to the A-Country Parliament and the A-Country Yanjing Federation Command Center headquarters. Li Jin's courage and vision are outstanding. He has long seen the constraints of the local Federal Command Center on the Night Demon War. That's why he came out to set up his own camp and asked to establish a new army corps. This is his vision. Facing an unknown future, he dared to be the first, and resisted the pressure to repel the Night Demon. This is his courage. Although there is some luck in it, Li Jin's ability cannot be denied. Xiang Weigua and Xiao Yuan chatted for a long time. Xiang Weigua was very kind in private. Xiang Weigua, who looked old-fashioned and serious, had extensive knowledge of military affairs. When he talked to Xiao Yuan about the details of the Night Demon War, he was often very sharp. Xiao Yuan personally experienced the war on the front line, and he often understood Xiang Weigua's views and ideas at a glance. The two people, who were more than 20 years apart, chatted for more than 2 hours. Finally, under Li Ming's urging, the two ended the conversation with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Xiao Yuan also had a new understanding of the commander of the garrison corps. Chapter 144. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 gusts of wind passed by, and Xiao Yuan soared into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistled in his ears, and the scenery passed by his eyes quickly, making Xiao Yuan feel dizzy for a short time. Swish! Swish! In the air, Xiao Yuan swung his sword twice, and the apple-sized model placed in the air was instantly broken. 2 crisp sounds were heard in his ears, and Xiao Yuan fell down with golden debris. "Boss, you are so skilled. You can still be so accurate after not touching the maneuvering device for so long." Xi and Mao couldn't help but cheer loudly as he watched Xiao Yuan from the side. "Don't try to be lazy, go up and practice a few laps." "Don't worry, boss. Watch me." Life in the southern suburbs camp began to gradually return to normal. On November 1st, 2018, the second batch of Silver Wing recruits officially enlisted under the attention of all parties. The number of participants in the nationwide recruitment of the Silver Wing Corps in Country A exceeded expectations, with a full 160,000 people participating in the recruitment. The number of people who passed the initial test was around 40,000, and the number of people who passed the re-examination was as high as 15,000. Under desperation, the Silver Wings began the final round of selection and selected 7,500 people. These people were the elite among the elites, breaking through layers of competition and finally entering the Silver Wings Army Camp. The South Suburbs Camp once again became the Silver Wings Army Camp after the Night Demons retreated. The only regret is that the tentacle flowers and the living dead that Xiao Yuan had seen have all disappeared, including the cave that Xiao Yuan and others entered. When the Silver Wings army went there again, they found that it was completely empty. The bodies of the Migo guards, the dragons, the one-eyed bats, all of them disappeared. If it weren't for the traces of their battle left on the stone wall, Xiao Yuan would almost doubt his memory. Except for Liang Lu, who had something to do at home and hadn't returned yet, the rest of the Silver Moon team had returned to the team. According to the order issued by the army, the captains and deputy captains of each company will be selected as instructors to train new recruits. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Liang Lu, each company has 2 deputy captains, are among them. Taking advantage of the new recruit ceremony today, Xiao Yuan and his men came to the training ground to familiarize themselves with the equipment. After all, facing dozens of new recruits, Xiao Yuan still had to maintain his absolutely professional image. What did Lulu say? Xiao Yuan picked up the kettle beside him and walked to Sun Wan. She said she might not be able to make it back tomorrow, so she asked us to ask for leave for her. I heard that the Liang group has not been peaceful recently. Xiao Yuan took a few sips of water and said, the impact of several executives running away with money is not small. Liang Lu came from a very good family. Her family was the famous Liang group. Xiao Yuan and others only found out about this recently. Liang group has always had a good reputation. In the process of A City resisting the Night Demon, Liang group has always been unwavering in its choice of support. Their persistence has also been greatly rewarded. After the victory of the A City Defense War, the value of its stock has skyrocketed. Just when the Liang group was at its peak, it was very intriguing that a senior executive suddenly ran away with a huge sum of money. As the eldest daughter of the chairman of the Liang group, Liang Lu naturally cannot stay out of this matter. Accustomed to living in the military, she is no longer the delicate young lady. During this period, she has been helping her family deal with this matter. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, she will finish the family affairs and return to the barracks. The next day, the recruit training ground. 48 recruits wearing silver wing uniforms stood upright on the training ground. Huh? The whole field was silent, and only a gust of wind could be heard. This was the first day that the Silver Wing recruits officially participated in the training. I had only seen the legendary army on TV and in newspapers before, but now I can personally enter it. This feeling is indescribably wonderful. The footsteps came from a distance, neither fast nor slow. Xiao Yuan was wearing a black and white military uniform, and his height of 178 centimeters was very tall against the slim military uniform. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Yuan walked to the front and stood still. He looked at the pairs of eyes in the field and smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Yuan, and I will be your temporary company commander and instructor in the future. Wow! As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the crowd below was boiling. Xiao Yuan's name would not be unfamiliar to those who followed the Silver Wings. Especially the story of him going deep into the Night Demon's lair alone was spread like a miracle, and there were many versions circulating in the market. One version was that Xiao Yuan was 8 feet tall and had great strength, and he killed everyone in the Night Demon's lair. Xiao Yuan almost laughed after hearing this. If he had that ability, why would he be chased by the dragon and run around everywhere? Seeing the whispers below, Xiao Yuan coughed and shouted, "Quiet!" When the recruits heard Xiao Yuan's words, they instantly quieted down and stared at Xiao Yuan without blinking, as if they had seen a protected animal. I know that many of you are different from when we first joined the Silver Wing Army. What do you think of the Silver Wing Army's defeat of the Night Demon? Xiao Yuan asked everyone. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Besides that? Anything else? Great. Incredible. Yes. Incredible. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly and raised his voice a lot. I think everyone would think so when they first heard the news. From Shanghai City to Sierra City, we retreated again and again until no one believed that we could defeat the Night Demon. What was the purpose of most of the first batch of recruits joining the Silver Wing Army? They joined the army with the purpose of exchanging their heads for pensions. Who can believe that such a new army can win against the powerful Night Demon? But we won. Xiao Yuan waved his hand fiercely, pointing to the Silver Wing Army flag fluttering behind him. We successfully repelled the Night Demon and won. I believe that you are different. You have witnessed the victory and glory of the Silver Wings Corps with your own eyes, and your joining is to continue the glory of the Silver Wings Corps. Even though we had no faith at the beginning, we can beat the Night Demon. Tell me, can you beat the Night Demon? Yes. Do you have the confidence to win? Yes. Xiao Yuan successfully mobilized the emotions of the recruits below, and bursts of shouts broke out in the training ground. Good. Ambitious. Xiao Yuan waved to the people below and said, "Today is the first day of meeting. You can ask me any questions you have." Seeing that everyone below was looking at each other without saying anything, Xiao Yuan smiled. Don't be shy, be bolder. The young man standing in the front was in his early 20s, with a pair of big eyes moving around, and he looked like a smart person. He rolled his eyes and said, "Captain, I want to ask a question." Seeing Xiao Yuan nod, he scratched his head and said, "Night Demon, is it really powerful?" The young man's question attracted everyone's attention. After joining the Silver Wings Corps, the main combat target in the future will be the Night Demon. Most of the Night Demons they have seen come from audiovisual materials and text descriptions. No one has really faced the Night Demon, and there is no way to understand the actual combat power of the Night Demon. Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, "Awesome, the combat power of a Night Demon is theoretically equivalent to that of 2 adult men. Even stronger. The Night Demon's body has great resistance to hot weapons and cold weapons, and it can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns." Invulnerable to swords and guns. The young man stammered, then, "How do we?" Swish. Xiao Yuan pulled out the silver-shining Mingyin knife from his ribs and made a knife flower in the air. So, we use the Mingyin knife to fight the Night Demon. Chapter 145. The silver blade is the standard weapon of our Silver Wing army, and can cause fatal damage to the Night Demon. In addition to the silver blade, the anti-gravity maneuvering device will help us shuttle and fight. I know this. A short-haired girl pointed at the maneuvering device on Xiao Yuan's waist and shouted, "The flying picture on the internet is made with the help of it, right?" Obviously, the maneuvering device can arouse the interest of the recruits more than the silver blade. "Captain, can you tell us how the picture of flying and embracing the moon was taken?" The girl looked at him with admiration, her eyes full of stars. "Yes, Captain, tell us about it. Tell us about it." Flying moon? Xiao Yuan really didn't want to complain about this vulgar name given by Jiang Shui. Seeing the enthusiastic response of the recruits, Xiao Yuan said loudly, "Okay, since everyone is so interested, I will tell you about the situation at that time. At that time, we were ordered to stay in the south suburb camp, which is the camp you are in now. The number of attacks by the Night Demon suddenly increased to about 10 times the previous number, and we were in a difficult situation. Nightmare, that's the night it appeared." Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, looked down, and said, "Please remember, Nightmare is more dangerous and more cunning than ordinary Night Demons." "More cunning?" The dark-skinned young man named Shen Wu, who first asked the question, heard the key point in Xiao Yuan's words. "Captain, are you saying that Nightmare has wisdom?" "Smart." Xiao Yuan looked at it with appreciation and said, "That's right, and its wisdom is not inferior to that of humans, and even better." Wow! What Xiao Yuan said surprised the recruits even more. In their subconscious, they always thought that the Night Demons were just ferocious and strong in combat, but they were essentially no different from wild beasts. How come, according to Xiao Yuan, the Night Demons also have wisdom? This is simply unheard of. Humans who have always regarded themselves as the spirits of all things will find it difficult to accept this news like them. No matter what the recruits think, Xiao Yuan continued, "Our defense line in the southern suburbs camp was gradually breached, and we fell into trouble. The battlefield was divided, and we began to fight each other. I was the captain at the time. I saw someone sending an emergency distress signal and rushed to the scene. As a result, I saw the company commander looking at the sky like he had lost his soul. The situation was urgent. My comrade Sun Wan and I used the anti-gravity maneuvering device to fly high into the sky and injured Nightmare. This is what you see in the photo. In just 1 minute, she almost lost her life. So, if you encounter Nightmare one day, be careful. Nightmare's mental attack on humans is very strong." Nightmare. Can Nightmare directly affect people's spirits from a distance? Yes, and Nightmare usually chooses the grassroots officers in the Silver Wing army to attack, which once caused great panic to our side. So, have you found a way to restrain Nightmare now? The short-haired girl named Sun Shuang clenched her hands nervously after hearing about the power of Nightmare. After all, whoever has such a sharp blade hanging over his head will always be on edge, which is not a pleasant feeling. Of course there is. The Nightmare-breaking crossbow card is specially made to fight against Nightmare, and you will gradually come into contact with it in future studies. Any other questions? Xiao Yuan finished explaining and shouted again. "Captain, yes." A sturdy young man beside Sun Shuang said in a muffled voice. "Captain, we would like to ask you to test our skills. Is that okay?" "Of course." Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and saw the young man's honest face and asked, "What's your name?" "Captain, my name is Shu Ge." "Shu Ge, tell me why you want me to test your skills." "Because?" Zhu Ji's dark face showed a shy look. "I heard that if I can defeat the company commander, I can also be a company commander in the future." Seeing Zhu Ji's serious look, Xiao Yuan couldn't help laughing. It seemed that this honest young man was being used as a gun. The second batch of recruits, as elites selected from all over the country are naturally full of arrogance, and there are inevitably some troublemakers among them. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw that many people were watching the excitement, and he understood their thoughts. It seems that today he has to establish his authority whether he wants to or not. He waved his hand to Zhu Ge kindly and said, "Zhu Ge, I have been in the army for a while. It is not fair for us to fight one against one. How about this, if there are any good fighters in the company, please volunteer to join him." Why? Is he being modest, or do we not have any good fighters in the company? After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, some people could not sit still. Shenwu came out first, followed by 3 young men who walked out of the crowd one after another. The 3 people who came out later were all burly, and it was obvious that they had some kung fu skills. The 3 of them introduced themselves one after another, and Xiao Yuan learned their names. One of them was about 27 or 28 years old, named Lu Wenxiao. He had a handsome appearance, his hands were bigger than those of ordinary people, and he came from Songzhou, the hometown of martial arts. The young man on Lu Wenxiao's left had a shaved head and a blank expression. He was about 22 or 23 years old. The young man on Lu Wenxiao's right was about the same age as Lu Wenxiao. Although he looked smiling, he had a scar on his cheek. After the 3 people were introduced, they were all from the same place. Xiao Yuan saw their appearance and roughly knew what they were thinking. Since ancient times, people with ability are full of arrogance. Moreover, Xiao Yuan is too young. He became a company commander at the age of 23. He can be said to be very proud. They think they are capable, so naturally they don't want to be inferior to others, especially to Xiao Yuan, a young boy. Zhu Ge's challenge is just a prelude. Even if they don't fight today, they will fight like this one day. In the military, strength is always respected. If you can convince others with your ability, you will naturally be able to convince others. Xiao Yuan accepted Zhu Ji's challenge after considering the reasons clearly. Xu Gu, who was being used, was still standing there stupidly and laughing, not knowing why. Xiao Yuan and his 6 companions came to a high platform in the training ground. He stretched his body and waved to the 5 people opposite. "Let's start. Anyone who falls off this platform will be eliminated." Shenwu looked at the round platform of only more than 50 square meters and whispered, "Captain, this is not fair to you, right?" It was a situation where there were more people fighting against fewer people, and the terrain was limited to such a circular platform. Xiao Yuan's situation was worrying. Xiao Yuan took off the mobile device and minging knife on his waist and put them aside, smiling. "It's okay, we just compete with fists and feet, and stop when we reach the limit." After hearing what Xiao Yuan said, Shenwu didn't know what to say. He was a little worried. If they won today and humiliated Xiao Yuan, would their future life be easy? Shenwu was good at scheming and quick-witted. He wanted to prove his ability, but didn't want to offend Xiao Yuan, and his mind turned several corners in an instant. Zhu Gu was not as cunning as him. Seeing Xiao Yuan was ready, he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Captain." Bang! Zhu Gu stomped his right foot on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and rushed toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was wearing the uniform of the Silver Wing Captain. He didn't look strong, giving people a feeling of being weak and handsome. Zhu Gu was very fast, and it could be seen that he had some basic skills. He threw a punch toward Xiao Yuan's face. Ah! Zhu Ji's powerful punch was about to hit Xiao Yuan's face, causing many girls below to scream. Xiao Yuan stood in place, and when the fist was about to hit his cheek, he suddenly waved his hand. Bang! Chapter 146. A seemingly casual wave of his hand hit Zhu Ji's fist, making a crisp sound. The fist deflected and barely slipped past Xiao Yuan's side. Zhu Gu frowned, and the burning pain from his fist made him groan. He stopped and punched Xiao Yuan with both fists. Xiao Yuan wanted to test Zhu Ji's skills, so he slightly dodged the punches and took 2 steps to the side. Zhu Ji's attack missed, and the scarred young man and the flat-headed young man's attacks followed. The scarred young man has a lot of kung fu, his hands are covered with calluses and have thick joints. As soon as Xiao Yuan arrived, the scarred young man rushed forward and chopped Xiao Yuan with his right hand. His family's ancestral boxing and kicking kung fu is especially good at palm and fist techniques. The scarred young man's hands have rolled in the iron sand countless times and peeled off countless times to achieve today's achievements. Look at Xiao Yuan's white and slender hands, which look like they have never been through wind and rain, and they don't look very intimidating. In fact, after Xiao Yuan was transformed by a strengthening device, his skin all over his body underwent a transformation. In the eyes of the scarred young man, he thought Xiao Yuan was just lucky to join the Silver Wing Corps first to reach his current position. As for the rumors outside, they were just rumors spread by the market. People are like this. Once a preconceived impression is formed, it is difficult to change. Let's say that the young man slashed at Xiao Yuan with a palm. The palm wind was sharp, and the angle was tricky. Xiao Yuan saw that he couldn't dodge, so he simply stopped dodging and took it hard. Bang! When the fists and palms collided, Xiao Yuan felt as if he had hit a rock, and secretly said that it was amazing. If his body had not been strengthened, it would have been difficult for him to take this blow. While the two were fighting, the young man with a flat head also attacked. He kicked Xiao Yuan with a whip kick. Xiao Yuan saw the young man attacking from the corner of his eye, but he was not in a hurry. Bang! Xiao Yuan stepped on the ground with one foot, and his body flew into the air to avoid the kick. He grabbed the scarred young man's outstretched arm in the air and swung it violently. Ah! The scarred young man felt his arm being pulled by a huge force, and he could not help but stagger forward. This time, he hit the whip kick that attacked him, and a strong wind sounded in his ear. Bang! A kick landed right on his side, sending him flying several meters away. Xiao Yuan's body spun in the air and fell, moving like a ghost in an instant in front of Zhuge. Their faces were so close that Zhuge could almost see Xiao Yuan's eyelashes and his own reflection. Ah! Zhuge couldn't help but scream and step back subconsciously. Xiao Yuan held Zhuge's body tightly with his hand and exerted force suddenly. Whoosh! Zhuge didn't pay attention to his position in a hurry, and was pushed by Xiao Yuan with all his strength, and his body flew into the air and fell to the audience. When his body left the platform, Xiao Yuan used a clever move to hold him back and cushion the force. Even so, Zhuge still retreated 2 or 3 meters when he landed and finally sat on the ground. It sounds complicated, but in fact, these things happened in a very short time. When Xin Wu and Lu Wenxiao joined the battlefield, Zhuge was already out. Good. The new recruits watching from the stage couldn't help but cheer loudly. Xiao Yuan used the force of the 3 people to fight back cleanly. The last move to help Zhuge relieve the force showed his extraordinary self-restraint. How can such a person not be admired? Seeing Xiao Yuan's series of fighting styles, Lu Wenxiao no longer looked down on him. He called out to the remaining 3 and rushed forward. Bang! Bang! Lu Wenxiao's moves were not as fierce as others. He left room for maneuver and changed his moves flexibly. Xiao Yuan fought with him twice, but was defeated by Lu Wenxiao. He knew that Lu Wenxiao was a man who was well versed in martial arts. As a half-baked soldier who joined the army halfway, how could Xiao Yuan know these? The only martial arts he learned was the new military boxing changed from Bagwazang. Trying to fight Lu Wenxiao with the half moves he had learned was like using his own weaknesses to attack his strengths. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan deliberately exposed his weakness and pretended to be defeated and retreated backwards. The scarred young man on the side saw the opportunity and attacked Xiao Yuan before he could stand. Seeing him attack, Xiao Yuan laughed in his heart. Why are you here again? Hiss! The scarred young man's arm was blocked by Xiao Yuan, who took advantage of the situation to grab the clothes on his arm and pulled it hard. The scarred young man's entire arm was exposed, and the bulging muscles were clearly visible. With the force of pulling, Xiao Yuan stopped his retreat and kicked hard. Bang! This kick hit the scarred youth right on the waist. Although he controlled the force, it still caused serious damage to the scarred youth. The scarred youth screamed in pain and curled up and knelt on the ground. Xiao Yuan kicked him right on his soft spot. The youth was able to move because of his good physical fitness. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fainted on the spot. Hey! Seeing his companion injured, Lu Wenxiao's eyes widened with anger, and he attacked Xiao Yuan with Xin Wu beside him. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the remaining 3 people. Although the donkey roll was not elegant, it was very effective. After avoiding the siege of the 3 people, Xiao Yuan stood up with a card jump. Lu Wenxiao was relentless and fought with Xiao Yuan again. His companion was injured, which made Lu Wenxiao angry. He went to Xiao Yuan's vital points with every move, and his fists danced with the wind, making Xiao Yuan unable to escape for a while. Xiao Yuan parried Lu Wenxiao's attack and nodded secretly. There are indeed many strong recruits in the second phase of recruits. It seems that the 5 people who challenged him today are all top fighters. If they were on the battlefield, equipped with the equipment of the Silver Wing Army, they would be able to exert greater strength. Praise aside, Xiao Yuan calculated the time and felt that it was about time. If they continued to fight, there would be little time left for today's training. Hey! Xiao Yuan shouted and exerted force suddenly. Bang! 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 The Bagwazang moves were used in Xiao Yuan's hands, and there was a new momentum. The military boxing of the Silver Wing Army originated from Bagwazang, which was originally designed to take care of the physique of the new army. Most of them have average physical fitness, and Bagwazang emphasizes flexibility and changeability. Even those with less strength can perform well. Now, Xiao Yuan's strength is extraordinary, and it is like a storm. Lu Wenxiao could still cope with it at the beginning, but in the end, he could only defend himself, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The flat-headed young man was anxious when he saw this, and wanted to rush forward to help. Xiao Yuan raised his lips, waiting for you. When the young man attacked, Xiao Yuan kicked out, and kicked right in front of Lu Wenxiao. Lu Wenxiao raised his arms to block the attack. Bang! The huge impact came from the front of him, making Lu Wenxiao's arms numb, and almost losing consciousness. When the flat-headed young man attacked, Xiao Yuan took advantage of the force to jump high, and grabbed the flat-headed young man's shoulders. He exerted force with his arms, and twisted his waist. The young man's body was thrown out by Xiao Yuan, and flew to the stage. Xiao Yuan shouted with a clear whistle, "Zhu Gu, catch him!" Zhu Gu, who was watching with great interest, immediately responded to Xiao Yuan's shout, and rushed forward. Plop! Zhu Gu caught the young man with a flat head, and the two of them rolled on the ground in a ball. After dealing with the young man, with a flat head, and forcing Shen Wu to retreat, Xiao Yuan was about to continue his attack when Lu Wenxiao suddenly stretched out his hand. He looked around and said with a wry smile, "We lost. The company commander is really powerful." Lu Wenxiao was not a person who didn't know what was good for him. Xiao Yuan was merciful in his attack, because he was afraid of hurting everyone. He was strong and quick-witted. If he continued to fight, he would lose anyway. Why embarrass himself? I was convinced by Xiao Yuan. I didn't expect that a young man who looked delicate and weak could have such skills. Before, the contempt for the veterans of the Silver Wing Corps also disappeared at this moment. They were indeed extraordinary to be able to reach this position. Hearing Lu Wenxiao's number of people, the new recruits watching the battle below burst into applause and cheers. It was very rare to see the famous Xiao Yuan, and such a wonderful contest on the first day of the new recruits' training. Although Lu Wenxiao and others were defeated, it was not easy for them to have such skills as new recruits. Chapter 147. Lu Wenxiao was very straightforward and said, "We were reckless before, but we are convinced of our defeat this time." Lu Wenxiao is a typical Sanzhou man, frank and upright, competitive, and respectful of the strong. Xiao Yuan admired Lu Wenxiao's character very much. He had a clear distinction between love and hate, and dared to speak and act. He was more reassuring than Zhou Nan and his ilk. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's just a competition between comrades. There is no winning or losing." After that, Xiao Yuan called on the few people in the audience to return to the team and start today's daily training. The training of the Silver Wing New Army is mainly physical training, and the performance of the 5 people who went on stage before was particularly outstanding. Zhu Gu, this silly boy, looks silly, but his physical fitness is really not bad. A morning passed quickly. After finishing the training, Xiao Yuan had a meal and walked towards the dormitory. When he was about to reach the door of the dormitory, Xiao Yuan's eyes jumped and turned around and walked towards the ancient tree next to him. "Why are you here again?" Xiao Yuan looked at Jiang Shui, who was curled up behind the tree with a wry smile, and said, "You followed me all the way, right?" "No way." Jiang Shui slapped Xiao Yuan's hand that was holding her neck, protesting, "What are you doing? Bullying people in broad daylight? Oh, you want to be the first to complain? Do we need to go to the commander of the Jiangxi army to seek justice?" "No, no, no." Jiang Shui changed her face like turning a book, with a flattering look on her face, looking at Xiao Yuan pitifully. "Actually, I have something to trouble you too." Xiao Yuan took a step back and distanced himself from Jiang Shui. "What's your idea?" "I want to do a personal interview with you." "Are you out of your mind?" "Huh?" "I'm serious." Jiang Shui was so anxious that she jumped up and down. Seeing Xiao Yuan turned and left, she turned her eyes, and bent down to grab the back hem of Xiao Yuan's military uniform. The black coat of the Silver Wing military uniform has a very long hem at the back. Jiang Shui grabbed Xiao Yuan's clothes tightly, and one of them walked in front, and the other squatted behind and was dragged. If the quality of the military uniform was not too good, Xiao Yuan's clothes would probably be torn apart by this girl. "Huh?" Xiao Yuan turned around with a dark face and looked at Jiang Shui squatting on the ground, and said helplessly, "What do you want to do?" Hee. Jiang Shui showed a harmless expression. "I just want to interview you for a little while, just 10 minutes. Xiao Yuan suppressed the urge to punch her head and said, "You, let go first, We have something to talk about. I won't. What if you run away after I let go? What the hell? Xiao Yuan was shocked. This little girl knows how to read minds? Ahem. Do you think I'm a gangster? I won't run away, you get up first. Well, I won't get up unless you promise me to accept my interview first. Okay, I promise you. Get up quickly. What will happen if people see you? After Xiao Yuan's persuasion, Jiang Shui finally stopped throwing a tantrum and stood up. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to lead Jiang Shui to sit in the pavilion to accept her so-called interview. Hello everyone, I am your Chu Xue. Today I will bring you a personal interview with Xiao Yuan, a young general of the Silver Wing Army who has a long-standing reputation on the internet, the Jade-Faced Killer. Xiao Yuan's head hurt after listening to Jiang Shui's introduction. He couldn't help but complain. What kind of messed up titles are these? Jade-Faced Killer? Are you talking about me? Hey, do you know anything about the internet? You have to give yourself such a cool name to get people to read it. I don't understand. Can you stop using these fancy things? Let's finish it quickly. I have a training mission in the afternoon. Okay, let's get to the point. Jiang Shui couldn't help rolling her eyes and said, First question, why did you choose to join the Silver Wing Corps? Why do you want to join the Silver Wings? Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and said, probably for protection. Protect? Defend the country? Jiang Shui blinked her eyes. Have you had such a big ambition since you were a child? No, I just wanted to protect my family and friends at first. Xiao Yuan lowered his head a little embarrassedly and smiled. I want to join the new army to learn more skills, so that I can have a fighting force when the night demon attacks in the future. Jiang Shui obviously didn't expect Xiao Yuan to say that. She looked at Xiao Yuan's sincere eyes, coughed, and said, Then the second question, what did you feel when you first faced the night demon? Excitement and fear coexist. Of course, the fear is greater. Poof! Jiang Shui almost spit out a mouthful of blood. She whispered, We are recording, you should at least say something polite. Xiao Yuan spread his hands and said, I am speaking the truth. You can't ask me to say something against my will. In fact, including now, every time I am on the battlefield, I will have some fear in my heart. Why? You have been fighting with the night demon for more than 2 months, and you still can't get rid of that fear? The fear of the night demon comes second, but more often it is the fear of death. Xiao Yuan pointed to the Silver Wing Army badge on his shoulder and said, From the day I joined the Silver Wing Army, I knew I would have to face death from time to time. In the more than 2 months of the Night Demon War, I saw too many of my fellow brothers fall down, and I am used to seeing death. I always hold a fear of death. Fear of death? Jiang Shui asked curiously, Will this emotion affect your fighting? Honestly, yes. Xiao Yuan gave another answer that was beyond Jiang Shui's expectation. The fear of death will make me more cautious. On the battlefield, every decision will affect the life and death of many people. The fear of death will make me always be cautious in making decisions. Jiang Shui was mesmerized. Xiao Yuan's words were jokes and rumors that she had never heard before. The Silver Wings Corps was portrayed as an invincible divine army sent from heaven. It seemed that as long as they were there, the night demon would never be able to cross the line. In fact, this situation also reflects the mentality of the people of Country A. They need a spiritual sustenance to comfort them, and they need to find a rock to rely on to make them believe that the night demon can be defeated. The appearance of the Silver Wing Army just filled this gap. When the defense battle of A City was won, people cheered. Everyone praised the Silver Wing Army, and even put it on the altar, firmly believing that it was invincible, firmly believing that the Silver Wing Army was their patron saint, and everyone in it was a hero. From Xiao Yuan's mouth, Jiang Shui learned a new side. For example, Xiao Yuan on the internet was portrayed as a nearly perfect hero, but is Xiao Yuan like this in real life? After listening to Jiang Shui's description on the internet, Xiao Yuan laughed. He smiled and shook his head, saying softly, I am not a hero, just an ordinary Silver Wing soldier. The Silver Wing Corps is not invincible, and Xiao Yuan did not tell too many details of the war. He was just lamenting his good luck. The victory of the entire defense of A City came from too many coincidences. If they could not successfully destroy the Night Demon's lair, the fall of A City would only be a matter of time. In turbulent times, heroes are only a minority, at least Xiao Yuan is not one. He is just one of the people who struggle to survive, just like everyone else. Chapter 148. Imperial Capital Yanjing, Country A Think Tank Research Center. Xian Mao, dressed in white, stood quietly beside the observation platform, looking ahead from time to time, without any of his usual jumping appearance. Beside the observation platform, the gray-haired old man looked solemn as he adjusted the complex equipment in front of him. Xian Mao's eyes always stayed in the center of the observation platform, where a few drops of light blue liquid were suspended in the layers of protective covers. The blue liquid floated slowly in the vacuum protective cover, and a blue light flashed from time to time. Xian Mao was a little uneasy. He took a few steps forward and whispered, "Teacher, do you really want to do that? Isn't it too risky?" The old man with white hair and beard in front of Xian Mao was Professor Li Jiugong, one of the two chief scientists of the think tank Research Institute of Country A. Professor Li Jiugong was a genius. When he was young, he took on many scientific projects of Country A. He made outstanding contributions and achievements in the industrial construction, material science, and biological science of Country A. Later, Professor Li entered Yenqing University to teach, and at the same time, he and his classmates founded the think tank of Country A. Li's students uphold the concept of unity of knowledge and action, rigorous research, and have made many achievements in various fields in Country A. Under his efforts, Country A's think tank has gradually grown from a private research institution to a business organization that can cooperate with the country. Professor Li Jiugong laughed and said, "Xiao Xian, how long do you think it will take us to decipher it in the normal way?" Xian Mao estimated in his mind and said tentatively, 3 months? Ha ha ha. Professor Li Jiugong pointed at Xian Mao and said, "You little rascal, tell me the truth." Seeing that nothing can be hidden from the teacher, Xian Mao scratched his head and had to speak his mind. "I think it will be difficult to decipher this substance without half a year." Professor Li Jiugong nodded and sighed. "Yes, it will take at least half a year to follow the safe steps, which is too slow. The Silver Wing Corps will go out in 2 months, that is, at the beginning of next year. If they can decipher the light blue colloid seized on the battlefield, it will undoubtedly be a boost to the new army." Li Jun, now the commander of the new army, seems to be in a high position and attracts everyone's attention. But there are countless people watching him openly or secretly. If Li Jun is not careful, he will end up in an irreparable situation. Professor Li Jiugong thought of his favorite students and said for countless times, "If your senior brother was still here, it would be great. With him, research will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort, right, teacher?" Xian Mao couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, "Teacher, I can recite your words by heart." Li Jiugong has 4 most proud disciples in his life, but unfortunately, one of them is in business, one in politics, and one in the military. Xian Mao, the only talented person who stayed by his side, was also a volatile person, which often gave him a headache. The student who joined the army was naturally Li Jun. After the outbreak of the Night Demon War, Li Jun joined the army with the support of the Wu family. He participated in the defense of Shanghai City, the evacuation of Shanghai City, and the Nightingale Plan. Unfortunately, the result of the Nightingale Plan was very tragic, and the main force of the Falcon Force, including Ouyang Ying's fiancée Zhong Yun, was almost wiped out. Li Jun was silent for a long time, and once again embarked on the journey to stop the Night Demon as the commander of the new army. Li Jiugong was both proud and worried. Although he is obsessed with scientific research, he is not a person who does not understand current affairs. At his age, he knows many things clearly. His disciple chose to stand up when Country A was in danger. Li Jiugong supported him from the bottom of his heart and was proud of him. However, the situation in Yanjing often worried Li Jiugong. The Parliament of Country A and the Federal Operations Command Center were constantly fighting each other. The interests of all parties were becoming increasingly entangled. Li Jun led the Silver Wing Corps to win a victory on the front line, and a new fight broke out as soon as the rear stabilized. He was very scared. One day, Li Jun didn't fall on the battlefield, but fell into the hands of his own people. Snap! Li Jiugong pulled Xian Mao behind him, and said, "Xiao Xian, record the data changes." The button fell, and a bright yellow strong light shot out from all 4 directions at the same time, hitting the blue liquid in the glass shield. Boom! The blue liquid began to change the moment it was irradiated. A flash of lightning flashed from the middle of the liquid, crackling non-stop. After the sound ended, the liquid began to expand. At first, there were only 3 or 4 drops of liquid, which kept contracting, expanding, contracting, and expanding like a heart. After reaching a certain limit, the liquid exploded. Boom! 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 The continuous impact force shattered the innermost protective shield and impacted the second protective shield. Xian Mao's pupils contracted, and he panicked when he saw the second protective shield began to crack. He pulled Li Jiugong's hand and shouted, "Teacher, it's too dangerous. Let's go out first." Li Jiugong looked at the shattered second protective shield through the thick lenses, and said firmly, It's impossible to break through the defense with their power. Wait a little longer. Ah? Xi and Mao looked at the broken second layer of protective shield and jumped anxiously. There were 4 layers of protective shields, 2 of which had been broken, and the teacher still refused to leave. He stared at the protective shield and made up his mind. As long as the 3rd layer of protective shield was broken, he would force the teacher out even if he had to help. Under the gaze of the old and the young, Chung Lily stopped when the 3rd layer of protective shield cracked. Huh? Li Jiogong also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. How difficult is it to decipher a substance that has never been touched before? Today's adventure is worth it. At least it can greatly advance the deciphering progress. He looked into the protective shield and was stunned. The blue water droplets in the protective shield that originally floated with colloid water droplets had disappeared, replaced by a slowly floating black substance. The substance was spiral-shaped, and there was no light at the center, like a bottomless abyss. A city, combat command center. Li Jin took the document handed over by Li Ming, and looked at it carefully. Li Jin frowned slightly and murmured, Northwest region, night demon abnormality. When Li Jin asked, Li Ming immediately replied, according to the information sent to Yanjing by the commander of the Northwest region, it is just the night demons that are active. Night demons active? These 4 words flashed through Li Jin's mind, and he felt a little uneasy. How is the progress of the Northwest Corps in building a new army? Li Ming thought for a moment and said, I heard that it will be launched in another month. 1 month? Li Jin was stunned and asked, why is it so slow? Didn't the approval document from Yanjing have been issued this month? Li Ming handed the rest of the documents to Li Jin for approval, and whispered, well, there have always been few night demons in the Northwest region. Even without a new army, we can still support it with hot weapons. She raised her eyes and looked at Li Jin, who was looking down. Seeing that he didn't respond, she continued, the establishment of a new army will divide a lot of the authority of Commander Gao, so he has always been unwilling. Li Jin raised his head and glanced at Li Ming, and suddenly smiled. Okay, you are a little smart, and you deserve encouragement. Li Ming was praised, and stuck out her tongue mischievously, saying, the commander taught me well. Li Jin pointed at her and said with a stern face, don't talk too much in front of outsiders, understand? Li Ming nodded quickly and whispered, don't worry, Commander, I won't say anything nonsense. Neither Li Jin nor Li Ming thought that this inconspicuous news from the Northwest military region would become a far-reaching turning point, and the fundamental reason why the Fengming plan was only halfway carried out. Chapter 149. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 2. Transformation progress, 4%. Current mission, 1. Kill 3 thunder beasts. 2. Collect 1 kilogram of fire fluorite. 3. Collect 2 kilograms of titanium alloy. 4. Collect 10 kilograms of granite. 5. Collect a dragon horn. Mission reward. Unlock the first stage of RV armament. Hidden reward, unknown. Extra reward, unknown. Early in the morning, Xiao Yuan received the latest mission from the RV as soon as he opened his eyes. Dragon horn? Thunder beast? He rubbed his head, which was not yet awake, and yawned. The difficulty of this mission was not small. The thunder beast has a long attack range, and is often protected by the night demon. It has strong defensive scales, and is extremely difficult to kill. Only 2 dragons have been seen so far. The small dragon is okay, but the big black dragon is incredibly powerful and ferocious when it moves. The 8 people in the Silver Moon team can probably only protect themselves from it, and it is even more difficult to get its horn. The training of the recruits is in full swing, and a month has passed in a flash. According to the practice of the Silver Wing Corps, these recruits will participate in the new army competition, and the location will be chosen in the deep mountains where Xiao Yuan was last time, for a 3-day competition. The team that achieves excellent results will receive gene potions issued by the Legion. Although the gene potions in the Silver Wing Legion are unbearable in the eyes of Lord Yuga, they are very effective in practice. Lord Yuga came to a conclusion after studying it for a period of time. Gene potions can stimulate the potential of the human body, and help the human body discover hidden abilities. In other words, the people who drink the gene potion originally have such abilities hidden in their bodies, but they have yet to be discovered, and the gene potion just helps them. Some people who took the potion had a significant increase in speed, some became stronger, and some had their mental strength improved. These are all based on personal physique and potential, and the results appear. When Xiao Yuan finished washing up and left the dormitory, a slender figure was standing downstairs. Xiao Yuan walked quietly behind the girl, covered her eyes with his hands, pinched her neck and said, "Guess who I am?" Hee hee. Sun Wan was amused by his weird voice. She seemed to think for a while and said, "Is it the big bad wolf?" Big bad wolf? Xiao Yuan untied his hands and walked in front of her with a smile. "No, it's a handsome guy." Sun Wan stretched out her pink fist, gently hit Xiao Yuan's shoulder, and said, "You are so old and still stay in bed, go away." After completing the task of training new recruits, Xiao Yuan and others finally had 2 days of rest, and the Silver Moon team made an appointment to have dinner together. Since Liang Lu came back, she has been in a bad mood, often looking worried and not as lively as before. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan and others discussed and wanted to take this opportunity to let Liang Lu relax. "How is Lulu? Is she still quiet in the dormitory?" "Yes, she starts typing on her phone as soon as she gets back to the dormitory every day." Sun Wan frowned slightly and pointed at her eyebrows. "She frowns like me. Didn't she tell you about her family's affairs?" "No, Ruoling, and I asked her several times, but there was no progress." Sun Wan showed an annoyed expression on her face. "Otherwise, you can find a chance to ask it today." The 3 core senior officials borrowed money to escape and left the Liang group, which was very passive for the Liang group, which was in its rising stage. Originally, with the halo of supporting the Silver Wings Corps to protect A City, the Liang group was expected to become the leader in the southeast region. Who knew this would happen? Liang Lu, as the eldest daughter in the family, worked hard on this matter, and she lost a lot of weight. "Boss, here, here!" Xiao Yuan heard Xi and Mao shouting from a distance. "Hurry up! I know, I'm not deaf and blind, I can hear it." Xiao Yuan saw Xi and Mao jumping up and down, and laughed and scolded. "Captain, I've heard about the restaurant you mentioned. It's expensive. Don't worry, I treat you." Xiao Yuan saw Lin Lang winking and understood what he meant, and patted his chest to promise. "Boss, you're awesome. We eat as much as we want today." Did you spend all your money on Yao Yao?" Xiao Yuan saw Lin Lang laughing wildly, and couldn't help teasing him. Lu Mingyao's illness has basically recovered after treatment. During her illness, Lin Lang was the one who ran the most. He said food and fruits every now and then, taking care of her meticulously, and finally won the heart of the beauty. Lin Lang scratched his head embarrassedly, denying it and blushing. Xiao Yuan walked out of the dormitory area surrounded by people. After the training of new recruits, a considerable number of veterans moved into the new dormitory area in the city. Since most of the citizens in A City have evacuated, a large area of idle land has been left. The Silver Wing Corps built a new camp with the help of the A City Operations Command Center. The scale is not large, but it can barely be used for living training. The reasons for the Operation Command Center were very sufficient, leaving enough elite troops in A City to protect its safety. To put it bluntly, they were worried about the Night Demon's surprise attack, and were very afraid of death. Although Li Jun was dissatisfied with this decision, he did not force it. After all, the Silver Wing Army's entry into A City could also bring some living income to the surrounding residents. For example, Luo Xibei's grocery store, as well as the small restaurants, logistics stores, barber shops, etc. that started nearby, all began to have customers. Gradually, more and more residents who stayed in A City began to move towards this side, hoping to earn a living through their own efforts. The people of the Silver Wing Corps are rich, there is no doubt about that. Before in the South Suburbs camp, they had money but nowhere to spend it. Li Jun's strict military discipline meant that the surrounding area was all wilderness. In the city, although there were not many places to spend money, it was still much better than the South Suburbs camp. During holidays, the soldiers of the new Army Corps would go to various small shops nearby in groups of 3 or 5 to spend money. The small shop that Xiao Yuan led everyone to was a fish hot pot restaurant, which was well known in the area. Being in the southeast coastal area, fish is naturally an indispensable dish. However, since the night demons broke out along the coast, the fishing industry has been hit hard, and fishermen cannot just find other ways to make a living. Nowadays, even the Silver Wing Army rarely eats fish, and the main meat people eat is pork, beef, mutton, etc. The storefront is not big, and the plaque above reads 4 big characters Meng's Fish Pot. The store is run by a family of 3. The boss Meng Chong is over 40 years old, a little bald, smiling, and very kind. Seeing Xiao Yuan and his group come in with their backs straight, although they are wearing casual clothes, they can't hide their sharpness, so they know that this group of people are from the Silver Wing Army. Meng Chong hurriedly walked over and greeted them. "Welcome to our restaurant. Please follow me to the private room." The Fish Pot restaurant is divided into 2 floors, with a total of 12 private rooms. Xiao Yuan and others were led by the boss to a private room in the middle of the second floor. After sitting down, Xiao Yuan looked around and said, "Boss Ming, I remember when I came here with Brother Sheng Dong last time. This was not a private room, right?" Ouch. Ming Chong looked at Xiao Yuan's appearance, thought for a long time, slapped his head, and said, "I remember, the one who came with Brother Sheng?" There were quite a few people at that time, and Ming Chong didn't have a deep impression of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan didn't talk much during the meal, and occasionally said a few words while sitting next to Sheng Dong. If he hadn't mentioned it, Ming Chong wouldn't have remembered this person. Xiao Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Just serve us the dishes of that day, and a few more side dishes." "Okay." Ming Chong wrote them down one by one in his little notebook, responded and walked downstairs. At the same time, Xian Mao looked around curiously and suddenly asked, "Boss, do you smell a fragrance?" "Smell?" Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Who among us can smell as well as you? Tell me more." Xin Mao closed his eyes slightly, sniffed the wooden board that formed the partition, and said, "It's a bit fishy and sweet, and very fragrant." "Like?" Xin Mao scratched his head uncertainly and continued, "It's like the smell of the night demon." Chapter 150. Pa! Liang Lu dropped the chopsticks in her hand onto the table, her eyes wide open. Night demon? Xiao Xian, don't talk nonsense. Xian Mao sniffed again, hesitant, somewhat like, but not quite, I really can't tell. Qi Ming patted Xian Mao's shoulder heavily, laughing. You've been in contact with the night demon for too long. Everything can be related to the night demon, right? Xian Mao also thought that he might be too nervous, and he and Qi Ming talked about other things. Xiao Yuan reached out his hand and gently touched the wooden board behind him. After a while, he took his hand back, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. 8 people gathered around a table and chatted about everything under the sun. After a while, a waiter came up from downstairs. There were 2 home-cooked side dishes on the tray in his hand, and they looked very good. Xiao Yuan had seen this girl last time. Her name was Meng Jiji. She had long hair tied into a bun. She was about 18 or 19 years old, with collagen all over her face. She was lively and cute. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking at her, Meng Jiji smiled at Xiao Yuan without any stage fright, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. She put the cold dish on the table and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Yuan, I remember you." "Oh!" Xiao Yuan smiled when he heard it. He was not a very handsome man, and he didn't talk much, so how did she remember him? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan asked curiously, "I didn't talk much last time. Why did you remember me?" Meng Jiji blinked her bright eyes and said hesitantly, Can I say it?" After getting Xiao Yuan's approval, she cleared her throat and said, "Because Brother Xiao Yuan ate a lot last time, I have never seen such a thin big eater like you." As soon as Meng Jiji finished speaking, the whole box fell silent. Puff! I don't know who couldn't help laughing first, and then it spread to the whole box, and the laughter continued. Xiao Yuan also laughed, but it was an awkward laugh. After the first strengthening of the strengthening device, Xiao Yuan's physical fitness has improved, and his appetite has also increased a lot. Although he looks delicate and weak, in terms of strength and appetite, he is much stronger than Chu Xianlinghu, a big and strong man. Xiao Yuan had an awkward smile on his face, poked Xin Mao, who laughed the loudest beside him, in the stomach, and said, So that's it, hee hee hee. Meng Jiji was amused by Xiao Yuan's appearance, and turned around and ran downstairs, like a little swallow. Meng Jiji had a good impression of Xiao Yuan, who was kind, gentle, and polite. Although she had not been running the store with her parents for a long time, she had met many people. There were civilians living in A City, blonde and blue-eyed foreigners, who called themselves the Federal Command Center Inspection Team, and veterans of the Silver Wing Corps. Whether they were members of the inspection team or veterans of the Silver Wing Corps, they always had a sense of superiority when facing civilians. When the blonde and blue-eyed inspection team came to the restaurant to eat, they spoke in a language that he could not understand, pointed at him, and then laughed. Meng Jiji did not read much, so he could not understand what they were saying, but he knew from their eyes and expressions that they were not saying anything nice. Most of the Silver Wing veterans were arrogant, but Xiao Yuan did not. Outside the military camp, he seemed like an ordinary neighbor brother, speaking softly, treating people kindly, and he loved to eat, and could not stop. It gave people a sense of security, and Meng Jiji had a natural sense of closeness to him in her heart, which was why she said those words on a whim. After this little episode, the hot fish pot came up, and the 8 people of the Silver Moon team began to eat. The small compartment was filled with rising heat and the aroma of food, and everyone talked about what had happened recently. Speaking of Sunwon as an instructor, it was even more interesting. Sunwon was born with a pure and beautiful appearance, and she was the most beautiful woman in the entire Silver Wing Corps. When training the new recruits, the group of new recruits were dumbfounded. Soon, some restless troublemakers started to make trouble, and asked Sunwon to compete with them. In their opinion, Sunwon was extremely beautiful, but she didn't necessarily have great skills. The result was surprising. A pretty beauty taught a dozen new recruits in a row. They came up with a smile on their faces, and went down with bruises on their faces. The happier they smiled, the worse they were beaten. After a round of compete, no one dared to compete with Sunwon anymore, and even those new recruits, who came to watch her secretly, became more restrained. Under Sunwon's iron fist, the new recruits in her company are also the most hardworking and fastest improving. Because, the last two in each physical fitness test will have the honor to compete with Sunwon on the training ground for 10 minutes, and then go down again with bruises on their faces. With this incentive, who dares not to train hard? When Xiao Yuan and others were talking excitedly, a scream came from a compartment not far from them. Meng Jiji? What's wrong with her? Xiao Yuan just stood up and heard a scolding. Are you blind? You can't even serve the dishes properly? I didn't, it was he. You spilled the dishes on Mr. Jack's pants, and you still want to quibble? Another voice was very sharp, and the sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the second floor, and also startled Meng Chong, who was on the first floor. Ouch, what happened? Meng Chong had a simple smile on his face, and came to the door of the box, and looked inside. Mr. Jin Su, I'm really sorry that the little girl's hands and feet are not steady. TSK, old Meng, you become more capable? The young man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheek shouted, his triangular eyes flashing fiercely. Do you know who this is? Mr. Jack? A member of the Federal Inspection Team. Meng Chong didn't know much. Just hearing the name of the Federal Inspection Team, he knew that it was not easy to mess with. He nodded and apologized repeatedly, and said anxiously, Mr. Jean and Jia, Mr. Jack, don't be angry. This table of food is considered as a small restaurant treat, okay? Meng Jiji's eyes were red, and he said angrily, Dad, it was obviously this person who touched me. I lost my hand and... The blonde Jack raised his eyes. A look of contempt appeared on his face, and he said in unskilled a country language, and I, Tiger said 8 down. Jin Su put his hands on his waist, pointed at the two burly men sitting around, and said confidently, touch you. You are a stinky girl who is still wet behind the ears. If you want to frame me, ask my brother if he agrees. Hiss. Meng Chong looked at the two eager men and pulled his daughter behind him. He gritted his teeth secretly, and after a long while, he still squeezed out a smile and said, It's the store's mistake. I'm sorry. After saying this, Meng Chong felt as if he was stabbed by a knife. But they were just ordinary people. Their family's livelihood depended on the shop. If they angered the Federal Inspection Team, who could help them? Humph. Jack's light blue eyes showed a look of, as expected after hearing this. He snorted, pointed at the oil stains and soup on his pants, looked at Meng Jiji, and said slowly, and I, wipe it for me. You? Meng Chong pointed at Jack with trembling fingers, and his lips trembled with anger. You are too much. Swish. Swish. As Meng Chong finished speaking, two strong men stood up suddenly, and the steel knives under their ribs were unsheathed. The cold steel knife made Meng Chong's courage disappear by half. He shuddered, but still protected his daughter behind him. Meng Jiji was so scared that her body trembled. She walked out slowly from behind Meng Chong, and looked at Jack with tears in her eyes. If I wipe it, will today's matter end here? Jack looked Meng Jiji up and down, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, Dang Ran, as long as you serve me well. Bang! Before Jack finished speaking, there was a loud noise. Jin Su next to him screamed, and in Jack's peripheral vision, a black shadow appeared like a ghost, and was next to him in an instant. Bang! Kacha! Chapter 151. Jack covered his face and howled. Blood flowed from his fingers covering his cheek, staining most of his clothes red. Jin Su looked at Jack with a broken nose, and was a little slow to react. The incident happened too quickly. Jack, who was just arrogant, was hit so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Jin Su came back to his senses with a roar. He jumped and looked at Xiao Yuan, cursing, That blind guy? Are you tired of living? Xiao Yuan gently pulled Meng Jiji, and asked her to retreat to the door. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Jin Su. Jin Su's clothes were neat and elegant, and there was a Federal Command Center logo on his left chest, which was extremely conspicuous. Seeing Xiao Yuan looking at the logo, Jin-Su straightened his body and said proudly, "Do you know who this is?" Xiao Yuan smiled playfully and said, "A bullshit inspection team thinks they are the king of the world?" He pointed at Jin-Su's face, with a smile on his face and a harsh mouth. "As for you, as a member of the Federal Operations Command Center, you don't think about fighting the enemy but flatter here. What's the use of you?" The more Jin-Su listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Who wouldn't give him some ground because of his status? Why was the young man he met today so tough? When had he ever been so humiliated before? Pa! The veins on Jin-Su's forehead popped out, and he slapped the table and shouted to the two young men on the side, "Why are you still standing there? Kill him!" Shwa! Swish! The two strong young men were not vague either. After hearing Jin-Su's order, they raised their knives and rushed towards Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan moved his wrist and rushed forward. The others didn't even move. Compared with the overwhelming night demons, these two people were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Xiao Yuan alone was enough to deal with him easily. Swish! Xiao Yuan dodged the first knife slightly, and struck the young man under the armpit with lightning speed. Bang! The armpit is densely covered with axillary arteries and nerve plexuses, and Xiao Yuan deliberately controlled the strength. Even so, the young man still cried out in pain, and his arm lost consciousness in an instant, and was kicked into a corner by Xiao Yuan. Buzz! After dealing with him, another young man's attack was coming. The shiny steel knife was about to chop Xiao Yuan's shoulder, and he raised his hand and tried to take it with his hand. Ah! Meng Zhizhi, who was watching the fight, screamed. Is Xiao Yuan stupid? He actually used his hands to catch the steel knife? Clang! The steel knife was held in Xiao Yuan's hand. Meng Zhizhi looked closely, and found that his hand was covered with a layer of silver-white gloves. Xiao Yuan's hands were like iron pliers, firmly grasping the young man's steel knife. "Let go!" he shouted loudly, and the young man was obedient. Xiao Yuan took the steel knife away. Swish! The steel knife was held a few centimeters away from the young man's head, and he was so scared that his whole body was stiff, and he dared not move. Xiao Yuan looked at Jin-Su and Jack with lightning eyes, and slowly pointed the steel knife in his hand at them. Ha ha ha. Jack was panting, not sure if it was because of the pain on his face, or because he was nervous. As a member of the Federal Inspection Team sent by Yanjing to A City, he was treated with courtesy wherever he went. Even if he did some dirty things in the local area, most of them were turned into small things. He was very happy with the smooth sailing and enjoyment along the way. How is such a good job different from a vacation? The steel knife flashed with cold light, and when it pointed at him, Jack felt weak in his heart but still refused to give in. In his perception, the people of Country A were always polite to him. His behavior today was common in other cities before, so did he really dare to touch him? Jack stared at Xiao Yuan and said in a half-familiar Country A dialect, You think I owe you a knife, and Jintian's incident is deliberately treated as a beautiful thing." Xiao Yuan pondered his strange accent again and again before he understood what he meant. Ha ha! Xiao Yuan laughed. He was so angry that he laughed. The handle of the steel knife in his hand made a creaking sound, and he slowly walked towards Jack. Jinju and Jack retreated in shock when they saw this. Xiao Yuan had experienced many battles, and killed at least 800 night demons. The murderous aura is very mysterious. Only those who have experienced it can understand the oppressive feeling of being in it. Jinju secretly said that he was unlucky. He was supposed to accompany Jack to spend money and have fun, but who knew he would run into such a tough guy? If Jack made another mistake today, how would he report to Secretary Liu? Thinking of this, Jin-Su walked to Jack and said, Wait! Xiao Yuan looked at Jin-Su, wanting to see what he wanted to say. Gulp. Jin-Su swallowed his saliva and said, Today's incident is, we are wrong, we will leave now. Xiao Yuan saw Jin-Su's unwilling look and smiled. Want to leave? Sure, go and apologize to Boss Ming and his daughter. You? Jin-Su looked at Xiao Yuan suddenly, and when he saw Xiao Yuan's pair of dark eyes, his heart trembled. He took a deep breath, memorized Xiao Yuan's appearance, and said, You should be a member of the Silver Wing Corps, right? Xiao Yuan did not hide it. It was only a matter of time before Jin-Su and Jack found out his identity. He raised his lips and said loudly, Silver Wing Army's 1st Corps Company Commander, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan. Jin-Su secretly memorized this name, and felt that this name was somewhat familiar. Jin-Su pulled Jack to apologize together, and under Xiao Yuan's reminder, he paid for the meal before leaving in disgrace. Seeing Jack and Jin Su's expressions of having eaten shit, Xiao Yuan was very happy. Meng Chong pulled Xiao Yuan and kept thanking him. If Xiao Yuan hadn't helped, Meng Ji would have suffered a loss. After all, they were just ordinary people. How could they challenge Jin Su and Jack? Xiao Yuan's small episode of eating at the fish pot restaurant led to many things that happened later, which he had never expected. Of course, this is a later story. A City, the new base of the Silver Wing Legion. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu walked together in the middle of the tree-lined road, chatting as they walked. After finishing their meal at the fish pot restaurant, everyone returned to the base. Xiao Yuan found Liang Lu and wanted to talk about the recent situation. In the entire Silver Moon team, Liang Lu is undoubtedly the most rational person. Xiao Yuan is smart and decisive, and sometimes acts too emotionally. Liang Lu is the one who can remind Xiao Yuan at any time. She always has a confident smile, and it is rare to see Liang Lu being absent-minded like now. The two chatted casually. Liang Lu saw Xiao Yuan's hesitant look and smiled and said, "Do you really want to ask me about my family?" Being hit on the heart, Xiao Yuan said with some embarrassment, I'm just worried, and everyone is worried about you too. Ah. Liang Lu sighed softly and said softly, "Xiao Yuan, the situation at my home is not very good." Xiao Yuan stopped and turned to look at Liang Lu. "Is it really that serious?" Liang Lu said tiredly, "The group's capital chain is broken, and the pressure will be great in the short term. More importantly, my father originally wanted to take this opportunity to take the group a step further, but are there any clues about those people?" Xiao Yuan recalled the news he saw in the media and asked, "Can a few living people disappear out of thin air?" "No news. Someone is helping them get out." Liang Lu bit her lip and murmured, "The time of the incident is just right. Someone is targeting the Liang group." "Who do you think is most likely?" "The Lu family, the Zhou family, and some of our business competitors are all possible." "The Zhou family?" When mentioning the Zhou family, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but think of Zhou Yi's handsome face. He was about to speak when he heard a voice not far away. "Excuse me, are you Liang Lu?" Chapter 152. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a pretty girl in her early 20s, standing by the tree-lined road. She had a baby face and long, smooth black hair that fluttered slightly in the wind. Looking at her face, her small and delicate features matched with a light pink autumn dress made her as cute as a ceramic doll. "I'm Liang Lu, who are you?" Liang Lu looked at the girl for a while, and confirmed that she didn't know her. "You are? Zhou Fangwei?" Xiao Yuan stepped forward and said in surprise, "Don't you remember me? We met at my aunt's house on Moss End Road." "Ah?" Zhou Fangwei opened her eyes wide and pointed at Xiao Yuan and said, "Zixin's cousin?" "Yes, it's me." Seeing that it was indeed her, Xiao Yuan looked at Zhou Fangwei with some surprise. "Why did you come to the Silver Wing Army base?" Zhou Fangwei's eyes were a little evasive, and she said, "My cousin and I came here to discuss cooperation, and I came to see." Liang Lu saw that Zhou Fangwei was hesitant to speak, and knew that she had something to say to her. She poked Xiao Yuan's waist from behind and said, "Then you go back to the dormitory first, I take her around the base." Xiao Yuan realized that he was here to see Liang Lu. He agreed and turned to leave, his mind still full of questions. Lulu's reaction didn't seem like she knew Zhou Fangwei. What did they have to talk about? Could it be about what happened recently in Lulu's family? Seeing Xiao Yuan leave, Zhou Fangwei obviously let go a lot. The little hand that had been tightly holding the purse relaxed, and smiled at Liang Lu. "We haven't introduced ourselves yet, Zhou Fangwei, since we first met." Zhou Fangwei's smile is very contagious. Her baby-faced smile makes people feel relaxed. Liang Lu reached out and held Zhou Fangwei's soft little hand, saying, "Hello, Liang Lu. Your last name is Zhou, and the Zhou family." Hearing this, Zhou Fangwei's smiling face faded a little, and her voice became a little more smiling. "Well, I am from the Zhou family, and my father is Zhou Jianli. The contemporary Zhou family's helmsman is named Zhou Shen, a well-known figure in the southeast region. He left home at the age of 17, and built his current business from scratch over the past few decades. Zhou Shen has 4 sons, the eldest son Zhou Jianren, the second son Zhou Jianyi, the third son Zhou Jianli, and the fourth son Zhou Jianji. Among the 4 sons, Zhou Shen loves the third son Zhou Jianli the most. Not only because Zhou Jianli is talented and daring, and his character is like him, Zhou Jianli looks very much like his deceased mother. Zhou Shen and his wife have a deep friendship. They traveled along the coast together, and started a business from scratch. After Zhou Shen's first business failed, she still encouraged him, and helped him start a second business, which led to the current powerful Zhou group. After his first wife passed away, Zhou Xun never remarried, which shows how deep his love for his wife is. Zhou Jianli inherited his parents' talent for business, and created a business at a young age. Mr. Zhou spared no effort in his expectations and cultivation of him. In recent years, many important decisions in the group have a shadow. Facts have proved that Mr. Zhou has a sharp vision, and Zhou Jianli's ability and vision are no less than his parents'. Originally, according to Mr. Zhou's plan, he would completely resign and hand over the Zhou group to Zhou Jianli in a few years. An accident happened at this time. At the end of the year before last, the end of 2076 AD, Zhou Jianli mysteriously disappeared while he was out at sea to investigate marine business. Several large ships that went out to sea, along with all the personnel, disappeared without a trace. No one was seen alive or dead. Mr. Zhou was extremely anxious and sent out search teams many times, but failed to find any clues. With the disappearance of Zhou Jianli, undercurrents gradually surged within the Zhou group. If Zhou Jianli was fine, with his ability and reputation, the position of heir would be his, but now he is missing. Mr. Zhou lost his beloved son, and his health was not as good as before after a serious illness. How much time does a man in his 70s have left? No one can say for sure. The fight between the eldest son Zhou Jianren and the second son Zhou Jianyi became more and more intense. As for the fourth son Zhou Jianji, he loved to play and was indifferent to these things. Zhou Yi was Zhou Jianyi's third son, and nominally Zhou Fengyue's cousin. Zhou Fengyue's current situation was very difficult. When her father was alive, she was the little princess of the Zhou group, loved by everyone. After Zhou Jianli disappeared, Mr. Zhou still doted on her, but he had to take care of his own affairs. Can Mr. Zhou love and protect her and her mother for a lifetime? The answer is no. Once the old man can't hold on. Zhou Fengyue inherited her mother's beauty and her father's intelligence. She has seen too many of these things since she was born in a wealthy family. For this reason, Zhou Fengyue had to live cautiously. After all, there were many people waiting to take advantage of her misfortune and step on her as a down-and-out princess. Living cautiously now was also for the future of herself and her mother. Liang Lu was familiar with Zhou Jianli's name, and often heard her father mention his name. Zhou Jianli's ability and character were both excellent. Her father often said that with Zhou Jianli around, the Zhou family could prosper for at least another 40 years. However, Zhou Jianli was a very low-key person, rarely showed up on weekdays, and protected his family very well. Liang Lu also met Zhou Fengyue for the first time, and hurriedly said, "So you are Uncle Zhou's daughter. What do you want to talk to me about today?" Zhou Fengyue looked around and saw that no one was nearby, so she said softly, "I want to talk to you about the recent incident in your family." Liang Lu's pupil shrank, and she subconsciously grabbed Zhou Fengyue's arm and lowered her voice. "Let's go somewhere else to talk about this." It was half an hour later when Zhou Fengyue came out of the female soldiers' dormitory building. She lowered her head and walked quickly into the distance, as if she was afraid that someone would see her. After walking a long way, Zhou Fengyue breathed a sigh of relief, but when she raised her head, she felt as if her whole body was poured with a basin of cold water. The tall young man, wearing a straight suit, put his hands in his pockets and had a half-smile on his face, looking at her without blinking. "Pa!" The small bag in Zhou Fengyue's hand fell to the ground with a slight sound. "Duh. Zhou Yi walked over slowly, bent down, picked up Zhou Fengyue's bag and put it in her hand. His eyes were so bright that Zhou Fengyue dared not look him in the eye again, and subconsciously lowered her head to avoid him. Zhou Yi stretched out his slender fingers, pinched Zhou Fengyue's chin, and raised her cheeks slightly. Zhou Yi stared at Zhou Fengyue's fair and flawless face, and asked in a gentle tone, "What did you do just now?" "My dear sister?" The perfume on Zhou Yi lingered between her nose wings, and Zhou Fengyue's heart was beating nervously. What did he find? Zhou Fengyue pretended to be calm and said, "I went to visit Zixion's friends." "Oh." Zhou Yi smiled and continued to ask, "What's your name?" Zhou Fengyue's mind was working fast, and she immediately reacted and said, "Sun Wan." Sun Wan. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows, and secretly memorized the name to check its authenticity. He snorted and let go of Zhou Fengyue's cheek, and whispered in her ear, "You'd better be honest." Like the whispers between lovers, the words were cold and without any emotion. After saying this, Zhou Yi didn't even look at Zhou Fengyue, and walked past her into the distance. "Huh?" Zhou Fengyue breathed a sigh of relief. She held back the tears in her eyes, and hugged herself tightly, as if this could bring a little warmth to herself in the cold autumn wind. Chapter 153. Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, and Yin sat at the end of one side of the conference table, talking quietly. Li Ming and Xiao Fang shuttled back and forth in the conference room, distributing documents to everyone. Xiao Yuan picked up the distribution document, and the top of the first page was printed with 4 big words, Fengming Plan. Here it comes. As the New Year's Day is getting closer, the second phase Silver Wing recruits have initially acquired combat effectiveness and coordination after hard training and jungle competitions. Anti-gravity maneuvering device, Minging knife, nightmare-breaking crossbow, leather shield. The actual combat equipment and battle formation of the Silver Wing Corps were quickly integrated into the combat methods of the recruits through the confrontation between the recruits and veterans. The ice is not formed in a day, and the construction of the army requires long-term efforts. With the first batch of veterans as a foundation, the training of new recruits is much faster than when Xiao Yuan joined the army. These provide a solid guarantee for the Silver Wing Army to go to Sierra City. Li Jun and Jin Chao walked in from outside and sat at the front. At their starting position sat Jiangxi, Lei Yin, Hong Pengtao, Du Zhixing, Chao Xing, and Fan Geng, the 6 corps commanders. After the second batch of new recruits training was completed, the internal organization of the Silver Wing Army changed accordingly. In addition to streamlining the company to 48 people to adapt to actual war, the number of corps has been reduced to 2,000, and the Silver Wing Corps has a total of 12,000 people, with a total of 6 corps. Xiao Yuan belongs to the first corps, and the corps commander is Jiangxi, who is Jiang Shua's brother. Chao Xing and Fan Geng are the commanders transferred from the imperial capital Yanjing after the end of the defense of A City. The current commanders of the 5th and 6th Corps of the Silver Wing Corps. In addition to these senior generals, veterans who have performed well in the front line of the army also attended the meeting. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Sheng Dong, and Yin, Pang Fei, and Zhou Nen were all on the list. Pang Fei performed well in the last operation behind enemy lines, and it is said that he successfully obtained the body tissue of a thunder beast. Ahem, Li Jun cleared his throat, and the whispers in the entire conference room stopped instantly. He looked around, his eyes slowly sweeping over everyone. When it came to Xiao Yuan, Li Jun's eyes stayed for a few seconds without leaving any trace, and then left. I think everyone knows why you are here today. After nearly 2 months of rest, our Silver Wing Legion has recovered its combat power. I have decided that the whole army will set out in the new year next year to recapture Sierra City. Recapture Sierra City. When Li Jun said these 5 words, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. In the past, no one thought that there would be a day to recapture the lost city. As a native of Sierra City, Xiao Yuan has a special feeling for Sierra City. It is an honor for anyone to personally participate in the war to recapture their hometown. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, looking at Li Jun's eyes shining. You are all generals who have fought the night demons for the longest time and have the most experience. I hope you can speak your mind and make suggestions for the whole plan. Xiao Yuan knew the plan Li Jun was talking about. As early as when the night demons retreated and rebuilt a city, Xiao Yuan had heard about it. Li Jun was not a conservative person who stuck to the rules. The counterattack plan had been brewing in his mind for a long time, but the night demons were so powerful before, and the Silver Wing Army could only defend a city with difficulty. Now, the time is ripe. Li Jun began to implement the long-awaited recovery plan. The plan sent to him clearly explained the towns and mountains to be passed during this march, and the responsibilities of each corps and the order of attack. Among the 6 corps, the 1st and 2nd Corps have the strongest combat effectiveness. The 3rd and 4th Corps are second, and the 5th and 6th Corps are the last. The 5th and 6th Corps are also the corps with the largest number and proportion of new recruits. Sheng Dong was quick-witted. After carefully reading the plan, he was the first to speak. Captain, can the current situation in Sierra City be detected by satellite? The ballpoint pen in Li Jun's hand spun and fell back into his hand. He shook his head and said, Our satellites cannot detect the situation in Sierra City. It was expected that the night demons had the means to restrain human satellites and communications. But being able to shield the entire city from satellite monitoring still made people feel frightened. Is that so? Sheng Dong thought about it and considered his words. Without knowing the specific number of night demons, wouldn't it be too risky to rashly send troops? After Sheng Dong finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Hong Pengtao looked at Sheng Dong deeply and thought to himself that he was a brave boy. Sheng Dong was a steady person and good at protecting himself. He said this after careful consideration. Li Jun was not a stingy person. On the contrary, he appreciated his subordinates, who dared to speak and act. If it were someone else, Sheng Dong would never dare to say such words that were equivalent to questioning his superiors, but facing Li Jin, he could say it without any burden. Sure enough, after Sheng Dong finished speaking, Li Jin looked at Sheng Dong with appreciation and said, "The defense of A City is over, and the Tianji system has made a rough statistical calculation during their retreat." As he spoke, Li Jin waved to Li Ming beside him. Li Ming immediately understood what he meant, took 2 steps forward and said in a clear voice, "After the number of night demons has gone through the southern suburbs, the southern city, and the northern city, they all came out in droves. During the 2-month-long war, the total number of night demons that appeared was about 300,000. The total number of night demons annihilated by our troops is 100,000, and the number of night demons in Sierra City is currently conservatively 200,000. 200,000? That's a lot." Jiangxi frowned slightly and said, "We are deep in Sierra City, everything is unknown, and we need to fight carefully. Brother Jiang, you are just too cautious." Lei Yin grinned and disagreed with Jiangxi's words. "If we can repel those beasts once, we can defeat them the second time." "Well said." Cao Xing praised excitedly. "The Silver Wing Corps is well known, so why are you afraid of them?" As the new corps commander, Cao Xing took the position of the 5th Corps commander, and many people were dissatisfied. Cao Xing and Fan Geng were both generals, who were airborne from Yanjing, but their temperaments were very different. Cao Xing was arrogant and ambitious, while Fan Geng was humble and taciturn. Knowing that a general who was airdropped temporarily would be questioned, Cao Xing was trying hard to prove himself. How could he feel comfortable when he heard Jiangxi start to sing a different tune? It is right to be cautious when marching and fighting. Li Jin waved his hand to signal Cao Xing to sit down, "But we must fight this battle, there is no doubt about that." After listening to Li Jin's words, Xiao Yuan looked at Cao Xing, who was very satisfied and smiling, and his mind gradually became clear. This Cao Xing's appearance clearly relied on his powerful background, and did not take Li Jin seriously. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Captain, I have a question." Li Jin looked up and saw Xiao Yuan eager to try, and said, "What do you want to say?" "Say it." "Supply in the later period." Xiao Yuan said loudly, "Can our logistics supply be smooth?" "Xiao Yuan, tell me in detail." Jin Chao was very interested in Xiao Yuan's point of view, and urged him to tell in detail. "In the later period of the defense of A City, we once used the method of cutting off the enemy's supply to win the final victory. I wonder if the enemy will use the same method in this war." Xiao Yuan was deeply impressed by the adventure in the cave, and this idea came to his mind a long time ago. Even more, can we defeat the Night Demon again in the same way? Find the Night Demon's food core in Sierra City and destroy it. Chapter 154. This is a good idea, but it is difficult to implement. Li Jin analyzed slowly. Among the Night Demons, there are beings with intelligence no less than humans. After the big loss they suffered last time, they will definitely be on guard. Well, what the Legion commander said makes sense. Xiao Yuan nodded and agreed. Among the Night Demons, nightmares are extremely cunning and cruel, and are good at deceiving people. The 2 girls in the cave are also powerful, and the most disturbing thing is that they have human bodies and appearances. Where did they come from? Were they transformed from humans, or from another world in space? Although they have mastered a lot of information about the Night Demon, when facing the Night Demon, the unknown fear and worry still linger over the Silver Wing Army. Our logistics supply will be undertaken by the military and the A City Chamber of Commerce. Li Jin continued, I believe they will complete the task successfully. The meeting continued until the evening. After the meeting, Xiao Yuan walked out of the meeting room while chatting with Sun Wan, Sheng Dong and others, and was stopped by Li Ming from behind. Li Ming pulled Xiao Yuan out of the crowd and told him that the corps commander wanted to see him. Me? Xiao Yuan was a little confused. Didn't he say everything he should have said at the meeting? Especially Zhou Nan, who was afraid that others didn't know him and rushed to show off. I really wanted to punch him in the face. Li Ming looked around and whispered to Xiao Yuan. The corps commander wanted to see you. You got into trouble again, did you know that? Xiao Yuan frowned and protested in dissatisfaction. What do you mean again? I have always been honest and simple, okay? Li Ming rolled her eyes at him, led Xiao Yuan upstairs, and said, You're still talking. Did you beat up the people in the Federal Inspection Team? Federal Inspection Team? Xiao Yuan thought about it and sneered, that scumbag? He touched the girl in the fish pot restaurant. Shouldn't he have beaten her? Li Ming led Xiao Yuan upstairs, and went straight to Li Jin's lounge. After entering the door, Li Ming whispered to Li Jin, who was leaning on the leather chair, Captain, Xiao Yuan is here. Xiao Yuan stood straight, saluted Li Jin, and said loudly, Hello, Commander. I heard you were looking for me. Li Jun opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Yuan, who was serious, and smiled. Okay, you don't have to be so serious in private. Sit down. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan stopped pretending. After being in contact with Li Jun for a long time, he knew Li Jun's temper. He was very serious in formal occasions, and handled problems impartially. In private, Li Jun was very easygoing, just like his big brother next door, close and trustworthy. Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa at one side, with his back straight, quietly waiting for Li Jun's lecture. Sure enough, after taking a sip of hot tea, Li Jun spoke first. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? Xiao Yuan raised his eyes slightly, glanced at Li Ming, and said, I know a little bit. Tell me, what happened that day? People have reported it to me. The thing is, that day our team went to Ming's fish pot for dinner. You know I love fish. That Jean Su and Jack first flirted with the girl, then took advantage of their power to try to take her away, and humiliated the father and daughter in public. You know, I always take you as an example. How can I ignore such a thing? I gave them a lesson in a hurry. Commander, did I do something wrong? Li Jun saw Xiao Yuan's pitiful look, and laughed at him, saying, Okay, why are you pretending in front of me? I didn't see you hesitate when you took action. Hee hee. Xiao Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. It's not that I'm impulsive, it's really that Jack is too much. He dares to be rampant in our country, eh? Li Jun looked at his indignant look, and he still admired Xiao Yuan in his heart. Xiao Yuan is a smart and clever boy who knows how to judge the situation. What's more valuable is that he has a kind and righteous heart. Li Jun knocked on the table, and said with a stern face, You are really good at making trouble for me. This matter is settled, and I will never let him off easily next time. Thank you, Commander. Xiao Yuan quickly stood up to express his gratitude, and then asked, Commander, what is this Federal Inspection Team for? Federal Inspection Team? Xiao Yuan heard Ouyang mention it twice, and only knew that they came from Yanqing with Zhang Tianqing. Now, Zhang Tianqing has already returned to Yanqing, but they still stayed in A's city. Hearing this, Li Jun pointed at Xiao Yuan and laughed and scolded, Where does your curiosity come from? Xiaoming, send him out of the building. Yes. Li Ming agreed and pulled Xiao Yuan, who wanted to continue asking questions, out of the lounge. Under Xiao Yuan's questioning, Li Ming told him the cause and effect of the matter one by one. Li Ming had followed Li Jun for a long time, and could understand what he meant with just one word and one look. There were some things that Li Jun, as the commander of a corps, could not say, so she had to say them. The Federal Inspection Team, as the name suggests, is an inspection team sent by the Federal Combat Command Center. The duty of the Federal Inspection Team is to analyze and evaluate the battlefield after the war. Some people may be puzzled. Why are you here to inspect after the war? Isn't it hindsight? Sorry, this is an unreasonable assessment, and it is called a post-war assessment. If Zhang Tianqing still represents the Parliament of Country A, then the Federal Inspection Team represents the Federal Operations Command Center of Country A. In recent years, various cities in Country A have given special preferential treatment to foreigners due to the establishment of a Federal Command Center. Special ticket windows at stations, advanced channels, and even some hospitals have signs that say foreigners have priority registration. All these circumstances and preferential treatments make people like Jack feel superior. There has long been dissatisfaction among the grassroots people. As a general officer born in the civilian family, Li Jun has also long been dissatisfied with this situation. When he learned about Xiao Yuan's actions, Li Jun's reaction was very interesting. On the surface, Li Jun said to Jean Su with a serious expression that he would thoroughly investigate and resolutely resist such behavior. But when Jean Su left, Li Jun, who had not drunk for a long time, drank a glass of his collection of fine wine in the study, and was very happy. Li Ming's words made Xiao Yuan smack his lips. After confirming it twice in a row, he explained that it was incredible. In Xiao Yuan's impression, Li Jun's mood has always been that kind of gentle and elegant, and calm. But he ignored that Li Jun is just an ordinary person. Under the heavy responsibility of controlling the entire Silver Wing Army to resist the night demons on the southeast coast, he also has his own joys, sorrows, anger, and likes and dislikes. But in his current position, he can't do anything according to his own preferences. If he was just an ordinary Silver Wing soldier, Xiao Yuan believed that Li Jun would make the same choice and act as him. Li Ming also revealed a piece of news that Li Jun had secretly sent people to protect Ming's fish pot for a while to prevent Jean Su and Jack's revenge until they left A's city. Li Jun's thoughtfulness made Xiao Yuan feel warm, and felt that his relationship with Li Jun seemed to be closer. He had helped before, but ignored what happened afterwards. If it weren't for Li Jun's arrangement, With Jin Soo and Jack's character, the Ming family would probably suffer. Chapter 155. Tokyo Bienliang, Northern Suburbs. Yu Jing and a group of Zeus Group executives gathered in front of the manor, looking solemn. Ren Jichen, the founder of Zeus Group, who had retired for many years and lived behind the scenes, suddenly announced the restart of the GM plan. This news attracted the attention of countless people. Beside Yu Jing, Ho Lingen, deputy general manager of Zeus Group, stared at the gate of the manor, half nervous and half excited. When he entered Zeus Group, Ren Jichen was no longer in charge of affairs, and Ho Lingen often regretted not being able to meet Ren Jichen. To Ho Lingen, or to most people in the technology industry, Ren Jichen is a legend. His story and experiences have been praised and imitated by people, but no one has yet surpassed his achievements. Even though Ho Lingen is over 30 years old, he can't help but stand uneasy when he sees the idol he has always admired. Yu Jing noticed his performance and whispered, "Old Ho, stop shaking, I'm going to feel dizzy." Ho Lingen raised his hand and stroked his shiny slick back hair, saying, "Mr. Yu, can you take a look at me now? Is there anything wrong?" Yu Jing patted his shoulder and responded, "Not bad, very energetic." Yu Jing's affirmation gave Ho Lingen more confidence. He stood straight and stared straight ahead. Ho Lingen lowered his body and asked again, "Mr. Yu, do you think Mr. Ren will not be dissatisfied with me?" Yu Jing looked at him with a wry smile and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Ren is not a tiger that can't eat you." Ho Lingen joined Zeus Group after Ren Jichen retired. According to his thinking, he was not promoted by Mr. Ren. Would he be targeted? Yu Jing no longer cared about him, and stood up to wait for the door to open. Buzz! The heavy metal door of the manor slowly opened, and a gray-haired old man walked out under the gaze of everyone. He wore a neat butler's uniform, bowed slightly, and said to the Zeus Group executives waiting outside, "Sorry for the wait, Mr. Ren is inside, please." Hearing this, Yu Jing and Ho Lingen led more than a dozen Zeus Group executives behind them to enter in a line. After entering the gate, the space suddenly became clear. This private manor located in the northern suburbs of Bienliang City unveiled its mysterious veil for the first time. Ren Jichen doesn't like to socialize, especially after retirement. This manor, except for his close friends and family, rarely has anyone else entered. Yu Jing and Ho Lingen stood in the open space behind the door, a little dazed. Surrounded by dense plant landscapes, there are 4 forks in the plant landscape, leading to different directions. There is a strange-looking device at the intersection. The device is silver-white, and looks like a box without a cover placed sideways at first glance. The old butler ordered the 2 guards at the gate to close the door, led everyone to the device on the far left, and waved his hand gently. Whoosh! In the surprised eyes of everyone, the color of the device gradually turned transparent, and 20 seats rose from it. Yu Jing sat on the seat according to the old butler's appearance, and a gentle suction appeared on his body, causing his body to sink slightly. When everyone was seated, the last gap of the device slowly rose up with a transparent wall, completely sealing it. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the entire interior of the device became pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Wow! An endless starry sky appeared on the wall of the device, and the stars were twinkling, making people feel like they were in the sky. Then clouds slowly floated by Yu Jing. He stretched out his hand and grabbed them, and the clouds actually dissipated with his movements. Everything seemed real. When everyone was immersed in the magical scene and couldn't extricate themselves, the old butler's plain voice came from the device. "We're here." Buzz! The strange scenery around him suddenly disappeared, and the light became brighter. The light outside the device penetrated into it, making people who were just familiar with the night sky a little uncomfortable. Yu Jing secretly marveled at the incredible technology in Ren Jichen's manor. The clouds just now could not be explained by holographic projection alone, right? And this square device, which seemed ordinary, could reach Mr. Ren's residence without anyone noticing. He thought Mr. Ren was unemployed at home, but suddenly felt that he was wrong. Mr. Ren has never slacked off. He has been moving forward, and perhaps he has reached a height that others cannot imagine or reach. What appeared in Yu Jing's eyes was a wide pavilion, in which sat an old man in white. The old man had his silver hair combed meticulously, and he was looking at the information in his hand with a calm expression. He had a regular appearance and soft features, and even though he was old, he could still make people feel the handsomeness of his youth. Wearing reading glasses, he was in good spirits and had a straight back. No one would think that he was an old man who had just celebrated his 80th birthday. He is the founder of Zeus Group, a legendary figure who has created countless miracles. Ren Jichen. The old housekeeper walked to the old man quietly and whispered, "Master, Manager Yu and others are here." Renjichin nodded, took off his reading glasses, and looked over here. His eyes were not sharp, on the contrary, they were very kind and generous, but the power in them still made the senior executives of Zeus Group, including Yu Jing and Ho Lingen, lower their heads and dare not look directly at him. Ha ha! Renjichin chuckled, got up from his chair and walked over here. Xiao Jing, we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Yu Jing was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly said, Mr. Ren, the last time I saw you was at your birthday party 3 years ago. Oh! Renjichin nodded and walked to Yu Jing. You have worked hard in the past few years. He then said to the people behind him, You have all worked hard. The other senior executives, one by one, hurriedly said that they were not tired, especially Ho Lingen, who shouted the loudest. After seeing Renjichin, he seemed very excited, and even his voice was raised several times. Zeus Group is one of the best technology companies in Country A, and even in the entire Blue Star. As the top executives of Zeus Group, they were all second to none in daily life. However, after seeing Renjichin, they all changed their attitudes, like little lambs. Renjichin was the absolute authority within Zeus Group. Even though he was no longer in charge of Zeus Group's affairs, he was still the absolute leader of Zeus Group. This was not only due to his prestige and personal charm, but also to his skills. After Renjichin met with everyone, he walked towards the pavilion with his hands behind his back. A dozen people followed him carefully. There was not much space behind the pavilion, but a deep pool. The pool was clear, and a few fish swam happily from time to time. The fish were vivid and lively, chasing and playing happily. Seeing Renjichin walking towards the pool without stopping, he would step into the pool if he took one more step. Yu Jing couldn't help but exclaimed, Mr. Ren, be careful ahead. Renjichin seemed not to hear him, and continued to move forward at the original pace, and stepped into the deep pool. Swish! Something incredible happened. The part of Renjichin's body that stepped into the deep pool disappeared instantly. Chapter 156. Renjichin kept walking, and after he stepped into the pool, he disappeared in front of everyone. Yu Jing and Ho Lingen looked at each other, and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. Yu Jing took a step into the water jar tentatively. The real touch under his feet confirmed his guess. Seeing this, Yu Jing gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. Swish! Yu Jing heard a faint sound of wind, and the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. A magnificent building appeared in his eyes, a Baroque-style residence that was more than 10 meters high, standing in front of lush vegetation. The bodyguards around him looked at Yu Jing, and others with sharp eyes. Yu Jing and Ho Lingen quickly followed Renjichin's footsteps, and walked into the building. The old housekeeper beside Renjichin knew his preferences very well, and said a few words to the servants who were serving him, and led everyone to the residence. In the residence, the reception room. 15 high-ranking officials of the Zeus Group, including Yu Jing and Ho Lingen, sat upright. Yu Jing took the hot tea handed over by the servant and thanked him. He secretly glanced at Renjichin, who was sipping the tea carefully, and wondered what Mr. Ren meant. He bypassed all the senior executives of Zeus Group and announced the restart of the GM plan. What was his purpose in summoning all the people here? Could it be Mr. Ren wanted to reshuffle the cards? Impossible. Yu Jing then denied this idea. Now, Zeus Group is in full swing and has a strong development momentum. Mr. Ren has no reason to do this. While Yu Jing was daydreaming, Renjichin gently put down the teacup. The sound of the teacup hitting the table brought Renjichin back to his senses. He quickly raised his head and looked at Renjichin, waiting for Ren's lecture. Renjichin's old face showed a kind smile, and he said, Zhang Wei, I heard that your mother was hospitalized some time ago. How is her health? Ah? The executive, who was named, was startled and quickly raised his head to look at Renjichin. When he saw Renjichin's sharp and deep eagle eyes, he said hesitantly, Thank you for your concern, Ren. She has already recovered. Renjichin nodded with a smile, and then turned to look at the other side. Li Zhong, you have always liked traveling. How is the scenery in Meidi? Li Zhong, a middle-aged man over 40, turned pale instantly when he heard Renjichin's words. He forced a smile and said, Not bad. Not bad. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ren. After that, Renjichin said a few words to the others, and almost everyone looked terrified after hearing his greetings. Yu Jing saw the performance of the crowd and secretly understood some of Renjichin's thoughts. Zhang Wei, in order to treat his mother's illness, secretly used the latest research results of Zeus Technology Research Laboratory, which brought the research of the new project to a standstill. Li Zhong, 2 years ago, bought a large piece of land in the Meidi district. The origin of this huge sum of money is very interesting. For the rest of the people, although he didn't know the inside story, it seemed that Mr. Ren had hit the pain points and the places that he couldn't see. In recent years, although Renjichin was not in Zoo's group, his understanding of the internal personnel of the group was even better than that of the general manager himself. Mr. Ren is trying to establish his authority. Indeed, Mr. Ren has a high prestige in Zoo's group. However, he has been away from the core of Zoo's for many years, and people's hearts will always change. Zhang Wei, Li Zhong and several other executives have no feelings about the plan that Renjichin initially promoted. To start a project that has been stagnant for a long time, it is not as simple as verbal allocation. Human, material and financial resources are indispensable. Matters involving personal interests are not as simple as prestige. Yu Jing secretly sighed in his heart that Mr. Ren's methods were clever, and this trick was clever to use to shock the tiger. Just a few simple words can intimidate the increasingly arrogant Zeus Group executives. After today, those guys will spare no effort to support Mr. Ren's plan unconditionally, right? Seeing Zhang Wei's frustrated expression, Yu Jing laughed in his heart. Finally, after Renjichin talked for a while, he finally looked at Yu Jing. He looked at Yu Jing, who was in his prime, and sighed, "Seeing you, I really feel old." Ouch. Hearing this, Yu Jing hurriedly said, "Mr. Ren, you are healthy and strong. How can we compare?" Ha ha ha. Renjichin laughed out loud. Are you starting to learn their glib words? Seeing Renjichin's pleased expression, the executives who were named finally felt relieved. It seemed that Mr. Ren was not going to pursue the matter. After chatting with Yu Jing for a few words, Renjichin looked around and said, "I think everyone knows the purpose of calling you here this time." He said quietly, "I will restart the GM plan, and I need the full cooperation of all of you. This will be the last research project in my life." Wow! As soon as Renjichin finished speaking, the executives present responded one after another, expressing their determination and loyalty to cooperate. After the reception room party ended, the executives left the manor one after another. Yu Jing and Ho Lingen walked at the end. When they were about to leave, the old housekeeper Chen Bo called Yu Jing. "Chen Bo, what's the matter?" "Hee, this is what Mr. Ren asked me to give you." Chen Bo handed a delicate wooden box to Yu Jing. "What is this?" "The Hexiang mixed by Mr. Ren himself." Chen Bo patted Yu Jing's hand and said earnestly, "Mr. Ren knows that you have been having trouble sleeping, so he specially prepared a calming incense. Uncle Chun, you helped me thank Mr. Ren." Yu Jing didn't know what to say. Mr. Ren's care and love for him made Yu Jing feel warm and heartwarming, but the more so, the more worried he became. What exactly is Mr. Ren's GM plan? In which direction will this plan lead Zeus Group and Mr. Ren? Yu Jing's feelings for Renjichin are very complicated. He can get to where he is today entirely thanks to Renjichin's cultivation. To him, Mr. Ren is like a teacher and a father. That is why Yu Jing tried his best to find out what Renjichin's plan was. In this world, few people know Renjichin better than him. Renjichin is a genius, and a genius who is almost crazy. He is afraid that this extreme self-confidence will hurt Mr. Ren himself. Yu Jing, who was full of mixed feelings, walked out of the manor with Ho Lingen, who was envious and jealous. Renjichin stood on the balcony and looked at Yu Jing's gradually receding back, and sighed softly. "Mr. Ren, Zhang Tiancheng has delivered the information you requested." A young man stood respectfully behind Renjichin and said with his head down, "Well, he is faster than I thought." Renjichin walked to the table and sat on the leather chair. The young man beside him hurriedly put the file bag in his hand on the table. Renjichin opened the file bag and took out the information from it to examine it. The girl in the photo was pure and beautiful, especially her pair of brown almond eyes, which were full of spiritual energy. Her mouth corners were slightly raised, her light pink lips were slightly open, and she was smiling at the camera. In the middle of the top of the file, there was a line of black words. Information on the first batch of new soldiers of the Silver Wing Legion. In the position of the name below, there were two big words written, Sun Wan. Renjichin looked at Sun Wan's photo in a trance, and murmured, "Long time, no see." Chapter 157. A city south suburb camp. The autumn wind was slightly chilly, and the weather was cold. Xiao Yuan stood on a high ladder, and under Sun Wan's command, he carefully tied the bright ribbons to the door. He dodged and jumped down, clapped his hands, and said, "After working all morning, it's finally done." He looked up at the festive facade, couldn't help laughing twice, and secretly thought that the silk ribbons distributed by the army were not bad. Sun Wan rubbed her hands, took off her scarf and gave it to Xiao Yuan, muttering, "Why are Lulu and Xiaoxin so slow?" Xiao Yuan held Sun Wan's hands with his backhand and blew on them to warm them. Sun Wan shyly wanted to pull her hands away and whispered, "They will be here soon. It will be bad if we are seen." Hee. Xiao Yuan wanted to tease her, and held Sun Wan's white and slender hand and refused to let go. "Boss!" Just as the two were playing, Xian Mao's voice came from a distance, mixed with a few tiger roars. Xiao Yuan turned his head and saw Xian Mao running over, followed by the little tiger Hunio. Since Hunia accepted the transformation of the beast taming system, she has become more energetic and smart. She is very cute when she follows Xinmao. There is a black ball on Hunia's back. A closer look reveals that it is a little black cat looking over here. Behind Xinmao, Lian Lu, Lin Lang and others are walking slowly. Today is January 1st, 2079, New Year's Day. The Silver Wings Corps is ushered in the last short holiday. Tomorrow, they will embark on the journey to Sierra City. Xiao Yuan was looking at everyone with a smile on his face, but when his eyes swept past Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling, his face suddenly darkened. He raised his eyebrows and said in a bad tone, "Why are you here?" "Huh?" Jiang Shui, who was holding hands with Liang Lu very closely, pouted her mouth, looking aggrieved as if she was about to cry. Can't I come?" "Why can you come?" Xiao Yuan really wanted to knock on the little girl's head to see if she could see her position clearly. Xiao Yuan shrugged and said, "The Silver Wing Corps is about to go out. Why don't you go to spend New Year's Day with Captain Jiang and come to join us?" Jiang Shui raised her lips and said, "I am also going to go with you. Let's get familiar with the environment first." Xiao Yuan looked like he didn't believe you. Jiang Shui was not a formal member of the Silver Wing Corps. How could she go with the army? Besides, Captain Jiang cares about his sister very much. Fighting on the front line is not a joke. Would he agree? Seeing Xiao Yuan's expression, Jiang Shui knew what he was thinking. She put her hands on her waist and shouted, "I know you don't believe it, but I'm telling the truth. You know tomorrow." Liang Lu looked at the two people who were talking back and forth, and pulled Jiang Shui's arm to smooth things over. Okay, let's go in first. It's so cold outside." Under Liang Lu's persuasion, Xiao Yuan and Jiang Shui stopped arguing and walked into the building. There were many fruits and snacks in the room, which were small benefits issued by the army. After Xiao Yuan and others sat down one by one, they ate snacks and drank tea while chatting about all sorts of things. What they talked about the most was the Southern Expedition mission. In the company led by Xiao Yuan, in addition to the original Chu Xian and Ling Hu teams, 3 new teams were added. The captains of these 3 teams are Shen Wu, Zhu Ge, and Shi Feng. Zhu Ge? Liang Lu couldn't help but chuckle when she heard the name. Isn't Zhu Ge the silly boy who came on stage to compete with you on the first day of recruit training? Xiao Yuan nodded and smiled. Zhu Ge is a simple and honest person. His brain is a little bit worse, but his execution and martial arts are not bad. Shen Wu was also one of the 5 people who first came on stage to challenge Xiao Yuan. Shen Wu is not weak in skills, and has a flexible mind. He achieved an above-average result in the new army competition, and has great potential. As for Shi Feng, Xiao Yuan only knew that he was a strong young man from Chifeng City. According to the regulations of the Silver Wing Corps, veteran captains, like Xiao Yuan must draw lots to allocate the last squad in the team. The advantage of doing this is that it can train new recruits into veterans to the greatest extent. Otherwise, many squads would be weak and almost no one would choose them. Qi Ming rubbed his hands and said with a silly smile, "I've been here for so long my whole body is almost rusted." Xiao Yuan laughed and teased, "Old Qi, everyone is worried about going to the battlefield. Why are you looking forward to it?" Hee. Qi Ming grinned, "With you, the captain, I am not afraid of anything." What Qi Ming said was also what everyone thought. After many baptisms of war, Xiao Yuan has proven his strength and responsibility. The mutual trust and reliance between the team members also deepened in this process, and now they have completely integrated into this atmosphere and team. Liang Lu's family affairs have also made progress recently. According to her, the 3 executives who escaped will be caught soon, and the company's losses will be minimized as much as possible. Jiang Shui finally explained why she went with the army. From the organizational point of view, Jiang Shui is affiliated with the Silver Wing Corps. This is a benefit for the generals in the Silver Wing Army. Only generals who have reached the level of Corps Commander or above can enjoy the family benefits. Jiang Shui has been fond of photography since she was a child. When her photos of the Silver Wing Army were circulated on the internet and even became a trend, the encouragement to her was unprecedented. After the Battle of A City, the authorities began to notice the popularity of online media. The official propaganda department of Country A launched a cooperative project with civilians. Civilian photographers took photos of life on Earth after the outbreak of the Night Demon, whether it was the Silver Wing Army or ordinary people. These materials will be selected by the authorities and displayed on the internet, so that people can understand the life and battle of people in the war zone. As for the reason for doing so, it is nothing more than taking the initiative and controlling the initiative of discourse. By controlling the topic in their own hands, people can only see what the authorities want them to see. No matter what the original purpose was, Jiang Shui felt that her chance had come with the generous rewards and the opportunity to further enhance her reputation. She tried her best to pester Jiang Shi for a long time. Finally, under Jiang Shui's tantrum, Jiang Shi finally reluctantly agreed to her request. However, the condition was that Jiang Shui must stay in the rear and was absolutely not allowed to go to the front line. Everyone gathered in the room, talking and laughing, enjoying the last leisure time together. They were about to go to the battlefield and had already prepared themselves mentally to face the unknown storms ahead. Sun Wan sat next to Xiao Yuan, smiling and occasionally saying a few words. "Are we going to Sierra City?" She gently clenched her fist and took a deep breath. One step closer to Shanghai City. But why can't I calm down? The hometown, parents, and courtyard in my memory seem like a lifetime ago. Sun Wan was very scared, as if every time she got closer to Shanghai City, she was one step closer to Xiao Yuan. She was afraid that one day she would open her eyes. The two of them would part ways. Never see each other again. Chapter 158. January 2nd, 2079, A City South Suburb Camp. Li Jun and Jean Chao stood side by side on the high platform, watching the vehicles leaving the south suburbs one by one, in silence. Huh? Li Jun let out a long breath and sighed. This day has finally come, old Jean. Jean Chao smiled on his serious face and said, I still can't believe that there will really be a day to recapture Sierra City. Jean Chao was originally affiliated with the security force and participated in the Night Demon Defense War in Shanghai, Jushan, and Sierra City. Unsurprisingly, they lost completely, retreating again and being defeated again and again. Jean Chao even thought that he would never be able to return to his hometown in his lifetime. Li Jun, a young general who was not yet 30 years old, actually did it. He witnessed Li Jun step by step building the Silver Wing Legion to defend A City. The Night Demon, who was once invincible in people's eyes, finally faced a head-on blow. Li Jun's eyes drifted farther and farther, looking at the direction of Sierra City, and raised the corner of his mouth. In 3 months, we will definitely be able to stand by the wishing pool in Sierra City and drink. In the center of Sierra City, there is a wishing fountain that has been passed down for many years. Before the outbreak of the Night Demon, it was very popular. Tourists from all over the world, who came to Sierra City, would go to the wishing fountain to make wishes. Gradually, the wishing fountain became a landmark attraction in Sierra City. Oh! Jean Chao looked at Li Jun, who was full of confidence and ambition, and couldn't help but feel a surge of heroic spirit in his heart. He said in a shocking voice, Okay. When that day comes, I will drink 300 cups with the Legion commander even if I break my vow. Hearing this, Li Jun couldn't help laughing out loud, and the laughter of the two spread far away. The 6 corps commanders behind them looked at each other, and felt relieved. Li Jun was like this. No matter what dangerous challenges he faced, he was confident on the surface. Under the high platform where Li Jun and others were, Xiao Yuan was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the RV, and was a little absent-minded. With the efforts of Lord Yuga, the appearance of the RV was changed to the same appearance as the military vehicle of the Silver Wing Legion, and it went to Sierra City with Xiao Yuan. As for how it was changed, Lord Yuga was mysterious, and refused to reveal it, only saying that it would be revealed in a while. Xiao Yuan asked anxiously, and the duck turned its butt and concentrated on eating its own melon seeds without paying attention to him. The little black cat has a new name, Xiaobai. Sun Wan personally gave it this name full of complaints. A little black cat called Xiaobai? Xiao Yuan didn't know what Sun Wan was thinking in her little head. Behind Xiao Yuan, Shinmo stretched his head out and looked left and right, very excited. He pointed to the cars in front and said curiously, Boss, why are those cars different from ours? Xiao Yuan looked carefully after hearing what Shinmo said. It was indeed, as he said, that the appearance of those cars was of the same level as the ordinary cars in the army. Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, Maybe it is a leader's car? Puff! As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Shui's sneer came from behind. Facing Jiang Shui's unreasonable nagging, Xiao Yuan was completely helpless with her. She could obviously be with the corps commanders such as Jiang Shi, but she insisted on suffering with the Yinhua team. Jiang Shui ignored Xiao Yuan's disdainful look and raised her little head. You don't know this, right? She also claimed to have participated in the formulation of the Fengming plan. Liang Lu sat next to Jiang Shui, looked at the car in front curiously, and asked, Xiaoxue, who are they? Humph. Jiang Shui snorted at Xiao Yuan proudly and said, they are the Federal Inspection Team. Federal Inspection Team? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and murmured, it's really a narrow road for enemies, hee. What's going on? Jiang Shui blinked. She saw the expressions of the people around her, and asked tentatively, are you familiar with the Federal Inspection Team? Oh. Qi Ming has always been impatient, and said with a big mouth, Sister Jiang Shui, you don't know what happened that day, come and tell you. After Qi Ming's gesticulating and telling the story, Jiang Shui finally understood the feud and origin between the Silver Moon Team and the Federal Expedition Team. She opened her mouth to say something, but finally muttered in a low voice, how is it possible? How could they do such a thing? Xiao Yuan heard this. A haze flashed in his eyes, and a mask-like smile appeared on his face. How is it impossible? Just because they are foreigners? Sun Wan saw that her face was not right. Ever since the Ming family fish pot, Xiao Yuan's attitude towards the Federal Expedition Team has been very sensitive. She stood up and sat next to Jiang Shui, gently holding her hand, and said, Xiaoxue, of course you don't mean that, right? Ah? Jiang Shui hadn't reacted to the meaning yet, and nodded subconsciously, saying, I judge based on official information. Jiang Shui said like a treasure, according to official information, the members of the Federal Inspection Team are all elite selected from the Medi District and Tanning District, and their quality should be very high. Before Xiao Yuan could speak, Qi Ming was unhappy. He slapped his thigh and said, that bastard Jack is an elite? Bah! I beat him up every time I see him in the future. Yes. Xi and Mao also followed suit, waving his fists and shouting, Sister Gigi is so nice. Last time we left, she brought me a lot of fish cakes. Xiao Yuan rubbed Xi and Mao's head and laughed, you just want to eat. She was sent by Yanjing. No matter what, you still have to give her face on the surface. Don't mess around. Xiao Yuan's words are very interesting. If you give her face on the surface, then can't you just do something behind the scenes? The group had been following Xiao Yuan for a long time, so they naturally understood what he meant. According to the information from the people Legion sent to protect them, Jin Su and Jack were indeed looking for an opportunity to retaliate against the Ming family. Fortunately, Legion was thoughtful and sent people to protect them early, which saved the Ming family from harm. Legion was the commander of the Silver Wing Corps, and this was all he could do. Xiao Yuan was furious when he heard the news, and his disgust for Jin Su and Jack went even further. Now, they took the initiative to come to the battlefield. If they didn't do something, they would be sorry for the people of the Ming family who worked so hard to pay taxes to support them. Everyone chatted along the way, and the entire Silver Wing army finally left the south suburbs camp and headed towards the destination, Sierra City. The large-scale mobilization of the army is different from individual travel. The entire army of 12,000 people is divided into 6 corps. The 6th Corps is marching in the front, followed by the 1st Corps, and the rest of the corps follow in order. After leaving a city, the satellite signal was severely interfered, and the army's marching speed gradually slowed down. Although the night demons had evacuated for a long time, they had to be careful of ambushes, and constantly sent out reconnaissance teams to inquire about the surrounding news during the march. The 6th Corps, as a newly formed corps, was appointed as the vanguard, and Legion also wanted to test them. Therefore, they had to be extra cautious. If they were careless and lost face, the 6th Corps would be laughed at by the other corps. In this way, they walked and stopped along the way. The vanguard of the Silver Wing Corps, which set out in the early morning, did not arrive at Xinglong Town, the nearest town to A City, until the evening. Chapter 159. Xinglong Town is located in the south of A City. The once bustling town gradually fell into ruin with the outbreak of war, and the residents of the town fled. Some went to other places to make a living, and some entered A City for refuge, leaving only this empty town. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Xiao Yuan entered the town, there was a gust of wind in his ears. The 6th Corps was stationed at the southernmost end of the town, and the 1st Corps where Xiao Yuan was located in the center of the town. Taking the tents and cooking utensils from the RV, Xiao Yuan, Chu Xian, Ling Hu, and the newly joined Zhu Gu, Xin Wu, and Shi Feng gathered together to chat. Zhu Gu and the other two seemed a little reserved, but Xin Wu was better, with lively eyes and eloquent speech. Zhu Gu and Shifeng mostly listened to what the others were saying without saying a word. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand to get warm near the bonfire in the middle, and asked casually, Shifeng, I heard that your family is from Qifeng? Ah? Shifeng is not very old, just 24 years old this year, and he is very fair. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with a little chubby cheeks, which makes him look very young. He obviously didn't expect Xiao Yuan to ask him a question suddenly. Shifeng's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, Yes. Yes, my home is in Qifeng. Qifeng? Xiao Yuan recalled the location of Qifeng in his mind and said, It's not far from Bingcheng, right? Shifeng took a deep breath secretly and calmed himself down. Yes, when I was a child. I often went to Bingcheng to play. The Bingcheng defense line, a northern defense line of country A that is as famous as the A's defense line, shoulders the heavy responsibility of resisting the night demon. The Bingcheng defense line was established almost at the same time as the A's defense line, but the intensity was far less than that of the coastal areas. There are not many night demons in the northeast of country A, and the fighting is not that fierce. In addition, various technologies to restrain night demons have been gradually equipped in the army. Today, the defense line of Ice City is as solid as a rock in the eyes of many people. Xiao Yuan was born in Sierra City, and has rarely seen snow since he was a child. Hearing this, he laughed and said, Then when there is a chance in the future, you must take us to Ice City to see and feel the snow scene. Shifeng patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, Captain, I will cover all the expenses for everyone to go to Ice City. Haha, Xiao Yuan nodded at Shifeng's smiling face. Shifeng is kind, optimistic and casual. Although he is not very capable, he is trustworthy. Everyone chatted by the campfire for a while, and gradually became familiar with each other. Shifeng and Zhu Gu talked more and more. Besides him, Shifeng also has an older sister named Shiyu, who now works in Yanjing. Speaking of his sister, Shifeng was also proud. Shiyu is 3 years older than Shifeng. She studied for her undergraduate degree at Tsinghua University in Yanjing and her master's degree at Yanjing University. She studied at the two top universities in country A at the same time, and she has always been the pride of her parents and relatives. The most interesting thing is that after finishing her school career, Shiyu did not choose to pursue her major, but became a game anchor. Xiao Yuan and others were very surprised after hearing this. For someone like him, who has never been to college, Tsinghua and Peking University can only be seen in dreams. Just as they were chatting lively, Sun Wan came over quietly from the side, holding a small tray in her hand. There were 6 cups of brewed ginger tea on the tray, steam rising. After Xiao Yuan took the cup, he asked in a low voice, Have Xiaoxin and Laoqi come back? Sun Wan shook her head and said, Not yet, I guess we have to wait a while. Well, Xiao Yuan responded and looked around, then stood up and said, Arrange the people to keep watch tonight, don't slack off. The other 5 people responded after hearing this. Xiao Yuan left with Sun Wan and walked towards where Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling were busy. Liang Lu smiled bitterly as she gently pushed Jiang Shui away and said, Xiao Shui, let Ruoling and I do this. Jiang Shui stood aside with an awkward look on her face, feeling a little embarrassed for her behavior of making things worse. She looked at the 2 skilled people curiously and said, Sister Lulu, when you fight the night demons, do you usually cook for yourself? Giggle. Liang Lu shook the spoon in her hand and said, When we were in A City, there was a unit responsible for logistics and supply who was responsible for food. We only made some food occasionally. Oh! Jiang Shui looked like she was being taught a lesson. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming over, she turned away quickly, fearing that he would laugh at her. Xiao Yuan had something on his mind, and he didn't notice Jiang Shui's little thoughts at all. He patted his ribs, and the anti-gravity maneuvering device started instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strong winds sounded, and Xiao Yuan also flew into the sky. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Xiao Yuan flew to the top of the building and overlooked the town. He saw the surrounding scenery clearly. After looking around, he was relieved when he saw 2 black shadows flying in the distance. Being away from A City made Xiao Yuan, who was used to fighting in it, more cautious, fearing that others would be in danger. Xiao Yuan waved at the 2 men, and the cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. Boss! Xin Mao landed on the roof first, and said to Xiao Yuan mysteriously, I found something. Oh! Xiao Yuan pulled Xin Mao away from the edge of the roof. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Xin Mao and Lin Lang checked the surrounding buildings one by one according to Xiao Yuan's request, and found nothing abnormal. Just when they wanted to return, Xin Mao suddenly felt a cramp in his lower abdomen. The town was deserted, so Xian Mao just found an empty house to relieve himself. It was in that house that Xian Mao discovered something strange. His sense of smell was always different from that of ordinary people, and Xian Mao smelled a strange fragrance in the empty house. Xian Mao told Lin Lang about this discovery, and the two of them searched the entire house from top to bottom, but found nothing. Xian Mao insisted on his sense of smell, and he felt that this fragrance seemed to have been smelled somewhere before. In this way, they came back much later than scheduled. After listening to Xian Mao's story, Xiao Yuan also became interested in the smell. He called out to Sun Wan and Wang Ruoling and flew to the location Xian Mao mentioned. After a few passes, they finally arrived at the location Xian Mao mentioned. This is an ordinary residential house with 2 floors. There are many such buildings in the town. Xian Mao sniffed the air and said with certainty, "It can't be wrong, it's here." Xiao Yuan was very confident in Xian Mao's sense of smell. He reached out and knocked on the wall of the residential house and found nothing strange. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan pushed open the door and walked into the house to look around. The entrance on the first floor led to a spacious living room, which was covered with thick dust and smelled musty. Xiao Yuan frowned and said to Xin Mao, "How does it smell here? Is it stronger or thinner?" Xin Mao sniffed carefully and shook his head. "It's hard to say, there is almost no change." "No change?" Xiao Yuan lowered his left hand covering Tu Nan and placed it on the ground. "Huh?" A strange wind blew with Xiao Yuan as the center, blowing the curtains in the living room whirring. Sun Wan stood beside Xiao Yuan, and in her eyes, a wandering black shadow appeared from the ground. The black shadow suddenly jumped up and attacked Xiao Yuan's side. Chapter 160. Xiao Yuan took Tu Nan's left hand, and when it touched the floor, something strange happened. A bone-chilling coldness rose from the left side of his body, causing goosebumps on his skin. Swish! Sun Wan's silver knife chopped the black shadow as it pounced. Splash! The blade passed by, and the sound of water splashing on the water surface sounded at the place where the black shadow was injured. The black shadow's whole body emanated waves of ripples, and it changed its target and attacked Sun Wan. Sun Wan jumped flexibly and dodged the attack. Xiao Yuan reacted, stood up suddenly and stepped back to see the black shadow clearly. The shadowy black shadow was translucent, and looked like a human shadow from the outside. It waved its limbs and rushed towards Sun Wan again. Seeing this, Sun Wan waved the Minging knife and slashed 3 times, each of which hit the black shadow's vital points. Strangely, after being injured, the black shadow still fluctuated like a stream of water for a while, and then returned to its original state after a while. Ouch! Xiao Yuan saw it clearly from the side, and Xian Mao and Lin Lang came from the side to help. Xian Mao raised his long knife and chopped it down on the head. Swish! The dark silver knife split the black shadow into 2, and it squirmed in the air for a while, and then recovered again. Now they were all dumbfounded. This thing couldn't be killed. What should they do? Whoosh! After recovering, the black shadow suddenly opened up, almost filling the entire roof. Xiao Yuan gave up the idea of pulling out the dark silver knife, and Tu Nan turned into a long knife and slashed at the black shadow. Bang! The black shadow seemed to know the power of the weapon in Xiao Yuan's hand, and attacked Xiao Yuan before he could make a move. This strike hit Xiao Yuan right in front of him, but he reacted quickly and turned his long sword into a shield to block the blow. Xiao Yuan was hit by the recoil and took a few steps back. Seeing the black shadow rising into the air and ready to attack, he called out to the others and went to meet it. Everyone understood Xiao Yuan's intention. Xin Mo and Lin Lang were the first to attack, and they rushed towards the black shadow. They only heard 2 clang sounds, and 2 gaps were split at the end of the black shadow's body. Before it could react, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan attacked again. The ice blue feather arrow passed by, and with Tunan's sharp blade, the black shadow was torn apart. Gurgle. The completely torn black shadow squirmed, making a strange gurgle sound. After a while, the black shadow hovering on the roof shattered. The scattered black debris fell to the floor, slowly seeping into it and disappearing, and a strange fragrance began to spread in the house. This time, even Xiao Yuan smelled the strange fragrance that Xin Mao mentioned, which was mixed with a little fishy and sweet taste. Xiao Yuan caught a piece of debris behind him, and felt that the debris was as cold as snowflakes, and it melted as soon as it fell into his hand. Sun Wan picked up the ice blue feather arrow, and Xiong suddenly remembered something and said, "Does the black shadow just now look like the alien spirit we met in Thor Town?" An alien spirit? Xiao Yuan recalled the appearance of the black shadow just now, thought for a while, and said, "It looks similar, but it is different." So far, Xiao Yuan has only seen one alien spirit, Luo Xiaoya. Lord Yuga said that alien spirits are the mutation of human souls under the influence of the unique magnetic field emitted by the source of the night demon. The mutated souls are called alien spirits. They have little power, and most of them attack humans in the form of mental interference. But today's black shadow is different. Dong dong dong. Xiao Yuan bent down and hit the floor with a minging knife a few times, and then smashed it, gotcha! The blade pierced deep into the floor, and a faint light came out from inside. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan called out to Xinmao and Lin Lang, and they turned the floor of the living room upside down. Xinmao took 2 steps back and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Is this gold? Under the floor of the ordinary house, there was a layer of material that shimmered with golden light, which looked a bit like black soil. Xiao Yuan bent down and smelled a strong aroma from it. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed a handful of it. The soft feel was more and more similar to fertile soil. Lin Lang also imitated Xiao Yuan, grabbed a handful and looked carefully, and said, "It's not gold, the golden thing seems to be some kind of small particles." After Xiao Yuan and others studied for a while, they still couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, Xiao Yuan asked Xinmao to collect a bottle of samples and take them back to the camp. Xiao Yuan couldn't recognize it, but there was another fat duck in their camp who claimed to know everything, Lord Yuga. The night gradually deepened. When Xiao Yuan and his 4 companions returned to the camp, Lord Yug was snuggling with Hunyu and Xiaobai to keep warm. After Xiao Yuan came back, everyone gathered around the campfire to keep warm. He told everyone the whole story. Liang Lu had a deeper impression of the alien spirit than anyone else. After all, she still had Luo Xiaoya's power in her body. After listening to Xiao Yuan's description, she shook her head gently and said, "Captain, I don't think it should be an alien spirit." Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "My opinion is similar, so I brought back some specimens for Lord Yug to see." As he said that, he shook his head at Xinmao. Xinmao understood, carefully took out the bottle of sample from his backpack, and said to the others, "How is it? Does it look like gold?" "Wow!" Jiang Shui leaned forward from the small bench and exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this gold?" Hee. Xinmao knocked on the glass bottle and felt the same reaction from Jiang Shui. "It looks like gold, right?" I was also shocked when I saw it at the beginning. The whole room was full of it. Gaga gaga. Xinmao was showing off the bottle of stuff when Lord Yuga jumped onto Hunyu's belly and flapped his wings twice. Its small green bean-like eyes glanced at the thing in Xinmao's hand and said, "You ignorant human, you treat this as a treasure?" Xiao Yuan heard Lord Yuga speak and knew that he was going to start preaching again, so he asked hurriedly, "Does Lord Yuga know this thing?" "Ha ha!" Lord Yuga screamed twice, looking superior. "Boy, you can't guess what this thing is, right? Let me tell you, this thing is actually the feces of the night demon." Feces? Feces? Xiao Yuan looked at Lord Yuga with horror, and he seemed to have grabbed it with his hands and smelled it, right? Lin Lang's situation was not much better. He also grabbed it with his hands and smelled it like Xiao Yuan. Thinking about it now, he really wanted to die. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I have a question. If this is the feces of the night demon, why haven't we seen it in A City?" In the defense battle of A City, humans and night demons fought for a long time. During the cleanup and investigation after the night demons retreated, no such substance was found. Logically, there should be a lot of night demon feces in A City. Lord Yuga shook his head and explained, "You are quite clever. The night demon's feces will seep into the floor after being discharged. Remember, the floor must be made of wood." He looked at the glass bottle in Xinmao's hand and sighed. Over time, the night demon's feces seep into the floor more and more, forming a layer of material under the floor, which is what is in your bottle. However, the night demon's feces has a characteristic. When it accumulates to a certain extent, it will produce a substance similar to a shadow, Haisha. Haisha is very powerful at night, but is basically weak during the day. Haisha is born from the feces of the night demon. The conditions for its birth are not harsh, but it is not aggressive. It will only attack and hurt people when its area is violated, just like what Xiao Yuan and others encountered today. Liang Lu took the night demon feces in disbelief, looked at it carefully, and said, "Does this thing have any other uses?" Lord Yuga smacked his lips and said, "Other uses? It seems that except for greatly slowing down the aging of your human appearance, it has no major effect." Chapter 161. Slow down the aging of appearance? Liang Lu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she murmured, "It's so magical." Magical? Lord Yuga couldn't understand what Liang Lu meant by magical. To him, Human life was just a short time. Even life was so short. Why should he keep his skin young? It shook its head, lying on Hun You's belly without saying anything, letting Liang Lu and Jiang Shui chatter. Xiao Yuan patted Xi and Mao, signaling him to put the glass bottle away. Jiang Shui looked at the glass bottle with stars in her eyes and said, "This thing is simply a panacea. If it can be used as a raw material to make beauty products, God." Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and pinched his throat to imitate Jiang Shui and shouted, "Oh my God. Then we can smear the night demon's feces on our faces." "Ugh. You?" Jiang Shui was furious. She pointed at Xiao Yuan's nose and couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence from her teeth, playing the lute to a cow. Xiao Yuan didn't care about her personal attack and said to Liang Lu, "Lulu, you will make a report on this matter later, and we will report it to the Legion commander." Seeing Liang Lu didn't respond and seemed to be lost in thought, Xiao Yuan repeated it. "Ah?" Liang Lu came back to her senses and quickly agreed. I know, Captain, don't worry." After dealing with the night demon's feces, Xiao Yuan began to arrange the order of the night watch, which lasted until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Under the night, only a bonfire was shining in the entire small camp. The bonfires brought a touch of vitality to the town. On this ordinary night, something that would affect the future of many people was quietly happening. In the Silver Moon Team camp, Liang Lu tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She opened her eyes and stared at the tent blankly, struggling in her heart. Finally, she seemed to have decided on something. She stood up and took out a small instrument from her backpack and pressed a button. Silver Wing Corps, temporary headquarters of the Corps. Legion carefully observed the map on the table with the help of the light, and made some marks on it from time to time. He muttered, "Xinglong Town, Tor Town, Taojia Town, and Niujiang Mountain." Beside Li Jin, Xiao Fang carefully moved the light source to ensure that Li Jin could see the map clearly at any time without being blocked by shadows. Legion leader. Li Ming opened the curtain of the tent and walked in quickly, whispering, "There is news from the Silver Moon team." Li Jin put down the signal pen in his hand and looked at Li Ming with a smile. "Xiao Yuan, that kid, didn't he break into something again?" Li Ming handed the document to Li Jin, with a smile in his big eyes. "They found Night Devil's feces in a house nearby." "Feces?" Li Jin took the document and looked at it carefully. He nodded as he read it and said, "The Night Devil's feces were hidden under the floor. No wonder A City was so clean during the later inspection." Li Ming stood on tiptoe and said to Li Jin, "Captain, didn't you notice the last few lines of the document?" "The last few lines?" Li Jin scanned the document again and saw the last few lines of the document, which said in black and white, "Night Devil feces has a great effect in delaying the aging of human appearance." Li Jin picked up the document, knocked on Li Ming's little head, and said, "So what if it can delay the aging of appearance? What's the use of it in our battle with the Night Devil? Besides, I think this kid is talking nonsense again. What is the use of the Night Demon's feces? As long as it does not affect the battle against the Night Demon, Li Jin does not care." What he noticed is whether the black powder produced in the Night Demon's feces can pose a threat to his side. As for the Night Demon's feces, whether it can delay aging or prolong life, Li Jin is not interested at all. Besides, this effect is just what Xiao Yuan said. Li Jin scolded Li Ming and continued to observe the topographic map. However, Xiao Fang on the side looked at the documents in Li Ming's hand from time to time. His eyes kept turning, and I don't know what he was thinking. Li Ming touched her head angrily, secretly made a face at Li Jin, and left the tent. As soon as she left the tent, she saw a middle-aged officer walking towards her. She bowed her head and greeted him. "Captain Shang, why are you here?" Shang Weiguo looked at the lighted tent, nodded and asked, "Your commander, haven't you rested yet?" Before Li Ming could speak, Li Jin's hearty laughter came from the tent. "Brother Shang, why are you here so late?" Shang Weiguo heard the words, lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. Li Jin waved to Xiao Fang, who understood, and put down the lamp in his hand, and walked out of the military tent quickly. After he went out, he saw that Li Ming in front of him had not walked far, so he hurriedly chased after him. In the military tent, Shang Weiguo looked at the simple and plain decoration inside and sighed. "Brother Li, yours is too simple, not as good as the living conditions of those members of the inspection team." "Ha ha." Li Jin chuckled twice, and led Shang Weiguo to a wooden table on the side and sat down. He personally poured a cup of tea for Shang Weiguo and smiled. "Brother Shang, you came to me so late in the night despite the cold weather. Do you have something to say?" Shang Weiguo nodded, took the hot tea, and said excitedly, "I heard that the logistics supply has been fully handed over to Lu Zhua?" Li Jun understood Xiang Weiguo's meaning, sighed and drank a sip of tea, and said, "Brothers should understand that this is helpless. Lu Zhua is the Secretary General of the Ace Federation Operations Command Center, and he is in a high position. The new Army Corps is outside the jurisdiction of the Federation Command Center, but it cannot be completely free from its influence. The logistics supply of the new Army Corps has always been transported by the military and the Chamber of Commerce in the Southeast region, both of which are under the jurisdiction of the Federation Command Center." Li Jun was also unwilling to hand over the important supply line to an outsider, especially when this outsider's attitude towards the new army was very ambiguous. Seeing Li Jun's look, Xiang Weiguo slapped the table and said, "Lu Zhua is a man who forgets his principles and disregards other people's lives. I am afraid." At the critical moment, the Silver Wing Army rushed to Sierra City, and logistics supply was particularly important. Once the two sides were deadlocked and turned into a tug-of-war. If Lu Zhua stopped the supply at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. Li Jun smiled at Xiang Weiguo and comforted him. "This is related to the safety of country A. Lu Chao dare not blatantly cut off our supplies." "Ah!" Xiang Weiguo smiled bitterly. "That's what I said, but I always feel uneasy in my heart." "Who is not?" Li Jun patted Xiang Weiguo's shoulder and changed the subject. "Brother Xiang, this time we are working together again. How is the combat effectiveness of the security force recovering?" In the defense of Ace City, the Silver Wing Corps suffered heavy losses, and the security corps that assisted in the battle also suffered heavy losses. After the defense war, Yanjing also issued a commendation to the Ace City security force, and military funds and manpower were continuously allocated. After 2 months of rest, the security forces were ready to go again. In the Fengming Plan, the number of security forces dispatched was as high as 18,000 to cooperate with the Silver Wing Army. After the baptism of war, the two armies went from constant friction at the beginning to mutual trust and cooperation later, and everything was moving in a better direction. Xiang Weiguo stayed in Li Jun's military tent for a long time, and the two had a good chat. After learning the information said by Xiao Yuan, Xiang Weiguo and Li Jun agreed that Haisa needed to be guarded against but not too concerned. As for the role of feces, they had already forgotten about it. Human greed is endless. This thing that was ignored by the two will cause a storm in country A in the future. It even affected the fate of many people, which was something Li Jun and Xiang Weiguo had never expected. Chapter 162. The next evening, the setting sun was blood red, and the west wind was chilly. Xiao Yuan got out of the car, tightened his military coat, and sighed, "I didn't expect to come back here one day." Sun Wan followed Xiao Yuan out of the RV and looked at the dilapidated town of Tor. It had been uninhabited for a long time, and many weeds grew in the cracks of the bricks on both sides of the street. Occasionally, a few crows flew by, making shrill cries. In just over 2 months, Tor Town changed its appearance. Once, Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu met in Tor Town, and they would never have thought that one day they would return here in such an identity. Xi and Mao led Hun Yo out of the car and breathed a sigh of relief. "After a day of driving, my whole body is sore." "Pa!" Qi Ming punched Xi and Mao from behind and said with a silly smile, "You kid, Lao Wang didn't say anything after driving all day." Xi and Mao nimbly dodged Qi Ming's next attack, made a face at him, and ran to Xiao Yuan. He ignored Qi Ming and followed Xiao Yuan's gaze. In the city center not far away, there stood a building, the Tor Town Government Building. Xiao Yuan greeted the others and walked towards the town government building first. Qi Ming, Wang Ruofei, and Lin Lang began to get busy and set up a temporary camp, while Wang Ruoling and Sun Wan prepared cooking utensils. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu walked side by side on the roadside. Seeing Xiao Yuan hesitated to speak, Liang Lu couldn't help but raise her lips. "Captain, just say whatever you want to say." Xiao Yuan's thoughts were exposed, and he scratched his head awkwardly and said, How are your family matters going?" Liang Lu recalled what Zhou Fangwa said to her in the dormitory that day, nodded and said, "2 of the 3 executives have been arrested, and part of the funds have been recovered." She curled her fingers around the corner of her clothes and said a little uncomfortably, "Captain, actually, I have something to tell you." Xiao Yuan rarely saw Liang Lu being so shy. "What's the matter?" Liang Lu lowered her head and finally mustered up the courage to say, "I sent the news about the night demon's feces back home." "I'm sorry." "Said it back home?" Xiao Yuan was stunned, and then realized the twists and turns. "Is the night demon's feces valuable?" In the minds of Xiang Weiguo, Li Jun, Xiao Yuan, who were immersed in marching and fighting, it was not as valuable as a cannonball. However, merchants who have learned about its effects deeply understand the huge profit space. It can greatly slow down the aging of the face, which is an irresistible temptation for any woman. Don't you see that the fashionable female stars in the entertainment industry spend astronomical figures every year on skin care and anti-aging? The imperial capital Yanjing, Tokyo Bienliang, Shijing Chang'an, from officials and celebrities to ordinary women, will spend a lot of money on this. Once a product can be first launched, the profit will be astronomical. Liang Lu's family has encountered misfortunes and is in a difficult situation. Recently, they have been suppressed by the Zhou group and the Lu group. After Lu Chao returned to A City, the Liang family's situation became more and more difficult. Only by taking this opportunity can they fight a turnaround. As the Silver Wings army gradually deepens, the stability of satellites and electronic signals will become worse and worse until they disappear. After a struggle and decision, Liang Lu told her family about the matter while the message could still be sent out. Huh? Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, looked at Liang Lu with an uneasy and ashamed face, and raised his hand. Liang Lu subconsciously shrank her head slightly, but Xiao Yuan's hand finally fell gently on her hair. Xiao Yuan plucked a grass stalk from his black hair, waved it in front of her eyes, and smiled. Why do you want to apologize? He put the grass stalk into his mouth, letting the dry and slightly bitter taste spread on his taste buds. With a faint smile on his face, he said slowly, "This matter has nothing to do with the future and safety of the Silver Wing Army. Your behavior is understandable." Ah? Liang Lu didn't expect Xiao Yuan to say that. She raised her head and looked at him with a pair of watery eyes. Really? Of course it's true, Xiao Yuan responded, and suddenly changed the subject. But, leaking military information should still be punished. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and patted Liang Lu's head gently. This time it's excusable, don't do it again, understand? Liang Lu covered her head and nodded quickly, feeling warm in her heart about what Xiao Yuan said. Did Liang Lu do the right thing? From the perspective of rules and regulations, Liang Lu shouldn't do this. Xiao Yuan is not an unreasonable person. When the family encounters difficulties, Liang Lu wants to help the family, which is understandable. His words seem casual, but in fact they are also expressing his attitude that this will not happen again. This time, the news of the night demon's feces did not affect the war, nor did it affect them. Xiao Yuan acquiesced to Liang Lu's approach. However, if such a thing happens again in the future, Xiao Yuan hopes that Liang Lu can discuss it with him, rather than choose to bear it by herself. Liang Lu, who spoke her mind, walked much lighter. The two walked to the door of the Tor Town government building. The vermilion wooden door was covered with dust. Since they left, no one should have come here again. Xiao Yuan pushed open the door, and the wooden door made a creaky. The door slowly opened with a sound. Duh. Xiao Yuan covered his mouth and nose and walked into the hall. His military boots hit the marble floor with a crisp sound. In the hall, there were still curtains left as mattresses by people who had stayed here overnight. Xiao Yuan walked to the stone pillar and pointed at the ground and said, "I remember you lived here at that time, and you didn't like to talk much." Hee. Liang Lu covered her mouth and laughed softly, teasing, You were covered in dust and dirt at that time, like a blind drifter." Blind drifter? Xiao Yuan was choked by his saliva, and was very angry. "You are slandering my innocence out of thin air. I am known as the jade-faced young master. How can I be as unbearable as you say?" Liang Lu rolled her eyes and complained, "You looked like a bad guy who kidnapped a girl at that time, otherwise why didn't I say too much?" The two of them were talking and laughing, and Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "Have you seen Xiaobei?" Luo Xiaobei, a girl living at the bottom of A City, met the Silver Moon team because of Wang Ruofei's rescue. Xiao Yuan only recently found out that she was actually Luo Xiaoya's biological sister. With her parents dead and her sister missing, she lived with her elderly grandmother. Liang Lu's smile faded, and she sighed, "I didn't go to see her." Oh! This surprised Xiao Yuan. After Liang Lu learned about Luo Xiaobei's identity, she asked Wang Ruofei about the situation many times. But she didn't go? Xiao Yuan's expression fell into Liang Lu's eyes. She turned her back and raised her head slightly, saying, "I have asked my family to take care of Xiaobei's life. As for me, I don't know what identity I should use to see her." Liang Lu, who inherited all of Luo Xiaoya's memories, was very excited after learning about Luo Xiaobei's identity. But then, she hesitated. Should she run directly to Xiaobei and say that your sister has passed away, and now I have inherited her memory? Liang Lu felt a headache just thinking about that situation and didn't dare to face it. Now, as long as Lu Xiaobei lives happily, she just needs to know it in her heart, and there is no need to disturb Xiaobei's life. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu walked up the stairs to the second floor, and then in the light of the setting sun outside, Xiao Yuan found something wrong. He lowered his head to look at the ground, took Liang Lu's hand, and said, "Lulu, there is something wrong in this building." Chapter 163. The stairs leading to the second floor had a row of shallow footprints on the dusty ground, because no one had stepped on it for a long time. Xiao Yuan measured it with his hand, and found that the size of a footprint was equivalent to the length of an adult's palm. The shape of the footprint was similar to that of a cat's paw, but it was a cat's paw print magnified many times. Xiao Yuan looked at Liang Lu, gestured to draw the sword from his ribs, and walked upstairs. Duh, 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 the footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. Xiao Yuan followed the footprints all the way, and finally reached the third floor. There are several meeting rooms on the third floor of the town government building. The footprints disappeared at the door of a meeting room. The door of the meeting room was half closed, and there was a whistling sound from inside. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu came to the door, and opened it as quietly as possible. Xiao Yuan entered the room first, holding the silver-white shield in front of him, and looked at the situation in the room vigilantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The four windows in the meeting room were wide open, and the sunset in the sky finally couldn't hold on, and fell into the sky. The light in the room suddenly dimmed. There was a long conference table in the middle of the meeting room, and the seats on both sides were scattered. The curtains by the window fluttered in the night wind, looking like ghosts. After carefully looking around the room, Xiao Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. He turned around and whispered to Liang Lu, "Maybe some wild animal from the mountain ran in and left again." Really? Liang Lu looked around the meeting room, and felt something was strange. She pulled Xiao Yuan, who was about to leave, and said, "Captain, did you notice that the light here is very strange?" Xiao Yuan stopped and frowned, asking, "What's wrong?" "Sunset." Liang Lu walked quickly to the window, and looked at the sunset in the sky. Just when the sun set, the light in the room dimmed at an unreasonable speed. After listening to Liang Lu's words, Xiao Yuan also began to realize that something was wrong. In theory, it is normal for the light in the room to dim after sunset, but the magnitude just now is indeed not right. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan raised his left hand. Buzz! A golden-red dragon eye pattern appeared on the silver-white shield, and a heat wave spread with Xiao Yuan as the center. As the heat wave swept through the whole house, the scenery outside the window began to change. A scene that seemed like the scenery shaking due to the high temperature in summer occurred in the space outside the window. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Xiao Yuan saw the strange scene outside the window, he had already taken action. He kicked the ground, and the alloy claws under his ribs shot out at the same time, shooting out of the window. When the fluctuations in the space stopped, the light became bright, and a pair of big copper bell eyes were staring at Xiao Yuan, who flew out in astonishment. The big copper bell eyes are very similar to those of a cat, with a red color, and are full of human emotional reactions. Seeing Xiao Yuan flying out of the window, the creature roared softly. The sound was as clear as the sound of stones hitting each other. Xiao Yuan looked at it carefully in the air, and couldn't help but scream. The strange beast in front of him was twice the size of Hunyu, shaped like a leopard and much stronger and more symmetrical. It had a horn on its head, which was very small, but it was just beginning to show its prowess, and it didn't seem to have any lethality. The moment it saw Xiao Yuan, the strange beast roared and then ran away. Oh my god! Xiao Yuan had never seen such an animal before, and it was so cowardly. Thunder beasts, night demons, nightmares, dragons, Migo guards, etc. Which one is not fierce and ferocious? Finally meeting a soft persimmon, Xiao Yuan excitedly called out and rushed up without waiting for Liang Lu to catch up. Whoosh, 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 the wind was blowing fiercely in his ears, and Xiao Yuan, who had been away from the battlefield for a long time, couldn't help but feel a surge of heroism in his chest. Most of the silver-winged soldiers, who have experienced iron and blood, will have this subtle emotion. People are flying in the air, holding the Minging knife. They will be invincible. Xiao Yuan whistled, and his speed suddenly increased, and he finally caught up with the beast. The beast's fur was shining, and its tail was dancing in the wind. Wait! Why did it have so many tails? The beast's tail was very long, almost the same length as its body. The hair on its tail was slightly long and smooth. At the tip of its tail were 5 small diamond-shaped pieces, which flashed golden light from time to time. 1 man and 1 beast, 1 running and 1 chasing. The beast was also smart, and there were no soldiers from the Silver Wing Army on the route it was hanging. After chasing for a long time, Xiao Yuan was secretly anxious when he saw the beast was about to run to the edge of the town and enter the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Xiao Yuan landed on the house in front of him, he kicked hard and rushed in front of the beast before it entered the forest. Ouch! Seeing this, the beast ignored Xiao Yuan and directly hit him. Bang! Xiao Yuan used his shield to resist the beast's attack, and his whole body flew backwards. Xiao Yuan had rich combat experience, and was prepared for this. After taking the attack, Tunin instantly turned into a glove, and Xiao Yuan's double claws under his ribs flew out and nailed into the ground in front of the beast, penetrating into it. After buffering the force, Xiao Yuan shook his numb arms, and secretly looked at the strange beast in front of him. Xiao Yuan was just curious about this strange beast, otherwise the alloy claws it shot out just now would not have flown to the ground. The strange beast snorted, and looked at Xiao Yuan vigilantly, moving its feet from time to find a chance to leave. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuan still thought it would be a good idea to take this guy down. After all, there was still one quota for the beast taming transformation of the RV, so it would be good to give it to this guy. With its strength, it must be much stronger than Hu Niu's greedy little tiger. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan made a beautiful knife flower with a minging knife in his hand, and muttered, "Little guy, brother has no ill intentions. As long as you enter my beast control device, we will be friends in the future." Roar! The strange beast seemed to understand Xiao Yuan's words, and a strong disgust and vigilance flashed in its big eyes. It jumped up and ran to the left. The strange beast's body has a good jumping ability, and it can jump 3 or 4 meters away. How could Xiao Yuan not be prepared? While he was talking, a flare rose into the sky, indicating that his comrades would come to support him in a few minutes. Xiao Yuan urged his body to jump. Almost at the same time, he arrived at the place where the alien beast landed, and Tunin collided with it again. The alien beast lost its forward momentum, and its strength was greatly weakened. Xiao Yuan then noticed that there was a black wound under the ribs of the alien beast. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. He was very familiar with this kind of wound, Night Demon. The wound on the beast was caused by the Night Demon. Is there a Night Demon nearby? No wonder this guy has such a weak fighting power despite his huge body, and even runs away when he sees me. It looks like it has been injured for a while. I am so lucky to run into it today. Xiao Yuan was afraid of hurting the beast, so he just used his shield to block the beast's attack and entangle it, waiting for the support of his teammates to capture it together. In this way, the man and the beast collided for more than 10 moves, and the shouts of the Silver Wing Army came faintly from a distance. Xiao Yuan raised his lips and thought to himself, "Let's see where you can escape today." Roar! The strange beast also heard the sounds coming from all around, and its wide eyes almost spewed fire. After a fierce roar, the strange beast shook its tail, and the diamond-shaped object at the end of one of its tails suddenly flashed. Swish! A burst of flames appeared out of thin air, surrounding the strange beast. Xiao Yuan was forced back by the heat wave, and he took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. Even so, his hair was still burnt and curled up. He squinted at the strange beast in the flames. The strange beast curled up in the fire, and seemed to be in great pain. Huh? The flame suddenly increased, and the flames jumped to a height of 4 or 5 meters. Xiao Yuan had to close his eyes because of the light. After the flames quickly extinguished, Xiao Yuan looked ahead again, and the huge strange beast disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 164. The flames fell, and the beast just disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Yuan walked to the place where it had just curled up and burned, and found a diamond-shaped substance left on the ground. The texture was hard and smooth, and the whole body was red, like a stone that had been washed by the river for many years and smoothed. Xiao Yuan held the red diamond in his hand, and turned to look at the Silver Wing Army. Liang Lu, Ling Hu, and a young man who had never seen him before arrived almost at the same time. Liang Lu fell to the ground, trotted to Xiao Yuan, and asked, "Captain, are you okay?" Just now, she was startled when she saw the flames rising to the sky from a distance, thinking that Xiao Yuan had an accident. Xiao Yuan shook his head and smiled. The beast was injured and was no match for me, so I just let it run away. Ling Hu pulled another young man over here and said loudly, "Captain, this is Captain Chinfeng, who saw the signal and led a team to support." Oh! Xiao Yuan looked at this smiling and capable young man. He was able to come in such a short time, and his reaction speed and organizational ability were not bad. Chinfeng took the initiative to greet Xiao Yuan, and he seemed very enthusiastic. After a conversation, he learned that Chen Feng was a dark horse in this recruiting and achieved good results in the competition. Currently, he is the captain under Ouyang Ying's leadership. He has heard Ouyang Ying talk about Xiao Yuan a lot and admires Xiao Yuan very much. Xiao Yuan was embarrassed by his praise and quickly changed the subject and talked about the adventure just now. After listening to it, Chen Feng was amazed and sighed repeatedly that the world is really in chaos. Why are there so many monsters? After chatting for a while, Xiao Yuan and the other two said goodbye to Chen Feng and returned to the camp. Xiao Yuan and Liang Lu explained what they had just seen and heard, and everyone was amazed again. Sun Quan listened to Xiao Yuan's description of the whole incident, thought for a while, and said, "So, the sunset scene you saw at that time was created by it. An illusion? Illusion?" Xiao Yuan added some fuel to the stone bonfire and added, "Rather than an illusion, it is better to say that the distortion of the air has changed the refraction of light." Recalling the scene at that time, Xiao Yuan felt that the behavior of the strange beast was similar to the invisibility effect created by human magicians using mirrors and optical means. Wang Ruoling also nodded in agreement. Captain's words make sense, and after listening to the captain's description, I seem to know what the strange beast is. Oh! Wang Ruoling actually knows? Qi Ming was impatient and slapped his thigh and praised loudly. As expected of Sister Ruoling, you know a lot. Tell us quickly, what exactly is that thing? Wang Ruoling said calmly. It looks like a red leopard, with one horn on its head, 5 tails, and a voice like stone. It should be Xia. Xia? Liang Lu reacted the fastest, recalling the information she had read before, and said in surprise, could it be the strange beast recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas? Xiao Yuan had never read the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and gradually understood the situation of this strange beast after Wang Ruoling's popular science and explanation. Xia, in the Classic of Mountains and Seas Western Mountains, there is such a record. In the Zhangyi Mountain, there is a beast, which looks like a red leopard, has 5 tails and 1 horn, and its voice is like hitting a stone, and its name is Xia. His. Recalling the appearance of the strange beast, Xiao Yuan muttered in his heart, isn't this exactly the same as the strange beast he saw, except that it didn't say that it would burn with flames and escape. The rest of the characteristics are consistent one by one. He murmured, could it be that the thing is really the legendary Xia? Sun Quan adjusted the hair beside her ears and said lazily, it still has wounds caused by the night demon. It seems that it is not in the same group with the night demon. If Xia is really injured by the night demon, perhaps we can use it to fight against the night demon together. As a creature existing in myths and legends, the ability of the Xia should be strong after recovery. Everyone chatted around the campfire, talking one after another, until after 10 o'clock in the evening. At Xiao Yuan's urging, they dispersed and returned to their tents to rest. The first night watch fell on Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao. Xin Mao sat opposite Xiao Yuan, his face flickering in the flickering firelight. Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of Xin Mao's eyes, and he came back to his senses. Huh? Xin Mao looked up at Xiao Yuan and said puzzledly, Boss, what's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Yuan took a cup of hot water from the stove and handed it to Xin Mao, rolling his eyes at him. You're asking me what's wrong? You're almost writing I'm worried on your face. Xin Mao took the hot water, touched his nose awkwardly, and said, Boss, I don't know if I should tell you. Xiao Yuan fiddled with the campfire and laughed. Why are you still hiding things from me, boss? Just say it if you have something to say. Xin Mao hesitated for a while, lowered his voice, and said, I smell the night demon's feces. I've smelled it somewhere before. He stood up and walked to Xiao Yuan, squatting on the ground and whispering, Boss, do you remember the Mingjia fish pot we went to? Mingjia fish pot? How could Xiao Yuan forget that place? Jack and Jin Shi bullied others, and were beaten up by him there. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, What happened to Mingjia fish pot? Xin Mao squatted on the ground, head to head with Xiao Yuan, and said in a voice that could not be any lower, The wooden boards used to make the partitions in their house smell the same as the night demon's feces. Ah? Xiao Yuan recalled the scene at that time, and Xin Mao seemed to say that there was a hint of night demon there. How could this be? Why would a simple fish pot restaurant use wooden boards with the smell of night demon? Thinking of the honest and kind boss Meng and the simple, cute and hard-working Meng Jiji, Xiao Yuan would rather believe that all this is a coincidence. But what if it is not a coincidence? The more Xiao Yuan thought about it, the colder he felt on his back. He grabbed Xin Mao's arm. Xiao Xian, have you told anyone about this? Seeing Xian Mao shaking his head, Xiao Yuanfang felt relieved. Only the two of us know about this matter. Don't tell anyone, okay? Xiao Yuan is not a conspiracy theorist. This matter concerns the safety of the Ming family. Before finding out the truth, the fewer people know about it, the better. He looked at the jumping bonfire and murmured in his heart, Boss Ming, you don't go the wrong way. The value of the night demon feces is self-evident. Lian Lu's family, including the group forces related to the Silver Wing Army, will know about this sooner or later. The Ming family is just a small commoner. If they want to snatch a bite of food from these Chaebol forces, it is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. If they are not careful, the whole family will be in disaster. Linen City, Zhou's mansion. Zhou Yi, with an expressionless face, gradually raised the corners of his mouth after hearing the news from the phone. He chuckled and said, Xiao Feng, you did a good job this time. Don't worry, I will not give you less. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yi looked up at the sky. The night sky of Linen City is beautiful, especially in this clear and refreshing season. The sky is full of stars, and the moonlight is bright. Located in the west of Linen City, the Zhou family mansion occupies the best location and scenery, just like the Zhou family's position on the southeast coast. This mansion has been carefully expanded and renovated by countless generations of owners, and the current owner is Zhou Yi's grandfather. The grandfather he fears more than he respects. Zhou Yi's eyes were filled with a haze. Looking at the exquisite mansion in front of him, he took a deep breath and whispered, All of this will be mine sooner or later. Those who have looked down on me and insulted me will all pay the price. He clenched his fist tightly and punched the wall hard. Bang! The flesh on Zhou Yi's fist was cracked and blood was dripping out, but he seemed not to notice it. Zhou Yi turned around and walked away with firm steps. Chapter 165. January 5, 2019, Taojia Town. After 4 days of marching, the Silver Wing Army arrived at Taojia Town, close to Sierra City. From Taojia Town, the outline of Sierra City can be seen from afar. If it advances at full speed, the Silver Wing Army can reach Sierra City in more than 10 minutes. Li Jin's order was given to the 6th Corps at the front, station on the spot and build fortifications. Night was about to fall, and the Silver Wing Army's march along the way was very smooth without any obstruction. Things went too smoothly, which made Li Jin uneasy. He knew the night demons and their cunning personality. The night was falling, which was a good opportunity for them to act. After Li Jin's order was issued, the 6th Corps, which was the vanguard, took action. Cao Xing, the commander of the 6th Corps, disagreed with Li Jin's order, thinking that Li Jin was too cautious and wasted the soldiers' physical strength and energy. Cao Xing and Fan Geng were both commanders of the Silver Wing Corps from Yanqing. On the surface, they obeyed Li Jin's orders, but secretly did not take Li Jin too seriously. The victory of the defense line of A City was just a I-can-do-it-too battle in the eyes of many people, and Cao Xing was one of them. The 6th Corps, temporary command camp. Cao Xing took off his gloves and coat, and walked straight to the middle of the tent to sit down, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Behind Cao Xing, followed a short and fat young man, with glasses and meticulously combed hair. He rubbed his hands, and smiled flatteringly. Brother Cao, the 6th Corps has made rapid progress under your leadership. When the young man spoke, the fat on his face was trembling, which looked a bit funny. His name was Cao Jia, and he was Cao Xing's cousin. He followed Cao Xing to A City, and got the position of Deputy Corps Commander. Cao Jia's Deputy Corps Commander was a nominal position. After the Silver Wing Corps expanded, 2 Deputy Corps Commander positions were set up under the Corps Commander. The first one was the Deputy Corps Commander responsible for leading the troops, and the second one was the Deputy Corps Commander in charge of internal affairs, where Cao Jia served. The establishment of these 2 Deputy Corps Commanders, on the one hand, further refined the functions within the Corps, and on the other hand, made it easier for Li Jin to manage the Silver Wing Corps. As the reputation of the Silver Wing's army grows, more and more forces will want to get involved. Cao Xing and Fan Geng are the beginning, but not the end. Li Jin cannot stop everyone, and the establishment of 2 deputy army commanders is to deal with the airborne troops from Yanqing. Wu Zhou appreciates and supports Li Jin for many reasons. Li Jin has a deep connection with the Wu family. He is talented and ambitious. What is more valuable is that Li Jin is very talented when leading troops to fight and dealing with the intricate factional relationships. Who cannot like such a man who is both civil and military? Although Li Jin's family background is ordinary, Wu Lao never stopped his daughter from contacting him. Li Jin's personal ability played a big role. Ha ha. Cao Xing chuckled twice and pointed at Cao Jia. You kid, don't talk to me slickly. What's going on outside? Hee hee. Cao Jia laughed slyly and said, Brother Cao, the brothers are building fortifications, but I told them not to be too anxious. Cao Xing picked up the water cup on the table, gulped down a glass of water, wiped his mouth. Huh? Legion is really a waste of effort. We traveled all the way safely, and didn't even see a hair of the night demon. Why do we need to build fortifications? Yes, yes, Chao Jie quickly responded. Legion got promoted by relying on the help of Master Wu, and won the battle by luck. In terms of ability, you are much better than him. Chao Jie's flattery touched Chao Xing's heart, making him feel comfortable. Chao Xing was arrogant and proud. It would be a lie to say that he didn't envy Legion in his heart. How many people are jealous of Legion's fame at a young age? In his heart, Chao Xing had a grudge against Legion. Once the grudge was formed, he would feel unpleasant when looking at a person. When Legion issued the order, Chao Xing subconsciously felt that he was wrong. With Chao Jie, a flatterer, fanning the flames, he gradually forgot Legion's order. Xinglong Town is located at the foot of Niujiao Mountain. The 6th Corps and the 1st Corps successively entered the town to station and were busy. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan accompanied Ouyang on inspections. After recovering from her illness, Ouyang returned to the Silver Wing Corps, and was busy with the 2nd phase of recruit training and preparations for war. After getting along for a long time, Xiao Yuan knew a little about her, although she seemed calm when talking about Li Jin. But anyone could see that Ouyang still had a grudge against Li Jin. Zhong Yun and Li Jin were very good friends when they were in the Falcon Corps, but now one of them has already passed away, and not even a corpse is left. Ouyang's mood can be imagined. Ouyang walked in front, carefully checking the surrounding soldiers' fortifications, and occasionally giving instructions. After walking and stopping, it was already dark when they finished their inspection. Ouyang looked around and smiled at Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan. Let's go and sit in my tent. Xiao Yuan heard this and said with a smile, Instructor Ouyang, do you still have the sweet-scented osmanthus cake from last time? Xiao Yuan has been talking about it many times. Chuckling, Ouyang handed the notebook in her hand to Yunzai beside her, and took Sun Wan's arm. Xiao Yuan, do you still want to eat? Let's go, I still have a lot. Sun Wan glanced at Xiao Yuan angrily, and said a little embarrassedly, actually, I only said it twice. Ha ha. Ouyang was amused by Sun Wan's cute appearance and nodded. Okay, I know. I heard that Xian Wan is very good at training new recruits, and is well known among the new recruits. Speaking of Sun Wan's recruit training, most recruits know her. A girl who looks weak, pure and lovely, several strong young men together can't beat her alone. The recruit company that Sun Wan is in charge of is also one of the companies with the fastest progress and the best results. As they were talking and walking, they were about to reach the camp when they suddenly heard a crisp sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 2 blue distress flares suddenly appear in Niujiao Mountain, blooming in the night sky. Something happened? The moment they saw the signal, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan started at the same time and ran in the direction of the signal. Ouyang gave Yunzai a few instructions, and followed them to run towards the signal. Niujiao Mountain is not very high, but it is very wide. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan are the fastest, using anti-gravity maneuvers to shuttle through the forest, firing flares from time to time. Ahead, the noise became louder and louder, and Xiao Yuan vaguely heard a sharp cry. Night Demon! The moment he heard the sound, Xiao Yuan's body subconsciously tensed up, which was a normal reaction after experiencing countless battles. Wow! When Xiao Yuan and others were about to approach the location, a strange cry came from a tree on the side. Whoosh! A black shadow rushed toward Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan swung the silver knife to chop the black shadow. Puff! The knife cut the black-clothed body, and the shadow screamed, and half of its wings turned into ashes in an instant. Woo! The injured night demon let out a shrill scream, and waved its claws to attack Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's body was blocked by the night demon, and the silver knife was raised to block the sharp claws and fangs of the night demon. Swish! Sun Wan was beside him, holding the silver knife in his backhand, and slashing it across the back of the night demon's neck. The blade was cold, and it passed by Xiao Yuan only 4 or 5 centimeters away, causing goosebumps on Xiao Yuan's face. Ah! At the moment when the two of them dealt with the night demon, a shrill scream suddenly came from the front. Chapter 166. Huh? The night demon was hit in the vitals, and its body began to dissipate into the air from the neck into blood-colored steam. Xiao Yuan crossed the shadowy branches and leaves and finally arrived at the fighting site. 5 silver-winged soldiers were surrounded in the middle, surrounded by more than 30 night demons, and the two sides fought in a group. The soldier in the middle was lying on the ground. His thighs were bloody and very miserable. He howled desperately with a loud voice, and his voice was not much worse than that of the night demon. Among the night demons, there was one who was much stronger than the others, and he looked like the leader of the night demons. It fluttered its wings, leaped up from the ground and pounced on the silver-winged female soldier in front of it. This female soldier was obviously a second-term recruit with insufficient combat experience. The night demon's forelimbs were very powerful, and it was best to use a shield, leather shield, to block its forward attack. If there was no shield around, you could use the Minging sword to block it, and hold it with both hands. The girl had insufficient combat experience, and when she was in a hurry on the battlefield, she forgot everything the instructor had taught her. Sure enough, when the sharp and strong claws of the night demon touched the Minging sword, the girl's hand holding the weapon trembled violently, and the knife flew out of her hand and flew far away. Wow! The night demon's red eyes lit up, and it screamed and bit the girl's thin white neck, where there was hot blood and flesh. Ah! The girl screamed and wanted to retreat backwards. The speed of the night demon was so fast that she couldn't catch up with it by retreating. Seeing that she was about to die here, she could only raise her arms to resist it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claws fell from the sky and shot at the night demon's path just right. Clang! Puff! 2 claws, one nailed to the ground in front of the girl, and went deep into the ground along her toes. The other claw that was heading for the night demon's head was blocked by it waving its claws, and flew back in a circle. Xiao Yuan fell to the ground, looked at the girl who was standing there stupidly with her arms raised, and killed the night demon without saying a word. The military uniform on the girl's arms was torn by the night demon, leaving a wound on her tender white arm, burning with pain. She ran over to pick up her weapon, and couldn't help looking at Xiao Yuan's figure. At such a long distance, he could control the distance and angle of the hook almost perfectly. He should be a veteran, right? No matter what the girl was thinking, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Ouyang Ying arrived one after another to give the trapped 5 people a shot of cardiac stimulant. The tall and strong night demon looked back at Xiao Yuan angrily, and his red eyes almost spewed fire. Woo wow! It roared and rushed towards Xiao Yuan. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan did not retreat but rushed towards the night demon. The night demon saw that Xiao Yuan did not defend himself at all, but instead came forward, and couldn't help but open his mouth and reveal his fangs. Its big eyes narrowed slightly, as if it could see the wonderful scene of Xiao Yuan dying under its sharp teeth and claws in the next second. Buzz! At the moment when the man and the beast were very close, a white light flashed in Xiao Yuan's hand. Bang! The silver-white shield appeared out of thin air in Xiao Yuan's hand, and hit the big face of the night demon. The fangs collided with the shield, making a series of jingling and crisp sounds, and all the attacks of the night demon fell on the loose shield. Swish! At the moment of being hit, Xiao Yuan swung his right hand and slashed at the night demon. Tunan's appearance was beyond the night demon's expectation, and the blade just scratched the night demon's back. Hiss! A puff of green smoke came out from the wound. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan was hit and moved back, leaving only a shallow wound on the blade. Thinking it was a pity, Xiao Yuan slapped the sending device on his waist as he retreated, and the alloy claw brought a stream of flying ash back into it. Whoosh! 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 The alloy claw fired again, shooting towards the night demon, followed closely by Tunan's weapon. Where had the tall and strong night demon seen such a method? After blocking 2 attacks in a row, he was a little slower, and Tunan cut another wound on his body. The wound left by Tunan was not deep, but its own attributes were too overbearing, and it had a strong inhibitory effect on the night demon. Wow! A burst of black smoke came out of the wound of the tall and strong night demon. Perhaps it was in great pain, it didn't even look back, and let out a long howl and rushed into the dense forest. Xiao Yuan saw that this night demon was different from the others, and knew that there was something strange about it, so he followed it. After the sunset, the light in the forest was very dim. With a pair of night eyes, Xiao Yuan barely kept up with the pace of the night demon. After chasing for 7 or 8 minutes, the speed of the night demon in front gradually slowed down. Xiao Yuan was secretly happy when he saw this, because the wound left by Tunan on it was not that painful. Thinking in his heart, he could not help but speed up, and was about to catch up with that guy. Wow! After passing through a dense bush, the night demon's body suddenly accelerated and ran forward. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. And a cooked duck can still let you fly? Roar! Roar! Just as he was about to catch up with the night demon, a low roar suddenly came from the front. Xiao Yuan listened carefully, and remembered where he had heard this sound before. Zhe! Is it around here? Thinking of the wounds on Zhe's body, Xiao Yuan guessed that the guy was besieged by the night demon again. Relying on Tunan, Xiao Yuan was confident that he could escape unscathed, so he thought about going to take a look. The tall and strong night demon must have known that there were reinforcements ahead, and kept running in that direction. Xiao Yuan followed it for a few more minutes, and suddenly saw a fire rising in the air ahead, accompanied by waves of strange cries from the night demon. Before Xiao Yuan could react, he had already followed the night demon through many obstacles to the place where the fire had just risen. Xiao Yuan fell to the ground and shuddered as he looked forward. In front of him, there were more than 50 night demons crawling with their fangs and claws bared. The tall and strong night demon trotted to one of them. Staring at him with red eyes, the look clearly said, "Boy, you are dead today." Xiao Yuan's eyes only took a glance, and were attracted by a curled-up figure in the middle of the night demons. A slender girl curled up on the ground, trying hard to get up. She had fair skin, beautiful facial features, and long fiery red hair draped over her back. She was wearing only a leopard print corset and a short skirt, both of which looked like they were made of real animal fur. Her slender bare feet stepped on the ground covered with fallen leaves, making people worry whether her skin would be scratched. What was going on? Xiao Yuan felt the remaining burning breath in the air and thought to himself, could it be that the beast had used the same trick again and escaped? Whether this girl was abducted by the evil spirits or a resident of Xinglong Town, Xiao Yuan could not leave a human being here to die. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan didn't waste any words. The tunin in his hand shone brightly, and he ran straight forward. Woohoo! Woohoo! The injured tall and strong night demon hid behind and let out 2 howls, and the other night demon seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Howling and killing Xiao Yuan. Can Xiao Yuan deal with so many night demons alone? The answer is difficult. With the cooperation of Tunin, he has been tested several times by Lord Yuga. The limit is that he can deal with the simultaneous attack of 20 night demons and kill them. Whoosh! Bang! The flare arrived at the center of the battle before Xiao Yuan, emitting a burst of strong light. Not only that, the Tunin in Xiao Yuan's hand became twice as big as him. The silver-white shield released strong light at the same time, and with the reflection, it illuminated the area as bright as day. Bang! Xiao Yuan's feet landed on the soft ground, causing the fallen leaves to dance. While the night demons were retreating under the strong light, Xiao Yuan came to the girl and grabbed her waist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan and the girl who was still in a daze took off and flew towards the direction of the Silver Wing Army's base. Chapter 167. The girl's waist was soft, and her long red hair fluttered in the night like a flame. Xiao Yuan pulled his speed to the fastest, dodging several waves of night demons before escaping from danger. He looked at the tattered cloak behind him and the silent girl in his arms, and said, "Girl, are you from Xinglong Town?" At night, Xiao Yuan couldn't think of any other possibility besides local residents. When the girl heard Xiao Yuan's words, her dazed eyes moved. She seemed frightened, and turned her eyes to look at Xiao Yuan, her bright pupils flashing. "Ah!" She suddenly screamed, her eyes showing panic and fear, and she struggled violently. Xiao Yuan held her in the air and flew back and forth. Seeing that the girl was struggling more and more fiercely, he hurriedly shouted, "Hey! If you move again, we will both fall down." Unexpectedly, the girl ignored him, and struggled more violently. Xiao Yuan was pulled by her, and shook his body for a while. "Hey!" He sighed secretly, and fell on a rock far ahead helplessly. Bang! After releasing the flare, Xiao Yuan looked at the girl who was holding her shoulders in fear, and frowned. "Are you injured?" The situation was urgent just now, and Xiao Yuan did not look carefully. There was a wound on the side of the girl's abdomen and the lower back. The wounds left by the sharp claws of the night devil are often difficult to heal, and they produce a burning sensation day and night. The silver-winged soldiers also suffered greatly after being injured during the defense of A City. It was not until this expedition that they had a way to deal with it. The trauma medicine King Nangsen, jointly developed by Zeus Technology and the think tank of Country A, is very effective for wounds caused by the night devil. Xiao Yuan took a quick glance and knew that the wound on her body had been there for a long time. No wonder she struggled just now. If her wound was touched, she would probably jump up and curse. Xiao Yuan took out Qingnong powder from the small backpack behind him, pointed at the wound on the girl's waist, and said, "Your wound must have been there for a long time, right? Use some of my medicine." The girl hugged her shoulders and looked at the medicine bottle in Xiao Yuan's hand, hesitated and asked, "Why? Did you want to save me?" Her voice was sweet, as clear as a spring flowing in the mountains, and it was very pleasant to the ears. It's just that the girl's accent is very strange, giving Xiao Yuan the feeling that she is a person who has been silent for years and suddenly speaks. Xiao Yuan showed a kind smile on his face, walked forward a few steps to apply medicine to her, and said, "Can I just watch her die without saving her?" The girl took a half step back cautiously, looking straight at Xiao Yuan with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan knew that she was on guard, and handed the medicine bottle in his hand to the girl. He didn't get closer, and explained, "The night demon's wound is not easy to heal, and it is burning from morning to night. This medicine has a miraculous effect." The girl hesitated for a moment, took the medicine bottle from Xiao Yuan, and stared at the little thing in her hand curiously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the girl was looking at the medicine bottle, several sounds of breaking wind came from the direction of the camp. Xiao Yuan turned around and saw Sun Wan, Ouyang, Yun Zai and others rushing over one after another, followed by many Silver Wing Army soldiers. Sun Wan was the fastest. After landing in front of Xiao Yuan, she looked Xiao Yuan up and down, and was relieved to see that he was fine. "Pa!" Sun Wan raised her pink fist and patted Xiao Yuan's arm, whispering, "How dare you be so reckless and go deep into this place alone?" The situation was chaotic at the time. Sun Wan was busy protecting the 5 people and fighting the night demon. When she turned around after the battle, she found that Xiao Yuan was gone. They searched around here, and only knew that he was here after seeing Xiao Yuan's signal flare. Xiao Yuan smiled and said hurriedly, "I accept the criticism from the leader, and I will pay attention next time." Sun Wan said coquettishly, and before she could speak, she suddenly noticed the girl behind Xiao Yuan. The night wind was cold, and the girl was only wearing a bra and a short skirt and hugging her shoulders, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Sun Wan took off the cloak behind her and put it on her. The girl was about the same age as Sun Wan, and their figures were almost the same. She bit her lip, and had a special feeling about Sun Wan, who was walking towards her. Her nose moved slightly, and the moment she smelled the scent of Sun Wan, her eyes moved slightly. Swish! Xiao Yuan looked at the girl who stayed still and scratched his head, feeling very strange. "That's not right. I was the one who saved her, and she was so wary of me. Why did she disappear when she was with Xiao Wan, Ouyang, and Yun Zai came to Xiao Yuan and lectured him again?" Finally, they gave up after Xiao Yuan promised that there would be no next time. Xinglong Town, Silver Wing Army Camp. Xiao Yuan held a cup of hot water and looked at the girl, who was leaning against Sun Wan from time to time, feeling as if he had seen her before. Ouyang sat around the campfire and said in a friendly manner, "Little sister, what's your name? Why are you here?" The girl opened her slightly narrowed eyes and whispered, "My name is Xiao Zheng. I have lived here for a long time." Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl, which Zheng. She had always been very afraid of Xiao Yuan, which made Sun Wan and Ouyang think that Xiao Yuan had done something dirty to her. The girl shuddered when she heard Xiao Yuan's voice and said, "Gu Zheng." Ouyang rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuan and signaled him not to speak. She held Xiao Zheng's hand and said, "Don't pay attention to him. You said you live here? So are you a resident of Xinglong Town?" Xiao Zheng shook her head first, then nodded, and murmured, "I can't remember too many things, I just remember I have been living here." Amnesia? Ouyang looked at Xiao Zheng's eyes and facial expression, and saw that she didn't seem to be lying, and her heart was sad. She must have experienced too much stimulation, causing slight mental disorder and amnesia. There are examples of such people. During the Night Demon War, more and more strange things happen one after another. For ordinary people, it is understandable that it is difficult to accept. After asking some more questions, Ouyang didn't get any new information. Ouyang discussed with Xiao Yuan, and finally decided to keep Xiao Zheng in the Yinwei team, and send her to the rear hospital for treatment after her emotions stabilized. Yanjing, Federal Command Center, Economic Department. Xing Zixin walked out of the Economic Department building tiredly, and her high heels made a crisp sound when they landed on the ground. Zixin! Jiang Lu, who had been waiting outside for a long time, waved to her and said with a smile, "Why are you out so late?" Xing Zixin threw her small bag into Jiang Lu's hand and sighed, "You are the leader of our team, and you have to check the accounts again." Jiang Lu picked up Xing Zixin's bag, took Xing Zixin's hand, and asked, "Didn't you check it once a few days ago? Why are you checking it again?" After entering the Economic Department, Xing Zixin became more and more charming. After a long period of pursuit, Jiang Lu finally got what he wanted and established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Xing Zixin. Xing Zixin rolled her eyes at him and opened her red lips slightly. "How can I be as idle as you? I stay in school to help my tutor with the project." She became more and more angry as she spoke, and pinched Jiang Lu's waist. "Teacher can't bear to let you Your beloved disciples suffer, Ouch. Jiang Lu screamed exaggeratedly and begged for mercy. Lady, spare me, spare me. Xing Zixin was amused by Jiang Lu and said, we have been busy dealing with the accounts of the A City Chamber of Commerce these days, and we may be busy all the time. A City? Jiang Lu took her little hand and walked down the long steps, wondering, why is the account of the A City Chamber of Commerce handled by the Economic Department? Chapter 168. Xing Zixin took Jiang Lu's arm and walked side by side leisurely. She stretched her sore neck and said, several cities in the southeast region fell before the economy was hit, and many companies went bankrupt. Jiang Lu was quick-witted and understood the clues after listening to a few words. He took over the conversation and said, the economic department under the Federal Command Center headquarters came forward to integrate and acquire them? Yes. Xing Zixin looked at Jiang Lu with appreciation. Now the accounts of more than a dozen companies have been sent to the department, making us overwhelmed, and... Seeing Xing Zixin looking like she was about to say something but stopped herself, Jiang Lu was a little curious. Zixin, what's wrong? Xing Zixin looked around and saw that they were the only two people on the road. She lowered her voice and whispered in Jiang Lu's ear, there are several companies' accounts in the middle, and they are not right. Jiang Lu's heart moved secretly, and he asked, wrong? What's going on specifically? Xing Zixin's beautiful eyes moved around, and she whispered softly in his ear, the direction of the flow of funds may go to channels that are not visible to the public. Hiss. Jiang Lu opened his eyes wide in surprise. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. If we don't want to investigate and stop at a certain point, the few small companies involved will suffer the most. But if they are used by someone with ulterior motives, if one hair moves the whole body, if we trace the source, the level involved will be very wide. Jiang Lu suddenly felt that the account inspection of the economic department was not as simple as it seemed. Who is the big net that is being spread out? Who does it want to catch? He subconsciously tightened Xing Zixin's hand. The tall buildings in the distance were brightly lit, but there were undercurrents. Southeast of Country A, Sierra City. At noon, the sun was warm. Here, it was the outer area of Sierra City. On January 8, 2179, at 12 noon, the 6th Corps of the Silver Wings officially set foot in Sierra City and began its first exploration. The buildings in the outer area of Sierra City were mainly 2-story buildings and bungalows, with occasional 5- or 6-story buildings. Many of the lowest-class people in Sierra City used to live here. After Sierra City fell, many of them died at the hands of the Night Demon. The day after Chao Xing arrived in Sierra City, he could not wait to issue an order to enter Sierra City. His reason was clear: to conduct a simple investigation of Sierra City. For such a so-called investigation, Chao Xing sent a full 480 people to the outskirts of Sierra City. Chao Xing's idea was simple. The 6th Corps was at the bottom of the Corps, and he wanted to make a remarkable achievement. Under such circumstances, despite the strong opposition of Deputy Corps Commander Song Yijin, who demanded the consent of the Corps Commander first, Chao Xing still issued the order. After the Silver Wing Army entered Sierra City, satellite signals and electronic signals completely failed, and the speed of information transmission was greatly slowed down. Li Jin's strategy was to build fortifications on the periphery first, stabilize the position, and then explore. Even if they wanted to explore, they could not send out 10 companies of people. Once they encountered an unexpected loss, the loss would be too great. Every Silver Wing soldier was selected from thousands of people, and the manpower, material resources, and resources spent on training them were very expensive. Li Jin would not try to take the lives of his soldiers. Seeing Chao Xing's insistence, Song Yijin was angry and helpless. Chao Xing was the head of the 6th Corps and had autonomy during wartime. However, did he know what the consequences would be if he violated the general strategic policy of the Corps head? Song Yijin was a veteran of the Silver Wings, who had experienced the most difficult period and knew the power of the Night Demon. Seeing that he could not stop Chao Xing's decision, he quickly sent someone to the rear to inform the Corps head. At the same time, he informed Jiang Shi of the situation here, hoping that Jiang Shi would be ready to support this side at any time. Chen Feng clenched the silver knife in his hand and led the team into the edge of Sierra City. Chen Feng, the team leader who had met Xiao Yuan once, was one of the first Silver Wing Army to enter Sierra City. The friction sound of military boots stepping on the ground was extremely clear in the quiet and empty streets. It was a sunny noon, but the whole city was as quiet as a ghost town. Next to Chen Feng, a pale-faced girl looked around and whispered, "Captain, this place. Is it too quiet here?" Unlike the quietness of A City, although A City is sparsely populated, there are birds singing and some cats and dogs passing by during the day. The night demon has never actively harmed other animals, and the reason has not been figured out yet. In Sierra City, there is absolute silence, which is depressing. Except for the occasional whistling wind, and the footsteps and breathing of their team, no other sound can be heard. Chen Feng stared at the surroundings vigilantly and said, "Shao Dai, pay attention and record the surrounding situation." The girl responded and said to Chen Feng, "Captain, we need to search 2 more streets to complete the mission." Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, he suddenly saw a black shadow passing by in the alley next to him. Who? Chen Feng's tense nerves made him react quickly, and he flashed to follow. The other 7 team members also followed his footsteps and ran into the alley. When Chen Feng entered the alley, he only had time to see a corner of the black shadow, and it went into the back door of the mall next to it and disappeared. Cat? Chen Feng seemed to think it was a cat, but he was not sure. He took off the leather shield on his back, held it in his hand, and walked towards the back door of the supermarket. The back door of the supermarket was half open, revealing a gap, and the glass on it was shattered. Whoosh! Chen Feng pushed open the back door of the supermarket and stepped on the broken glass on the ground, making a crackling sound. Inside the supermarket, the light was dim and dusty, and a shallow footprint extended from the door to the inside. Chen Feng and Deputy Captain Lu Min looked at each other, and both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The footprints on the ground looked like chicken claws, but judging from the footprints, the creature should have 4 claws. A chicken with 4 claws? Chen Feng and the others were extremely cautious. After entering the supermarket lobby, the footprints suddenly disappeared in front of a pile of shelves. Chen Feng raised his head and looked around, trying to find the location of the little thing. Gulp! In the quiet supermarket, a light sound suddenly appeared, echoing around the 8 people. Gulp! With a strange cry, an object flew up from the top of the shelf, and the object looked strange. Its body was covered in dense black hair, like a black cat, and its head looked like a black rooster. It had a pair of wings on its back, and 4 long claws under its body, as sharp as an eagle. Guga! It made another strange cry, and flew over the hall, circling and flapping its wings. As it cried, the gurgling sounds around it became more and more dense, and finally became as dense and loud as drums. Bang! 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 Chen Feng raised his shield and was about to launch the alloy claw to take the initiative, when the floor tiles behind them suddenly burst. A stream of black air slowly floated out from it, blocking the way forward. The black air gradually became thicker, rising in the air, forming the shape of a person, twisting and struggling. Hiss! Chen Feng took a breath of cold air. What is this? Chen Feng's team is full of second-term recruits. How could they have seen such a scene? A young man with acne on his face in the team was already nervous because of the continuous gurgling sound. Seeing the black shadow take shape, he was nervous and instantly launched the alloy claw. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claw penetrated the black shadow and nailed it into the wall, causing ripples on the black shadow. The calm black shadow seemed to have discovered a new world, and turned around and rushed towards everyone. Chapter 169. The human-shaped black shadows rippled, becoming increasingly dark. Guga! A strange bird in the sky cried, kicking off the melee. The black air behind him turned into 3 black shadows, attacking everyone. Defensive formation! Chen Feng shouted, and stood at the front of the team with his deputy Captain Su Shi, raising their shields to meet the enemy. Swish! The 3 black shadows were very fast in the air, and they collided in front of the 2 in an instant. Paw! Paw! The leather shield first appeared in the middle of the defense of A City. The destructive power of thunder beasts in thunderstorms was amazing. The acid attack caused heavy losses to the Silver Wing Army, which gave rise to the leather shield. In later battles, the leather shield, the Minging knife, and the anti-gravity maneuvering device became the 3 basic equipment of the Silver Wing Army. The black shadow hit the leather shield, causing a burst of water splashes, crisp and loud. Chen Feng and Su Shi relied on each other to ease the huge impact from the front. The obstructed black shadows scattered, and the water splashed by the wheels on a thunderstorm. When Chen Feng thought everything was over, the scattered black shadows suddenly gathered together and flew over the shield. Ah! Chen Feng screamed and raised his hand to block it. Unfortunately, he was a step slower, and the black shadow flew to his face first. Boom! Chen Feng's ears rang with a boom and a buzzing sound. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die yet! Ah! Ah! Save me! Like the screams and cries of thousands of people, Chen Feng seemed to see the tragic deaths of humans in an instant. They crawled towards him with blood all over their bodies and broken limbs, begging and calling for help. Chen Feng's heart was instantly filled with all kinds of negative emotions, and his eyes were bloodshot and almost bursting. Swish! Just when Chen Feng couldn't control his anger and was about to lose his mind, Xiao Dai, who was standing behind him, swung a knife. Swish! The silver knife chopped at the black shadow attached to Chen Feng's head, causing a violent ripple. A wisp of black mist rose into the air and disappeared. Huh? Chen Feng's spirit, along with a wave of the black shadow retreating, instantly cleared up. He swung his knife at the black shadow above his head, but unfortunately, the black shadow quickly dodged. Chen Feng looked at the situation with lingering fear, and saw that a fourth black translucent figure was forming on the ground, so he decisively chose to retreat. The group of people retreated to the front door of the supermarket, while resisting the attacks of 3 black shadows. The black gas generated continuously at the back door blocked the road, and they retreated all the way while maintaining the formation. In the team, the young man with acne on his face, who first launched the attack, was named Wu Ming. Seeing the black bird hovering overhead, making 2 strange cries from time to time, he slapped his waist, and the alloy claws cut through the air and shot towards the strange bird. Guga! The strange bird dodged flexibly and screamed at Wu Ming. The black eyes emitted a strange light, and Wu Ming suddenly felt a chill on his back and hurriedly looked back. Ah! Wu Ming let out a shrill scream, and the teammates who were originally standing behind him turned into 7 bloody people who could not be seen in their original appearance. What on earth is going on? He stumbled back, shouting, You? What happened to you? Chen Feng resisted the attack of the black shadow, fighting and retreating, when he suddenly heard Wu Ming's voice from behind. Turning his head, he saw the boy talking to himself like a nervous person, waving his weapon. The sturdy young man beside Wu Ming saw him like this, and hurried over to hold him. Swish! Wu Ming screamed and slashed at the young man. The young man was not prepared for this knife. How sharp was the Minging knife? The blade left a long wound on the young man's arm. Hiss! Blood instantly dyed half of his arm red. If the young man had not reacted quickly and dodged in time, I'm afraid half of his arm would have been explained here. Seeing this, the others sent 2 people to control Wu Ming, and Wu Ming's strength suddenly increased a lot. The 2 worked together to capture him, and the captured Wu Ming was still struggling, with a terrified face. Chen Feng and his people had to deal with 3 black shadows, and they had to send people to control Wu Ming. The situation was critical. They resisted all the way, and retreated all the way, and were about to reach the main entrance of the supermarket. Suddenly, the floor of the main entrance burst, and a group of more dense black air gushed out from it, blocking everyone's escape route. Guga! Guga! The black bird was still circling in the air, chirping. Seeing this, Chen Feng's team couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Gudong! Another black shadow appeared at the main gate, floating towards everyone. Su Shi, who was resisting the black shadow, lost consciousness after hearing the sound, and was hit in the chest by the black shadow. Pa! His body retreated 2 steps, and a cold chill surged between his chest and abdomen, making him cry out in pain and kneel on the ground. Old Su! Chen Feng used 3 consecutive swords to force the black shadow in front of him back, raised his shield to resist in front of Su Shi, and caught the next attack from the black shadow. Chen Feng, who already had experience, swung his knife at the moment of resisting and forced the black shadow back. Captain! As soon as Chen Feng forced the black shadow back, he heard Xiao Dai screaming behind him. He looked back and his pupils shrank suddenly. Wu Ming broke free from the grip of the other 2 and stumbled to the door. Whoosh! The black shadow floated above Wu Ming's head and suddenly attached to the back of his head. Roar! Wu Ming suddenly raised his eyes and roared. When he opened his eyes again, Wu Ming's eyes had turned completely black. He looked at the 7 people in front of him and rushed forward, rushing towards the teammate he had just injured. Seeing this, the sturdy young man subconsciously raised the Minging knife to stop Wu Ming, and he deliberately held back to avoid hurting Wu Ming, who knew that Wu Ming's speed was almost twice as fast as before. Swish! A very fast knife, but also a fatal one. The young man stood there in a daze until blood spurted out of his neck, staining his front and the ground red. He came to his senses, and he fell softly to the ground with his life rapidly drained away. At the end of his life, he saw his teammates, who had been with him day and night. Xiao Dai screamed and rushed towards him. The captain stopped Wu Ming with a knife with bloodshot eyes. His vision gradually darkened, and he died. Ah! Seeing his teammates die tragically, Chen Feng cried out in grief, raised the Minging knife, and rushed towards Wu Ming. The cry of the black bird above his head became more and more rapid and loud. Clang! The minging knives collided, and Chen Feng stared at Wu Ming with dark eyes. Wu Ming, who killed his comrade with his own hands, had no fluctuations in his eyes, and his eyes were like an abyss with no bottom. Ha! Chen Feng shouted, and suddenly picked up Wu Ming's silver knife, and punched Wu Ming. Snap! Wu Ming was hit on the cheek, but he seemed unconscious, and continued to swing his knife towards Wu Ming. Swish! Wu Ming's knife passed by Chen Feng's chest, and it was a few centimeters away from ripping him open. Chen Feng narrowly avoided the knife, lowered his body, and followed the blade to get close to Wu Ming, and swung the knife fiercely. Bang! The back of the knife chopped Wu Ming's body, knocking him over. Chen Feng was like a cheetah, and followed up and kicked Wu Ming's weapon away, restraining his hands. Behind him, the remaining 6 members of the team were still fighting the Black Shadow. After Chen Feng controlled Wu Ming, he looked back and heard Xiaodia's voice in his ear. "Captain, be careful." He frowned. Wu Ming was clearly controlled by him, so how could he be in danger? A chill suddenly rose from behind him, making his hair stand on end. Not good. He suddenly stepped back after reacting, but unfortunately, he was a step slower. The black shadow attached to Wu Ming's head had left his head at some point. Instantly, it was in front of Chen Feng and attacked his face. Chapter 170. Crack! When Chen Feng was almost desperate, the glass windows above the supermarket shattered at the same time. The ceiling of the supermarket hall was very high, and the windows on the wall were also about 4 or 5 meters away. After they shattered one after another, several figures jumped into the hall. Bang! The flare was fired first, illuminating the entire hall. A young man in a dark blue cloak flew in first, holding a knife in his right hand, and wearing a silver-white glove on his left hand. Whoosh! Xiao Yuan dodged a black shadow's bite, and flew straight towards Chen Feng. Swish! As Xiao Yuan moved, a streak of ice blue light flashed by his side. Sun Wan's feather arrow reached Chen Feng before him. Gulp! The feather arrow hit the black shadow, causing a slight sound. Gulp! With the wound pierced by the feather arrow as the center, the black shadow fluctuated violently, and wisps of black mist were released into the air. The thick black color of the black shadow faded a little after being hit by the arrow. The black shadow retreated from Chen Feng's front and floated away. Chen Feng covered his chest with lingering fear. The cold feeling after being approached by the black shadow again made his brain slightly numb. Qi Ming, Lin Lang, and Wang Ruofei followed Xiao Yuan and attacked the black shadow that was entangled with the members of Chen Feng's team. The 4 people cooperated skillfully, attacking and defending, especially Xiao Yuan, whose knife speed was dazzling. Together with the other 3, they suppressed the black shadow in an instant. Guga! Guga! Above their heads, a strange black bird made a sound. After hearing its sound, the black shadow seemed to be injected with chicken blood. The black gas rolled and rushed toward Xiao Yuan and others, and did not care at all even if it was hit by the minging knife. Xiao Yuan was intolerant of any injustice. Seeing the black shadow, that was at a disadvantage suddenly become powerful, he looked up at the strange bird in the sky. He snorted coldly and thought to himself, "It must be this flat-haired beast who is doing this." Xiao Yuan shouted loudly, forced the black shadow in front of him to retreat, and retreated to the back, shouting. Sun Wan hit the strange bird above. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Sun Wan had already flown into the air. One of the alloy claws was nailed into the ceiling, and the other shot towards the body of the strange bird. Gaw! The strange bird flapped its wings violently, and dodged the alloy claws. It twisted its body, very flexibly, and before the strange bird could react, 6 more alloy claws shot from below. The claws shot by Xian Mao, Liang Lu, and Wang Ruoling were very tricky, almost blocking all the escape routes of the strange bird. Gaw! A black light flashed in the black eyes of the black strange bird. Whoosh! A strong air wave erupted around it, and the 6 alloy claws that had just approached seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Crack! Crack! The hooks missed one after another, only one barely touched the wings of the strange bird, sweeping off a few strands of its hair. The strange bird was not like ordinary birds. It did not have feathers on its body, but had fur similar to that of a cat. The fallen hair fluttered to the ground, slowly blending into the floor and disappearing. However, no one noticed the scene. Xiao Yuan's attack reached the strange bird almost as soon as its fur was swept off. Shwa! The silver knife slashed at the strange bird fiercely. Seeing the state of the hook, Xiao Yuan used all his strength. After the silver knife touched the body of the strange bird, it encountered a gentle resistance and slightly deviated to one side. Clang! At this time, a silver light suddenly flashed on Xiao Yuan's hands that were tightly holding the silver knife. The bayonet that Tu Nan turned into extended along the side of the knife and stabbed into the body of the dark bird in the surprised eyes. Puff! As soon as Tu Nan cut through the body of the black bird, it screamed miserably. Buzz! Although the sound was not loud, Xiao Yuan felt his ears buzzing and instantly lost his hearing. He gritted his teeth and thrust the spear forward a few centimeters with great effort. Guga! A thick black gas burst out from the black bird, turning its body into a dark black. Bang! The air around the bird made a loud noise and spread to the surroundings. Tu Nan turned into a shield in front of him, pushing Xiao Yuan back, and Sun Quan also retreated with Xiao Yuan. When the black air dissipated, where was the shadow of the strange bird? The black shadow without the strange bird became more transparent, and with the addition of Xiao Yuan and others, it was finally defeated and turned into black air and dissipated. Qin Feng staggered to the front of his comrade, who had long lost his breath, and his hands could not help shaking. Dang! The silver knife fell to the ground. Qin Feng held the young man's hand, and hit the ground hard with his other hand. Bang! 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 The sound of the collision was like a big hammer, and each one hit the hearts of the others. Xiaodia's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. She wanted to persuade him, but didn't know how to start. The comrades who had been with him day and night in the morning were gone forever. This contrast and cruel reality were really hard to accept. Su Shi came to Qin Feng and patted his shoulder. He didn't know what to say for a while. Xiao Yuan looked at Wu Ming and the dead young man lying on the ground, walked to their side, and said in a low voice, "Demons are starting to appear outside. We should leave." Qin Feng wiped the tears from his face, looked at Xiao Yuan, and said in a choked voice, "Xiao, Captain Xiao, thank you for today." If Xiao Yuan and others had not arrived in time, everyone in their team would probably have died here today. The cruelty of the Night Devil War was more tragic than he had imagined. Xiao Yuan leaned down and patted his arm, saying, Take the brothers, let's return to the camp." How could Xiao Yuan not understand Qin Feng's feelings? In the defense of A City, how many comrades, who had been with him day and night, left one by one and died in front of him? This is a demon that everyone has to go through. I hope Qin Feng can get over it soon. When everyone came out of the front door of the supermarket, the entire northern periphery of Sierra City was in chaos. The distress signal, the roar of the demon. The Silver Wing Army shuttled through the air. All intertwined. The Silver Moon team spent a lot of effort and met several teams on the way. It was not until the evening that they returned to the camp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiao Yuan drank a whole pot of water and then put down the kettle happily. Sun Quan took the kettle, untied the motorized device on his waist, and whispered, "Qin Feng, still sitting outside the camp." Still sitting? It has been more than 2 hours since they returned to the camp, and everyone is busy resting and treating the wounded. After sending the bodies of the soldiers and the unconscious Wu Ming to the rear, Xiao Yuan was finally able to rest for a while. After helping to deal with these things, Qin Feng sat quietly on the hillside outside the camp for a long time without moving. Counting it, it was almost an hour. "Hey!" Xiao Yuan sighed and said, "I go see him." After leaving the tent, Xiao Yuan walked towards the small hill not far away, and saw Su Shi, Cheng Dai and 5 others quietly watching Qin Feng at the edge of the camp. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming, Cheng Dai was about to speak, but was stopped by him. Xiao Yuan gestured to the 5 people, and walked towards Qin Feng alone. Sha sha sha. Military boots rustled on the lawn. Qin Feng moved his body, but he didn't turn around in the end. Xiao Yuan walked to Qin Feng's side, like a leisurely stroll, and stood still. Looking at the outer city of Sierra City under the setting sun in the distance, Xiao Yuan suddenly asked, "I came back and saw that you didn't speak for a long time. What are you thinking about?" Chapter 171. Qin Feng looked straight ahead, his unfocused eyes flickered. The corners of his mouth moved, and after a while, he said in a barely audible voice, "Captain, am I useless?" Xiao Yuan stretched his body a few times, and sat down next to Qin Feng. "Why do you say that?" Qin Feng raised his hands, and slowly covered his face, his voice trembling. "I failed to protect everyone. I should have thought of that bird earlier." The black strange bird appeared in the supermarket at the beginning and flew into the air. When Qin Feng tried to hit the target but failed, he was attracted by the broken floor and black air, and fell into a passive state. After returning to the camp, Chen Feng fell into deep self-blame. If he could be more careful at that time, could he save his teammates' lives? Chen Feng lowered his head in pain and murmured, "It's all my fault. My fault." "Hey." Xiao Yuan reached out and pulled up a small yellow flower and asked, "What do you think you are? Human? Or God?" "Human god?" Chen Feng raised his head in confusion and looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Feng's red eyes and whispered, "You know, right? You are a human, not a god." The small flower in his hand turned over on the shimmering tuning gloves, and was stained with a strange silver color. He seemed to say to Chen Feng, and also to himself, "You tried your best to fight and protect them, but the result was not what you were satisfied with." "But," Chen Feng shook his head, his tone full of loneliness, "if I could be as good as the company commander." Xiao Yuan and the Yinhua team had almost no flaws in their cooperation in the supermarket, whether in attack or defense. A single move affected the whole body, and the cooperation between them was pleasing to the eye. Chen Feng, who had always been proud of his extraordinary strength, realized that there are always people who are better than you after seeing the skills of Xiao Yuan and others. Xiao Yuan smiled when he heard this. "I tell you a secret. When I first saw the night demon, I was so scared that I ran away." "Ah?" Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, shook his head like a rattle, and kept saying it was impossible. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and muttered, "What is impossible? Who is not afraid of the night demon and death?" In Chen Feng's impression, or in the impression of the outside world, Xiao Yuan, as one of the representatives of the Silver Wing Army soldiers, has always had a good reputation. Brave, decisive, smart, wise, all kinds of praises came one after another, shaping him into an image that the people like to see and hear. However, the real Xiao Yuan is very different from the image created by the media. For example, now, after hearing Xiao Yuan say these words, Chen Feng took a long time to come back to his senses. Chen Feng shook his head and murmured, "You are not what I imagined." "Ha!" Xiao Yuan was almost angry with his look and laughed out loud. "Chen Feng, what you are going through now is actually what the veterans of Silver Wing I have experienced." Xiao Yuan looked at the bloody Sierra City under the setting sun, his eyes full of memories. He gently stroked Tu Nan, and his tone became low. "After the defense of A City, only 4 people are left in the Linghu team. Of the other 4, 2 died in the Thunder Beast raid, and 2 died in the Demon Siege. Chu Xian's team, go deep behind enemy lines with me. There are 8 people in the team, and only 3 people are left. Zuarant's team, defend the city's defense line, the whole team. No one survived." Such things are everywhere. Aren't we sad? We are sadder than anyone else. But if crying and holding our heads can help, we don't have to train hard, and we can just sit in the barracks and cry all day. That's why we have to get used to separation and death, and live with their hope. Xiao Yuan patted Chen Feng's shoulder heavily, and couldn't help but feel hot in his eyes. "People say that our Silver Wing Army is invincible. Haha, what the hell?" He thought of those who had been in front of him and later passed away one after another, and said, "Our victory was built with the lives of countless brothers. Those who are alive must get up like a man, until the day when all the night demons are killed." Boom! Xiao Yuan's words woke Chen Feng up like a bell. He said what Xiao Yuan had just said, and clenched his fists tightly. In the future, he will not let any of his companions leave. Looking at Chen Feng, whose spirit was rekindled, Xiao Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Feng's problem was solved. But what about the other recruits? After all, it was not just Chen Feng's team that suffered a setback and defeat this time. Xiao Yuan stood up and looked in the direction of the Silver Wing Army headquarters in the rear. "It should be very lively there now, right?" Swish! Snap! The exquisite porcelain teacup was swept to the ground and shattered in an instant. Li Zhen's eyes were red, and he pointed at Chao Xing standing at the door of the tent and cursed, "Who allowed you to act privately?" "Ah!" Bang! Li Zhen knocked the table hard, and Chao Xing shuddered. 480 people, and only 200 came back in the end. Chao Xing's reckless dispatch caused heavy losses to the 6th Corps, and more than 1/10 of the Corps' strength was lost in one battle. Chao Xing was eager to make merit, and thought about doing things first. He was not blindly stubborn, and he knew that the night demon would not come out during the day. Based on this, Chao Xing chose to send troops during the day, hoping to seize the outskirts of Sierra City and make a contribution. This way, he would look good in front of the person in Yanjing, and he would have something to rely on when rewarding people in the future. Who knew that a black strange bird appeared on the battlefield? The black strange bird was not afraid of sunlight, and could control the shadows produced by the night demon's feces, making Qi take the initiative to attack humans. The inexperienced recruits of the 6th Corps suffered a great loss, when they were caught off guard. If it weren't for Jiangxi's worry and sending the first corps to respond in time, there might not be many who could come back now. Cao Xing stiffened his neck and said in a low voice, "Commander, the black bird appeared on the battlefield this time, but you can't blame me for it all." Li Jin's anger had just subsided a little, but it suddenly rose again, pointing at Cao Xing's lips trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You still don't know your mistake? You rashly sent out 10 companies of new troops. Is this how you are the commander of your corps?" Fan Geng stood beside Cao Xing, and was frightened by Li Jin's appearance. He quietly pulled Cao Xing's back collar from behind to signal him not to speak, and said, "Commander, Lao Chao was indeed wrong in what happened today." But Fan Geng changed the subject. After all, Lao Chao had never participated in actual combat before, so it is understandable that he made a mistake. "I believe he will never do it again." "Ah?" Fan Geng poked Cao Xing again, and he finally reacted and nodded and promised, "Please rest assured, Commander, I will never make the same mistake again." Li Jin panted, looked at Cao Xing who admitted his mistake, and said, "In this case, this time." His eyes flashed, and he glanced at Xiang Weigua beside him. "Let's remember this time. If there is a next time, I will definitely deal with it according to military discipline." Xiang Weigua lowered his eyes, glanced at Fan Geng, and secretly said that this man was not simple. Is Li Jin an impulsive person? No, on the contrary, Li Jin can control his emotions almost perfectly. He was not afraid of life and death, and his face did not change. Why is he furious now? He could guess about 70% of what Li Jin meant. If Cao Xing refused to admit his mistakes again, Li Jin could use this as an excuse to further weaken Cao Xing's power. Cao Xing did not obey orders, and it was obvious that he was not convinced by Li Jin in his heart. Keeping him would be a time bomb sooner or later. Fan Geng resolved most of Cao Xing's mistakes with just a few words, making it difficult for Li Jin to deal with him harshly. After all, their backers were far above the imperial capital Yanqing, so they had to be cautious about some things. Thinking of this, Xiang Weigua couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Silver Wings Corps has made some achievements, so those people can't help but want to get involved. Li Jin not only has to face the Night Demon, but also the power struggles from within. His position as the commander of the new army is really not easy. Chapter 172. After Cao Xing and Fan Geng left in disgrace, Li Jin let out a sigh of relief and sat back on the chair. Xiang Weigua looked at Cao Xing's back and murmured, "The generals are incompetent, and the army is exhausted." Li Jin unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his front and smiled bitterly. No matter how incompetent they are, they were both transferred by Elder Kong and cannot be easily moved. Speaking of Elder Kong, his power in Yanqing is deeply rooted. The Kong family has been officials for generations, and they are intertwined with the wealthy and powerful in the imperial capital. Even a strong man like Elder Wu has to be wary of their power. Zhang Tiancheng was one of Mr. Kang's students. Although Zhang Tiancheng took away the entire army information of the Silver Wing Army after returning to the imperial capital, he did not break his promise. The continuous flow of funds and materials into the Silver Wing Army allowed the new army to quickly restore its strength. Fan Geng and Cao Xing were transferred to the Silver Wing Army by Mr. Kong during this military expansion. Xiang Weigua was not good at political schemes, but that did not mean he could not understand the clues. He nodded in understanding and asked, "What should we do next?" The defeat in the first battle poured cold water on the Silver Wing Army, which was in high spirits. Li Jin pondered for a moment and said, "Steady and steady, advance step by step." Xiang Weigua smiled and said, "Then tomorrow, I will send 2,000 guards to assist in the battle." The guards have been fighting with the Silver Wings for quite a while, so they are very familiar with each other. After the second recruitment, the guards began to be equipped with nightmare crossbows, with a ratio of 100 people equipped with 1 nightmare crossbow. The guards equipped with nightmare crossbows can provide support from a distance when facing the night demons, and also have the ability to protect themselves. Because the screams of the night demons greatly disturb the minds of ordinary people, during the defense of A City, the security forces mostly played an auxiliary role. It was not until the gradual popularization of the nightmare crossbow that they had the equipment to fight against the night demons. Xiang Weigua and Li Jin talked by candlelight at night, finalizing the details of tomorrow's attack, and said goodbye until late at night. The next day, the outer city area of the northern city of Sierra City. The 1st Legion, the 9th Company. Xiao Yuan spread the map on the ground, pointed to the 3 streets on it, and issued orders. The 9th Company, the 6 teams will be divided into 3 groups. Xiao Yuan, Shifeng in 1 group, Linghu, Shinmu in 1 group, Chu Xian, Zhuge in 1 group. The three groups searched and investigated 3 parallel streets respectively. After Xiao Yuan finished the assignment, he sorted out his equipment and said in a deep voice, "Send flares in the checked areas, and the brothers of the garrison will take over. In case of danger, the captain will judge the situation and send flares. Safety first." "Understood, Captain." "Okay. Let's go." Xiao Yuan finished speaking and led the Inu team and Shifeng team to the middle road. The middle street is called 3 Trees. It is more than 1,000 meters long and is dotted with low houses and dense alleys on both sides. At noon, Sierra City is overcast and the sky is gray. The 2 teams are distributed on both sides of the street to check if there are any abnormalities, and be careful to prevent the situation yesterday from happening again. Squeak. Pushing open a door, Xiao Yuan walked into a courtyard. The courtyard, which had not been occupied for a long time, was dilapidated. Xi and Mao fanned the dust and said, "Boss, do you think we will meet the Dark Bird?" "Dark Bird?" Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized that Xi and Mao was talking about the strange black bird he met yesterday. After the military intelligence was reported, the army named the newly encountered species Dark Bird Shadow Man, 2 concise terms spread. Thinking of the strange dark bird, Xiao Yuan still couldn't help but clench his fists. "What? Do you still want to see it?" Xi and Mao shook his head like a rattle and said, No, I don't want to meet it. Who would be willing to fight the dark bird that can actively connect and control the shadow people produced in the night demon's feces, and has strange abilities? He, Qi Ming on the side laughed. "Xiao Xian, look at your ability. If one of those things comes, we will kill one." Xi and Mao glared at him unconvinced and retorted, "Brother Qi, you are bragging again." "Who is bragging? Wait until I meet them, and see if I can deal with them." "Shoo." Sun Wan put her finger in front of her lips and whispered, "It seems there is movement." Xiao Yuan clapped his hands and signaled Qi Ming to shut up and listen carefully. The Silver Moon team was divided into 2 groups. Sun Wan had the best hearing among the 4 people in this group. She closed her eyes and listened for a while. Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened and she whispered, "Follow me." Sun Wan walked out of the yard and ran into the alley. Xiao Yuan and the other 2 followed her and turned left and right through the alley. Finally, they stopped in front of a 3-story residential building. Sun Wan looked at the small building with a firm gaze and said, "It's here." The sound came from here. Xiao Yuan and the other 2 looked at each other, and none of them heard any sound. Based on his trust in Sun Wan, Xiao Yuan walked to the door and walked in front with Qi Ming, each holding a leather shield, and entered the courtyard. The owner of this courtyard should have a good living condition, at least compared to the people around him. The courtyard was spacious, with a small flower bed planted with many flowers and plants, but it became desolate because no one took care of it. Xiao Yuan looked around and didn't see anything unusual, so he walked towards the house. The heavy wooden door did not move at all after Xiao Yuan pulled it hard. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. "The door is locked?" Seeing this, he had no choice but to draw out the meaning knife to break the door lock and enter the house. The first floor of the house is a large living room. Xin Mao lowered his body to the ground and sniffed, and shook his head to Xiao Yuan, indicating that it was safe. There was no fragrance on the floor, proving that there should be no shadow people here. Xiao Yuan walked around the living room, and finally his eyes fell on a photo frame in the living room. A family of 4 should have lived here, parents and a pair of children. The son was handsome and had a bright smile, and the daughter had fair skin and beautiful looks, especially a pair of fox eyes, full of charm. Xiao Yuan looked at the appearance of his daughter in the photo, and his heart suddenly moved. Fox eyes. How could it be her? Xiao Yuan hurriedly called others to come over and pointed at the photo on the wall and shouted, "Do you have any impression of this girl?" "Hey!" Xin Mao looked at the girl in the photo, who was about 18 or 19 years old, and said, "Boss, now that you mention it, she looks like a star pretty." Xiao Yuan almost laughed when he heard this. He pointed at the person in the photo and reminded, "Take a closer look." Sun Wan walked over and took a look, and said lightly, "The devil girl guarding the cave?" "Yes." Xiao Yuan patted Xi and Mao on the head and said, "Xiao Wan has fought with her the most, so I can definitely recognize her." Sun Wan stared at the girl in the photo, very curious. She was just an ordinary girl before. Why did she appear there? Is it just a coincidence that the 2 people look very similar? Xiao Yuan shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like a coincidence. It's impossible for 2 people in the world to be so similar. The only explanation is, the fox-eyed girl herself was transformed from a human. Since the night demon can create demons, Can the higher-level nightmare create higher-level demons? Such a thought also scared Xiao Yuan. If they can, will the people in the Silver Wing army also become their puppets? Woo-woo. A faint sobbing sound came faintly, interrupting Xiao Yuan's wild thoughts. He was alert and looked around. Is someone crying? Woo. The sobbing sound sounded again, mixed with whispers. At first, there was only one person whispering, but gradually it seemed to be more and more complicated. Sun Quan listened to it, and slowly walked to a corner of the room. Chapter 173. Sun Quan walked lightly towards the corner of the first floor. As she moved, the sobbing sound in the room became clearer. It was the voice of a young girl. Xiao Yuan and the other two followed Sun Quan, carefully guarding against possible dangers around them. Sun Quan finally stopped in front of a small room, opened the door, and found a small door on the floor inside the room. Cellar? Xiao Yuan walked in front of Sun Quan, and two Nan turned into a shield. The moment they stepped into the small room, the sobbing sound around them suddenly disappeared. Knowing that there was something strange going on, Xiao Yuan blocked Sun Quan behind him, and reached out to pull the small wooden door on the ground. Dong, dong, dong. 3 crisp knocks suddenly came from the small wooden door. Is there someone inside? Xiao Yuan shouted. Who is inside? Seeing that no one responded, Xiao Yuan cleared his throat. We are the Silver Wings Corps of Country A, and we are here to recapture Sierra City. Please don't be afraid. After waiting for a while, no one responded. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and had to say, sorry for the offense. Dong, dong, dong. Just as he was about to make a move, 3 more soft noises came from inside. Ouch! Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is the person inside teasing him? Feeling angry, Xiao Yuan suddenly exerted force on his arm, and snapped. Xiao Yuan was so strong that he instantly broke the wooden bolt on the wooden door inside, and the small wooden door opened. Bang! The wooden door flipped over, and lay on the floor along the axis, and a stream of cold wind blew out from inside. Xiao Yuan looked inside through Tunin with half of his head exposed. In the dark cellar, only a small group of light and shadows revealed a little light, illuminating a corner of the cellar. Xiao Yuan went down the stairs to the cellar, looked carefully, and couldn't help but take a breath. At the end of the cellar, a translucent spirit was curled up and hovering above the ground. On the ground, there were several blankets, and 3 people were lying on the blankets. They were the parents and son in the photo. And the translucent spirit, or half of a spirit. Because it only had half a body, as if it was split in 2 from the top of the head, and turned into 2 parts, leaving only half here. Huh? Xiao Yuan's breath was clearly visible in the cellar, and he took a closer look. The appearance of the alien spirit was exactly the same as the fox-eyed girl in the cave. Sun Quan looked at the alien spirit floating in the air, and a soft light flashed in her brown eyes. The alien spirit seemed to sense someone approaching. It opened its only eye, looked at Sun Quan, and a low murmur came. Sun Quan could hear a few words intermittently, echoing over and over again. Help me. Help me, save them. The 3 people on the ground looked peaceful, their faces still alive, and rosy in such a cold cellar. Sun Quan took a few steps closer, waved to Xiao Yuan and the other 2, indicating that she was fine. Sun Quan walked up to the alien spirit and whispered, Do you want me to save them? Dong, dong, dong. There were a few soft sounds coming from the alien spirit's body, the same as the sound of hitting wood. The sound just now was actually coming from the alien spirit. Its body became weaker and weaker, as if it would dissipate in the wind at any time. Glowing mist rose from its eyes, and its voice was ethereal. Please. You. Help me. Sun Quan bent down and gently touched the skin of her mother beside her. It was soft and warm, just like an ordinary person. She looked up in surprise. This spirit has been using its energy to protect them. Sun Quan didn't think about it anymore and said to the spirit, I promise you, I will send them safely to the rear. Seeing Sun Quan's determined eyes, more and more mist rose from the spirit's eyes. She bowed slightly to Sun Quan, and when she wanted to say something else, her body suddenly disappeared. Countless shining points of light scattered on the 3 people on the ground and Sun Quan, as beautiful as a winter snowflake. Hoo hoo hoo. The 3 people lying on the ground began to breathe evenly and steadily. Sun Quan turned around, tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Yuan, help me take them back. Xiao Yuan and the other 2 looked at Sun Quan and the strange spirit in confusion for a long time. The voices of the alien spirits were unclear, and the 3 of them didn't understand a word. They watched the conversation between the 2 of them like fools. It wasn't until the alien spirits scattered and turned into crystal light that the three of them came to their senses. They hurriedly carried the three people lying on the ground and walked out of the house. The search activity started at noon and officially ended at sunset. The prepared Silver Wing Army only paid the price of a few casualties. After exploring a small area, with the assistance of the security forces, the Silver Wing Army began to build fortifications in this area. In addition to preparing sandbags to fight against thunder beasts, the Silver Wing Army's fortifications also introduced a small fortress combined with a nightmare-breaking crossbow. It's called a fortress, but it has a few shielding metal plates and leather covers on the top and sides, which can effectively prevent the shooter from being killed by acid. As the sun sets, when Xiao Yuan, who has finished a day's search, arrives at the camp, Sun Quan is sitting by the campfire in a daze. Xiao Yuan walks quietly behind her and suddenly covers Sun Wan's eyes. He pinches his throat and says, "Guess who I am?" Sun Quan did not play with Xiao Yuan as usual. She raised her hand and gently held Xiao Yuan's palm, whispering, "Xiao Yuan, how are the three of them? How are they?" After sending the three to the rear medical team, Xiao Yuan returned to the outskirts of Sierra City to perform tasks. How could he know? However, in order to reassure her, Xiao Yuan still said, "Don't worry, our medical team is first class. I heard that there will be elites from Yanjing Medical University in a few days." Sun Wan's hands were icy cold, no matter what season it was. She suddenly asked Xiao Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, is family love really that great? Can it make a person willingly give everything, even his soul?" Xiao Yuan gently stroked Sun Wan's hair and said, "Family love, these beautiful emotions sometimes give people unexpected energy." Sun Wan looked at the flickering bonfire with her exposed right eye and murmured, "But why can't I feel family love?" When she was with Xiao Yuan, she would feel at ease and comfortable, and sometimes her heart would beat fast and her face would blush. However, when she recalled the fragmentary memories of her parents, she did not have much emotional fluctuation. Maybe there was, but she could feel the indifference deep in her soul. It was as if the memories of being with her parents were not her own at all. A cold breath surged in Sun Wan's mind, and a faint blue light appeared in her eyes. Seeing that Sun Wan did not speak, Xiao Yuan walked in front of her and lowered his body. After smoothing out the wrinkles on her brows, Xiao Yuan showed a warm smile. "Although I don't know why, you still have me." He held her little hand, his eyes serious and sincere. "If you want to know the reason for these things, I will accompany you. If you don't want to know." Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, "After the Night Demon War is over, we will open a restaurant in Sierra City together, and I will make delicious food for you every day." The cold feeling in Sun Wan's mind gradually receded, and suddenly she hugged Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was stunned by her behavior. What happened to Xiao Yuan? In his memory, Sun Wan rarely took the initiative to hug him. The fragrance of Sun Wan's hair surrounded his nose, and Xiao Yuan also reached out to hug him. Sun Wan lay on his shoulder, and after a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Then I want to eat a lot of cakes." Xiao Yuan pursed his lips and held back his smile. "Okay, then let's open another dessert shop and eat cakes every day." "Yeah," Sun Wan responded, with a gentle smile on her little face. The faint blue light that just appeared in her eyes also disappeared with her smile, as if it had never appeared. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the two hugged each other, and they never separated for a long time. Chapter 174. The night wind is getting colder, and the autumn leaves are long. Lord Yuga lies in Sun Wan's arms, half closed his eyes, as if he is half asleep. Jie, after listening to Sun Wan's whole story, he screamed. His green bean-like eyes opened and he said, "From what you said, it may be soul separation." Soul separation? Xiao Yuan recalled the scene in the cellar and asked, "Lord Yuga, aren't the things in the cellar spirits?" Lord Yuga shook his little head and said proudly yes and no. Alien spirits are spiritual energy bodies produced by the mutation of souls, like Luo Xia in Toll Town. The things in the cellar are also a kind of alien spirit. However, it's split into two due to external reasons, most likely human factors. One half disappeared, and the other half stayed with obsession. The energy of alien spirits is special, and can protect the body from decaying like a living person. The alien spirits in the cellar have the same ability. But it protects 3 living humans, using the energy of alien spirits to keep their physical state in the state before falling asleep. Theoretically, if the alien spirits can continuously emit energy, the 3 of them can remain in this sleeping state. Unfortunately, the energy of the alien spirits is gradually exhausted and cannot maintain the current state. Xian Mao blinked and asked, "Master Yuga, why don't the alien spirits wake up the sleeping people and let them leave?" Gaga. Master Yuga shouted twice and said, "Do you think the alien spirits are intelligent creatures?" Wrong. Very wrong. It fluttered to the ground and waved its wings. Most alien spirits act according to their wishes before they died, and cannot distinguish the situation clearly. Moreover, it takes a huge amount of energy to awaken the sleeping living dead. The alien spirit needs to use up all its energy to achieve this, and there is a chance of failure. Once it fails, the alien spirit will dissipate, and the 3 people sleeping in the cellar will slowly die in their sleep. If Sun Quan and others hadn't gone, the alien spirit's energy would have been exhausted in a few months at most, and the ending would have been the same. After listening to Lord Yuga's words, Sun Wan's eyes moved slightly. Then is the other half of her soul. In that girl? Lord Yuga nodded and said, in the final analysis, the alien spirit in the cellar is just the part that was forcibly stripped away. Forcibly stripped away? Thinking back to the alien spirit's repeated requests for help, Sun Quan felt as if a stone was pressing on her heart. Xiao Yuan added some fuel to the bonfire, stirred the charcoal, and murmured, "Will the soul left in the body still remember what happened in the past?" The demon girl in the cave left after being repelled by Sun Quan and never appeared again. Will her memory, her family, and everything else remain in her memory? Lord Yuga could not give an accurate answer to this. After all, his memory was incomplete. When everyone was chatting, a shrill siren sounded in the outer city. Bang! 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 Several flash bombs were launched into the sky, illuminating half of the sky in Sierra City. In the sky, dense flying night demons spread their wings and flew towards the fortifications that had just been built today. Huh? Everyone stood up and looked up at the sky. Is what was supposed to come still here? Tokyo Bianliang, a suburban villa area. Yu Jing and Ho Lingen sat at the dining table, drinking one cup after another. There were 5 small dishes on the table, exquisite and refreshing. Ho Lingen untied his tie and drank until his face was red. He slapped the table and said loudly, "Old Yu, what do you think Mr. Ren wants to do?" Since the last time, Ren Shichen met a group of senior executives at his home, he began to dispatch resources on a large scale. Zeus Group's funds, manpower, and material resources all began to serve the GM plan. Ho Lingen saw it, and his curiosity grew day by day. Ren Shichen was his idol and his role model. But spending so much on research, and the research content was kept secret, Ho Lingen began to murmur in his heart. Yu Jing poured Ho Lingen a glass of wine and smiled. "Don't you always regard Ren as a god? Why are you saying this now?" Ho Lingen drank the wine in the glass, and the spicy taste spread through his throat. "Hey!" He sighed and smiled bitterly. "Old Yu, you know that the person I admire most in my life is Mr. Ren, but we don't know anything about his plan. I feel." Yu Jing patted his shoulder and said, "Mr. Ren has recently used more funds than the total of the TNG system and Zeus Cocoon Cabin." "Yes." Ho Lingen slapped his thigh and said anxiously, "Old Yu, I'm not questioning Mr. Ren, but he didn't tell anyone, and I'm unsure. Ren Shichen is the absolute core leader of Zeus Group. No one can refute his orders, but it does not mean that he can use all the company's resources without limit. Ho Lingen, Zhang Wei, Li Zhong, their entire lives are tied to Zeus Group. Zhang Wei and Li Zhong like to use their power to seek personal gain, but no one wants Zeus Group to fall. It is good to take shelter under a big tree. This truth they deeply understand. Ho Lingen, who graduated from Tsinghua University in Yanjing, has a deep affection for Zeus Group. When he was young, he admired Ren Shichen very much. After graduation, he returned to his hometown in northeast China due to family reasons. After many years of wandering, he finally got his wish and went to Tokyo Bianliang to join Zeus Group. It was this deep feeling and sense of responsibility that made Ho Lingen instinctively cautious. In recent years, with the joint efforts of him and Yu Jing, Zeus Group has developed steadily. With a mouthful of alcohol, he grabbed Yu Jing's hand and said, "Old Yu, I know that your relationship with Old Ren is extraordinary, can you?" Hiccup. Ho Lingen burped and continued, "Can you tell me a little news to put my mind at ease?" Yu Jing also drank a lot of wine, but his face did not change at all. He patted Ho Lingen's hand and smiled bitterly. "Brother, I want to tell you too, but I really don't know." After the GM plan was announced to be restarted, he tried hard to find out, but there was no progress. Except for the photo given by Zhang Bo, there was no other news. Now, things can only turn around when Zhang Bo returns from abroad in a while, right? He came to his senses, and found that Ho Lingen had already fallen asleep on the table. Not only Ho Lingen, Yu Jing also often felt uneasy in his heart. People are always full of fear and resistance to the unknown. even if this unknown plan was proposed by the god they once worshipped. He shouted to the outside of the door, and a young man in a black suit with a headset on his ear walked in immediately. He walked over here respectfully, lowered his head and said, "Mr. Yu, what do you want?" Yu Jing pointed at Ho Lingen, who was lying on the table, and said, 11, take Mr. Ho home. Yes. 11 had a flat head, a well-proportioned figure, and delicate features. He picked up Ho Lingen nimbly and effortlessly. Ho Lingen, who weighed more than 100 pounds, was as light as a toy in 11's arms. Yu Jing sat in the dining room, gently pressing his temples with both hands, and murmured, "It's a troubled time." Buzz. 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 The phone on the table rang. He picked up the phone and said casually, "What's wrong, Cui Yuanlin? It's so late and you're still awake." On the other end of the phone, Yu Jing's secretary Cui Yuanlin lowered her voice and said, "Boss Yu, someone is coming from A City." "Oh." Yu Jing sobered up a lot after hearing this. "Who is it?" A City Chamber of Commerce, Leon Group. Chapter 175. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two cold lights flashed across Shifeng's cheeks, repelling the night demon that rushed over from the side. He woke up as if from a dream, exclaimed belatedly, and raised his knife to resist the night demon's attack. "Huh?" Xiao Yuan retracted the alloy claw from a distance and shouted loudly, "Shifeng, cheer up." After a night of fierce fighting, the night demon's attacks continued. Shifeng's team was stretched thin for the first time on the battlefield. Thanks to Xiao Yuan and others' constant help, there were no casualties. Shua. Xiao Yuan swung his sword, and after a flash of silver light, he killed a night demon and rolled on the ground. Wow! Two black shadows fell on the place where he had just stood, stirring up a cloud of dust. Whoosh! Before the dust settled, two strong night demons jumped out and attacked Xiao Yuan with their fangs and claws. Bang! Tunin held a night demon, and Xiao Yuan swung the long sword in his right hand. A clean and sharp sword chopped the night demon's head. Wow! Seeing his companions dead, the night demon became more crazy. The sharp claws attacked Xiao Yuan's waist and abdomen. He was about to dodge when he suddenly heard a roar behind him. Almost instinctively, Xiao Yuan held up the minging knife and barely blocked the teeth and claws of the night demon, twisting his body slightly to meet the attack with Tu Nan. Swish! A sound that made people's hair numb came from Tu Nan. The claws of the night demon slashed along the shield and suddenly attacked Xiao Yuan's thigh. Ah! Compared with other night demons, this night demon is more sturdy and faster. Xiao Yuan was attacked from front and back, and was in a difficult situation. He roared, and a burst of brute force surged in his right arm, throwing the night demon that was tightly biting the minging knife away. Swish! His right hand was freed, and he waved his hand, and the Tu Nan turned into an ancient sword. The ancient sword stabbed down. Wow! The sturdy night demon was about to grab Xiao Yuan's leg, and was unwilling to retreat. A red light flashed in its eyes, and it raised its claws to grab the ancient sword. Clang! Although the ancient sword failed to hurt it, it still stopped the night demon's attack. Whoosh! The ancient sword that was just blocked by the night demon suddenly changed its appearance, and turned into a sharp hook, and shot towards the night demon's head. At the same time, Xiao Yuan's minging knife also killed the night demon, and every strike was deadly. Wow! The continuous fast attack gradually made the night demon unable to resist, and finally, he was accidentally pierced in the throat. The sturdy night demon was obviously different from the ordinary night demon. Its death made dozens of night demons around panic. Fighting on their own, they were killed one by the others. Ha ha ha. After killing a night demon captain, Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall beside him, panting. After fighting continuously for a whole night, Xiao Yuan almost exhausted his physical strength. His strengthened body was like this, so you can imagine how others felt. When the dawn in the east began to break, the night demon retreated. Xiao Yuan's hands could hardly hold the minging knife. He sheathed the knife with some difficulty and looked around. The Yinhue squad, Chu Xian, and Ling Hu's squad were better. Shifeng, Zhu Gu, and Shen Wu's three squads were all tired and sat on the ground, panting. Xiao Yuan's eyes fell on the deputy captain of Zhu Ji's squad, a young man, with a slightly thin figure, but full of energy. Lu Jun. Xiao Yuan waved at him, motioning him to come over. Lu Jun was stunned for a moment when he heard Xiao Yuan calling him, and then he ran over quickly. Xiao Yuan looked at him with a smile and said, "I saw you blocked for Zhu Gu just now. Is the scratch on your arm okay?" Lu Jun looked at his simply bandaged arm, and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Captain, I'm in good health." Ha ha. Xiao Yuan patted Lu Jun on the shoulder and reminded him, apply medicine in time and do a good check. Don't be careless. Yes. Lu Jun saluted and happily ran back to the defense area of Zhu Ji's team. The Silver Wings Corps had its first direct confrontation with the Night Demon in Sierra City, which ended with the Night Demon's active retreat after dawn. This battle was not easy for the Silver Wings Corps. After the defeat of the 6th Corps, its actions were strictly restricted by Li Jin, and the overall defense of the front line was defended by the 1st Corps and the 4th Corps. These 2 corps were veterans of hundreds of battles, but even so, the defense was still very difficult. In the outer city, most of the buildings are low, and there are many alleys and narrow roads. The anti-gravity maneuvering device needs to rely on tall trees, buildings, etc. to be used in combination to maximize its advantages. Without the mobility assistance of the mobile device, the entire Silver Wing army seemed very passive when facing the Night Demon. As soon as dawn arrived, the logistics and medical troops that had been prepared entered the battlefield one after another to deliver supplies and treat the wounded. The 5th and 6th Corps began to gradually explore the outer city area ahead and build fortifications. After seeing the power of the Shadow Man and the Dark Bird, the Silver Wing army's speed in clearing the outer city became slower. At the current speed, it is estimated that it will take 2 days to clear the outer city and build a complete fortification. The battle with the Night Demon lasted for a long time. The Silver Wing army could fight the Night Demon on its own, but the logistics troops did not have that ability. This complete fortification and safe passage was built for them to a large extent. Looking at the logistics personnel coming and going, Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall and drank warm water. Liang Lu sat next to Xiao Yuan. Her face was covered with dust, and she did not have the elegance and delicateness of a rich girl. Xiao Yuan bent down, took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, and put it in her hand. Zhou Yi contact you again? Since the Silver Wing army left A City, Zhou Yi's letter has arrived every other week. Liang Lu didn't say it, but every time she read the letter, she would always be worried. She looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise and said, where did it come from? Xiao Yuan glanced at Sun Wan in the distance, feeling a little guilty. I secretly took it from Xiao Wan's snack box, hee. Liang Lu's heart was filled with warmth, and she lowered her head and said softly, thank you. Xiao Yuan patted her head and smiled. Why are you being polite to me? Lulu, I actually have something to ask you. Liang Lu unwrapped the chocolate and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste melted in her mouth, making Liang Lu's depressed mood better. She squinted her eyes slightly, and her voice was a little unclear. Well, tell me. Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, I'm very curious, why? Zhou Yi would go to my school in Sierra City to study? Zhou Yi, born in the famous Zhou group in the southeast region, can be regarded as a rich man. Xiao Yuan is just an ordinary little citizen, and the high school he attended is only second-rate in A City. The two of them would appear in the same class, which puzzled Xiao Yuan after he knew Zhou Yi's identity. Liang Lu chewed the chocolate, and the aroma of chocolate filled her lips and teeth. She raised her little face and murmured, do you really want to know? It's a long story. Liang Lu's mind suddenly appeared the image of a thin little boy, who stood quietly in the corner without saying a word. She couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of her mouth. The first time I met Zhou Yi was when I was 8 years old. That year, Liang Lu was 8 years old, and Zhou Yi was 10 years old. Zhou Yi had long hair like a European and American boy, and his bangs slightly covered his dark eyes. The year-end party of the Southeast Chamber of Commerce was a grand gathering of wealthy people and celebrities. It was also a playground for these children, where lively and cute children played and frolicked. The year-end party that year was held in the Zhou family's private manor. Zhou Zhe, the eldest son of Zhou Jianren, the eldest son of the Zhou family, and Zhou Yufei, the youngest daughter. Zhou Ling, the son of Zhou Jiani, the second son of the Zhou family, and Zhou Yuka and Zhou Yushuang, the 2 daughters of Zhou Jianji, the 4th son of the Zhou family, all appeared there. They played with the children of other wealthy people, chattering and making a lot of noise. Zhou Yi seemed to be a person who existed alone apart from everyone else. Xiao Yuan listened to Liang Lu's story and was very curious. Did Zhou Yi not fit in with others since he was a child? Liang Lu shook her head with a dim look in her eyes. Zhou Yi is actually the illegitimate son of the eldest son of the Zhou family. Chapter 176. Zhou Yi is an illegitimate child? Xiao Yuan recalled his impression of Zhou Yi, who was polite and well-educated, but always had a sense of arrogance in his behavior. In high school, Xiao Yuan had a good impression of Zhou Yi. At least, he didn't have any aversion to him. No one knew Zhou Yi's family background, Even the few people who had a good relationship with him didn't know. After meeting Liang Lu, Xiao Yuan gradually learned some things about Zhou Yi. The third generation of the Zhou family should have been born with a silver spoon in their mouths. But he went to a second-rate high school in Sierra City and studied with Xiao Yuan. The reason is intriguing. Liang Lu held half a piece of chocolate, her face full of nostalgia. In that party, Zhou Zhe, Zhou Yufei and others, no one played with Zhou Yi. The lonely little Zhou Yi stood in the corner, clenching his fists helplessly. After the other children ran away, little Liang Lu quietly stuffed a delicious snack into his hand. His eyes were bright and clear, like the sunshine in the early morning of June. "Thank you." That was the first sentence that little Zhou Yi said to Liang Lu. After that, Liang Lu slowly learned about Zhou Yi's situation. At that time, Zhou Yi's biological mother died in an accident, and Zhou Yi was taken back to the Zhou family. The situation of an illegitimate child at such a young age can be imagined. Grandpa Zhou Shen was very observant, and sent Zhou Yi to Sierra City to study when he was 12 years old. In a second-rate junior high school and a second-rate high school, Zhou Yi began to live an ordinary life. Zhou Jianren's first wife regarded Zhou Yi as a thorn in her eyes, but she dared not act rashly with Zhou Shen around. Zhou Shen has been in the business world for decades and has a good understanding of people's hearts. Sending Zhou Yi to Sierra City has already shown his attitude of letting Zhou Yi go. If he does something to Zhou Yi at this time and angers the old man, her life will be difficult. After graduating from high school, Zhou Yi studied at an ordinary business university, and 4 years passed in a flash. Zhou Yi also returned to Zhou Group to work, starting as a grassroots employee, and now his position is just a team leader. Before Sierra City fell, Liang Lu ran away from home in anger with her family, and went to Sierra City. Zhou Yi set out from A City, and led a team to rescue her. On the way back, I met Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan. After hearing everything, Xiao Yuan scratched his head. Why does this sound like a bloody story of a domineering CEO's counterattack? Hee hee. Liang Lu covered her mouth and chuckled. Counterattack? With his position in Zhou's, it would be difficult for him to counterattack. After Zhou Shen's third son Zhou Jianli, Zhou Fengyue's biological father, disappeared, the internal factions gradually split into two factions. The first is the interest group headed by the eldest son Zhou Jianren. The second is the interest group headed by the second son Zhou Jianyi. The two sides have been fighting overtly and covertly for a year. How can Zhou Yi, an illegitimate child with little influence in the group, turn the tables? He pursued Liang Lu, of course, because he liked her, but who knows how much of it was Liang Lu's identity as a rich girl? Liang Lu smiled because only a guy like Xiao Yuan, who has watched too many idol dramas, would naively think that it would be easy to make a comeback. The two chatted for a long time until Sun Wan came over and asked them to rest in the tent. After a night of hard fighting, Liang Lu soon fell asleep. In her dream, she dreamed of Zhou Yi's childhood again, a thin and weak little boy looking at her. He looked at her quietly, with endless darkness under his feet. It was as if he waited till Liang Lu fell into the abyss, and could never look back. On January 11, 2019, at night, the First Corps, the 9th Company, completed its deployment in the north city of Sierra City. After more than 2 days of hard fighting, the Silver Wing Army finally entered the city, and opened up a safe passage from outside the city to inside. Sierra City, Zongheng Street. The 9th Company and 100 members of the security force jointly defended the street that was more than 1,000 meters long. Xiao Yuan and Shifeng's squads were responsible for the front battlefield in front of the street. Linghu and Zhuge were responsible for the defense behind the street. Chu Xian and Shen Wu's squads were responsible for the defense support at the high points of the buildings on both sides. The 100 security forces were divided into two to assist in the battle near the buildings on both sides. This time, the Silver Wing Legion deployed a total of 6,000 people to defend the position, and the 1st Legion, the 4th Legion, and the 6th Legion fought together. The 3rd Corps stayed behind to protect the rear, while the 2nd Corps and the 5th Corps were on standby as fresh troops. 6,000 Silver Wings and 10,000 security forces sounded like a lot of people. In the huge city of Sierra, the manpower seemed a bit stretched, and Legion had to give up some areas. As night fell, Xiao Yuan stood on the top floor and watched a dark cloud rising from the city center in the distance. Standing so far away, he could still hear the strange cry of the night demon from time to time. He didn't know if it was his illusion, or if the night demon's voice was brought here by the wind. Swish! Xiao Yuan drew out his silver knife and said to Linghu beside him, "Tiger, is it like when we were in A City?" Linghu also drew out his silver knife and grinned. "Yes." This time I, Tiger, will kill them all. Ha ha. Xiao Yuan liked Ling Hu's fearless spirit and pointed his long knife at the approaching flying night demon. Kill! Xiao Yuan shouted, and several flares rose on both sides of Zongheng Street. The flares fired by the security forces illuminated the night sky, not only Zongheng Street, but also the entire northern city of Sierra City. Bang! 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 The long silent Sierra City welcomed its most lively night in the past few months. Woo wow! Woo wow! Hundreds of night demons fell from the sky onto the streets, each one like a yakshashura. Clang! Xiao Yuan blocked the night demon's bite with his sword, and exerted force on his wrist. The blade turned, and cut into the night demon's mouth. Hiss! Half of the night demon's head was destroyed, and it didn't even make a sound, turning into mist and dissipating. Xiao Yuan's fighting style was fierce and swift, but it also consumed a lot of physical strength. Not far from him, Sun Quan was light and agile, as light as a swallow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sun Quan flew into the sky with the help of the anti-gravity maneuvering device, and stepped on the head of the night demon. Wow! The night demon was furious, and tried to grab Sun Wan's shoes with his claws and teeth, but Sun Quan cut off half of its wings with a backhand knife. Sun Quan flew into the air, and met 3 falling night demons head-on. She dodged one night demon calmly, and swung her knife at another night demon. Clang! The night demon's claws took the attack of the main knife, and pulled Sun Quan, and the other one took the opportunity to grab her head. The black claws were so sharp that they almost touched the edge of Sun Wan's hair. Buzz! The left side of the mobile device was suddenly retracted, and Sun Wan's body tilted to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack. Sun Quan was skilled and daring. If she had dodged this move even a step later, she would have been in trouble. After dodging the attack, Sun Quan swung her spear to counterattack, hitting the night demon's abdomen at a tricky angle. She raised her arm with force. Puffs of black smoke rose from the night demon's abdomen, and it fell down while spinning. After a series of quick attacks to deal with the night demon, Sun Wan's body wandered and landed on the side of a building nearby. Shen Wu, who was on the rooftop and was in charge of coordination, couldn't help but secretly smack his lips when he saw Sun Quan from the corner of his eye. Her series of fighting methods would probably take ordinary soldiers several years to practice, and it was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Swish! Ling Hu swung his knife, and killed the night demon that was trying to attack Shen Wu. Ling Hu shouted in a loud voice, "What are you doing, kid? Cheer up, are you going to die?" Shen Wu woke up from a dream, and quickly retracted his gaze, concentrating on dealing with the night demon falling from the sky. Guga! 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 When the Silver Wing Army and the night demon were in a melee, there were waves of strange bird calls in the sky. From far to near, from few to many, the increasingly dense and sharp bird calls surrounded the North City. Xiao Yuan looked up at the sky, and his pupils shrank. Hundreds of dark birds flapped their wings, flying in the sky, staring at the human army below. Chapter 177. Gaw! 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 Suddenly, the calls of thousands of dark birds reached their highest peak at the same time, and the harsh calls made Xiao Yuan frown. The appearance of the dark birds made the Silver Wing Army extremely nervous. The dark birds themselves were not strong in combat, but they were often accompanied by shadow people, causing considerable losses to the Silver Wing Army. What on earth did these beasts want to do? Xiao Yuan looked around. Could there be shadow people on the ground? Before Xiao Yuan's guess was confirmed, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. The night demons who were fighting with the Silver Wing Army were all stunned and looked up at the sky. They opened their mouths, their eyes bulged, and fell into a strange stillness. Whoosh! A cold wind blew on the battlefield, freezing cold. Roar! In the distance, a night demon captain roared first, opening the prelude to the chaos. The roar was like a fuse, spreading throughout the North City. The roars of night demons and explosions were everywhere. The night demon next to Xiao Yuan seemed to have fallen into madness. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had lost his mind, and his strength was more than twice as strong as before. Roar! The night demon fought fearlessly, risking his throat to be pierced by Xiao Yuan in order to catch him. Xiao Yuan retreated in time, and a big hole appeared on his military uniform on his abdomen, letting in gusts of cold wind. He secretly said that it was a close call, but before Xiao Yuan could catch his breath, the night demon, who was stabbed in the throat, became fat like an inflated balloon. Bang! The night demon's body suddenly exploded, and Xiao Yuan, who was closest to him, was blasted far away in the turbulent air flow. He rolled on the ground for several rounds before stopping, with a buzzing sound in his ears. At the moment of the explosion, Xiao Yuan seemed to hear an ethereal scream. The sound was so ethereal that it made his mind blurry. Bang! Bang! There were also bursts of noises coming from the roof. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan shouted, "These night demons will explode. Be careful of the airflow. Be careful of the sound." Roar! More and more night demons exploded, and some even exploded on the ground the moment they fell from the air. Bursts of sound waves passed by, and Xiao Yuan felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier. I really want to just sleep like this. Xiao Yuan bit his tongue hard and exerted force. Ah! The pain made Xiao Yuan shudder, and he bent down to avoid the claws of the night demon. What a powerful method! Xiao Yuan's forehead was sweating. If he hadn't been careful just now, his life would have been lost here. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claw flew, and Xiao Yuan called Liang Lu to organize the defense. Xiao Yuan flew to the roof. There were fewer night demons on the roof than on the ground, but the situation was not optimistic. 2 members of Shen Wu's team were injured. One of them was seriously injured, and it would take more than a month to recover. Swish! After killing the night demon with a single blow, 2 Nans stood up to block in front of him. Step, step, step! Xiao Yuan took 3 steps back in a row and stabilized his body on the edge of the roof to prevent himself from falling. Ling, who was knocked back by the night demon's explosion and sat on the ground, shouting at the top of his neck, "Captain, this is not a solution." Xiao Yuan knew it well. Even his mind was a little fuzzy, let alone ordinary members. Bang! After Sun Wan killed 2 night demons in midair, she was blown back by the airflow and flew into the air. She was flexible and spun in the air before landing steadily on the roof. Sun Wan panted slightly, her face slightly red, and said, "We have to think of a way. There is something strange about the dark birds in the sky. The flying height of the dark birds is within the range of the nightmare-breaking crossbow, and Xiao Yuan had noticed it long ago. However, the dark birds are small in size, and there are many of them. How many nightmare-breaking crossbows does the entire Silver Wing army have? If they were to shoot them one by one with the crossbow carts, they would probably be defeated before they killed many." On the battlefield, Xiao Yuan was still sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. He turned around and looked to the side. In Shen Wu's team, the wounded who had just been seriously injured was struggling to walk towards them. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Zhang Yang?" Zhang Yang's body was covered with blood, and the wound on his leg was bleeding, but he was still trembling. "Zhang Yang." Shen Wu walked over quickly and wanted to support his teammate, muttering, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yang raised his head slightly, and Sun Wan, standing on the side, saw the scene first. Zhang Yang's eyes were originally black, but at some point, his eyes turned completely black, without a trace of white. "Be careful." Sun Wan was a step too late to remind him. Zhang Yang had already grabbed Shen Wu's shoulders. He opened his mouth and bit Shen Wu's neck. Ah! Shen Wu desperately used his hands to hold Zhang Yang's arms, screamed and struggled desperately. Zhang Yang, who was usually kind and honest, was like a devil at this time, and the blood foam in his mouth splashed all over Shen Wu's face. Seeing Shen Wu in danger, Xiao Yuan did not hesitate at all, holding the knife upside down and jumped in front of the 2 of them. Swish! The back of the knife hit Zhang Yang's back of the head fiercely. This time Xiao Yuan deliberately controlled the force, fearing to hurt Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly widened after being hit hard on the back of the head. He opened his mouth and shouted to the sky, "My God, come! All you ants die!" Plop! After shouting this sentence, Zhang Yang fell on Shen Wu like a rag doll. Ha ha ha! Shen Wu pushed Zhang Yang away with lingering fear. Zhang Yang's appearance just now was too scary, and his strength was more than twice as strong as usual. Xiao Yuan asked Shen Wu to take care of the wounded, and led Sun Wan and Ling Hu to fly to the building opposite. Over the North City, the dark birds appeared one after another, causing the Silver Wing army to fight hard. The signal flares for help rose one after another, making the battle between each other more chaotic. Legion sent reinforcements and rushed to the front battlefield. And at the forefront of the battlefield, Silver Wing army soldiers died every moment. Some even fell into a crazy state and killed their comrades. Bang! A large cloth bag fell to the ground, with a metal disc sewn in the middle. Under Xiao Yuan's order, Ling Hu tied it to the crossbow arrow of the nightmare crossbow. The team members responsible for resisting the night demons were hit by the airflow from time to time, but they still gritted their teeth and persisted. After Ling Hu confirmed that it was tied again, he whispered, "Captain, will this really work?" Xiao Yuan lowered his head to check the nightmare crossbow, adjusted the coordinates, and smiled. "Don't worry, Yuga won't lie. Shin Mao raised the leather shield to resist the night demon, shouting, "Boss! Stop chatting. I can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan stopped talking nonsense and suddenly pressed the switch of the nightmare-breaking crossbow. Whoosh! The nightmare-breaking crossbow was fired instantly. Although the cloth bag at the front was heavy, it was still nothing when it met the crossbow cart powered by fluorite. The crossbow arrow took the cloth bag into the air and flew straight towards the dark bird in the sky. The crossbow cart started, and Sun Quan, who had been prepared for a long time, pulled the longbow to its full length, stretched his body on the roof, and turned around. Whoosh! 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 The 3 ice blue feather arrows were shot almost at the same time, and these 3 arrows were amazing. The first arrow hit the metal disc in the middle of the bag. With the power of this arrow, the bag rose another 5 or 6 meters. Swish! Swish! The remaining 2 arrows shot into the bag, causing it to explode. Violent fireworks exploded in the air, as gorgeous as giant fireworks, accompanied by a pungent and spicy smell that filled the air. Guga! Guga! The dark birds that were originally chirping desperately, after smelling this smell, scattered and fled into the distance. The night demons below, without the blessing of the dark birds, had their combat power sharply reduced. The most important thing is that the dizzying death explosion sound also disappeared. In the small area around Zongheng Street, the attack pressure of the night demon was instantly reduced, providing them with a precious breathing opportunity. It's done! Seeing the dark bird in the sky retreat, everyone cheered excitedly. Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and couldn't help but rush over to hug Sun Wan's waist and turn around a few times. Finally, under Sun Wan's embarrassed and angry push, Fang put her down. Although Zongheng Street was temporarily safe, the overall battlefield Silver Wing Army was still in a passive position until the reinforcements arrived. The Silver Wing Army had paid a heavy price and officially entered the first night of Sierra City. It was in such a tragic battle that they spent it. Chapter 178. The Dark Bird caused considerable losses to the Silver Wings Corps, which had just settled in the North City. According to post-war statistics, 126 soldiers died that night, including a captain and a company commander. The Silver Wings Corps did not have enough knowledge of the Dark Bird. The Dark Bird has always been associated with houses where night devil feces accumulate and settle, and its combat effectiveness in outdoor combat is not strong. After integrating the existing information, the Corps staff believed that the Dark Bird was not the current threat focus. Night Devil, Thunder Beast, and the upcoming thunderstorm are the tests that the new army will face. After Xiao Yuan fought with the Dark Bird, he asked Lord Yuga. Lord Yuga believed that the Dark Bird could control the Shadow Man, but the range was limited. If the new army did not take the initiative to step into the room, there would be no big problem. Xiao Yuan had seen the methods of the Night Demon, and what impressed him most was the various surprise attacks of the Night Demon. It would be fine if the Dark Bird did not come, but what if there were methods that people did not know about? Besides, Lord Yuga's memory was incomplete. Xiao Yuan privately asked Lord Yuga about the weaknesses of the Dark Bird. This strange bird is not afraid of light like the Night Demon, and can still move during the day. Lord Yuga thought for a long time, and suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly ran into the planting room of the RV. Before coming to the planting room of the RV, Xiao Yuan specially purchased a batch of seeds, including corn, sweet potatoes, and cabbages, and handed them all to Lord Yuga to take care of. Lord Yuga had nothing to do, so he stayed in the RV and led Xiaobai and Hunia to plant vegetables. When Lord Yuga came out, he rolled a fruit on the ground with his mouth. The fruit is round, light pink, with green leaves growing at the bottom, and the growth is gratifying. Xiao Yuan thought about it, and couldn't remember buying this thing. He pointed at the fruit on the ground and asked, "Sir, have you changed your job to lay eggs?" Ha ha. Lord Yuga shook his mouth and cursed. Xiao Yuan, did your mouth get kissed by a donkey? Hee hee. Seeing that Lord Yuga was really angry, Xiao Yuan apologized. I was just joking. Why are you still treating me like that? Lord Yuga snorted, raised his head, and said proudly, "This is the first hairpin fruit grown in the planting room." Hairpin fruit? Xiao Yuan frowned, and suddenly remembered that Sun Wan's hairpin had been planted in the ground of the RV. Can it really bloom and bear fruit? Then if the federal currency is planted in it, wouldn't it be possible to grow a money tree? Lord Yuga didn't know what he was thinking, and asked Xiao Yuan to grind the fruit into powder and put it in a cloth bag. Strangely enough, the fruit is much more brittle than it looks on the surface, and it breaks with a click when pressed. The juice that flows out turns into powder when it encounters air, and is put into the cloth bag together with the crushed fruit. According to Lord Yuga, the powder of the hairpin fruit will explode and burn when it rubs against the silver. The flame can burn and damage the dark bird and the airflow field around it, but it is not fatal. Xiao Yuan only prepared this bag, but he turned his mind and used a little cleverness. He found a lot of pepper and chili powder from a nearby supermarket and mixed them into it. Birds are sensitive and afraid of spicy, alkaline, acidic and other substances. Xiao Yuan wanted to try whether the dark bird was the same, but he didn't expect it to have a very good effect. Dawn arrived, and the night demon retreated. Zhongling Street was in a mess. 2 members of Shen Wu's team lost their combat effectiveness and were sent to the rear. One of them also lost his mind, and it was unknown when he would recover. One member of Zhu Ji's team was unfortunately killed in action and sacrificed his life for the country. He watched the logistics troops cover the body of his comrade with a white cloth. Zhu Ge couldn't help crying. Although he seemed dull, he was actually very good to the people in the team. His teammates died, and as the captain, he felt that he could not escape the blame. This hurdle, after all, depends on his own experience and step by step. When he can face life and death calmly, Zhu Ge will also become a qualified Silver Wing soldier. Sierra City, Nor City Outer District. Silver Wing Corps Command. Li Jin took the briefing from Li Meng, frowning. Jiang Shi and Shang Wei sat next to him, talking in a low voice from time to time. Alas! Li Jin sighed and smiled bitterly. These beasts are really hard to guard against. Li Jin knew about the dark bird, and he also participated in a meeting to discuss its harmfulness. However, like everyone else, Li Jin made a conservative estimate of the attributes and attack methods of the dark bird. In addition, he was busy dealing with the internal affairs of the Legion at the time, so he passed the matter over. He was to blame for the casualties of the soldiers on the front line. Jiang Shi put down the battle report details in his hand and said softly, "Legion Commander, it happened too suddenly. We can't do anything." Li Jin understood the consolation in Jiang Shi's words. He took off his military cap and said, "The night demon caught us off guard many times, which really made us passive." Shang Wei turned to look at Li Jin after hearing this. "Brotherly, what do you mean?" Li Jin touched his chin with his right hand and murmured, "We can start the plan we prepared before." Hiss. Shang Wei took a breath and said uneasily, "Is it too early to start now?" Li Jin stood up and looked at the map of the entire Sierra City with a deep look. "I don't want to be so hasty, but the thunderstorm is coming. The thunderstorm is coming, and the Night Demon Legion with Thunder Beasts will be greatly strengthened. By then, it will be even more difficult to implement their own plan." As a last resort, Li Jin had to bring up the plan in his mind. The 3 were talking in the military tent, and Li Meng walked in quickly outside the tent. "Captain, the first phase of the Yanjing medical team is here." Li Jin walked quickly to the door after hearing this, and only realized something was wrong after walking a few steps. Ahem. Li Jin coughed twice and said, "You two, I have something to do. Let's end today's meeting here." Before he finished speaking, Li Jin had already walked out of the tent. Shang Wei and Jiang Shi looked at each other with wide eyes, feeling puzzled. Li Jin had never been so anxious and uncontrolled as today. It was just a medical team. How important was it? Li Meng almost trotted to barely keep up with Li Jin. The first phase of the Yanjing medical team had a total of 15 people. When Li Jin came, they were helping to organize equipment and medicines. Running all the way, Li Jin could not hide his excitement and urgency. Unfortunately, his enthusiasm was shattered after seeing the leader of the medical team. Brother Li Jin. The leader of the medical team was a baby-faced girl who was only 25 or 26 years old, with a simple and generous short hair. After seeing Li Jin, she waved to him happily and ran over. Li Jin's smile was bright, but a little less enthusiastic. He stretched out his hand and said, "Welcome, Li Luo." Chuckling, Li Luo winked at Li Meng beside Li Jin and smiled. "Hey, can you be more obvious?" Li Jin was stunned by Li Luo's incoherent words. "Fool." Li Luo quietly complained in his heart, raised his hand, and drew a circle on Li Jin's face with his water onion-like fingers. She smiled playfully and said, "You almost wrote the word disappointment on your face." Seeing that Li Jin was speechless and wanted to explain, she suddenly whispered, "I tell you a little secret. Sister Mu, she will come in a month." "Oh!" Li Jin couldn't help but smile when he heard it. He coughed and hid his smile, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but curl up. "Well, that's good, very good." "What a good head." Li Luo rolled his eyes and said, "Captain Li, we came from afar, and we are all starving." Li Jin laughed out loud when he heard this, and said in a cheerful voice, "Li Meng, go prepare a table of food to welcome the medical team." He smiled at the medical staff around him, and greeted them one by one in a graceful manner. This made everyone who met for the first time have a better impression of Li Jun. Who wouldn't like a young man who was successful, graceful, and had no airs? Chapter 179. Inside the tent, the lights were dim. Li Luo sat cross-legged on the bed, flipping through the medical records, marking them with a signal pen from time to time. Ta ta ta. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from far away. After a while, Li Ming asked softly outside the tent, "Sister, is it convenient now?" "Yes," Li Luo agreed, took off the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and looked towards the door. Li Ming lifted the curtain, poked her little head in, and followed by another person, Li Jun. Li Luo picked up the blanket and covered her exposed feet, smiling slyly. "What? You were afraid that I didn't have enough to eat at the welcoming banquet, so you wanted to treat me again?" Li Jun sat down on the chair beside Li Luo's bed and said, "Tell me, why are you the captain of the medical team?" Li Luo is studying at Yanjing Medical University. She and Wu Mushi are classmates and best friends of the same grade, and she is Li Ming's biological sister. Li Luo's expertise is in the field of mental illness and psychology. On the battlefield where the Silver Wings Corps and the Night Demons are fighting, it is difficult for her to display her talents. Li Jun was very surprised that Li Luo was the leader of the medical team. After hearing what Li Jun said, she smiled on her fair face. "You really can't hide anything from you, Commander." Li Ming stood behind Li Jun and asked in confusion, "Sister, why are you here?" "TSK." Li Luo looked at Li Ming and rolled her eyes at her. "You dead girl, you didn't even ask me if I was okay, but you just kept helping him, didn't you?" Li Ming stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, not daring to speak again. Li Luo is the eldest daughter in the family. Li Ming has lived under the tyranny of her elder sister since she was a child. She loves and fears her. Seeing Li Ming's defeated look, Li Luo smiled secretly in her heart. She took out a document from a briefcase on the side and handed it to Li Jun. "Here, Teacher Li asked me to bring it to you." Teacher Li. Hearing this, Li Jun hurriedly leaned forward to take the document. At the top of the first page of the document was a line of words written, "Night Demon Material Research Report." Sure enough, Li Jun's heart jumped. He didn't expect that the teacher and Xiao Xian had finished it so quickly. He flipped through 2 sheets and suddenly asked, "How did Teacher Li crack the Night Devil matter so quickly?" Li Luo was holding Li Ming's hand and whispering, and turned to look at Li Jun. "Well, I also heard a little news." Li Luo officially joined the A-Country Think Tank Research Center at the beginning of this year. Although he was a newcomer, he had heard some rumors. In order to crack the Night Devil matter as soon as possible, Li Jiogong took a risk. Even during the experiment, a small explosion was caused. "What?" Li Jun sat up with a bang and asked anxiously, "Teacher, is he okay?" Li Luo did not expect Li Jun to react so strongly, and waved his hand. "Don't worry, he is fine." After researching day and night, the research was finally completed in early January. When Li Luo joined the medical team, she had already joined the think tank of Country A. Professor Li Jiogong handed the file to Li Luo and asked her to take it to Sierra City. At present, the electronic signals around Sierra City have completely failed, and Li Jun cannot receive any transmission files. Li Luo is trustworthy and knows Li Jun, so he is the best candidate. With Li Jiogong's high status, it only takes a word for him to make someone the team leader. Li Luo became the team leader of the medical team without knowing it, brought the documents, and completed his research project. Li Jun browsed the documents very quickly, and reached the second half immediately. He frowned and murmured, "Abyss material, counter-weapon." By analyzing the night demon food gelatin collected by Xiao Yuan and others in the cave, Li Jiogong successfully discovered the special substance in it. Because this substance will produce a black hole-like visual effect under energy stimulation, it is called abyssal substance. Abyssal substance is very likely an element that must be supplemented in the body of the night demon. Further verification is needed. Professor Li Jiogong hopes to create weapons that can decompose and weaken abyssal substance through research. Once this weapon is available, even ordinary people can fight against the night demon, and humans will completely end the fear of being killed by the night demon. However, the research of this weapon requires a relatively long time and huge manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Professor Li Jiogong will apply to the A-Country Parliament to complete this work. At present, Professor Li Jiogong will speed up the time to try to develop a simplified weapon that can weaken the abyss matter to help the Silver Wing Corps. After reading the entire report, Li Jun's heart was in turmoil. He took a deep breath, his voice choked a little. "Teacher, is he in good health?" Li Jiogong was obsessed with scientific research all his life, never married, and had no children. To Li Jin, his teacher can be said to be like a teacher and a father, caring for him. Li Luo sighed in his heart and said, Professor Li is in good health, but your junior brother. Junior brother? Li Jin's heart tightened. What happened to Xiao Xian? Puff. Li Luo couldn't help covering his mouth and laughed. He burned his eyebrows in a small accident during the experiment, and now he dares not see people all day long. Ha. Li Jin couldn't help but laugh when he heard it, and Mu Xian's eyebrows were bald in his mind. The two chatted for a while, and seeing that it was getting dark, Li Jin got up and said goodbye. Before he left, Li Luo hesitated and whispered, Li Jin, you have to be careful. Li Jin turned around and looked at Li Luo, not knowing what she meant. The capital has been very uneasy recently, and my father has received some news. Yeah, I see. Li Jin smiled at Li Luo, waved and left the military tent, leaving only Li Luo and Li Ming. After Li Jin walked out of the military tent, he walked along the roadside. The dark clouds that had covered Sierra City for many days dissipated, and the sky was clear. The moon is bright, and the stars are twinkling. But how long can this situation last? The day of the storm is not far away, right? Once the typhoon comes, the entire battlefield will become more difficult. I hope that the teacher's plan can be completed as soon as possible. When Li Jin left Yanjing, the imperial capital, he missed it very much. Prosperous, high above, the city that never sleeps. The imperial capital that countless people pursued has the people they care about the most. However, looking at the imperial capital again now, it feels different. It is like a cage, in which only the person holding the key can escape. The rest of the people are either swallowed up accidentally without leaving a trace, or they just drift with the flow and become the same existence as the prisoners in the cage. Li Jin is an outlier. He was born in a humble family. It was Wu Lao who adopted him from an orphanage, taught him to read and write, and taught him the principles of dealing with people. Li Jin is more eager to succeed than anyone else, and he is eager to let everyone see his ability. However, Li Jin was afraid that one day he would lose his original intention and become a person who only cares about his position and does nothing like some high-ranking people. In this struggle and worry, Li Jin had to be more cautious and careful with every step he took. Sticking to one's original intention is much more difficult than going with the flow. Fortunately, there is someone who has been silently supporting him, and the day when the two meet will not be too far away. Chapter 180. On January 18, 2019, the sun was shining brightly in Sierra City. At noon, smoke rose from the North City. After a night of hard fighting, the Silver Wing Army either rested in their tents or walked and chatted in groups of 3 or 2. In the alley near the intersection of the North City and the city center, a group of people walked lightly. The leader had a handsome face and a well-proportioned figure, and his eyes were as bright as obsidian. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang walked at the front of the team, holding their leather shields against their chests, not daring to relax at all. At first, Xiao Yuan was also shocked when he received Li Jin's order. Go through the North City and explore the city. Isn't this going to die? Reading further, I understood what Li Jin meant. In the midday when the sun is full, we should scout the city. The night demon will not come out during the day. Can we use this time to do something? Li Jin discussed this with the commanders of the Legion many times in the combat meeting. In the defense of A City, our side was on the passive defense and unable to take the initiative to attack. Now the situation has changed. The Silver Wings Corps has sufficient manpower, so they should try to take the initiative, especially during the day, to conduct reconnaissance and advance. After several days of discussion, the defense line of the North City has been stabilized, and Li Jin made a decisive decision. 8 teams including Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, and Zhou Nen were sent to investigate the city area from different locations. The 8 members of the Silver Moon team walked through the North City, trying to walk in hidden alleys. Relying on Xian Mao's sensitive nose, he avoided several houses that exuded the strange smell of night demon feces. If you mistakenly enter one of them, there must be another risk. Wang Ruoling followed the team and recorded the detailed location along the way. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the designated location. Guangxing Street is the most obvious boundary between the city center and the North City. Xiao Yuan slightly leaned out his head and took a look. There was no one on the wide street. It was empty. He made a gesture behind him, and the 8 people formed a defensive formation and walked quickly forward. Xiao Yuan. Lin Lang walked in the front, Sun Wan protected the left wing behind Xiao Yuan, and Qi Ming protected the right wing behind Lin Lang. Liang Lu and Wang Ruoling were in the middle, and Wang Ruofei and Xian Mao were behind the team to protect the safety of the rear. The distance between the 8 people was just right, so that they could support and coordinate at any time without hindering each other's battle. Ha ha ha. The moment Xiao Yuan and the other 8 walked to Guangxing Street, a strong wind blew on the street, blowing the cloaks behind everyone. Xiao Yuan looked around vigilantly, slowed down his pace, and walked for a long time on the short street. Seeing that there was still more than 100 meters ahead, and they were about to leave Guangxing Street, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the night demon really had no defenses here. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises broke the tranquility of the entire street and attracted people's attention. Xiao Yuan shuddered and subconsciously raised his leather shield and looked in the direction of the sound. On the side of Guangxing Street, the door of a bank was blown open by the wind and hit heavily on both sides. The vermilion door shook a few times and did not move again. Xiao Yuan stared at it for a while and felt something was wrong. The door of the bank weighs more than a few dozen pounds. What wind can blow them open? When Xiao Yuan was muttering in his heart, Sun Wan behind him suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Before she finished speaking, Sun Wan had already rushed to Xian Mao, who was at the end of the team, and blocked Xian Mao with her shield. Bang! Something unexpected happened to everyone. There was suddenly a din on the leather shield in her hand. Kick, kick, kick! Sun Wan took 3 steps back before she stabilized her steps. She saw a thin mark on the leather shield, which looked like it had been whipped. Ah! Xian Mao screamed, and almost fell to the ground. Bang! Qi Ming, who was standing next to Xian Mao, had just seen that scene, and was hit on the leg, and he screamed in pain. Qi Ming was strong, and did not retreat a step, waving his long sword in the air in front of him. Invisible man? This term suddenly appeared in Xiao Yuan's mind. His mind worked quickly, and he looked around, pointing to the abandoned coffee shop on the side of the road and said, "Everyone retreat to the coffee shop, quickly." Just as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly heard a subtle buzzing sound beside him. Clang! Tunanin flashed and turned into a shield to protect him, blocking the blow in the air. Xiao Yuan felt a soft object hitting the shield, but it made a sound of metal clashing. Clang! Another heavy blow made Xiao Yuan retreat several steps. Taking advantage of these few blows, Xiao Yuan went into the coffee shop and blocked the door tightly. After he took a breath, he looked back and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was just a few minutes. Qi Ming was injured. Wang Ruofei was hit on the cheek just now to protect Liang Lu. The injury was not serious, but the bloody appearance was very scary. Everyone was used to seeing life and death, and these injuries were nothing. The most important thing at the moment was how to deal with those invisible people. Xiao Yuan and Xin Mao found some tablecloths as curtains to seal the windows, making the light in the cafe dim instantly. The 8 people sat in a circle, treating the wounds and discussing countermeasures. The wound on Qi Ming's leg was not deep, but it was burning. Wang Ruoling couldn't help humming when treating his wound. Seeing him grinning, Lin Lang teased, "Old Qi, you are known as the toughest man in the 9th Company, but you can't stand it." Qi Ming grinned and said, You kid, stop talking nonsense." Hiss! Why does this wound feel like salt is sprinkled on it? Lin Lang was about to laugh at him a few more times, but Wang Ruofei on the side whispered, It really hurts like salt is sprinkled on it." Wang Ruofei is a man of few words, and he can endure hardships, and has amazing endurance. Even he said it hurts, so you can imagine how painful it is. Xiao Yuan took a few quick steps, checked the wounds of the 2 people, and said, "Did the weapon that attacked you just now have something on it?" Qi Ming was so angry that he almost wrinkled into a bun and shouted, "Boss, I Lao Qi, haven't married yet. I don't want to die." Xiao Yuan was amused by Qi Ming's appearance and scolded him with a smile. "Okay, if this is poison, can you still be alive and well?" Ignoring Qi Ming, Xiao Yuan sat on the ground and began to think, "We should think about how to deal with those things outside." Liang Lu sat opposite Xiao Yuan and nodded. "Captain, we can't see the enemy now. I think it's safer to evacuate. With the mobility of the 8 of them, if they want to retreat, it's almost easy. However, after the retreat, the mission of this trip is declared over." The task that Li Jin gave to the 8 teams was to hope that they could try to detect more intelligence, rather than retreat when they encounter difficulties. With high-speed mobility, they can do more things. Xiao Yuan stroked Tuanan and said, "Lulu, what do you think those things were?" "What were they?" Liang Lu thought for a moment and replied, "They should be some creatures we haven't seen before, right? Or invisible people?" Xiao Yuan snapped his fingers, and Tuanan made a clear and pleasant sound. He glanced towards the door and said, "They are not ghosts, but real creatures. Haven't we defeated enough of them?" Xiao Yuan's words relieved the rest of the people's anxiety. Yes, every time they see a new strange creature, doesn't the Silver Wings core deal with it? As long as it is tangible, there must be a way to deal with it. Xi and Mao rolled his eyes and said, Boss, do you think those things can reflect light, like magic? Xiao Yuan heard this and said, That's possible, reflecting light and becoming invisible. Sun Wan hugged her knees and sat next to Xiao Yuan. She recalled the situation just now and shook her head. I don't think it's likely. Seeing everyone looking at her, she whispered, When Xiao Xian was in danger, I first heard a very faint buzzing sound in the air. Judging from the distance at the time, it was difficult for that thing to perfectly control every angle during the action, but I never saw it the whole time. Bang! 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 Before Sun Wan finished her words, a loud noise came from the front door of the cafe, almost shattering the glass on the door.